Chapter 1, Goddess's Pregnancy Tries to the Door, Activating the Super Dad System. Bang, bang, bang. In the old neighborhood, the bald landlord pounded on the door, causing plaster to fall from the walls. Lin Chen. I know you're in there. If you don't pay your rent today, get out. Inside the house, Lin Chen didn't dare to make a sound, hoping that the landlord would think no one was home and leave on his own. Playing dead, huh? Fine, I'll go get help. Let's see how long you can hide. As the footsteps outside faded into the distance, Lin Chen caught his breath when his phone screen suddenly lit up. Lin Chen, a student in the computer science department, class of 2023, you owe 5,789 yuan in tuition fees. To avoid affecting your studies, please pay off the debt as soon as possible. He tossed his phone onto the bed, then sighed wearily, rubbing his forehead. As a future top hacker, he should have been focusing on preparing for next week's programming competition to win prize money and alleviate his financial difficulties, but now. Outside, the rain was continuous, just like the atmosphere inside the house, damp, sticky, and suffocating. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic knocking sounded, startling Lin Chen. The landlord called someone back so quickly? No, this sound isn't the kind of banging on the door like a landlord demanding payment. If you listen carefully, there's a hint of caution in it. Who? It's me, Su Wanqing. Lin Chen was taken aback. Su Wanqing, the goddess of their school's art department, who was voted the most beautiful school flower online. How could such an unattainable fairy possibly take the initiative to seek out a poor loser like him? Lin Chen? The goddess's gentle and melodious voice rang out, pulling Lin Chen back to reality. He hurriedly opened the door. Su Wanqing didn't bring an umbrella. The drizzle dampened her long hair, and even though it clung to her cheeks, it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. The thin white t-shirt clung to her body, outlining her graceful curves. The barely visible pink lingerie made Lin Chen blush. Please come in. He bowed and ushered her into the house, handing her a clean bath towel. Thank you. Su Wanqing lowered her head and took the towel. While drying her hair, she took out her medical record from her bag and handed it over. Lin Chen was a little confused and turned to the first page without understanding why. Patient name, Su Wanqing, diagnosis result, 8 weeks pregnant. This is? He was so excited that his tongue was tied in knots. 2 months ago, during a club camping trip. Su Wanqing said, her head lowered and her voice hoarse. That night wasn't a dream after all. 2 months ago, during a club camping trip, Lin Chen, who wasn't a big drinker, stumbled into a tent and fell asleep. Half asleep, a pair of arms, as delicate as lotus roots, wrapped around his neck, inviting him to meet. Under the moonlight, he could see Su Wanqing's charming face, but he dared not take it seriously. He thought it was just like before, another empty, blissful dream. But when dawn broke, the bright red stain on the bedsheet left Lin Chen dumbfounded. The woman he spent the night with left no trace, and he dared not even think of her as a goddess. I thought the matter would be forgotten and there would be no further developments. Unexpectedly, today gave him such a big surprise. Lin Chen looked nervously at Su Wanqing, hesitating on how to break the deadlock when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Host detected as a new father. Initiating the binding of the super all-round father system. New player bonus, 3-day trial card for mind reading. New player task, comfort the new mother, Su Wanqing. Lin Chen had read many novels, but he never imagined that one day he would become the chosen one. Mind reading trial card activated. As the mechanical sound subsided, he instantly sensed Su Wanqing's fear and helplessness. When Lin Chen met Su Wanqing's reddened rabbit eyes, his heart clenched painfully. This is not about completing a task, but about expressing genuine feelings. He straightened his chest and said solemnly, Su Wanqing, if you're willing, I will take responsibility for you and the child. Their eyes met, and Su Wanqing's eyes welled up with tears as she asked incredulously, are you really willing to take responsibility for me and the child? Lin Chen looked around the rented room and suddenly felt that all his grand words seemed so weak and powerless. So he knelt down on one knee, took Su Wanqing's hand, looked into her eyes, and said earnestly, given my current circumstances, no matter what I say, I won't convince you. But please believe me, I will definitely give you and the child a home where you can be sheltered from the storm, and I will shoulder my responsibilities as a husband. Without flowery words, it touched Su Wanqing's heart. Her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, revealing the first smile she had shown in days. Okay, I believe you. Ding. Mission complete. Rewards: 3-day introductory skills mastery trial card, basic physical fitness enhancement plus 100, and housing subsidy, 1,500 yuan. The moment the system notification ended, Lin Chen received a notification on his phone that 1,500 yuan had been deposited into his account. At the same time, he felt every muscle and bone in his body expanding as if it were being inflated. He was about to go to the bathroom to check on his body when the door was suddenly banged on. "You little brat, get out here right now, stop pretending to be dead in there." It seems the landlord has brought people with him. Ding! Side quest triggered. Side quest: deter rent collectors and maintain peace and order in your temporary accommodation. Lin Chen gently patted Su Wanqing's shoulder, signaling with his eyes that she didn't need to worry and that he would handle these troubles. After walking a few steps, he felt his clothes were a bit tight, so he took off his coat and tossed it onto a chair. At that moment, he was unaware that the previously loose t-shirt was now filled out by his well-developed muscles, giving him a strong sense of security. His sharply defined abdominal muscles, in particular, made Su Wanqing stare wide-eyed. Lin Chen opened the door, and a finger slipped inside, landing on his firm pectoral muscles. "Damn it, if you don't pay up, I'll have someone." The landlord choked up, looked up at the burly man in front of him, and his lips twitched involuntarily. He carefully checked him from all sides to make sure it was him, then forced a fierce look and said, "What are you doing? You think I'm afraid of you just because you took off your coat and showed your muscles? Let me tell you, when I was young, I was a gangster too. People called me Old Wang the Deadly." The beginner's guide to mastery is valid for 3 days. Lin Chen didn't feel anything unusual about his body, but his mind was filled with many legal clauses, and he spoke with the fluency of a legal fanatic. "Uncle Wang, according to the lease agreement, you need to give at least 24 hours written notice to terminate the lease. Your current actions of bringing people here to cause trouble are suspected of constituting a public disturbance and disturbing social order." At this point, Lin Chen tilted his head and looked at the bald man with dragon and tiger tattoos following behind the landlord. He slowly added, "They may also have some involvement in organized crime. It's a crackdown period right now, so you'll have to stay in there for at least 15 days to investigate your family history for 3 generations before you can be released. If you force your way in without my permission, that would be trespassing. If you lay a hand on me, all the better. I'll have to rely on you all for my food and clothing from now on." Lin Chen gave an innocent smile, picked up his phone, dialed 110, and pointed the screen at the landlord. "Uncle Wang, you can choose how long you'll be working for the government. I'll cooperate fully with you." The landlord was taken aback, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. The burly men who followed behind looked at each other in bewilderment. They had come to lend their support, but they hadn't expected to get into trouble with the authorities. "Old Wang, what's wrong with you? Why are you leading us into a ditch?" "Exactly, didn't you tell us you were just a weak college student?" Seeing Lin Chen's confident smile, the landlord's tone grew weaker and weaker. "Don't listen to his nonsense, he's just trying to scare us." With his mind-reading ability, Lin Chen knew that the landlord had lost his nerve and wanted to leave, but he didn't dare to lose face like that. So he picked up his phone and transferred the 1,500 yuan housing subsidy to the landlord's card in front of him. He chuckled and put his hand on the landlord's shoulder like a good buddy. "Uncle Wang, I know you're just teasing me, a kid like me. I've transferred this month's rent to you. Consider the extra 300 yuan as my treat for you and the other uncles to drinks. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone who's smiling." In addition, Lin Chen's strong muscles, with a little force on his shoulder and arm, made the landlord feel the pain of impending death. How could he dare to continue his clamor? The landlord, taking advantage of the situation, laughed and said, "You're a generous young man. I acted impulsively today and didn't give you a chance to speak. It's not easy for you to come to study in another city alone. I'll put the extra money in next month's rent." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Wang." Inside the house, Su Wanqing looked at the 2 groups of people who had just been at each other's throats, but now they were arm in arm, looking like they were making money together. This made her realize that Lin Chen was not the best person she knew. She touched her flat stomach, a hint of determination in her eyes. Why not take a gamble? Perhaps this man is someone I can rely on. Chapter 2: The way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Bathed in the light, Su Wanqing took a closer look at the man she had spent the night with. He has a high nose bridge, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. His height is estimated to be at least 1.8 meters. They don't carry those high-end luxury brands, and they seem simple and honest, without much guile. If you took off his old clothes and put on some trendy new ones, he would definitely be a campus heartthrob. From this perspective, the situation is far better than she imagined. Inside the room, each of them was preoccupied with their own thoughts. They were all at an age where they were still naive, and neither of them knew how to break the deadlock. At that moment, the system's voice announced the issuance of a task in Lin Chen's mind. New task received: the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Task objective: prepare a nutritious soup for Su Wanqing to show her that you are a good father. System provides basic cooking skills and 1,000 yuan in starting capital to help the host complete the task. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. Time was of the essence, so he immediately got up, put on his coat, and picked up his umbrella. Wait for me at home, I'm going out to buy groceries, I'll be back soon. Oh? Okay. His words, wait for me at home, flowed into Su Wanqing's heart like a warm current, giving her an indescribable sense of security. Looking around at this old but cozy little house, she found herself vaguely looking forward to the future. Half an hour later, Lin Chen returned carrying 2 large bags and went straight into the kitchen. Mastering culinary skills activated. In an instant, countless recipes for pregnant women flooded into Lin Chen's mind, making his eyes light up. Heaven was on his side. This was exactly the knowledge he needed. Su Wanqing leaned against the door, watching him skillfully chop and stir-fry vegetables, and said with a look of surprise, I didn't expect you could cook. I was raised by my uncle's family since I was little. The first thing I had to do after school every day was cook for everyone. I gradually got the hang of it. Lin Chen said casually and easily as he chopped vegetables. But Su Wanqing felt a slight pain in her heart and wanted to know about his past. Before long, the room was filled with a wonderful fragrance. Lin Chen completed the task assigned by the system, making a tempting mushroom and chicken soup for Su Wanqing, and also stir-frying 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Try my cooking. Smelling the enticing aroma, Su Wanqing's stomach was already rumbling, and she took her first bite of the chicken soup. Wow! This soup is so delicious. It tastes even better than what a 5-star chef makes. Su Wanqing, who usually has a small appetite, had an unusually good appetite today and ate a whole bowl of rice. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day from now on. What was said unintentionally may have been taken to heart by the listener. Su Wanqing held her rice bowl, carefully observing Lin Chenfa, and the plan in her mind gradually took shape. As dusk settled, raindrops began to patter against the ground outside, making a pitter-patter sound. The rain was getting heavier. Lin Chen hesitated about how to bring it up, asking Su Wanqing if she wanted to stay overnight, but she spoke first. Lin Chen, do you still stand by your promise to take responsibility for me and the child? Of course, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Then let's live together. Ah? Faced with this sudden and bold statement, Lin Chen was somewhat stunned. Su Wanqing said earnestly, if you agree, let's make a pact now, sign and put our fingerprints on it, and go to a lawyer for notarization tomorrow. Okay, whatever you say. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, which surprised Su Wanqing. The two brought paper and pen, sat around the table, and seriously considered matters related to living together. First, during our cohabitation, we will live separately, and you may not enter my room without my permission. Okay, I'll tidy up the master bedroom for you to stay in later. Second, during the cohabitation period, neither party may bring friends of the opposite sex to their home, and neither party may disclose their relationship. If either party violates this agreement, it will be considered as abandoning the cohabitation relationship, and they will never have any contact with each other again. Good. Third, because I am pregnant, you cannot smoke indoors or bring the smell of smoke into the house. I don't smoke or drink, and I have no bad habits. The only thing that might affect you is that I sometimes take on freelance work and need to stay up late coding at night. But don't worry, I'll close the door and keep the noise down so it won't disturb your rest. Okay, that's all. Is there anything else you'd like to add? No. Lin Chen shook his head, took a pen, signed his name at the end, and pressed his fingerprint. Let's leave it at that for now. If anyone has any new ideas later, we can discuss adding them. Su Wanqing placed her name and handprint next to Lin Chen. Looking at the names of the two people on the paper, she felt that the paper resembled an ancient marriage certificate. The moment this thought crossed Su Wanqing's mind, she was startled by herself. Could Lin Chen have put some kind of sleeping potion in that soup he made? Otherwise, how could she have developed such a strong liking for this man she had only met twice? The next day, Lin Chen woke up early and made congee with preserved egg and lean pork for Su Wanqing. I have class in the morning, so I need to go back to school. Okay, I'll take you. The two ate their meal at the table in a natural and seemingly ordinary atmosphere, yet the atmosphere was harmonious. An hour later, the two appeared side by side on campus, instantly attracting countless eyes. As he passed the basketball court, a basketball suddenly fell from the sky and landed right in front of Lin Chen. The basketball was just an inch away from hitting him in the face. It was clearly intentional. Wan Qing, who is this person? Zhao Kai, the captain of the school basketball team, glared at Lin Chen with hostility. His henchmen, all shirtless, came over like gangsters in a movie, glaring at him menacingly. Su Wanqing looked displeased and was about to speak when Lin Chen spoke up first. I am Wanqing's friend. Friends? Zhao Kai raised his voice. I heard you can't even afford rent? This kind of trash doesn't deserve to be Wanqing's friend. The thought of Su Wanqing rejecting his confession yesterday, going out in the rain to find this poor boy, and not returning home all night made Zhao Kai furious. He glared angrily at Su Wanqing. What do I have that I'm inferior to this poor wretch, that you'd rather go to him than me? Su Wanqing's face was cold as she gritted her teeth and said, Zhao Kai, this is my business, it has nothing to do with you. None of my business? Let me tell you, Su Wanqing, from childhood to adulthood, there's never been anything I, Zhao Kai, haven't set my sights on that I haven't gotten. As he spoke, Zhao Kai reached out and grabbed Su Wanqing. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately stepped forward, blocking between the two and grabbing Zhao Kai's wrist. Brother, relationships are based on mutual consent, not forced transactions. You should respect Wanqing's choice. Damn it, where did you come from, you poor bastard? I'm not going to lecture you. Zhao Kai was indignant and swung his fist at Lin Chen's face. Ding! Host detected as being provoked, new mission triggered. Mission objective, slap the provocateur in the face. Any form of provocation is acceptable. Completion of the mission will earn you a generous reward. Chapter 3. I also know a little bit about martial arts. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He had always been a well-behaved and law-abiding boy since childhood, rarely had conflicts with others, and had little experience in fighting. Considering that he still had 2 days left on his eloquence proficiency trial card, I decided to try to persuade him with reason first. Zhao Kai, Lin Chen said politely, a person should be judged by their character and ability, not by the price of their clothes. I study and live on my own merits, without stealing or robbing, and there is nothing shameful about it. But you, in front of so many people, put pressure on and provoked a girl. Is this what you call being worthy? Wanqing is free to choose who to be her friend. No one needs to tell her what to do. Zhao Kai was speechless, his face turning ashen. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around to watch the commotion, he couldn't bear the loss of face any longer and shouted angrily, Who do you think you are? When have I ever needed a poor wretch like you to tell me what to do? I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand. Do we come to school based on grades, or, as you said, on family background to determine social status? Lin Chen's humble and eager to learn demeanor made Zhao Kai feel like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. Even if he was impulsive, he knew he couldn't provoke conflict between the rich and poor in public, so he turned his gaze to Su Wanqing. Is this your reason for choosing him? What's so good about such a glib-tongued man? Lin Chen took a step back, blocking his view of Su Wanqing, and smiled. I don't really have any strengths, but I've never failed a course. I heard that Captain Zhao broke the school's record for failing courses last semester. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Put. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Kai's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he was so angry that he almost ground his back teeth to powder. Poor academic performance was a lifelong regret for Zhao Kai, otherwise, he wouldn't have become a sports student. However, it's really embarrassing to have it said in public like this. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around him, he couldn't afford to lash out, so he could only glare fiercely at Lin Chen and grit his teeth, saying, Kid, don't be so arrogant. He took a step forward and warned in a sinister voice that could only be heard by the two of them, Be careful when you walk, and don't twist your ankle. Thank you for the reminder, I will be careful. Lin Chen remained unfazed by his threat, maintaining his refined smile. Zhao Kai, indignant, turned and left with his underlings. After the storm subsided, the classmates who had been watching looked at Lin Chen with more respect in their eyes. So he's the computer science genius and campus heartthrob, he's really handsome. No matter how handsome he is, he's not yours. Didn't you see the art department's campus belle standing right next to you? You know what, they really are a perfect match. Oh dear, what a pity. Our school has such a handsome guy hidden away, and I only found out today. Listening to the whispers, Su Wanqing looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Thanks. Her tone held more trust as she reached out and took Lin Chen's hand. Ding. Mission complete. Rewards: Permanent Oratory Mastery Beginner Level, Aura Suppression upgraded to Beginner Level. The system notification sounded, but Lin Chen's attention was entirely focused on the little hand holding his. At this moment, the real warmth in his hands was more precious than any system reward. Lin Chen escorted Su Wanqing to the classroom door before handing her school bag over. I'll go home and cook, then I'll pick you up after class. Good. The two waved goodbye, both feeling a pang of reluctance. After leaving school, Lin Chen went straight to the supermarket to buy groceries. While making soup at home, he worried about his bank account balance. The baby will be born in 8 months. This includes daily expenses, maternal nutrition, monthly prenatal checkup fees, and future hospitalization fees. Including after the child is born, they will need to rent a house in a better environment, which all adds up to a lot of money. Where can we get this money? Just as he was racking his brains, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Main quest now activated, earn 10,000 yuan in starting capital within 24 hours. Task rewards: Basic Business Skills, Double Funds Card 1 day. Activate your basic business skills. Activation of the Double Funds card is valid for 24 hours. As the skill was activated, Lin Chen's brain started working at high speed, and countless low-cost, high-return business plans suitable for campuses were swirling in his mind. He quickly digested and analyzed the information, and selected a project that satisfied him from among many low-cost businesses. Campus Self-Service Printing Service. He had this idea before, but due to a lack of startup capital and numerous other matters, he was unable to proceed. Now, with the analysis from the system's introduction to business, he has determined that this is a highly profitable business, and also the service that all students urgently need right now. Time was of the essence, so Lin Chen immediately turned off the stove and rushed to a nearby second-hand market, where he used all the cash he had to buy a used printer. Holding his laptop, he used his exceptional programming skills to write a small self-service printing program in just 2 hours. He grabbed the printer and headed straight for the dormitory building. Uncle Zhang, I'd like to start a printing business with you. How about this? After deducting my costs, we'll split all the profits 30-70. What do you think? Alright, but this is a dormitory after all, so you absolutely mustn't cause any trouble. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I guarantee it's a legal and compliant small business. Just leave the goods here and watch them scan the code to pay. They can handle everything else themselves, you don't need to worry about it at all. Fortunately, the system's mind-reading experience card hadn't expired yet, and with his eloquence at the beginner level, Lin Chen's every word accurately struck a chord with the dormitory manager. With the dormitory manager's approval, Lin Chen successfully started a small business in the boys' dormitory building. Come on, print your papers and photocopy your documents. Black and white is 50 cents a page, color is 1 yuan a page. As Lin Chen called out, students who were worried about where to print their papers and materials were drawn over. This is so convenient. The line at the print shop is half an hour long. Wow, printing here is half price, and the paper quality is pretty good. The owner deserves to be honored in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Listening to his classmates' chatter, Lin Chen looked at the amount of money rolling in his account and smiled confidently. Ding! Progress, 3,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan. The funds doubling card is activated, 6,000 yuan has been credited to your account. This is just the profit from 1 hour. At the current rate, the goal of 10,000 yuan can be easily achieved in less than 3 hours. 9 o'clock the next morning. The money doubling card became invalid, and the balance in Lin Chen's card increased from tens of yuan to 32,000 yuan. He was overjoyed and looked at Su Wanqing, who was all ready to go, feeling more confident in his role as a stay-at-home dad. Let's go, I'm ready, let's go to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. Chapter 4: I know who your husband is. Lin Chen naturally took the backpack from Su Wanqing's hand, and the ride-hailing car was waiting downstairs in advance. He arranged everything in an orderly manner, even perfectly avoiding peak traffic hours. Upon arriving at the hospital to get her number, Su Wanqing immediately looked annoyed. Oh no, I forgot to book an appointment with a specialist a day in advance, and now only regular appointments are available. Look what this is. Lin Chen smiled and waved his phone, showing her the appointment he had booked with a specialist. When did you make this reservation? I had no idea. Since this is your first time accompanying me to a prenatal checkup, I definitely need to do my research beforehand. How can I be completely unprepared? Su Wanqing's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and her beautiful smile was captivating. Unfortunately, the warm atmosphere was ruined by the sudden sarcastic remarks from the side. Young people these days are shameless. They get pregnant at such a young age and still have the nerve to come to the hospital for prenatal checkups? If you ask me, if they don't keep themselves clean, 9 out of 10 pregnancies will be stillbirths, and the last one will be a deformed child with a crooked mouth and eyes. Su Wanqing's face turned pale instantly, her fingers trembled slightly, and large tears slid down her cheeks. The jeweled, plump woman, Li Jinhua, raised her chin, ignoring Lin Chen's cold face, and cut in line in front of them. Is Director Zhang here? Go tell him I'm here for a prenatal checkup. The nurse looked troubled. Mrs. Li, all the specialist appointments are full. Would you like to book a regular appointment instead? That's your business. Li Jinhua raised her voice. Do you know who my husband is? One phone call and your dean can come out to receive you. Ding. Mission triggered, slapped the face of the wicked woman who cursed her wife. Task reward, Pregnancy Nutrition Gift Box X1, unlocks Li Jinhua's personal information. As the system's mechanical voice faded, Li Jinhua's personal information appeared in Lin Chen's mind. He tightened his grip on Su Wanqing's hand, shielding her behind him, and glared at Li Jinhua with cold eyes. No matter your background, shouldn't you at least have some basic human decency? To be able to cut in line so brazenly and to hurl curses at strangers like that, you're truly one of a kind. Are you here alone for your prenatal checkup because your husband is afraid of being embarrassed along with you? You. Li Jinhua blushed and her expression turned ferocious after being spoken to. Lin Chen didn't give her a chance to speak and continued coldly, I've met your husband. He was trending on social media recently. He was reported by a student for using a postgraduate entrance exam spot to seduce someone, and as a result, the girl's boyfriend broke his third leg. He's now suspended from his position at the medical university, isn't he? These words immediately stirred up a huge wave of controversy. Wow, I thought her husband was some big shot. Turns out he's just that shameless old man. That couple is absolutely disgusting. They think Haicheng is their private property, where they can do whatever they want. Considering you're pregnant, you'd better go and line up obediently, or don't blame us for kicking you out. Hearing the laughter around her, Li Jinhua's face turned ashen, and her finger trembled as she pointed at Lin Chen. You little bastard, I'll tear your mouth apart. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Jinhua lunged at Lin Chen. Seeing her round, ball-shaped belly, everyone stepped back, afraid that she might fall and miscarry, causing trouble for themselves. To everyone's surprise, Lin Chen not only did not retreat, but instead grabbed Li Jinhua and pinned her to the ground, rendering her unable to move. You bastard, let me go right now. If I lose the baby in my belly, I'll make your whole family pay with their lives. Then you need to get pregnant first. As Lin Chen's icy voice fell, Li Jinhua's eyes widened in disbelief, and she forgot to resist. How did you know? I know all your secrets that you don't want anyone to know, so I advise you not to mess with me. Otherwise, I'll expose them online and your whole family will be in deep trouble. Li Jinhua looked at him with fear, as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat. At this moment, Director Zhang from the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department rushed over. Make way, everyone. Upon seeing Li Jinhua's large, fleshy face, he immediately felt a splitting headache. Mrs. Li, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you? This is the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department, we can't treat infertility. And for your husband's condition, even if Hua Tuo were reincarnated, he couldn't do anything. The surroundings were so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Li Jinhua instantly became a clown. Seeing that she had already lost face, Lin Chen didn't continue to pester her and let go of her hand. Li Jinhua was freed and immediately sprang to her feet, then rushed out of the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department with her head down. Pa! This is her retribution. She cursed others to have stillborn babies, and now both she and her husband are infertile. They deserve it. This woman is either crazy or a pervert. She's not pregnant, but she's pretending to be pregnant. Hee, you know what, just looking at her belly, I really thought she was about to give birth. Ding. Mission complete, reward issued, please check your account. With Li Jinhua no longer a problem, the prenatal checkups continued. Director Zhang personally examined Su Wanqing, and everything was normal. Upon hearing about the pregnancy recipes Lin Chen prepared daily, Director Zhang gave him a thumbs up. These days, very few husbands bother to learn about pregnancy, let alone cook for their children. Young man, you're doing a great job. All young fathers today should learn from you. Young lady, you have excellent taste. You found such a wonderful husband, and you're sure to be very happy in the future. Su Wanqing blushed slightly and looked shyly at Lin Chen. Their hands, which were under the table, unconsciously clasped together. The two walked out of the hospital in the sunlight. Little did they know that on the second floor, a sinister gaze was fixed on them. Yes, just a poor student who claims to know all our family's secrets. We must find out who he is. The days flowed by, and then came the headache-inducing pregnancy symptoms. Even with a detailed pregnancy diet and comprehensive knowledge about pregnancy, Lin Chen was unable to reduce morning sickness. Such obvious morning sickness gradually led to the exposure of their secret. That day, in the classroom corridor, Lin Chen unscrewed the ginger and jujube tea he had specially prepared and handed it to Su Wanqing. Drink some before class starts, it'll help stop the nausea. Good. Su Wanqing took the thermos, and just as her soft lips touched the cup, a discordant, mocking voice sounded from behind her. Oh, I didn't expect school heartthrob Lin to be so considerate. Lin Chen's classmate Wang Ming and his cronies walked in with wicked smiles, their eyes fixed on Su Wanqing's lower abdomen. You know what, even though our school heartthrob Lin is poor, he's still pretty good in those areas. These days, Su Wanqing has been suffering from severe morning sickness, and she goes out with Lin Chen every day. Her pregnancy is already an open secret. Wang Ming was one of Su Wanqing's many suitors. After hearing the news, he was so angry that he couldn't sleep for several days. He just couldn't understand how a goddess like Su Wanqing could willingly have a child for a poor guy. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Chen was filled with jealousy and even more contempt. Especially seeing his cheap clothes from a street stall, Wang Ming sneered and took out 3,000 yuan from his wallet. Su Wanqing, do you not have money for an abortion? Here you go. Take my advice, don't hang out with this kind of poor bastard with no future. If you really don't have a man, I can reluctantly take you in. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Ming's wrist was grabbed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's strong biceps bulged high, and his fierce aura pressed down on him. Wang Ming, my family's financial situation is not as good as yours, but I don't gossip behind people's backs. I didn't repeat 3 years of school before I got into university, and I'm not still asking my parents for money at the age of 25 or 26. Compared to you, I am indeed not as good as you. Wang Ming didn't know if his wrist was hurting so much that his face turned blue, or if he was too angry to argue. He hesitated for a long time before finally managing to stammer, "Let go. My hand is about to break." Lin Chen sneered contemptuously, and with a flick of his wrist, Wang Ming landed face down on the floor. "Where do you get the confidence to bark at me like a dog, you weakling?" Wang Ming scrambled to his feet, desperate to save face, and while backing away, he didn't forget to utter a threat. "Lin Chen, don't be so smug. Let me tell you, you've messed with some big shot. You're dead." Chapter 5. How will you support my daughter? Only after watching Su Wanqing enter the classroom did Lin Chen turn around and walk towards the computer science department with peace of mind. On the way, a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Main quest issued, earn 20,000 yuan within 72 hours using your computer skills to save money for your pregnancy. Task rewards, intermediate programming proficiency level, bank account doubling card X1. Even without any missions, Lin Chen was thinking about how to find new ways to make money. With the doubling card gone and the printing craze over, the daily net income from printing in the dormitory building is now only around 1 or 200 yuan. This income is clearly not enough to support my child and wife. Just then, my phone suddenly vibrated. It was Director Li from the college calling. "Lin Chen, I just saw the self-service printing system you made in the dormitory building. It's very good." Director Li got straight to the point. The college urgently needs a reservation mini program for freshman registration. How long do you think you can finish it? The school's budget is 20,000 yuan, but if you do a good job, I can help you apply for an increase in the budget. This is just like a perfect pillow for someone who's sleepy. I can produce a first draft today. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Time waits for no one, so Lin Chen immediately took his notebook and went to the library. He found a secluded corner and turned on his computer. Intermediate programming proficiency skill activated. As the system's voice sounded, he instantly entered a wondrous state. Those obscure and difficult codes flooded his mind, and his fingers flew across the keyboard without the slightest lag. What would normally take 3 days of work, he completed the initial version development in just 3 hours thanks to his skills. In addition, modules such as dormitory allocation query and check and process guidance have been further optimized on top of the original basic functions. Lin Chen confidently sent the first draft to Director Li. I glanced at the time. It was just as Su Wanqing finished class. Back home, Lin Chen was heating oil in a wok when Director Li called. Lin Chen, this program far exceeded the school's expectations. We just tested it, and there were no bugs, plus it was fast enough. I made a special application to the school for you, and we got 50,000 yuan for the production budget. From now on, the school leaders will ask you to do all similar projects. Thank you, teacher. If you have any questions about after-sales service, please feel free to contact me. Okay, that's settled then. I've already had the finance department transfer the money to your account. Please check it. Good. The call had barely ended when I received a text message on my phone confirming that 50,000 yuan had been deposited into my account. Ding. Mission complete. Your bank account balance has been doubled using the funds doubling card. As Lin Chen watched the balance in his account fluctuate until it finally settled at 100,000 yuan, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. What are you laughing at? Su Wanqing looked at Lin Chen grinning foolishly while holding his phone and couldn't help but ask, a little puzzled. Wang Ning's provocation left a lingering resentment in Lin Chen's heart. He didn't want to be looked down upon, and he didn't want Su Wanqing to feel insecure. I have a little surprise for you. He casually opened his mobile banking app and handed it to Su Wanqing. Looking at the balance on the app and the recent deposit of 100,000 yuan, Su Wanqing stammered in astonishment, This is what you earned today? Lin Chen gently wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her hair. This is just the beginning. I told you, I won't let you and the child suffer. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was speechless for a long time. She snuggled into the man's arms like a kitten. You don't have to shoulder everything alone, I can help you share the burden. I am a man, and it is my duty to protect you and your daughter from the wind and rain. Lin Chen, thank you. I should be the one thanking you for giving me a home. The two leaned against each other, their hearts growing closer and closer. The rules they agreed upon before moving in together have gradually been forgotten. The next day, the two walked out of the teaching building hand in hand, and saw a middle-aged woman carrying an LV bag walking briskly towards them in the distance. Lin Chen instinctively shielded Su Wanqing behind him. Mom! Lin Chen was taken aback when he heard Su Wanqing address the woman. Oh no, judging from my future mother-in-law's attitude, she definitely won't agree to this marriage. Hello, Auntie. Su's mother frowned, looked Lin Chen up and down, her eyes sharp as knives, her displeasure clearly written on her face. She glared at Su Wanqing, her tone leaving no room for argument. If I don't come to your school, how long do you intend to keep this from me? Come to the hospital with me right now. As she spoke, Su's mother pulled Su Wanqing out from behind Lin Chen and dragged her toward the Land Rover parked on the side of the road. Mom! Shut up! Look at him, how will he support you and the child? I'm your mother, would I ever harm you? The commotion from Su's mother attracted the students who had finished class. Everyone stopped and craned their necks to look. Su Wanqing felt utterly ashamed, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Lin Chen felt heartbroken and quickly went to chase after him. Just then, the system's mechanical voice rang in my mind. Ding! Emergency situation detected. Urgent mission activated, win over your future mother-in-law and keep the child. Task reward, free prenatal checkup package X1. Lin Chen took a deep breath, spread his arms, and blocked Su's mother's way. Auntie, even death row inmates need to be interrogated and convicted. Could you give me a chance to introduce myself? Can you give me just a few minutes? Su's mother silently scrutinized Lin Chen once more. It has to be said that this boy was vastly different from what she had imagined. He assumed that the boy who tricked his daughter into having a child must be an ignorant, sleazy, and disreputable hoodlum. But looking at the handsome, sunny young man in front of her, whose demeanor was poised and confident, she simply couldn't bring herself to say those harsh words. The key is to look at the young man's attitude. He's not the type to shirk responsibility. After thinking for a moment, Su's mother nodded, okay, let's go to the coffee shop across the street. After saying that, Su's mother pulled Su Wanqing and walked straight towards the coffee shop. Lin Chen followed behind, giving Su Wanqing a reassuring look. 10 minutes later, in a private room at the coffee shop. Su's mother said coldly, no matter what you say, I will take Wanqing to have an abortion in 10 minutes. The atmosphere suddenly turned icy. She continued, I know your name is Lin Chen. I inquired about your family situation before I came here. Your parents died in a car accident when you were 8 years old. Your uncle seized your family's compensation money, claiming he was going to support you, but in reality, he just made you live in a cowshed. Your college tuition was paid for with loans, which are still not paid off. Do you think you have any means to support my daughter and the child in her womb? When someone reopened his wounds, Lin Chen wasn't angry. He simply calmly took out his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and showed his mother the balance of nearly 200,000 yuan. Auntie, I know this money may be insignificant to you, but it's a pregnancy fund I've earned for Wancheng and her baby since she got pregnant. He swiped the screen to bring up a photo of the project contract he signed with the college. This is a long-term cooperation project I recently signed with the school. I will have a stable income every month. In addition, I am currently running a self-service printing business at the school. I can earn at least 10,000 yuan a month. Of course, this is just a conservative, minimum estimate. For example, a temporary project I did yesterday brought in 100,000 yuan in one day. This is random, and I can't be sure. It might be one a day, or it might be one every few days. I also can't predict the amount. It could be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. I can't say for sure. Auntie, I'm saying all this just to prove to you that I'm capable of supporting Wanqing and the child in her womb. Please give me a chance to prove to you that I can be a good father, okay? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Su's mother's mind went blank. This child actually earned 200,000 yuan in just 1 week. Chapter 6 unlocks the mindset of a top student. Looking at Lin Chen, who was articulate and sincere, Su's mother glanced at the unwavering determination in her daughter's eyes, a stubbornness she had never seen before. Her tense face relaxed slightly, but still held a scrutinizing look as she coldly said, "Fine, I'll give you some more time to prove yourself." After saying that, she turned and walked to the Mercedes parked by the roadside. After opening the car door, Su's mother glanced back at Lin Chen with a cold look in her eyes. "You better keep your word. If you dare to let my daughter suffer even the slightest injustice, I won't let you get away with it." Watching the car drive away, Su Wanqing breathed a long sigh of relief, finally able to relax. She loosened her grip on Lin Chen's arm, her knuckles white from the force she had just exerted, her voice filled with lingering fear. "I was really afraid that my mom would have dragged me to the hospital without thinking. When she gets angry, she won't listen to any advice. Luckily, you're here." Lin Chen could feel her body trembling, and gently patted the back of her hand. "The moment my hand touched her delicate skin, it froze." He withdrew his hand, his voice gentle yet firm. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Since I've said I'd take responsibility, I'll definitely prove it to you, Auntie, and I'll absolutely give you and the child a stable home." As soon as the two returned to their rented apartment, Su Wanqing felt a wave of nausea and vomiting. She quickly covered her mouth, staggered into the bathroom, and began to dry heave over the toilet, tears streaming down her face. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward, handed her warm water to rinse her mouth, and thoughtfully took out a soft towel to wipe away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes. Looking at her pale and haggard face, Lin Chen frowned, feeling heartbroken. Recently, she has been experiencing more and more frequent morning sickness, and she can't sleep well at night, waking up frequently and tossing and turning, unable to fall back asleep. He saw it all, and it pained him deeply. At times like these, all he could do was silently remember what foods could relieve morning sickness and prepare them for her in various ways. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Urgent mission: persuade Su's mother to demonstrate stable living ability. Successful. Rewards have been issued, and the family communication skills proficient skill has been activated. Prenatal checkup package free is now linked. Lin Chen handed over a glass of honey water, sat down next to Su Wanqing, and handed her his phone. "I've already made an appointment with Director Zhang at the Women and Children's Hospital next Monday. She's the same expert who saw you last time. I'll go with you, and we'll do all the necessary tests." Su Wanqing looked up at her phone, where the appointment information was clearly displayed. The appointment information above was very clear, with the consultation time and precautions clearly noted, which warmed my heart. I thought Lin Chen was just casually agreeing, but I didn't expect that he had already arranged everything. She turned to look at Lin Chen, who was staring at her with genuine concern in his eyes. She whispered, "Lin Chen, thank you. Please don't take my mother's words to heart." Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, then opened his mobile banking app and showed her his balance and the contract with the school project. "This is the advance payment for my previous project. Combined with the income from the print shop, it's now close to 20,000 yuan. I'm planning to expand the printing business to other dormitories, and then our income will double." I definitely won't let you suffer any injustice. Su Wanqing's gaze lingered on the screen for a few seconds before she looked up at Lin Chen. He was wearing faded jeans, sitting upright, and his determined gaze made her heart tremble slightly. She didn't speak, she just nodded. Perhaps he really can keep his word. However, this trust still needs time to be verified. After all, they haven't known each other for very long, and there's still a long road ahead. Lin Chen stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Drink some honey water, and I'll make you some corn and pork rib soup. I heard that corn can relieve morning sickness, so I specially bought some sweet corn. He skillfully picked, washed, and rinsed the vegetables and rice, working with great enthusiasm. Listening to the sound of running water coming from the kitchen, Su Wanqing leaned back on the sofa, her tense nerves gradually relaxing. The next day, in a computer science class, the teacher wrote a complex problem on the blackboard. This problem was the final challenge of last year's programming competition. Give it a try and see who can come up with the optimal algorithm within half an hour. The winner will receive 5 extra points on their final exam. The classroom fell silent instantly upon hearing this. You could hear a pin drop. The students all bent down to do calculations, and the scratching sound of their pens writing filled the air. Are you frowning or scratching your head, stumped by this question? Zhao Kai, sitting in the last row, didn't write anything. He squinted at Lin Chen, who was sitting in the middle, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Ever since he was humiliated by Lin Chen on the basketball court, he had been looking for an opportunity to teach that kid a lesson. Now, the opportunity has arrived. He cleared his throat, deliberately raised his voice, and shouted sarcastically, Lin Chen, I heard you're really good at computer programming. You even helped the school make a small program last time. You can definitely handle such a simple question. Why don't you go up and show everyone what you've got? Stop hiding it from us, let us learn from you. As soon as he said this, all eyes in the class turned to Lin Chen. Some were curious, some felt sympathy, and most were just watching the spectacle. This problem is extremely difficult. Even top students in their major courses can't find a solution. Finding the optimal algorithm within 30 minutes is almost impossible. Zhao Kai is clearly trying to embarrass Lin Chen on purpose. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Side quest triggered, complete the optimal algorithm within 30 minutes and get the highest score in class. Task reward, top student thinking mastery. Once activated, it allows you to quickly break down complex problems and improve your logical reasoning abilities. Top student mindset mastery activated. The moment the top student's mind is activated, the originally obscure code and intricate logic chain on the blackboard seem to form a lit line, and countless problem-solving ideas flash through their mind at lightning speed. It's as if the constraints have been broken, and every note has become exceptionally clear. He stood up, turned to look at Zhao Kai sitting in the last row, and smiled calmly. Alright, since Zhao Kai thinks so highly of me, I'll give it a try. Zhao Kai scoffed, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Stop pretending. You'll be embarrassed when you can't solve it. He leaned back, crossed his arms, and waited to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself. Lin Chen walked up to the podium, picked up the chalk, and wrote fluently on the blackboard. His thinking was clear, and every step he took was precise. The originally complex algorithm was broken down into simple logical modules. It progresses step by step, with each step interconnected. As the solution gradually improved, the exclamations in the classroom grew louder and louder. Wow, that's an absolutely brilliant idea. I haven't even figured out the starting points yet, and he's almost finished writing? This Lin Chen is truly a hidden talent. Chapter 7. The print shop expands by 2 buildings. Zhang Kai's smile froze instantly. He sat up abruptly, staring intently at the blackboard, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was a repeat student, so he knew better than anyone how difficult the question was. He couldn't even understand this difficult problem, but Lin Chen not only solved it, but his thinking was also so ingenious. Lin Chen put down the chalk, glanced at the time, and turned to look at the teacher. Teacher, I finished in 20 minutes. The teacher strode up to the podium, carefully reviewed the solution process, and became increasingly surprised and excited, clapping and praising it repeatedly. Great! That's fantastic! Lin Chen, your problem-solving approach is incredibly innovative, with concise steps and rigorous logic. It's definitely a piece you could use to compete and win an award. Thunderous applause erupted from the class, and the students looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Zhao Kai's face turned ashen, filled with shame and indignation. He wished he could disappear into the ground. He originally wanted to embarrass Lin Chen and make him lose face. Unexpectedly, his cleverness backfired, allowing him to shine even brighter, which made him even more frustrated. He glared at Lin Chen through gritted teeth, secretly vowing, "You just wait." As soon as the bell rang and Lin Chen stepped out of the classroom, he saw Su Wanqing standing by the window in the corridor, holding a bottle of warm water. Sunlight streamed through the window, making her appear even more gentle and serene. "You were really amazing just now." She took 2 steps forward and handed over the water, her face unconsciously flushing. Her tone carried a hint of surprise, but more so, approval. She heard everything that had happened in the classroom just now, standing outside the door. Lin Chen took the water, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and smiled. "I just happened to have an idea." He sensed that Su Wanqing's gaze towards him, besides the previous trust, seemed to have gained a touch of admiration. The next second, Lin Ye's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Uncle Zhang, the dormitory manager, along with a photo. "Lin Chen, the print shop is booming today. People from other dorms are coming to me to print things, and a lot of girls from other dorms are asking for help with printing. We've already made over 1,000 print jobs this morning alone. At this rate, we can both make a lot of money. Uncle, I really have to thank you. It's all thanks to you that I've been able to earn so much money." In the photo, a long queue is formed outside the dormitory manager's office, with students scanning QR codes to print out their documents. Lin Chen smiled, having taken the first step in his entrepreneurial journey. Next, he will continue to work hard to give Su Wanqing and their child a stable future. Lin Chen had just replied to Uncle Zhang's message when his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, he answered the phone, and a somewhat familiar female voice came from the other end. "Is this Lin Chen? I'm Aunt Wang, the dormitory manager of dormitory building number 5. Uncle Zhang told me that your self-service printing business is doing quite well. I was wondering if you could put a machine in our building as well." Her voice carried a hint of urgency and a touch of embarrassment. "All the students in our building are girls, so we can't go to Uncle Zhang's place to print. We usually have to go out and travel a long way to print. I was thinking, if I could put one here, it would not only be convenient for the students, but I could also earn some pocket money. Wouldn't that be even better?" Lin Chen was overjoyed the opportunity to expand his printing shop had arrived. Without any hesitation, he immediately agreed. "No problem, Aunt Wang. I'll bring the documents to discuss this in detail this afternoon. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing turned to look at him, her eyes full of curiosity. "Are we going to talk about the print shop?" Lin Chen nodded and took the bag from her hand. His fingertips accidentally touched her hand, and they both froze for a moment. He quickly moved away, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Su Wanqing pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed, and said softly, "Okay, then good luck, be careful, and don't overwork yourself." Looking at her flushed face, Lin Chen felt a subtle, indescribable feeling welling up inside him, and quickly changed the subject. "Okay, I got it. You don't have class this afternoon, right? Go back and get some rest. I'll cook for you when I get back." At 2:30 p.m. sharp, Lin Chen appeared in front of dormitory building number 5. Aunt Wang was already waiting at the dormitory manager's office door. She was wearing a gray employee uniform and hurriedly went to greet Lin Chen when she saw him arrive. "Xiao Lin is here. Don't just stand at the door, come in and sit down." The dormitory manager's room was not large. There was a stack of cardboard boxes and 2 bags of empty plastic bottles placed against the wall. As soon as she sat down, Aunt Wang looked conflicted, her tone filled with deep worry. "Xiao Lin, don't think I'm being long-winded, but I still have my own concerns. After all, the machine takes up space, and it'll be hard for me to explain when the school leaders come to inspect. Also, if students encounter problems printing, I won't know how to fix them. If students cause me trouble, I won't be able to handle it at all." Lin Chen was prepared. He opened his backpack, took out the printed revenue statement for building number 1 and the cooperation plan, and handed them to Aunt Wang. "Aunt Wang, take a look. This is the revenue statement for building number 1 last week. It averaged over 1,000 yuan per day. Uncle Zhang took 250 yuan. This is a screenshot of the transfer I made to him. Not a penny less. The machine is about the size of a school desk and doesn't take up any space. If you put it next to these cardboard boxes, even if the leaders come, they won't notice it." As he spoke, he turned on the computer he had brought and showed her the self-printing app. Students can simply scan a QR code to upload files, select the specifications, and then pay for printing. The whole process is self-service and requires no manual intervention from you. Also, I've set the service to stop after 10 p.m. so it won't affect everyone's rest. If the machine breaks down, just give me a call, and I'll be there right away. I'll cover the repair costs, you just need to keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't get lost. And Wang's eyes lit up when she saw the numbers on the revenue statement. She was clearly tempted. Just as he was about to agree, a voice full of doubt rang out from the side. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but I think it's unlikely. A lot of people are printing papers these days, but once nobody prints them anymore, the machine will just be useless. Your business definitely won't last long. The person speaking was Uncle Lou, the dormitory supervisor of Building 4. He happened to be passing by and overheard their conversation, so he came in. With his round belly protruding, he held a thermos in his hand and stared at Lin Chen suspiciously, looking him up and down. You're not planning to make a quick buck and run away, are you? You're just a student, we don't know anything about you. We dorm supervisors can't afford to take the risk with you. What if you lose your job? It's not worth it. Chapter 8, The Responsibilities and Duties a Man Should Have. Lin Chen wasn't angry. He smiled and opened the chat history in the student group on his phone. Uncle Lou, you see, students in other dormitories are complaining that they have to go outside the school to print. Many people want more machines to be added to the dormitories so that it will be more convenient. Some people even say they'd rather wait in line longer to print their photos here, because my prices are almost half the price of other places. Even after this peak season for thesis printing has passed, there are still plenty of people printing review materials and courseware. Plus, graduates and interns need to print their resumes, so business will definitely be booming. After a pause, he added, I can guarantee that through our cooperation, you will earn at least 1,500 a month, without having to work hard or worry about anything. Besides, I'm a computer science student at this university, and my identity information can be verified. I want to make some money and gain some entrepreneurial experience through this business, so there's no need for me to run away. I'd also like to add a second-hand goods consignment business to my future. It's convenient to leave students unwanted items with you, and we can share the profits, making our income even higher. Uncle Lou didn't speak, staring at the revenue statement and calculating it repeatedly in his mind, his doubts gradually dissipating. Alright, I'll cooperate with you too. When can you get the machine over here? Don't let it interfere with business. And Wang hurriedly agreed, afraid of being a step too late. I agree. Xiaolin, you'd better hurry up and make the most of the time. Lin Chen smiled and agreed, feeling relieved. The expansion plan was progressing more smoothly than he had imagined. I'll go to the second-hand market tonight to find a machine, and I'll come over first thing tomorrow morning to install and debug it. That evening, he went to the second-hand market and, after much persuasion, bought 2 printers that were almost new for 5,000 yuan. They hired a tricycle to deliver the machine to the school. I was busy until midnight before I finally put the machines in the 2 dormitory management offices and debugged the mini program. Only then did I drag my tired body back to my rented room. Ding! Printing service expanded to 3 dormitory buildings, startup progress met. Rewards awarded. Basic printer repair skills proficient activated, enabling quick troubleshooting and repair of common faults. The cash payment of 8,000 yuan has been received. Lin Chen picked up his phone and saw the bank's notification that his money had been deposited. A smile crept onto his face, and he felt full of energy. The printing business was finally on track. He's one step closer to his goal of providing Su Wanqing and their child with a stable life. On Sunday evening, Lin Chen was tidying up in the living room. Inside the backpack were Su Wanqing's ID card, prenatal checkup booklet, and some tissues and wet toilet paper that she had prepared in advance. He checked it repeatedly, afraid of missing anything. Su Wanqing leaned against the doorframe, watching him bustling around, and felt as if a warm current had flowed into her body. It's just a prenatal checkup at the hospital, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Lin Chen took the note he had written and walked up to her. These are the precautions for the examination that I looked up. You need to have a full bladder on an empty stomach tomorrow morning. You mentioned last time that you were afraid of blood tests, and I asked the doctor about that too. They can be done last. Also, hearing the rambling words, Su Wanqing felt even warmer. It turns out that there really are people who take their little things to heart. This feeling of security was something I had never experienced before. She didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly, her trust in him growing even more. the two still slept separately at night. However, their hearts had unknowingly grown a little closer. The next morning, Lin Chen got up early, and after getting ready, the two of them took a car to the maternal and child health hospital. When it was Su Wanqing's turn for her prenatal checkup, Lin Chen handed Dr. Zhang the dietary records he had prepared in advance. The document meticulously records everything Su Wanqing ate each day, her sleep schedule, and even the frequency of her morning sickness. The handwriting is neat and easy to read. Director Zhang flipped through the records, nodding repeatedly, his gaze towards Lin Chen full of approval. Young people these days rarely have your level of attention to detail. A pregnant woman's stable emotions and regular diet are especially good for the fetus's development. Young man, you're a good husband, and you'll be a good father in the future. Su Wanqing blushed and looked shyly at Lin Chen, only to meet his concerned gaze. She quickly looked away, her heart sweeter than honey. This man truly cares deeply for her and their child. The test results were all normal, and there were no problems. It was a bit windy when I left the hospital. Lin Chen naturally took off his coat and draped it over Su Wanqing's shoulders. The coat still carried the warmth of his body. Feeling this warmth, Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, but she did not refuse. Instead, she naturally took his arm. I can't even remember how many times I vomit during my pregnancy. How do you remember so clearly? Her voice was soft, and her tone carried a dependence that she herself was unaware of. Lin Chen smiled, reached out, and helped her button up her clothes, then adjusted her collar. This is what I should do. As long as you and the child are okay, I'm willing to do anything. I forgot to tell you some good news. The printing machine has added 2 more buildings. Once things settle down, I'll take you to buy new clothes. And clothes for the kids. It's a bit early now, but we can pick some out in advance. What style do you like? Su Wanqing chuckled softly, her dimples appearing and disappearing as she stroked her slightly protruding belly. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet, it's too early to buy now. Let's wait until the baby is born. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Lin Chen looked at her, his gaze intense. Whether it's a boy or a girl, I love them all as long as there are children. Please rest assured, I will give you and the children a stable home. I know it's a bit early for me to say this now, but time will tell. Su Wanqing looked up at him, listening to his plans for the future with a serious expression and eyes full of determination. At this moment, he was like a dazzling star, exceptionally radiant. She responded softly, tightened her grip on Lin Chen's arm, and got into the taxi she had booked in advance. As she watched the trees rushing past the car window, Su Wanqing's thoughts drifted. Can he shoulder responsibility for a short time, but can he shoulder it for a lifetime? Human nature is complex and fickle, no one can guarantee anything. Su Wanqing closed her eyes, leaned against the car window, basking in the warm sunlight, and stopped thinking about it. Even if she didn't say anything, Lin Chen could read the complex emotions in her eyes, worry and confusion about the future, as well as deep sorrow and doubt for him. Lin Chen didn't rush to make any promises, he needed time to prove that he was a good man worthy of trust and commitment. Chapter 9: Slapping the Face of Snobbishness. Ding! Side quest triggered. Select a suitable multifunctional pregnancy pillow for Su Wanqing and resolve potential interpersonal awkwardness. Task rewards: prenatal massage techniques mastery, 5,000 renminbi cash, and a discount card for all maternity and baby products 20% off. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This mission had come at just the right time. He turned to look at Su Wanqing, who was still basking in the sunlight with her eyes closed, and said softly, Wanqing, I heard that a multifunctional pregnancy pillow can relieve morning sickness and your frequent nighttime awakenings. You don't have class this afternoon, so I'll take you to a maternity store to buy one. Su Wanqing opened her eyes, still showing signs of fatigue, and was slightly taken aback. Ever since she became pregnant, she has felt that she has been troubling Lin Chen too much. He bustled around her, constantly fussing over her. She instinctively wanted to refuse. No need, I heard that thing is quite expensive. I'll just have to put up with it. Lin Chen interrupted her, his eyes full of tenderness. You don't need to worry about the money. I made some money from the printing business before, plus the advance payment for the school project, which I also received. Buying this for you is nothing. It's painful for me to see you not getting enough rest. Buying a pregnancy pillow will make you more comfortable. His tone was natural, full of concern, but not in an attempt to please. He was genuinely considering her feelings. Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. Meeting Lin Chen's earnest gaze, she hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right then, thank you. In the afternoon, the two tidied up briefly and then went to a nearby maternity and baby store. Upon entering, one is greeted by a dazzling array of maternity and baby products neatly arranged on the shelves. Lin Chen pulled Su Wanqing to the maternity pillow section and carefully looked at the product descriptions and usage details on the shelves. He would also occasionally bend down and ask her how she felt. "Look, this pregnancy pillow is great. It can support your waist and your belly. Why don't you try it out and see if it's uncomfortable?" Seeing his thoughtful gesture, Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. But after seeing the price, he shook his head. "You don't need to buy something so expensive. Just buy something ordinary and it will do. You're just starting out in your business, so you should save some money." Lin Chen handed her the pregnancy pillow, his tone firm. "As long as it's good for you and the baby, we absolutely cannot compromise." Just then, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out behind the two of them. "Oh my, isn't this Su Wanqing? What a rare guest. I never expected you to come to a place like this." The two turned around and saw a girl in a wrap dress carrying a very eye-catching pink designer bag walking over with a middle-aged bald man by her arm. The woman was looking them up and down with a disdainful gaze. "This girl is Li Na, Su Wanqing's former best friend. She used to always hang around Su Wanqing and freeload off her." Later, after hearing that she was pregnant with the child of a poor student, he began to deliberately distance himself from her. "If we happen to run into each other occasionally, I'll make a few sarcastic remarks." Li Na's gaze fell on Lin Chen, her face filled with disgust, and a disdainful smile curled at the corner of her mouth. "So you're Lin Chen? I heard you couldn't even afford tuition, but now you have money to buy Wanqing a pregnancy pillow? Don't just buy any cheap one and settle for it. That would be worse than not buying anything at all. These kinds of things are a case of you get what you pay for. Using cheap stuff will actually harm your health. My boyfriend bought me an imported one. Just one pillow cost 5,000 yuan. Li Na picked up the maternity pillow she had just bought and deliberately shook the designer bracelet on her wrist, the diamonds on it sparkling under the light. Her boyfriend also puffed out his chest in agreement, looking all rich and powerful. The mothers around them who were choosing maternity and baby products all turned their heads and curious eyes fell on Lin Chen and Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's face instantly darkened. She grabbed Lin Chen's clothes, tugged at them gently, and whispered, "Let's try another one." She knew what kind of person Li Na was, and arguing with her would only make her look foolish. However, a sense of grievance still welled up in my heart. Lin Chen had only meant well by accompanying her shopping, showing her thoughtfulness by wanting to buy her a pregnancy pillow, but he was ridiculed for it. Seeing Su Wanqing's actions, Lin Chen gently patted her hand and calmly looked at Li Na, who was smugly provoking him. In the past, he might have remained silent and dared not speak out because of his poverty and hardship. Things are different now. He has real confidence and will not be treated as a pushover to be manipulated by others. He wasn't angry. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he picked up the same maternity pillow as Li Na. By carefully examining the label and reading the instructions, I quickly discovered the trick. Lin Chen pointed to the place of manufacture on the label and said emphatically, "This imported maternity pillow of yours clearly says that it was made in China on the label. How come it's considered imported just because it has some foreign English label on it? Isn't this just a piece of junk masquerading as a foreign brand?" Li Na's expression suddenly changed, but she forced herself to remain calm and retorted loudly, "What are you doing, you country bumpkin? This is a product manufactured in China by a foreign brand, and its quality is exactly the same as the imported ones." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, lifted a corner of the pregnancy pillow, unzipped it to reveal the filling, and spoke to the curious mothers who had gathered around. "It's obvious what's inside. This so-called imported pregnancy pillow is filled with recycled cotton. It feels rough to the touch and has a distinct odor. Long-term use by pregnant women will not only affect their own sleep quality but also harm the baby in their womb." Hearing his words, more and more mothers gathered around, carefully examining the pregnancy pillow in Lin Chen's hand. Soon, someone stood up and spoke out angrily. "It really is recycled cotton. Merchants these days are so unscrupulous, using such inferior products to cheat pregnant women like us. I was scammed before. I bought a counterfeit imported baby product, and it broke down after only a few days." Li Na's face turned deathly pale instantly, and she stood there helplessly. "I originally wanted to show off a bit, but I never expected to embarrass myself so badly." Her boyfriend also felt embarrassed and turned his head away awkwardly, breaking free from Li Na's hand and walking forward without looking back. Lin Chen ignored the two people and instead took out the discount card for maternity and baby products that the system had rewarded him with from his pocket. He walked to the counter, handed the discount card to the clerk, and bought the most expensive smart adjustable maternity pillow in the store. Originally priced at 2,000 yuan, it is now only 1,600 yuan after the discount. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the cashier's desk. With a beep, a notification sound indicating successful payment was heard. The pregnant women around were stunned and began to whisper among themselves. My goodness, this young man is so generous. He just bought it without hesitation. That's what it means to truly love your wife, unlike some people who buy counterfeit goods and then flaunt them everywhere. Chapter 10 needs time to prove itself. Lina's face flushed red and then turned pale, wishing she could disappear into the ground. She looked at the smart adjustable maternity pillow in Lin Chen's hand, then at the counterfeit product in her own hand, and trembled with anger. She stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. Lin Chen, holding the packaged maternity pillow, walked to Su Wanqing's side, looked at her tenderly, and said softly, Wanqing, let's go home. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Chen with pride in her eyes. Having such a man protect her and always think of her is both heartwarming and reassuring. She took Lin Chen's arm and walked past Li Na with her head held high, not even giving her a glance. As they walked out of the baby store, Su Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle, you looked so cool just now. It was so satisfying to see Li Na looking so defeated. I said I would protect you and the child. With me here, I will never let you suffer any injustice. Lin Chen smiled, his eyes full of seriousness. Su Wanqing didn't speak, but gave a soft reply, her eyes filled with a strange emotion. Back in his rented room, Lin Chen placed the smart pregnancy pillow on the bed and adjusted it according to the instructions. Su Wanqing lay on the bed and tried out the pregnancy pillow. It was very comfortable, and the swelling and back pain she had experienced before were relieved instantly. Lin Chen thought of the pregnancy massage techniques that the system rewarded him with, and stepped forward. I've also learned some massage techniques for pregnancy. Let me give you a massage, it'll make you more comfortable. Su Wanqing turned her head to look at him, somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful, having gone to learn massage techniques specifically for her. I did not refuse, I accepted it gladly. She nodded and turned to lie on her side on the bed. Lin Chen reached out and gently massaged her shoulders, waist, and finally legs. The technique was professional yet gentle, with the fingers applying just the right amount of pressure, massaging from top to bottom little by little. Su Wanqing squinted comfortably, feeling a warm current spreading through her body along with Lin Chen's massage. She relaxed completely, and the soreness and fatigue disappeared. For the subsequent massage, Su Wanqing needed to lean against the pregnancy pillow, and her head was suspended in the air, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen took the opportunity to hold her in his arms and carefully massaged her lower back and abdomen. Nestled in his arms, watching his earnest expression, Su Wanqing felt a surge of inexplicable emotions. Under this comfortable massage, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and she gradually fell asleep. Looking at her sleeping profile, Lin Chen had a million things he wanted to say. He knew that Su Wanqing couldn't fully trust him at this stage. However, compared to the beginning, there is now more trust. Lin Chen knew that actions speak louder than words, and time would prove that her choice was right and that she was the right person. Recently, the printing business in the dormitory building has been booming. There are long queues at the entrance from morning till night. Students, carrying their papers and course materials, crowded inside. The printer kept running without stopping. In just half a month, Lin Chen recouped his investment and even made a considerable profit. The 3 dormitory supervisors were all smiles, having also made money from the situation, so they were naturally happy. In the afternoon, Lin Chen went to Building 1 to organize the receipts. Uncle Zheng chuckled and handed him a bottle of iced cola, patting him on the shoulder and saying with a smile, "Little Lin, this is all thanks to you, allowing me to make an extra profit." Aunt Wang and Uncle Lu also came over, their faces full of joy, their eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. Yes, business is so good right now, the 3 of us have made quite a bit of money too. It doesn't take much effort, and we don't have to do anything. We just need to keep an eye on the machine. It's really made things much easier for us. At this moment, Aunt Wang stepped forward and whispered, "The dormitory managers from other buildings are all very envious. They come to inquire every day, wanting to cooperate with you so that you can install printers in their buildings as well. They also want to make money from this." Lin Chen took the coke from Uncle Zhang and said politely with a smile, "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Wang, Uncle Lu, you're too kind. This is the result of our joint efforts, not just my achievement. As for the other buildings, I'll talk to them properly after I'm done with these next couple of days." Lin Chen knew that this was a great opportunity to expand his business, and he was determined to seize it. However, he was currently preoccupied with Su Wanqing's graduation project, so this matter naturally had to be postponed. In the rented room, under the dim light, Su Wanqing frowned as she looked at the drawing board, her eyes filled with exhaustion and confusion. Her graduation project, The Rhythm of Pregnancy, has been delayed for almost a week. In the center of the canvas was the profile of a pregnant woman she had painted, but no matter how she adjusted the light and shadow, the lines always seemed stiff and lacked any aesthetic appeal. No matter how she changed the lines she drew, or even increased the color saturation, it all looked particularly out of place. Lin Chen walked over with a cup of warm honey water and saw Su Wanqing sitting there, holding a paintbrush tightly, in a daze. Her eyes were bloodshot, a sight that broke one's heart. Lin Chen looked at him with heartache and asked, "Do you have any other good ideas?" Su Wanqing sighed softly, took the honey water, took a small sip, and looked dejected. "My mentor said that my lighting and shadows were too lifeless, stiff, and lacked emotional resonance, and that it was impossible to see what I was trying to express. There are only 3 days left until the graduation exhibition, and I don't even know how to revise it. I have no clue what to do." As soon as she finished speaking, her phone vibrated. It was a voice message from Shui Shanshan, her classmate and former best friend, accompanied by a photo of her newly completed artwork. Her voice was full of undisguised boasting. "Wanqing, my painting Winter Romance is finished. My advisor said my design is good and has a good chance of winning an award. How's your painting The Charm of Pregnancy coming along? As a friend, I'm telling you the truth. You're pregnant now, so it's normal that you don't have the energy. Even if you're talented, you don't take care of yourself. Who can you blame for getting pregnant at this time? Don't even think about winning any awards. You should be grateful that your graduation exhibition can be held smoothly. Don't dream about anything else." Su Wanqing's face was extremely pale. She gripped her phone tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Shui Shanshan was her good friend before, but ever since she found out that Lin Chen was pregnant and that he was a poor guy with no money, she has been making sarcastic remarks and saying hurtful things. They used to mock her for being pregnant and hindering her creative work, but now they're pouring cold water on her enthusiasm and she's not even going to act anymore. When Lin Chen heard the voice message, he frowned. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort, the system notification suddenly sounded. The system has detected that the host needs to assist Su Wanqing in completing her graduation project, triggering a temporary task, optimize the rhythm of pregnancy within 3 days and win first prize at the graduation exhibition. Task reward, beginner level mastery of light and shadow aesthetics, custom baby hand-drawn commemorative album template. Chapter 11 Graduation Exhibition stuns the audience. The next second, a surge of knowledge about color matching, light and shadow layout, and composition flooded into Lin Chen's mind. He used to be able to simply judge paintings as either beautiful or ugly, but now he has a different feeling about them. The entire painting is broken down into countless details, allowing him to see more variations. The transitions between light and shadow, the outlining of lines, the saturation of colors, the angle of light and shadow, and even the thickness of the paint are all judged with extreme precision. Lin Chen walked to the easel and stared intently at the canvas, observing it carefully. Now, with professional judgment, the problem can be identified at a glance. He stretched out his hand and pointed to a spot on the canvas. "Look here, the outline of the pregnant woman's belly. You used a warm orange color, it's too eye-catching. Actually, pregnant women should have softer lines and switch to slightly neutral colors. The transition will be more natural and won't look too abrupt. Another crucial issue is that the light is coming from the side. I know you want to emphasize the contours, but doing so will make it too harsh. Slightly changing the angle so that the light comes from a diagonal direction will make the shadows more layered." Su Wanqing was stunned when she heard these words. She never discussed any professional knowledge about art with Lin Chen. What she didn't expect was that every point Lin Chen mentioned hit the nail on the head regarding what was troubling her, and how she had been unable to find the optimal solution. After a moment's thought, Su Wanqing did as Lin Chen said, albeit with some skepticism. Since she had no ideas at the moment, she might as well give it a try, even if it seemed hopeless. She first adjusted the lighting, and then changed the previous warm colors to neutral colors. When she depicted the pregnant woman's belly, the lines that were originally somewhat stiff and striking now appeared much softer. Moreover, it also exudes a unique charm. Su Wanqing looked up at Lin Chen in surprise and exclaimed, "You really look better." While her eyes gleamed with excitement, a hint of surprise and inquiry also appeared in them, filled with doubt. "How do you know all this?" "I helped with the design drawings when I was working on that project with the school." I overheard them talking about it a lot, so I remembered a bit of it, Lin Chen said, scratching the back of his head and making up an excuse. He cleverly used this excuse to explain, making it half true and half false, leaving no room for criticism. This not only explained why I used this knowledge, but also didn't seem too abrupt. For the next 2 days, the two of them stayed in their rented apartment. With his mastery of light and shadow aesthetics, Lin Chen helped Su Wanqing adjust the layout of the picture little by little. A light golden powder was added to the pregnant woman's hair, as if sunlight had been sprinkled on her head, reflecting tiny glimmers of light. The original white background was changed to a light pink that creates a more atmospheric feel. Not only does it complement the pregnant woman, but it also conveys the tenderness of pregnancy and the longing for new life. At first, Su Wanqing simply made the changes according to Lin Chen's suggestions. Later, seeing how seriously he was studying and pondering, I couldn't help but laugh and suggested, "Since you're so interested and knowledgeable, why don't I teach you a few strokes?" She picked up a pen and drew a simple mango pattern on the scrap paper. "Try it, just draw it like I do." Lin Chen took the pen and clumsily drew on the paper. The mango was drawn crookedly, as if someone had stepped on it. Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. She walked over, took his hand, and patiently taught him how to draw. "Don't grip the pen so tightly, relax your wrist, and follow the lines, like this." The two unconsciously leaned their heads together, and Lin Chen could smell the faint scent of shampoo on Su Wanqing's hair. Warm breath sprayed onto his earlobe, and Lin Chen's body stiffened involuntarily. His ears turned red instantly, and his hand holding the pen trembled involuntarily. Su Wanqing noticed his stiffness, and a blush quietly crept onto her face. She quickly let go of his hand, pretending to look down at the draft paper, not daring to look up at him. You should try it yourself first." In order to help Su Wanqing understand how to depict light and shadow more realistically, Lin Chen took her to a nearby park the next morning to photograph the sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lin Chen held up his phone and squatted down to help her take pictures of the light from different angles. "Look at this beam of light, shining on the petals, it looks just like the hem of the dress you're wearing." As Su Wanqing watched him squatting on the grass, carefully adjusting the angle of his phone and taking pictures, she felt as if her heart had been gently bumped by something. Before this, she always thought that Lin Chen was taking care of her out of a sense of responsibility. However, she had seen Lin Chen take care of her these past few days, and this meticulous care warmed her heart little by little. 2 days later, the art department's graduation exhibition arrived as scheduled. The exhibition hall was filled with various artworks, with Shui Shanshan's winter love placed in the most prominent position. Surrounded by her classmates, she proudly boasted, "It took me more than a month to adjust the lighting and colors for this painting." I asked many teachers, and they all said I would definitely win an award, unlike some people who are pregnant and still trying to finish their paintings. Who knows what they'll end up with? No sooner had he finished speaking than a considerable commotion arose at the entrance of the exhibition hall. Su Wanqing's The Charm of Pregnancy was displayed in the most prominent position. On the canvas, a pregnant woman lies on her side on a soft blanket, sunlight streaming through the window onto her slightly protruding belly. The interplay of light and shadow creates a perfectly balanced gradient between soft light and color. The pregnant woman had a faint smile on her lips, her eyes filled with anticipation for the baby in her belly and the joy of becoming a mother for the first time. The lighting and shadows are exquisite, making it feel like a scene I saw with my own eyes. Every inch, every stroke reveals deep emotion. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and watch, marveling at the sight. My God, the handling of light and shadow is so delicate, it almost makes me cry. This painting is absolutely amazing. This is actually Su Wanqing's work? I heard she was pregnant and it affected her creative process, but I didn't expect her to be so amazing. Exclamations of amazement rose and fell. Su Wanqing stood beside the painting, smiling and nodding somewhat shyly in acknowledgement. Lin Chen stood beside her, his eyes filled with relief and joy. The judges walked over and nodded repeatedly after seeing the painting, The Charm of Pregnancy. It's not just the details of light, shadow, and color that are handled very well, but most importantly, the emotional resonance. It perfectly expresses the feelings of a pregnant woman, fully embodying the tenderness and anticipation that are expected. This is the level that a graduation project should have. You have a bright future ahead of you. Soon it was time for the awards ceremony, and the host, microphone in hand, announced the winners loudly. First prize in this graduation exhibition. Su Wanqing, The Charm of Pregnancy. Chapter 12. A straight person has nothing to fear. Su Wanqing covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes instantly reddening and welling up with tears. Lin Chen patted her shoulder and said softly, go up and claim your prize. She strode onto the stage, accepted the award certificate, stood in the center of the stage, and subconsciously looked at Lin Chen, her excitement palpable. Meeting his gentle gaze, their eyes met, and Su Wanqing felt a sweet warmth welling up in her heart. Shui Shanshan, sitting in the audience, looked extremely ugly. She clenched her fists tightly and glared fiercely at Su Wanqing on the stage, feeling extremely ashamed and indignant. She thought Su Wanqing's pregnancy was interfering with her creative work, and that the award was hers for the taking. Unexpectedly, not only did she not delay her creation, but she also completed it so well the clown was actually herself. After the awards ceremony, Su Wanqing walked up to Lin Chen with the certificate in her hand, her eyes brimming with tears, and her voice choked with emotion. Lin Chen, thank you. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have won this award. Lin Chen scratched his head sheepishly and said with a smile, you drew it well yourself. I just helped out a little. You won an award today, let's go out and celebrate. When she heard him say the word we, Su Wanqing's face flushed slightly and felt hot. She nodded gently. After Su Wanqing finished her graduation project, Lin Chen, through Uncle Zhang's introduction, met with the dormitory managers of several other buildings. He brought the cooperation plan and distributed it to everyone. It was written clearly on it. The requirements are the same as before. They don't need to do anything, just keep an eye on the machine so it doesn't get lost, and the profit sharing remains the same. Everyone thought the job was easy, convenient, and profitable, so they agreed on the spot, just waiting for Lin Chen to deliver the machine. After giving his instructions, Lin Chen left immediately. I hadn't gone far when I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to mention some details, so I turned around and walked back. Several dormitory supervisors had not yet left. Among them, the oldest supervisor, Uncle Lu, was smoking a cigarette, puffing out clouds of smoke, his eyes full of calculation. This kid is still young. If you ask me, we brothers should work together. Once he buys the printer and installs it, we'll say that since people use this machine every day, we should raise the maintenance fee. At that point, he'll have no choice but to agree, otherwise the machine will be a burden for him. After he finished speaking, one of the dormitory managers hesitated before saying, this is really unfair. We've already reached an agreement, and suddenly changing our minds and raising the price on the spot won't look good if word gets out. Uncle Lu didn't take it seriously, blowing smoke rings with a disdainful look on his face. What's wrong with that? We're helping to watch over all these machines, what's wrong with asking for a little more money? He's just a student, how dare he take us seriously? It's no use if he disagrees. The machine is left here unattended. If it gets lost, he'll still have to pay for it himself. In the end, he'll still have to listen to us. They exchanged glances and fell silent, clearly showing that some of them were tempted. Everyone wants to make more money, and doing this is indeed a bit unethical, but no one would turn down money. As they pondered their own thoughts, Lin Chen strode forward, his face calm but his voice cold. Uncle Lu, you were the ones who actively sought to cooperate with me. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The group of people looked up abruptly, and their expressions froze instantly when they saw Lin Chen. Uncle Lu was taken aback, but he still tried to remain calm, throwing the cigarette butt on the ground and stomping it out forcefully. What are you saying? We were just having a casual chat. Lin Ye's gaze swept around the room before finally settling on Uncle Lu. Are you trying to scheme against me? I'm an upright and honest person, and I set clear prices. You already knew about the profit sharing before you even came to me to discuss cooperation, so you didn't have to put in any effort at all. If you're willing to cooperate, then we'll follow the agreed upon rules, and everyone can focus on making money. If anyone thinks they can use this to manipulate me, then there's no need for that. He paused, then his tone hardened further. Even if the self-service printer is installed, I'm not afraid of anyone trying to pull this trick on me. At worst, I'll just dismantle the machine and move it to Uncle Zhang's 3 dormitory buildings. The more printers they install, the more money they'll make. Everyone will know who lost out on that money. Just then, a student who had been standing nearby watching the commotion overheard this and couldn't help but speak up. Yes, Lin Chen is right. It's so convenient to have a printer installed. We don't have to go so far to print anymore. Are you trying to scam him? That's right. Before, we had to go outside the school to print, but now we can print right here on campus, and it's much cheaper. Why are you always trying to take advantage of us? Everyone chimed in, and Uncle Lu's face instantly turned red. Enraged, he glared at the meddlesome student, then glared at Lin Chen and roared angrily, "Stop trying to stir things up. I was just saying it casually, and you took it seriously? You're so petty." Lin Chen glanced at him, too lazy to argue with him any longer, and turned to the other dormitory managers, saying seriously, "If you're willing to cooperate with me, I'll buy the machine tomorrow and find someone to install it. As for Uncle Lu, since you feel that cooperating with me is not profitable enough and has not met your expectations, then forget it. I don't want to force you to do anything." Before Uncle Lu could say anything, he turned and left, leaving Uncle Lu stomping his feet in frustration. That afternoon, Lin Chen went to the second-hand market and bought 4 more second-hand printers. The next day, he found a professional technician to come and install and debug them. With printers now available in their dormitories, students are much more relaxed. They no longer need to queue in other buildings to print, nor do they need to go outside the school and spend a lot of money to make copies. Online payment and QR code printing are very convenient. In just 1 week, the dormitory supervisors earned 700 or 800 yuan and were all smiles. Uncle Lu, however, felt resentful and envious as he watched others make money while he himself didn't get a penny. He sat in the dormitory manager's office, getting angrier and more unwilling to accept it. While no one was paying attention, Uncle Lu secretly went to the school's logistics department and reported Lin Chen and the dormitory manager for secretly installing a printer in the dormitory building. They even embellished the story, claiming that Lin Chen illegally occupied the dormitory's common space for profit and used money to coax the dormitory manager into cooperating. The next day, Vice Principal Wang, along with several school leaders, found Lin Chen, who was replacing ink cartridges in a printer. Vice Principal Wang stepped forward, his face stern, and coldly questioned, "Lin Chen, someone reported that you illegally installed a printer for profit on campus and even tricked the dormitory manager into making illegal profits. You'd better explain yourself clearly, otherwise you will definitely be punished." Chapter 13 Professional Yoga Guidance. The surrounding students were taken aback and curiously gathered around to watch the spectacle. Lin Chen's heart sank. Just as he was about to explain, a system notification sounded in his mind. "A malicious report has been detected against the host, triggering a task. Explain the self-service printer cooperation model to school leaders, prove your innocence, and expose the whistleblower's true intentions. Task rewards, business negotiation skills beginner, campus resource access beginner." The next second, Lin Chen felt a clear negotiation strategy instantly flood his mind. With a smile on his face, he calmly took out all the previously signed agreements, procurement contracts, and detailed operational data. After handing it to Vice Principal Wang, he slowly began to explain. "Vice Principal Wang, please listen to me. The installation of self-service printers will be a great help to students. There are machines right in the dormitories, so they don't have to go outside. The price is also much cheaper than outside. It's really convenient." After a pause, he continued, "Also, all my collaborations are based on contracts. Whether it's equipment or maintenance, I am fully responsible. The dormitory managers are only responsible for looking after the machines. The profit sharing is clearly written down, and there is no deception involved. And most importantly, I have already reported the installation of the printer to the principal, but I haven't explained it in detail yet. I will also cover the monthly cost of the machine myself, and I will absolutely not take advantage of the school." After speaking, he glanced around and his gaze fell on Uncle Lu, whose face was gradually turning ugly. His eyes were icy cold and his voice carried a hint of chill. "As for the person who reported me, it's because they tried to raise the price when we were discussing cooperation, and after I refused, they held a grudge and deliberately did something bad." Vice Principal Wang reviewed the materials Lin Chen handed over and questioned the dormitory supervisor, Uncle Zhang, and other students to confirm that everything Lin Chen said was true and there was no deception or concealment. His expression softened, and he turned to look at Uncle Lu, who was hiding behind the crowd, with a stern expression. "Lu Gang, did you maliciously report me because the cooperation failed? As a dormitory supervisor, it's despicable for you to use such petty tricks and spread rumors." Uncle Lu's little scheme was exposed, and his face quickly turned red. He stammered and couldn't say a word. The students around him couldn't help but laugh. Faced with these pointing and whispering voices, Uncle Lu wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Vice Principal Wang turned to Lin Chen, putting on a smiling face. "Lin Chen, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Your self-service printer is really good and it has indeed made things more convenient for students. I hope you can continue to stay true to your original aspirations and do a good job in this area." After the matter was resolved, Uncle Lu became the laughingstock of everyone. People scorned him and ridiculed him relentlessly. Some students also reported that Uncle Lu accepted bribes and extorted money from students, and was eventually dismissed and left in disgrace. When Lin Chen returned to his rented apartment that evening, he saw Su Wanqing sitting on the sofa, gently rubbing her aching back with her hands, her brows furrowed slightly. Lin Chen hurried over and gently massaged her, his eyes filled with heartache. It seems that pregnancy pillows only provide limited relief for lower back and abdominal pain. How about I take you to enroll in a professional prenatal yoga class? I've heard that prenatal yoga can alleviate this problem and is beneficial for both the pregnant woman and the fetus. Su Wanqing looked up at him, somewhat tempted, but clearly hesitant. But yoga classes are already expensive, and prenatal yoga classes will probably be even more expensive. Should we avoid wasting our money? Lin Chen prepared a cup of honey water and handed it to him, his eyes resolute. Don't worry about the money, I'm here for you. As long as it makes you more comfortable, any amount of money is worth it. Seeing his serious expression, Su Wanqing nodded gently, her heart touched. After saying that, Lin Chen picked up his phone and started looking for the best yoga studio nearby. The next morning, Lin Chen took Su Wanqing to register. As soon as the two entered the yoga studio, they saw Li Na walking over in a designer yoga outfit, her face full of pride, deliberately raising her voice. I hired a professional private coach. She's a well-known yoga teacher in the industry, specializing in one-on-one prenatal guidance. One class costs 1,500 yuan. The teacher watches over you the whole time and can correct any mistakes in your movements immediately. It's much better than your group practice classes, where there are too many people and it's too noisy. The teacher can't pay attention to anything, and it's a waste of time to practice. When the other students looked over, Su Wanqing lowered her head uncomfortably. Lin Chen held her hand, offering her comfort and strength, and said calmly, practicing yoga requires relying on yourself, not just on the instructor. The system notifications sounded as soon as he finished speaking. Temporary task triggered assists Su Wanqing in completing a high-quality yoga practice, mastering the key points, and thwarting Li Na's boasting. Task rewards: prenatal yoga knowledge proficient, free yoga mat plus lower back support pillow. Lin Chen helped Su Wanqing sit down on the yoga mat and provided professional guidance. Keep your feet together, don't slouch, and keep your back straight. He patiently adjusted Su Wanqing's posture and carefully corrected her mistakes. Note that when breathing, place your hands on your abdomen, close your eyes, and feel your breath gradually sinking down. Slow down your breathing, relax your shoulders, and let them gradually sink down. Following Lin Chen's instructions, Su Wanqing made adjustments little by little, and she could clearly feel the soreness in her waist and abdomen gradually subsiding. At that moment, Li Na's personal trainer came over for a walk. When she looked at Lin Chen and Su Wanqing, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, staring intently at Lin Chen's instructions. After watching for more than 10 seconds, she couldn't help but step forward and give Lin Chen a thumbs up. Hello sir, your yoga instruction is truly professional, especially your coordination of breathing and movements. It's even more detailed than what I teach, and your postures are incredibly standard. Are you also a yoga practitioner? Li Na's expression froze instantly, her face turning red and white in turns, looking terribly pale. She never expected that the personal trainer she had hired at a high price would praise Lin Chen in front of everyone. However, the personal trainer didn't notice Li Na's embarrassment and turned to her, saying, Miss Li, this gentleman has a very thorough understanding of prenatal yoga. If there's anything you don't understand, you should learn more from him. He's definitely much better than me. The other students all heard Li Na's smug words, and she immediately felt ashamed. She glared at Su Wanqing and Lin Chen, then hurriedly left the classroom with her personal trainer. After the practice, Lin Chen handed Su Wanqing a bottle of warm water, took out a towel, and thoughtfully wiped the light sweat from her forehead. I'll come with you every day from now on. With my guidance, it'll be much more considerate than private lessons. Su Wanqing leaned gently against him, a shy blush appearing on her face, her heart filled with sweetness. It's so good to have you here. Is chapter 14 about being moved or liking something? Lin Chen's self-service printers are becoming increasingly popular, with long queues forming at all 7 machines in the dormitory building from morning till night. People were printing course materials, photocopying papers, and developing photos in a constant stream. Looking at the continuously rising profits in the back end, Lin Chen's lips curled up. With the final payment for the school cooperation project arriving, he now has over 400,000 yuan in hand. That afternoon, Lin Chen went to the market and bought a lot of fresh ingredients. After returning home, he immediately went into the kitchen. He officially prepared the fresh pomfret, scaling and removing the gills, gutting it, and making incisions on its body before marinating it with cooking wine, scallions, ginger slices, and minced garlic. After blanching the pig's trotters, add brown sugar to the pot and stir fry until the sugar caramelizes, then add water and simmer slowly. Even for the water spinach that Su Wanqing liked to eat, Lin Chen would carefully remove the old stems, for fear that it would affect the taste. 2 hours later, a sumptuous meal was ready. The stewed pork trotters with tender and chewy soybeans, the braised pomfret with its perfect color, aroma, and flavor, the stir-fried water spinach with vibrant green leaves, and a large bowl of bird's nest, white fungus, and red date soup. Su Wanqing, supporting her pregnant belly, walked into the living room, and her eyes lit up with surprise when she saw the table full of dishes. As the two sat down to eat, Lin Chen remembered something very important. He put down his chopsticks, took out a bank card from his pocket, and gently pushed it in front of Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing glanced at the bank card, her eyes filled with surprise. "What are you doing?" "I have a total of 400,000 yuan on hand right now. I'm giving you half of it so you can feel more at ease." Lin Chen looked at her earnestly, his tone sincere and firm. "You're pregnant now, and after the baby is born, it will cost a lot of money. As soon as I earn money, I'll transfer it to this card. It's a kind of security for you and the baby, and at least it will put your mind at ease." Su Wanqing held the bank card, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. She looked down at the braised fish that Lin Chen had just put on her plate, and her nose suddenly felt sore. This man is always like this, doing things quietly and giving her a great sense of security without making a sound. Su Wanqing felt that he was reliable and responsible. Despite being touched, she was still somewhat worried, and her brows furrowed slightly. "I know you're very capable, but I'm a little worried. After you graduate, will the school continue to let you work on the self-service printers? And the most important point is that school collaboration projects can't happen every day, and that's the most tricky part." Lin Chen picked up a tender pig's trotter for her and served her a bowl of bird's nest soup before smiling and explaining, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I researched and wrote the core program for the self-service printer myself. I figured out the operation and algorithm logic bit by bit. I plan to take this project to the National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. I'm sure I'll win an award and attract investment." When he said this, Lin Chen spoke frankly, without the slightest hint of boasting. Although it's just a printer, there's a lot more to it than meets the eye. Anyone who knows a little about it knows how complicated it is. From QR code payment to cloud file transfer, and automatic fault detection and paper switching, the programming of each step is very complex. Even the most skilled programmers in the industry would find it impossible to replicate my program in less than a year or two. Su Wanqing looked up at him, and seeing his serious and confident appearance, she smiled knowingly. She suddenly felt a warm feeling in her heart, and an inexplicable sense of happiness welled up inside her. When she realized this, Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment. She didn't know that her inexplicable dependence on Lin Chen was because he was the father of the child in her womb. Or perhaps, through his daily, thoughtful, and meticulous care, she had already secretly fallen for this reliable man? Since Lin Chen's self-service printer became a hit, his classmates' attitudes towards him have changed significantly. In the past, when I saw him, he would always be indifferent, but now when I run into him, he will greet me warmly and take the initiative. The most attentive person was Zhou Lily, a classmate. She used to pretend to be weak and try to get Lin Chen's notes, but now she's like a fly, constantly buzzing around him. She'll say the printer is jammed and she wants to help fix it, or she'll deliberately sit next to him in class. She would occasionally ask him a few questions, but her attention wasn't really on the questions. Seeing her absent-minded look, Lin Chen put down the book and said unhappily, "If you don't want to listen, why did you come to ask me?" Zhou Lily's face was full of smiles. She pouted and said coquettishly, "Oh dear, I just accidentally spaced out. Why are you being so mean? No matter what, I'm a girl. You're being too rude." Seeing that Lin Chen didn't intend to pay attention to her, Zhou Lily tugged at his clothes. "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I'll definitely listen carefully. Teacher Lin, please explain the problem." Lin Chen gave her a deep look, but didn't say anything. Instead, he got up and left. He saw through this woman's little scheme at a glance. In the afternoon, Zhou Lily brought a box of tiramisu to Su Wanqing, looking completely harmless. "Wanqing, I know you're having a tough time during your pregnancy. As Lin Chen's classmate, it breaks my heart to see you like this. I specially went to buy you a box of mango-flavored desserts. This place has really good flavors. I queued for a long time to get them. You should try them." Su Wanqing looked at the tiramisu that she was offered, but did not take it. Lin Chen had mentioned to her before that pregnant women are prone to allergies when eating mangoes. During pregnancy, it's best to avoid taking any medication, as it can definitely affect the baby. Even if it's an allergy, you still have to endure that unbearable itching. Meeting her seemingly innocent smile, Su Wanqing wasn't sure if it was unintentional or deliberate, but ultimately shook her head and refused. I don't like desserts, thank you for your kindness. Zhou Lili didn't say anything, but instead pretended to accidentally throw the dessert on the ground. A smile appeared on her face as she deliberately feigned distress. Lin Chen has been extremely busy lately. I helped him organize some documents yesterday, and he didn't even have dinner until midnight. I really feel sorry for him. Su Wanqing didn't speak, but her heart felt heavy. She clearly remembered that Lin Chen had gone home early yesterday and cooked her several hours of nutritious porridge for pregnancy. How could he have been organizing documents with Zhou Lili until midnight? But looking at Zhou Lili's delicate and shy appearance, it didn't seem like she was faking it. There was an uneasy feeling hidden in her eyes. Chapter 15 Tea Master's Mishap. When Lin Chen came to find Su Wanqing, he found it a bit strange to see Zhou Lili there. Before he could speak, Zhou Lili picked up the tiramisu from the ground, sighed, and said in a wrong tone, I know that Sister Wanqing is pregnant, and I saw that you have been too busy lately and have not taken good care of her. So I specially brought her the dessert that I had to queue for a long time to buy. Unexpectedly, she rejected my offer and even threw it on the ground. Su Wanqing stared at her with wide eyes, incredulous. I never expected that she would fabricate something out of nothing and deliberately smear me. Before she could argue further, Lin Chen looked at Zhou Lili indifferently and said in a deep voice, pregnant women can't eat mangoes, they're very prone to allergies. This is basic common sense, don't you know that? Zhou Lili was startled, feeling a sense of panic as if her thoughts had been exposed. He originally wanted to play the victim to create misunderstandings and discord between them, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't fall for it at all. She quickly shook her head, feigning panic as she explained, I didn't know, I was just being kind. If I had known, why would I have done that? We've been classmates for so long, don't you believe me? She looked at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she had truly been wronged. Unfortunately, she wasted her efforts. Lin Chen saw through her little trick and sneered inwardly. Just then, the system notification sounded. Triggering task, expose the manipulative woman's attempts to sow discord and maintain trust between the couple. Task reward, a pair of custom couple bracelets for identifying green tea behavior master level. Lin Chen ignored Zhou Lili, choosing to overlook her and not bother to listen to her explanations. He took Su Wanqing's hand and turned to leave. Zhou Lili, watching the two figures gradually disappear into the distance, clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth in hatred. She won't let this go, she'll stop at nothing to get him. Even after walking a short distance, Su Wanqing was still bothered by what had just happened, and worried that Lin Chen would misunderstand her because of it, so she wanted to explain. Things aren't as Zhou Lili said. She threw the things on the ground herself, Before she could finish speaking, Lin Chen gently interrupted her, looking at her tenderly. I know what kind of person you are very well. I believe you wouldn't do such a thing. Zhou Lili has been harassing me lately, conveying some messages to me both openly and secretly. I will never doubt you because of others, and I will always trust you. Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. It felt so good to be trusted unconditionally. The following afternoon, Zhou Lili came over again. She saw Lin Chen standing next to the self-service printer, and when she leaned over to see the earnings in the back office, her eyes lit up. He was earning far more than she had imagined. After staring at her for a while, she spoke softly, her voice delicate and sweet, so tender it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it. Lin Chen, you are so amazing, so incredible. You are my idol. Now that your project is so popular and you've made so much money, you must need someone to help you manage it, right? Luckily, I'm very good at math, and I've never made a mistake when I helped my relatives with their financial statements. Plus, I also want to take the accounting exam, so letting me do your bookkeeping is definitely the right thing to do. I guarantee that every single transaction will be accurate. After saying that, she reached out her hand, wanting to touch Lin Chen's computer. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, and using his skill in identifying green tea behavior, he instantly saw through Zhou Lili's little scheme. Besides trying to sow discord between him and Su Wanqing, she also wanted to steal the project. Her scheming was impossible to hide and had nowhere to hide. Before Zhou Lili could even touch the computer, Lin Chen closed it. The computer contains detailed programming files for the self-service printer, as well as project materials from collaborations with the school, which will absolutely not be leaked. At the same time, she took out her phone, opened a screenshot of a chat, and placed it in front of Zhou Lili. That was a screenshot of her chat with a classmate a few days ago. Lin Chen's self-service printer project is really profitable. What kind of methods can we use to get a share of the pie? Or, if I could get my hands on his program, I could do it too after graduation. What do you think about me deliberately getting close to him first? If I can win him over, things will be much easier. The moment Zhou Lily saw the screenshot, her smile froze on her face. She didn't know where Lin Chen got the screenshot from, her eyes immediately filled with panic, she nervously swallowed hard, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. Lin Chen, don't misunderstand. I was just joking with my classmate. If I really had such thoughts, why would I tell other people? To be honest with you, I genuinely think this project is quite good, which is why I wanted to learn from you. And I really did help you organize materials until midnight last night. I'm really upset that you've misunderstood me like this. Lin Chen scoffed, but his tone turned icy. Helping me organize documents until midnight? Yesterday afternoon, I accompanied Wanqing to the maternal and child health hospital for a prenatal checkup, and we didn't get home until evening. We've been together the whole time. Were you organizing the documents with thin air? Or are you mentally unstable and just imagining things? Also, pregnant women shouldn't eat mangoes, they're prone to allergies. You know best what your intentions were in deliberately sending them to her. There were quite a few classmates watching the commotion. After listening for a while, they understood what was going on and looked at Zhou Lily with disdain. This woman is really too scheming, she actually tried to steal Lin Chen's project. Damn, this woman is terrifying. Isn't it basic common sense that pregnant women shouldn't eat mangoes? Anyone who's been to school knows that. I don't believe she doesn't. She's such a scheming green tea bitch. I always thought she was quite gentle and weak, but I never expected her to be so calculating. She's disgusting. Whispers rose and fell. Zhou Lily was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear. Her face was flushed, she stood there with her head down, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, wishing she could find a place to crawl into. Just as she was about to continue making excuses, Su Wanqing walked over. She walked straight to Lin Chen, naturally took his arm, and smiled gently. Turning to look at Zhou Lily, her voice was firm, powerful, and carried a deeper meaning. Zhou, you don't need to worry about my project with Lin Chen. You should focus on yourself. The scorn and insults around her threatened to engulf her like a tidal wave. Zhou Lily bit her lip, feeling ashamed, and a hint of angry jealousy flashed in her eyes. She lowered her head, covered her face, and slunk away from the crowd amidst their disgusted gazes. Chapter 16, with strength, no further words are needed. After dinner, Lin Chen took a black velvet box out of the drawer, walked to the sofa, and handed it to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing was stroking her belly while watching TV when she saw him acting mysteriously, so she curiously took the box from him. The moment she opened it, her eyes lit up. Inside were two exquisitely crafted silver chains with a frosted texture. One chain was inlaid with a sunstone, and the other with a moon and stars. There was also a small silver plaque with two characters engraved on it, Chen from Lin Chen and Chang from Su Wanqing. Seeing that she was still in a daze, Lin Chen took out the sun bracelet and naturally put it on his wrist. He picked up another one, looked up at Su Wanqing, and smiled, these are matching couples pairs. Give me your hand, and I'll put it on you. Su Wanqing nodded and obediently extended her hand. Lin Chen's fingertips were slightly cool, and the silver chain gleamed as he gently wrapped it around her wrist. After fastening the buckle, Lin Chen gently squeezed her wrist and said with a smile, the size is just right. I secretly measured your wrist before. These words caused Su Wanqing's cheeks to flush red, and the tips of her ears also turned red. She looked down at the bracelet on her wrist, which felt cool against her skin, but her heart felt warm. Su Wanqing spoke coquettishly, but her tone was very soft and gentle. Don't spend money recklessly in the future. This bracelet doesn't look cheap. Don't spend so much money in the future. It will cost a lot of money after the baby is born. I didn't waste money. This bracelet has a special meaning. The sun represents me, and you and the child represent the moon and stars. We are a family of 3. Lin Chen shook his head, his tone unusually firm. Su Wanqing didn't reply, but lowered her head shyly, stroking the moon and little stars on her bracelet, feeling sweet inside. She secretly glanced at Lin Ming, who was bending over to tidy up the things on the coffee table. The dim light overhead made him look exceptionally handsome. At this moment, Su Wanqing truly realized that Lin Chen's kindness and all his sacrifices for her had long exceeded the scope of being the father of her child. And my inexplicably quickened state of mind is clearly a sign of liking it. The following afternoon, just as Lin Chen was about to leave after finishing his class, he was stopped by Director Wang from the logistics department. "Lin Chen, wait a minute." Director Wang strode over and patted him on the shoulder. "I heard you wrote the program for the pillar printer in the dormitory building yourself? That's really impressive." Lin Chen nodded without speaking, waiting for him to continue. Seeing this, Director Wang pulled him aside and explained. "Here's the thing, my relative's company has another client who wants to build a management system, and they happen to need someone who knows programming. You happen to have real skills, so I was thinking of asking you to help out. The price is negotiable, and I'm sure you won't be shortchanged." This was a great opportunity to make money, so Lin Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Just as they were about to agree, someone suddenly rushed over and stood between them. Panting, Zhao Kai eagerly interrupted Director Wang. "Director Wang, my family is in the technology business. My dad's company deals with these kinds of systems every day, and I also studied computers. Writing these programs is a piece of cake for me." After saying that, he turned and glanced at Lin Chen, his face full of disdain and his tone mocking. "Lin Chen, your self-service printer can only fool students. It's just some basic code, what's so great about it? Let me tell you, reputable companies all have a logical structure. You don't understand anything about it, so don't mess it up and make Director Wang lose face when his relatives buy things before the new year." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled, but ignored him. "He's just a clown, why bother arguing with him?" Director Wang hesitated, considering the matter with some difficulty. He had seen Lin Chen's self-service printer firsthand. It was no ordinary device. But the fact that Zhao Kai was able to step forward and volunteer at this time shows that he is capable. For a moment, I was a little undecided. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Trigger task, a programming skills competition. Crush your opponent and expose their incompetence. Task reward, advanced programming efficiency improvement, beginner cash reward of 50,000 renminbi. Lin Chen smiled and looked at Director Wang. "Since Zhao Kai is so confident, why don't we each make a rough model of the system next year? We'll have Director Wang's relatives take a look and see whose work meets the requirements better. That way it's fair, and the director won't be put in a difficult position." Director Wang nodded in agreement and immediately made the decision. "Okay, let's do it that way. I'll drive you to the company in a bit, and I'll have my nephew explain his demands clearly. Then you'll know what to do." And so, Director Wang drove Lin Chen and Zhao Kai to his nephew Wang Ming's company. Wang Ming brought up the document, explained his needs, and gave a brief explanation. "Actually, it's not a very high requirement. We just hope to create a product inventory data management system. We want it to be simple. You can just provide a basic framework. The main thing is to look at the core functions. I will only use one person. Whoever does the best job will be the one I choose." Without any hesitation, Zhao Kai immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. "Mr. Liu, don't worry, this kind of small project is nothing to me, a piece of cake. For me, money isn't the most important thing. Besides wanting to improve myself, my main motivation is to help Director Wang." As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Lin Chen, as if he had already won. But when it came to actually programming, Zhao Kai was dumbfounded. He didn't study properly in school and only knew the most basic software usage. As for the rest, I don't understand any of it. He knew nothing about systems that required the linkage of various data and precise logic. He sat in front of the computer, his fingers randomly typing on the keyboard, but he couldn't type out any code that met the requirements. Zhao Kai grew increasingly nervous, cold sweat pouring down his face. He said that on purpose because he wanted to trip up Lin Chen. He should have known better than to show off. He secretly took out his phone and searched on Baidu, trying to find a solution, but the more he searched, the more confused he became, and he frantically pulled at his hair. In contrast, Lin Chen's thinking was exceptionally clear thanks to the advanced programming efficiency enhancing skills. Instead of immediately typing, he first asked for paper and pen, and drew out the general framework of the system, starting from registration and login, then information entry, and finally data export. Every step is clearly written out, with logical consistency and interconnectedness. Chapter 17 The Seed Quietly Sprouts. After finishing all this, Lin Chen opened the programming software and began to tap the keyboard rhythmically at a rapid pace. The code on the screen was added line by line smoothly, without any lag. Not only that, he also made detailed annotations in the code, explaining the function of each part, potential problems, and directions for future optimization, all in a very clear and detailed manner. He also considered user habits in the interface design, adding keyboard shortcuts to make it easier to operate. More than 2 hours later, Wang Ming arrived with several employees to inspect the goods. Lin Chen first gave a demonstration, opening the program, and a simple login interface popped up. After entering your account and password, you will be taken to the main page. The left side displays the function menu, and the right side displays data and other information. Lin Chen entered a name at random, clicked save, and the database was immediately updated in no more than 5 seconds. It also shows different scenarios, and the system will intelligently pop up a prompt box and automatically generate a suggestion form. As he watched, Wang Ming kept nodding and couldn't help but praise it. Lin Chen, this model is much better than I expected. It's meticulous and thoughtful. Your skills are even better than the programmers in my company. You're amazing. The employees nearby nodded in agreement and expressed their admiration. Yes, the code is really well structured and the logic is clear. It's really impressive. As a programmer, I feel ashamed. To achieve this level in such a short time is something that not everyone can do. If it were me, it might take me 10 days or half a month to reach this level. When it was Zhao Kai's turn, his face looked rather grim, and he stammered as he turned on his computer. There are only a few lines of code on the screen, and they are all wrong. I just started to get some ideas, but I haven't finished writing it yet. He tried to explain, but his voice lacked confidence and grew softer and softer. Wang Ming frowned and turned to look at Director Wang. Uncle, this kid clearly doesn't know anything. Aren't you just wasting your time bringing him here? Director Wang was speechless and extremely embarrassed, and even more dissatisfied with Zhao Kai for making him lose face so badly. He said his family was in the tech business, and I thought I'd bring him along to give it a try. I never expected him to be such a wimp. At this moment, Zhao Kai was filled with shame and indignation. He glared fiercely at Lin Chen, placing all the blame on him. If he hadn't done the program so well, how could he have made me look so bad? He was clearly trying to embarrass me on purpose. Zhao Kai grew angrier the more he thought about it. Under everyone's gaze, he grabbed his bag, covered his face, and took 2 drinks out of the company. No one paid much attention to this little incident in South Korea. Wang Ming immediately made the decision. Lin Chen, let's use your plan. Let's sign the contract now. I'll pay you 50,000 yuan as a deposit first. What do you think? Lin Chen readily agreed. Of course. After signing the contract, Wang Ming transferred 50,000 yuan directly into Lin Chen's account. When Lin Chen came out of the company, he found that Zhao Kai had not left and was still standing downstairs. He ignored it, pretending not to see it. Seeing that he was being ignored, Zhao Kai angrily rushed up and shouted in front of him, "So what if you know a few programming skills? What's so great about that?" Seeing his embarrassed and angry expression, Lin Chen laughed. It's nothing special, but some people study computer science and don't even know the most basic programming. Isn't that even more ridiculous? These words struck a nerve with Zhao Kai. He glared at Lin Chen through gritted teeth, but couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. Everything they said is true. Which of their statements is wrong? But he was unwilling to be humiliated like this, and he sneered and retorted, "My family is rich, I don't need to study that much. With my family's assets, I can live a life of luxury. But you're different. You're just a poor boy, and you can't rely on your family. You can only study hard, that's your only way out." These words couldn't hurt Lin Chen at all. He had heard such harsh words countless times before and didn't care at all. You're right, I can't count on my family, but through my efforts, things will get better for them. But if something happens to your family, you'll have no one to rely on, and you'll be left to live a life of hardship and homelessness. After saying that, he turned and left, too lazy to say anything more to this kind of person. Zhao Kai was so angry he wanted to say something harsh, but the other party completely ignored him, so he could only rage in vain. On the way back, Lin Chen began to calculate in his mind that, including the 50,000 reward from the system, he had earned a total of 100,000 today. Without much thought, Lin Chen directly transferred 50,000 yuan into the bank card he had previously given to Su Wanqing. At that moment, Su Wanqing was looking at a prenatal education book in her rented room when she heard a text message notification. She picked up her phone and was instantly stunned. 50,000 yuan has been deposited. She stared at the amount in surprise, and it took her a while to realize that it must have been Lin Chen's transfer. What she couldn't understand was how Lin Chen had earned so much money in such a short time. When Lin Chen returned that evening, Su Wanqing immediately went to greet him and hurriedly asked, "Why did you transfer money to me again? What's the deal with this 50,000 yuan? Lin Chen changed his shoes, helped her sit on the sofa, and recounted what had happened that afternoon. Su Wanqing listened attentively, her eyes filled with admiration. This man was even more amazing than she had imagined. The more time you spend with him, the more good qualities you'll discover. Lin Chen went to the kitchen to cook dinner, and he specially prepared the oxtail that he had asked the market owner to save for him. After the oxtail soup was cooked, Lin Chen ladled out a bowl and placed it in front of Su Wanqing. The oxtail is very fresh. I asked the owner to save it for me. Try it, it'll help you recover. Su Wanqing took a sip, and the warm feeling spread through her stomach, making her feel as sweet as honey. She put down her spoon, her eyes full of anticipation. Before, my mom was always worried that you were unreliable and didn't have any expectations for you. But after we meet next time, she'll know how capable you are, and she'll definitely look at you with new eyes. She definitely won't be as opposed to you as before. Lin Chen looked up at her and saw a light shining in her eyes, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Don't worry, things will only get better for us in the future. I'll also let Auntie know that I'll be a responsible husband and a good father. This sudden remark, which sounded like a confession, made Su Wanqing blush instantly. She nodded, then shyly looked down at the bracelet on her wrist. Unbeknownst to her, a seed had been planted in her heart, and now it has sprouted and is quietly growing. Chapter 18, Moving House Planning Ahead for My Wife and Children. Su Wanqing's belly grew bigger day by day. She supported her back and had to stand and rest for a long time after climbing each floor. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and even breathing felt difficult. Now that I'm in my second trimester, my belly is very noticeable, like I'm carrying a heavy ball. When I go up the stairs, I need to hold onto the handrail and walk slowly. After finally climbing to her rented room on the 6th floor, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward, helped her up, supporting her arm with one hand and her waist with the other. Slow down, let me open the door first. Once inside, Su Wanqing lay on her side on the sofa and smiled weakly. I'm fine. I was just a little out of breath because I walked too fast. I'll be fine after a rest. That's what they say. She almost slipped on the 4th floor, but luckily Lin Chen reacted quickly and caught her in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Looking at Su Wanqing's pale face and somewhat painful expression, Lin Chen felt a pang of sadness. This is an old building without an elevator. He rented it because it was cheap, he was short of money, and it was the most suitable option. But now that Su Wanqing is pregnant, going up and down 6 flights of stairs several times a day is simply torture for her. It becomes even more inconvenient when the baby is older. He absolutely could not let his wife and children continue to suffer. Things could not go on like this. Wanqing, let's switch rooms. His voice was deep, yet powerful. Su Wanqing was taken aback at first, then shook her head. Rentals aren't cheap these days, and there will be many expenses after the baby is born. Let's talk about it later. Climbing a few times is just exercise, it's fine. She knew that Lin Chen's business was just starting to take off and he had made some money, but she didn't want to add to his burden because of her own affairs. However, Lin Chen did not listen to her. I brought a towel and helped wipe the sweat from her forehead. Don't worry about the money. We've made some money now. Your safety and the baby's safety are the most important things. Everything else can wait. Ding. Host's core needs detected, triggering main quest, build a nest for love. Task requirements, within 72 hours, help Suwon find a comfortable apartment near a hospital, with an elevator, and close to maternity and baby stores. Task rewards, proficient in property selection beginner level, 50,000 renminbi housing subsidy, and free whole house maternal and infant safety inspection service. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It was just what he wanted. The system's task was like a timely rain. Using his expertise in screening properties, countless pieces of information about renting a house came to mind. He knew exactly how to screen properties and the criteria for judging their quality, as if he had worked as a real estate agent before. Lin Chen excitedly picked up his phone and started operating it. Once you know how to filter, the selection process becomes instantly clear. He opened the rental app, carefully examined the listings, and had already outlined the specific selection steps in his mind. Whether the building has an elevator, the orientation of the apartment, the quality of natural light, the completeness of surrounding amenities, and the distance to the hospital can all be determined in an instant. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Chen identified 3 houses that met his criteria. One of the 3-bedroom apartments was his favorite. It's only about 400 meters from the maternal and child health hospital, a 5-minute walk away. The community was built less than 3 years ago. It not only has elevators, but also a high degree of greening. The apartment is well ventilated from north to south and has a south-facing balcony. There is a small room next to the master bedroom that can be converted into a nursery. The most important point is that the houses here are 15% cheaper than he expected, which is already the best option. Lin Chen handed the land parcel to Su Wanqing and asked with delight, "Take a look at this house, what do you think? It has an elevator, it's close to the hospital, the layout is good, and there's even space for a nursery." Su Wanqing looked at the photos of the house on her phone and couldn't hide her joy. "However, I'm still a little hesitant, and I'm still worried about the rent. The house is indeed quite nice, but it certainly won't be cheap. When the cost of living goes up, you'll be under too much pressure." Seeing how considerate and thoughtful she was of him, Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out and stroked Su Wanqing's soft hair, gently comforting her. "Don't worry, the price is very good. I've already discussed it with the agent, and I'll take you to see the apartment this afternoon. If it's suitable, we'll make a decision right away." At 2:30 p.m., Lin Chen brought Su Wanqing to the new residential area. The community is clean and tidy, with lush greenery everywhere you look. The flowers, trees, and shrubs are well maintained and neatly trimmed. In addition to some basic activity facilities, there is also a mother and baby activity area. The hallways are very clean, the elevators are smooth, and it's convenient to go up and down the stairs by elevator. Led by the agent, they entered the house. Sunlight streamed through the windows, making the living room spacious, bright, and airy. Su Wanqing walked to the French windows and looked down at the garden and activity area, her eyes and brows full of joy. "This place is really nice. It will be more convenient for us to go for walks after the baby is born." Seeing how happy she was, Lin Chen felt that everything he had done was worthwhile. He negotiated the price with the agent and signed the contract directly. Using the money earned from starting a business, plus the 50,000 yuan housing subsidy awarded by the system, I directly paid half a year's rent. After signing the contract, Su Wanqing excitedly hugged Lin Chen's arm. "This is wonderful. We won't have to climb stairs anymore, and we can live in a much better environment." Lin Chen nodded, gently waving her hand, and said softly, "Your life was originally very good and wealthy. It's all because you followed me that it became like this. I promise that from now on, I will make sure you and the baby live a comfortable life and I will never let you suffer like that again." After renting the house, Lin Chen told Su Wanqing to stay there while he went back to his previous rented apartment to pack his things. He doesn't want most of the things anymore, he just throws them away. He only kept Su Wanqing's belongings and a few of his own, and brought them back with him. Seeing how hard he was working, Su Wanqing brought him a glass of water and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Let's find a moving company. It's too hard for you to move all your things by yourself. You also have classes and other jobs to do. I'm heavily pregnant, so I can't help you at all." Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. "I'm not hiring a moving company. I don't want any of that stuff." "You don't want it anymore?" Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, her face full of surprise. Lin Chen stared intently at her. "The most important thing is already right in front of me." Chapter 19: A powerful and resolute rebuttal. Su Wanqing's face flushed red, and she lowered her head shyly. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen would be so bold and proactive in confessing his feelings. Seeing her reaction, Lin Chen took her hand, looking at her earnestly with undisguised affection in his eyes. "I need more time, I'm not ready yet." Faced with his heartfelt confession, Su Wanqing was at a loss, never expecting him to suddenly confess his feelings. Lin Chen smiled indulgently and reached out to ruffle her hair. "It's okay, we have plenty of time, let's take it slow." Having moved to a new house, Su Wanqing was in a great mood. No longer needing to climb stairs, her complexion was much rosier. As evening fell, Lin Chen was helping Su Wanqing stroll around the neighborhood when a familiar voice came from beside them. "Honey, this neighborhood is really nice. It's right around a shopping area and close to hospitals and supermarkets, but the rent is a bit expensive." The two turned around and found that it was Li Na and her boyfriend. "What a small world. We can't believe we run into each other here." Li Na was also taken aback, somewhat surprised to run into the two of them here, and then revealed a mocking smile. She crossed her arms, looked the two of them up and down a few times, and raised her voice. "Hey, isn't this Wanqing? What are you doing here? The houses here are so expensive, can you afford to rent them? Or do you think the environment here is nice, so you came here to take a look?" Li Na felt that Lin Chen was useless and desperately poor, and that Su Wanqing and people like him were completely destitute. She used to be jealous of Su Wanqing because she was the school beauty and she was so pretty that she could only be an accessory next to her. But things are different now. This flower is already rotten in the mud, so naturally I want to stomp on it. Her boyfriend chimed in. Yes, the cheapest place here costs over 4,000, which is unaffordable for most people. All you're looking at other places is a waste of time. If you ask me, you should just rent a place in the old town. You can rent one there for a few hundred yuan. You can't afford to rent in places like this. You can only look on longingly. Why bother? Su Wanqing's expression was somewhat unpleasant, but she did not speak. She tugged at. This person is like a mad dog, there's no need to pay them any attention. If they start arguing, it will definitely go on and on. Lin Chen knew she didn't want to cause trouble, but he also knew perfectly well that Li Na was deliberately provoking and picking fights, trying to get attention from them, which was why she was always causing trouble every time they met. If he were treated like that, he could pretend nothing had happened and wouldn't make a fuss about it. But this man is bullying his woman, and he will absolutely not tolerate it, much less let his woman swallow her anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't deserve to be a man. He took out his phone from his pocket, displayed the electronic version of the rental agreement, and showed it to Li Na and her boyfriend. I don't know if you can afford to rent it, but I do know that we've already rented this apartment. Li Na's face stiffened. She leaned closer to look and saw that Lin Chen's name was clearly written on the contract. In addition to the signature, there were also fingerprints and an official seal, and even 6 months' rent had been paid in full. Her boyfriend also came over to take a look, and was very surprised when he saw it. My goodness, 6 months' rent is over 30,000. Rent in this area isn't cheap. How can he be so rich? At this moment, Li Na's expression grew increasingly grim. She originally wanted to make herself known to these two, but unexpectedly, she was slapped in the face instead. Lin Chen's lips curled into a sneer as he said sarcastically. Li Na, not everyone is like you, only focused on money. Although I'm not exactly rich now, I can certainly afford to provide my woman with a comfortable house, unlike some people who just look at houses but don't rent them, wasting their time. Li Na was speechless after being rebuked, and trembled with anger. She grabbed her boyfriend's arm, glared at Lin Chen fiercely, and said menacingly, Let's go look at other houses. It's bad luck for these disgusting people to live in the same neighborhood. After saying that, she hurriedly pulled her boyfriend away without even looking back, and could only slink away in shame. Watching Li Na's disheveled figure leave, Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. You were amazing just now. You left her speechless with just a few words. Lin Chen smiled and helped her walk forward, pleased to see that her mood was not affected. You can't be polite to this kind of person. If you give in once, she'll keep going on, and who knows what might happen next. As darkness fell, Lin Chen first went to the kitchen to simmer some soup, and then began tidying up. Su Wanqing wanted to help, but he stopped her. You're feeling heavy right now, so just rest. I'll do all the work. I'll be worried if you get tired. Seeing how considerate he was, Su Wanqing didn't insist. She just sat on the sofa and watched Lin Chen's busy figure, feeling warm inside. After he finished tidying up, the two of them started decorating the children's room to prepare for their unborn baby. Lin Chen took out the cartoon stickers he had prepared beforehand and then applied them, covering the originally empty wall with cute cartoon patterns. Seeing the scene before her, Su Wanqing's face was filled with a happy smile. She originally thought that her life would be shrouded in darkness from now on because she had unexpectedly become pregnant with this child. Unexpectedly, reality was much better than she had imagined. The man in front of me is reliable and dependable. He will be a good father and a good husband. Su Wanqing held up a sticker of a little sheep and gestured as she placed it on the door. How about sticking this on here? As soon as the baby opens their eyes, they can see this cute little lamb. Lin Chen took it and helped her put the sticker on. Anything you like is good. After finishing the wall covering, Lin Chen started assembling the crib, which he had bought in advance. He assembled all the parts according to the instructions, while Su Wanqing handed him tools. Looking at the assembled crib, Lin Chen and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance, both seeing anticipation in each other's eyes. Su Wanqing touched the crib railing and said gently, From now on, the baby will sleep here. Lin Chen stood beside her, put his arm around her shoulder, and looked happy. Soon we will begin our happy life as a family of 3. While looking forward to the future, Lin Chen also secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely make Su Wanqing and the child live a happy life. From now on, they should not rent houses anymore, they should live in their own houses. Chapter 20 Super Programming Ability. On the 5th day after moving into their new home, Su Wanqing was sitting on the bed tidying up the new clothes she had just bought for her baby. The blue and white onesies were folded neatly. Lin Chen walked in carrying a cup of freshly warmed milk and handed it to her. The temperature is just right, drink it quickly. He crouched down behind her and tucked the stray hairs from her forehead behind her ear. After I finish eating, I'll go pay the property management fee and ask about the opening hours of the community's mother and baby activity room. Su Wanqing smiled and nodded, her eyes filled with warm happiness. After moving to the new house, Su Wanqing no longer had to climb the stairs, and she could take walks in the neighborhood every day. Even her morning sickness and nighttime awakenings decreased significantly. She felt that everything was worth it. After having breakfast, Lin Chen went directly to the property management center. Several cleaning ladies were carefully wiping the benches in the community with rags, and there was a sprayer watering the green belt. Occasionally, you can see a few elderly people chatting with their children, creating a peaceful scene. As soon as he reached the entrance of the property management office, he heard complaints coming from inside. What's going on? I finally got up early and waited for over half an hour to pay the property management fee. Why isn't the system working yet? That's right, I'm waiting to get to work. If this keeps going on, I'll be late. Can't your property management company be a little more reliable? The last time I checked for parking spaces, the system crashed. How many times has this happened? Lin Chen frowned as he walked in. The lobby was crowded with homeowners. The two front desk staff were busy and flustered, constantly explaining. The computer screen keeps displaying a system crash message, asking you to try again. Lin Chen walked to the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, can I pay the property management fee now?" The staff member shook his head in distress, his face full of apology. "I'm so sorry, sir, our system crashed. It's unusable everywhere. We've already contacted the technicians, but we don't know why they haven't arrived yet." Just then, a tall security guard named Zhou Jiqiang came out from behind. He held a walkie-talkie in his hand, looking impatient, and waved at the residents. "All right, stop crowding around and making things worse. The system is down, we can't process your business. Come back tomorrow." Lin Chen pointed to the message on the computer screen and reminded him, "I just checked, it's not a hardware problem, it should be an error in the code logic, which is why the system is unusable and the attempt failed. I know programming, can you help me take a look?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiqian was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but sneer. He looked Lin Chen up and down a few times, his eyes full of mockery. "You? Young man, don't be ridiculous. This is a professional property management system, not some little game you're playing. Last time, several technicians came with a lot of equipment, and it took them several days to fix it. You think you can fix it?" At this moment, the surrounding residents also began to whisper and discuss among themselves. Exactly. Young people these days really like to show off. If they don't have the ability, why bother? I've seen plenty of people like that who pretend to know everything just to show off. I'm used to it now. Ding. Host has encountered professional questioning, triggering a side quest. Quest requirements: repair the property management system within 5 hours, optimize core functions, and gain the property manager's approval. Task rewards: intermediate programming proficiency, 8,000 renminbi in property maintenance fees, and 1 year of free parking in the community. Seeing that Lin Chen remained silent, Zhou Jiqiang became even more enthusiastic. What's wrong? Can't you produce any evidence? I knew it. Young people these days just love to brag. They think they can solve anything just by opening and closing their mouths. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. He was none other than Hu Tao, the property manager. He glanced at Zhou Jiqiang and said with displeasure, "What are you yelling about?" He had just received news that the property management system had crashed again and was unusable, so he rushed over. Zhou Jiqiang scurried over, adding fuel to the fire, and said, "Manager, this kid is so arrogant. He even dared to say he knows programming and wants to help us fix it." Hu Tao ignored his words, turned to look at Lin Chen, and asked suspiciously, "Do you really know programming?" Lin Chen didn't rush to explain. Instead, he took out his phone, retrieved the electronic version of the contract, and handed it to him. "This is the system I developed in collaboration with the school, and there's also the contract I recently signed with a company. I was responsible for the programming in both of them." Zhou Jiqiang leaned closer, glanced at it, and scoffed, saying disdainfully, "Forget it, there are too many fakes like this. You think you can fool people with just a few lousy pictures? Dream on. The other homeowners nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Hu Tao stared at the contract and looked at it several times before looking up at Lin Chen. He looked completely calm, without the slightest hint of panic, and it didn't seem like he was faking it at all. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Tao decided to let Lin Chen give it a try. The homeowner is pressing for an answer, and the manufacturer's technicians haven't arrived yet. So, we're just trying anything, even if it seems hopeless. Then give it a try. If you can fix it, I'll give you 8,000 yuan for the repair, as quoted by the manufacturer. If you can't fix it, just pretend this never happened, and don't mind it. Lin Chen readily agreed, no problem. Seeing this, Zhou Jiqiang stood aside and began to mock them. Manager, just you wait and see. If this kid can fix it, I'll eat the computer. That technician last time spent several days fixing it, no wonder he can't do it. Lin Chen ignored him, turned around, went to the front desk, sat down, picked up the mouse and keyboard, and began to operate them skillfully. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and the chaotic code on the screen gradually became orderly under his continuous operation. Zhou Jiqiang stood to the side with his arms crossed, occasionally pursing his lips and whispering to the surrounding homeowners, he's just putting on an act. I don't believe he really has that ability. Let's see how he makes a fool of himself in a moment. Hu Tao stood behind Lin Chen, watching his skillful operation, and became more and more surprised, his eyes widening involuntarily. Although he didn't understand programming, he could still tell how skilled Lin Chen was at his work, even faster than the technician from last time. To his surprise, Lin Chen not only repaired it, but also optimized it. Complex interfaces are gradually becoming simpler, requiring no further operations. Many unnecessary functions have been removed, truly simplifying the complex. Seeing this, Hu Tao couldn't help but ask, you added new features? It was just something I did casually, Lin Chen said calmly without even looking up. More than 2 hours later, Lin Chen pressed the last enter key, and the task was completed. Chapter 21 Laughing at others is not as good as laughing at others. As the message system restart successful popped up on the screen, the front desk staff were pleasantly surprised and quickly tried it out. Great, it works. It's even smoother to use than before, with no lag at all. Hu Tao excitedly slipped his hand and grasped Lin Chen's hand tightly. Thank you so much. You not only helped with the repairs but also made some improvements. You've really been a great help to us. He immediately instructed the finance department to transfer the funds to Lin Chen, earnestly saying, if our system has any more problems in the future, we'll need your help to fix it. Don't worry, the payment will definitely be made. Lin Chen received the transfer notification and turned his gaze to Zhou Jiqiang. At this moment, Zhou Jiqiang's face turned bright red, and he lost his previous arrogance, only turning his head away unconvinced. But at Hu Tao's prompting, he reluctantly walked up to Lin Chen, lowered his head and apologized softly, I'm sorry, I was too harsh just now, please don't take it to heart. Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. When he turned around after paying the property management fee, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Jiqiang still with a stern face, looking unconvinced. Taking advantage of the moment when the other person looked up in surprise, Lin Chen didn't stop walking. He just turned his back and said, next time, show more respect for technology and less hostility towards people. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen had already walked out of the property management office. This infuriated Zhou Jiqiang. He never expected to be humiliated by a young man, losing face so badly. He simply couldn't swallow this insult. As soon as Lin Chen left the property management office, the system notification sounded. Ding! Task completed, reward issued, programming proficiency intermediate activated, 8,000 renminbi repair fee credited to your account, free parking access synchronized to property management system. Lin Chen was in a good mood and bought cherries, which Su Wanqing liked. Just as I reached the fountain in the center of the residential area, a familiar yet jarring sound rang out. I thought it was someone else, but it's Su Wanqing. The speaker was Zhao Kai, who was currently looking at Su Wanqing with a mocking expression, arms crossed. You used to live in a rundown old apartment with Lin Chen, how come you're now wandering around this upscale neighborhood? Do you think it's a good place to take pictures, so you want to post some on WeChat moments to show off? You wouldn't agree to my advances back then, and now you're living that pathetic life with that guy. Don't you regret it? Su Wanqing frowned slightly, and just as she was about to speak, Lin Chen walked over, pulled her into his arms, and his eyes were icy cold. Zhao Kai, watch your mouth. When Zhao Kai saw him, his thoughts became even more sarcastic. Who do we have here? It's Boss Lin. The cheapest apartments in this upscale neighborhood cost over 4,000 a month. Can you even afford that? And you come here to take pictures? You're making a fool of yourselves. Su Wanqing couldn't help but speak up, looking at him with dissatisfaction. We've already rented a place, and we'll be living here. But Zhao Kai didn't believe it at all. He laughed loudly, clutching his stomach, as if he had heard the biggest news in the world. Su Wanqing, you're really getting pregnant and your brain isn't working properly anymore. With Lin Chen's abilities, how could he afford to rent such an expensive house? I think he's just putting on a show. He probably borrowed a model apartment from the real estate agent and took pictures to fool you. Let me tell you, Lin Chen isn't a real man. He can't even support his own wife. What future do you have with him? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to lash out, a man in a real estate agent's uniform walked over quickly. He was Xiao Zhang, the real estate agent who had helped Lin Chen rent an apartment before. He walked towards Zhao Kai, somewhat impatiently. Mr. Zhao, what's your decision? Someone else just asked about this 2-bedroom apartment. If you hesitate any longer, I'll have to show it to someone else. Zhao Kai's smile froze on his face. He coughed awkwardly, somewhat displeased. What's the rush? Can't I take another look? Renting a house isn't like buying groceries. You definitely need to compare and look around. Xiao Zhang bluntly stated, his tone full of impatience. You've been looking at these for almost half a month, looking at several or even a dozen sets every day, and you still think they're too expensive, yet you want to bargain down by 500 yuan. Houses in this neighborhood are already in high demand, and the good location means the price is definitely high. If you can't make a decision, you'll definitely be delaying other customers. Zhao Kai's face flushed red and then turned pale, somewhat embarrassed and angry. She happened to catch a glimpse of Lin Chen and quickly changed the subject. You're just a middleman, a waiter. What does it matter to you whether I make a purchase or not? It's still better than some people who can only stand here and watch, without even having the courage to ask the price. Xiao Zhang noticed Lin Chen beside him, his face instantly lit up with a smile, and he took 2 steps forward. Mr. Lin, are you taking a walk here too? After exchanging greetings, he turned to Zhao Kai, his tone laced with sarcasm. Mr. Zhao, who are you calling a freeloader? Mr. Lin has already rented an apartment here, a 3-bedroom unit in the King of the Hill building, and he's already paid 6 months' rent up front. Zhao Kai was stunned and pointed at Lin Chen in disbelief. Him? He can rent a place here? You must be joking. Someone who lives in a dilapidated old apartment can afford to rent a place for several thousand a month? Xiao Zhang took out his phone and pulled up the rental contract. Yes, Mr. Lin rented the house from me. I handled the formalities myself. Mr. Lin is a very straightforward person. He took a liking to it and placed the order right away. He's not like those people who dawdle and hesitate. As he said this, he glanced meaningfully at Zhao Kai. At this moment, Zhao Kai was furious. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to put on a show of wealth by renting such an expensive house. Too ashamed to stay any longer, he could only leave dejectedly. However, he kept cursing as he walked out. Zhou Jiqiang then came out and patted Zhao Kai on the shoulder. Brother, don't be angry, that kid just got lucky. Zhao Kai was taken aback, looked at him in surprise, and asked, you know him? Zhou Jiqiang nodded and embellished the story of Lin Chen repairing the system. She deliberately concealed the fact that she was forced to apologize and bow her head, and instead directed all her anger at Lin Chen, belittling him to nothing. They just said Lin Chen got lucky by sheer luck and liked to put on airs. I've disliked him for a long time. He's arrogant and thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's a little clever. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai immediately found an ally and said through gritted teeth. That's right, this kid is really arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson, otherwise I really can't swallow this insult. Zhou Jiqiang smirked and whispered his plan into Zhao Kai's ear. Upon hearing his idea, Zhao Kai's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly in agreement, saying, that's right, this is a good idea, we should do it this way, let's see how long he can be so smug. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes full of calculation, both anticipating the next move. Chapter 22 Malicious Framing. Lin Chen handed the freshly washed cherries to Su Wanqing, squatted down in front of her, and massaged her with essential oil. As the baby grew larger in her belly, her calves and feet became severely swollen. A professional massage can provide some relief. Su Wanqing closed her eyes comfortably, completely immersed in the moment. Just then, my phone rang. Lin Chen glanced at the phone. It was a call from property manager Hu Tao. Mr. Lin, do you have time to come to the property management center now? Something terrible has happened. His voice was panicked, and the background noise was somewhat chaotic, as if people were arguing. After agreeing, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Su Wanqing put down her fork and looked at him with concern. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lin Chen shook his head and ruffled her hair again. I'm not sure, I'll go over and see what's going on. You rest at home for now, I'll be right back. As Lin Chen came out of the building, he saw many residents rushing toward the property management center. They were talking in twos and threes, their faces full of anger. I heard there was a problem with the property management system, which leaked all the residents' information. No wonder I just received several sales calls. They described my entire family situation in detail. It's outrageous. My bank card was fraudulently used, but luckily I received a text message alert in advance and was able to report it lost and freeze it in time. It must be that kid who fixed the system last time. Otherwise, how could this happen out of nowhere? He must have tampered with it. Lin Chen's heart sank. The system logic links and firewalls he repaired were built to the highest standards, so there was absolutely no way such a situation could occur. He unconsciously quickened his pace. When he reached the entrance of the property management center, he was blocked by the crowd coming from behind. When a man in a suit saw him, he immediately pointed at him and shouted, "That's him. This is the kid who messed up the property management system last time, and now there's a problem. He has to be held responsible." In an instant, dozens of angry gazes turned toward them, and angry voices rose and fell. My child's school information has been leaked, how will you compensate me? Are you so young and already doing bad things? Did you sell our information for money? Get our information back right now, or we won't let you off the hook. Just as Lin Chen was about to explain, he suddenly saw Su Wanqing outside the crowd. Her face was pale, she covered her stomach with both hands, and looked at him nervously, worried that something had happened to him, so she secretly followed him. Seeing Lin Chen being surrounded, she was extremely anxious and wanted to step forward to explain for him, but she was worried that she might hurt the baby in her womb, so she could only stand there anxiously. Lin Chen raised his voice and looked at everyone. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me first. However, the crowd persisted and showed no intention of listening to his explanation. Don't listen to your bullshit. You sold our information and you're trying to deny it? Just then, security guard Zhou Jiqiang walked over. He had a gloating smile on his face, and as he walked over, he deliberately shouted loudly at Hu Tao. Manager Hu, you absolutely can't let him off the hook. I told you last time that this kid just got lucky, he doesn't know anything, it was just a fluke. You didn't believe me, you insisted on using him. Now look what's happened. He's messed up the system and leaked the homeowner's information, which are all illegal. Hu Tao's face was rather grim, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He looked serious and walked quickly toward Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, this matter is very serious. This morning, the system suddenly crashed and a large amount of back-end data was leaked. Dozens of homeowners have reported that their information has been leaked. Besides the home address, there's also the bank's information. They said it's a problem left over from when you fixed the system last time, and they even altered some of the information, which is why it turned out like this. Lin Chen immediately shook his head, his voice firm. No, I did multiple verifications after the last repair. It's absolutely impossible for such a problem to occur, let alone for the homeowner's privacy to be leaked. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Jiqiang jumped out. Now that he had the chance, he pointed at Lin Chen's nose and started cursing. Of course you won't admit it. You have to take responsibility and bear the consequences for causing such a thing. How could you possibly admit it? He looked Lin Chen up and down a few times, his face full of mockery. I told you, this guy is a liar. He wasn't satisfied with just the repair money he swindled last time, but he actually stole and sold homeowners' information for money. He's shameless. Manager Hu, we can't listen to his excuses, and we absolutely can't believe him. We should call the police and arrest him directly, lest he escape again. The surrounding residents began to stir, and everyone took out their phones to take videos and photos, wanting to post it all online. Everyone felt that Lin Chen was shameless and that his despicable behavior must be exposed so that more people would know. Lin Chen looked at Su Wanqing, who was looking at him with concern, her hand still protecting her stomach. Under these circumstances, he was also worried that Su Wanqing would be affected. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and looked at Hu Tao. Manager Hu, I can prove my innocence. Now, please let me use the computer so I can find out where the problem lies. Zhou Jiqiang suddenly rushed over and blocked the computer. Don't dream about it. Who knows what tricks you're going to pull this time? Maybe you're trying to destroy evidence. I absolutely cannot allow you to touch the computer. When the police arrive, all of this will prove the shameful things you've done. Lin Chen stared at him coldly, his eyes icy, his tone mocking. Why are you going to such lengths to stop me from touching the computer? Could it be that you're feeling guilty and that's why you're doing this? Or are you the one who did this and is trying to frame me? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiqian's expression changed instantly. For a fleeting moment, panic crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and said, forcing himself to remain calm, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm just a security guard. What do I know about computers? Stop making false accusations. I can tell you're just afraid of taking responsibility, that's why you're trying to find a scapegoat." Hu Tao was somewhat troubled. Seeing the two men on the verge of conflict, and then glancing at the homeowners gathered around, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Mr. Lin, I'm willing to believe in you one more time and give you a chance. But I must make this clear up front, if you can't find any problems or prove your innocence, then I'll have no choice but to call the police, and you'll have to bear all the consequences yourself. Chapter 23 Proving His Innocence. Ding. Host has been maliciously framed and falsely accused, triggering side quest, prove your innocence. Task requirements: within 1 hour, investigate the root cause of the system malfunction, find evidence against the person who framed you, clear your name, and gain the homeowner's approval. Task rewards: become a national-level information security engineer with advanced skills, receive lifetime maintenance rights for the property management system, and be exempt from compensation for information leakage. As the system's voice faded, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. He walked to the computer and sat down. The moment his fingers touched the keyboard, his knowledge of programming instantly upgraded. After a simple operation on the computer, he discovered the problem and pointed to the screen, saying to Hu Tao, "This is not a hidden danger in the system, but rather that someone has planted a virus. This virus can tamper with programs and steal data. As long as it is not eliminated, it will continue to lurk in the system." Zhou Jiqian leaned over and glanced at it, then sneered coldly, "Stop lying to me. You were the one who rebuilt the system last time, so isn't this problem your responsibility?" Lin Chen ignored him and typed rapidly on the keyboard. As he continued his actions, he traced all the paths the virus took to infiltrate the system at every point in time. After discovering this, Lin Chen explained. The virus was implanted through an external storage device at 3:15 a.m. yesterday. Whoever was on duty at that time is the one who did it. Hu Tao turned to look at Zhou Jiqiang and said in surprise, "I remember you were on duty at that time." Zhou Jiqiang's eyes darted around, but he continued to argue. "He's deliberately framing me. I was patrolling the neighborhood at that time and didn't touch the computer at all." While he was talking, Lin Chen had already completely removed the virus from the system and started repairing the leaked data. At the same time, to prevent such a thing from happening again, he reprogrammed the system's security features, adding several layers of encryption. Now that the virus has been cleared, I've added an interception system so that even if a new virus appears, its source can be traced and then eliminated. The receptionist tried it and looked delighted. "I can log into the system now, and all the homeowners' information has been restored." Several of the most agitated homeowners went over to take a look and found that the information was indeed still there. His expression softened slightly, and he wasn't as angry as before. But Zhou Jiqiang wouldn't let it go and shouted, "Even if the virus is eliminated, so what? Who knows if you were the one who initially planted the virus and then pretended to remove it? The information has already been leaked, so you still have to compensate the homeowners for their losses and issue a public apology to all the homeowners." Lin Chen crossed his arms and looked at him, pointing to the ceiling. "There are security cameras in the property management lobby. If we just check the footage, we can find out who touched the cameras in the early hours of the morning, right?" Hu Tao immediately asked the front desk to check the surveillance footage, but the screen was completely black and nothing could be seen. The receptionist frowned, looking somewhat anxious. "Manager Hu, all the surveillance footage from yesterday morning is gone, and it seems the surveillance equipment is all broken." Zhou Jiqiang was extremely smug, put his hands on his hips, looked at Lin Chen, and made a sarcastic remark. "See? I told you he was a liar. Now the security cameras are broken, let's see what you have to say for yourself. Now obediently pay up and admit your mistake, otherwise we won't let you leave today." After saying that, he deliberately glanced in the direction of Su Wanqing, who was standing outside, his eyes full of provocation. Seeing his smug, self-satisfied expression, Lin Chen understood. They knew this kid must have sabotaged the surveillance, thinking that this would put them at ease and leave them with no way to prove anything. Lin Chen's lips curled into a sneer. You think that just because the surveillance cameras are broken, there's no way to prove it? You're being far too naive. Zhou Jiqiang scoffed at his words. Stop pretending here. If you know what's good for you, admit your mistake and compensate for the losses. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't stay in this neighborhood anymore. Lin Chen sat back down at the computer and began working. The monitoring equipment was not damaged, rather, its firmware was tampered with in a very simple way. This will result in the loss of video recordings, making it impossible to work properly. For Lin Chen, a programming expert, recovering the lost footage was not a difficult task. After the data was reassembled, the previously deleted surveillance footage appeared on the screen. The moment he saw it, Zhou Jiqiang's face changed instantly, turning deathly pale. He kept backing away, muttering to himself and shaking his head. No, that's absolutely impossible, impossible. The moment they saw it, all the homeowners stared intently at the screen. Surveillance footage shows that at 3:15 a.m., Zhou Jiqiang sneaked into the property management center, went to the front desk, took out a black hard drive from his pocket, connected it to the computer, and began operating it. After fiddling with it for a while, he hurriedly left with the hard drive. The footage was crystal clear, and his face was clearly captured, leaving no room for denial. The homeowners were immediately enraged. It was him. This security guard looks respectable. I never expected him to do such a despicable thing. No wonder he kept stopping me earlier. I thought he was acting strangely. Turns out he had something to hide. It's absolutely outrageous. They even tried to frame someone else. How could they be so shameless? Zhou Jiqiang panicked completely, but still refused to admit it and continued to make excuses. No, this really has nothing to do with me. It's all fake. He fabricated all of this. Please don't believe it. Lin Chen pointed to his pocket, where a square shape bulged out, and said coldly, whether it's a fake or not, just check the hard drive in your pocket and you'll know. I saw you touching it every now and then when you came in. Why are you carrying the tool of the crime with you? Hu Tao immediately realized what was happening and quickly walked up to Zhou Jiqiang. Take the things out. Zhou Jiqiang refused and took 2 steps back, still trying to escape. Unfortunately, the surrounding residents had completely blocked the area, leaving him with no way to escape. They held him down so tightly that he couldn't move. Hu Tao stepped forward and took the item out of his pocket. It was indeed a hard drive. The receptionist took the hard drive and connected it to a nearby computer that was not connected to the internet. Upon opening it, I indeed found a custom-made Trojan virus inside. In addition, there are a large number of backup files containing owner information. Upon seeing this, Hu Tao trembled with anger. He never imagined that it would be so difficult to guard against a thief within his own family. The evidence is irrefutable. What else do you have to say? Without wasting any more words with him, Hu Tao dialed the police directly. Zhou Jiqiang slumped to the ground, his face ashen, utterly despairing. Chapter 24. Starting a business requires real skills. A dozen minutes later, the police arrived at the property management center. After reviewing the surveillance footage and evidence on the hard drive, Zhou Jiqiang was taken away on the spot. As he passed by Lin Chen, he became agitated, shouting and struggling to yell. It wasn't my idea to do it, it was Zhao Kai, he made me do it. He said he would give me 5,000 yuan if I did this, and that I made him uncomfortable, so he would teach me a lesson. The police immediately contacted Zhao Kai and asked him to come to the police station for investigation. After calming Su Wanqing down and taking her home, Lin Chen went to the police station with her. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Zhao Kai, who had just rushed over. He walked in, feigning composure. When he saw Lin Chen, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he quickly put on an innocent act, as if he knew nothing about it. Officer, is there something you need me for? I have class soon and can't be late. The police officer took out his notebook and asked, some people say you framed Lin Chen by using a virus to leak homeowners' information and sell it for money. How do you explain that? Without any hesitation, Zhao Kai immediately shook his head, denying everything. Officer, I'm innocent. How could I possibly do such a thing? Besides, Lin Chen and I are classmates and have no grudges against each other, so why would I harm him? I know all too well that this is illegal, and I would never do such a thing. Despite Zhao Kai's repeated explanations and excuses, the police confirmed that he did indeed have an alibi. I also checked, and it turns out he didn't have much contact with Zhou Jiqiang, the security guard in the community. Aside from Zhou Jiqian's verbal testimony, no other evidence could be produced. There were no transfer records, no call recordings, and the two people didn't even have each other's contact information. Due to insufficient evidence, the police had no choice but to let Zhao Kai go. As Zhao Kai walked out of the police station, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. He looked at Lin Chen with lingering fear, feeling resentful. Unexpectedly, such a flawless plan still failed to defeat Lin Chen. He is incredibly tenacious and has an exceptionally good luck. The thought of Lin Chen moving to a better house and making more money made him feel even more resentful. Zhao Kai snorted coldly and muttered disdainfully. What's so great about it? It's just a bit of good luck. If you can start a business and make money, why can't I? Just you wait and see, I'll definitely do better than you. Watching his departing figure, Lin Chen's eyes remained indifferent. The truth of the matter is clear, he was definitely involved. This kind of clown is not worth paying attention to at all, and there is no need to take him to heart. On his way home, Zhao Kai went straight to his father, Zhao Weidong. He launched into a long, rambling boast, attributing all of Lin Chen's achievements to himself. It was because of his kind help that Lin Chen was able to achieve some success. Seeing that Zhao Weidong was clearly interested, he pressed his advantage. Dad, I want to do something serious. Your health isn't very good right now, so I'm planning to start a business. Give me 500,000 yuan, and I guarantee I'll break even in less than 3 months and double it in 6 months. He spoke with absolute certainty and conviction. This was the first time his son had been so confident. After much consideration, Zhao Weidong finally agreed. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you now, but remember, this 500,000 is half a year's worth of revenue for the building materials factory. You can use it to start a business, but you must be careful. You're a computer science major, you know this industry is very complex, and you need to understand that. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Kai impatiently interrupted, Dad, don't worry, I know what to do. Once he saw the money in his account, he had long forgotten his father's instructions. On the way back to school, Zhao Kai couldn't help but smile, extremely pleased with himself. Lin Chen is just a lucky half-baked programmer. If I lead a classmate who was seriously studying computer programming, how could I be worse than him? After returning to school, he began making various plans and wrote down his business plan early on. During the break between classes, I secretly sent it to a few classmates I was close to. I'm starting a business now. My dad gave me 500,000 yuan as seed money. If you work with me, you'll earn at least 5,000 yuan a month. If you do well, you'll get bonuses and year-end bonuses. It'll be more than what you're earning now, working as waiters or doing part-time jobs. The group was immediately tempted. They work themselves to the bone now, and they only make a little over 2,000 yuan a month. Now that they have such an opportunity, they will naturally refuse it. Brother Kai, then we'll follow you from now on. With Brother Kai protecting us, we'll make even more money. Just as the group was chatting enthusiastically, Lin Chen happened to pass by. Upon seeing him, Zhao Kai raised his voice, deliberately being sarcastic. I heard you fixed the system for the property management and made some money? Unlike you, who are still out working for others, I'm going to start my own business. My dad gave me 500,000 yuan. Lin Chen glanced at him and the few classmates around him. They were a group of classmates who didn't know how to study and only knew how to loaf around and wait to die. Starting a business is great, but you need real skills. Zhao Kai, his face full of anger, strode up to him, his spittle almost landing on Lin Chen's face. I think you're just jealous. Let me tell you, once my company is up and running, you won't even be qualified to be an intern. For the sake of our classmates, if you have a good attitude and beg me properly, I might consider giving you a job as a security guard. There was no point in arguing, so Lin Chen shook his head and left. Seeing his departing figure, Zhao Kai was extremely smug and scoffed. See that? This kid is just jealous of me. He's probably really upset about it. Once I make money, I'll show him who's truly capable. Lin Chen had no classes in the afternoon, so he went home early to be with Su Wanqing. As usual, he first went to the market to buy fresh pomfret and made a pot of delicious fish soup. Su Wanqing took a small sip, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. This is really delicious, you should try it. As she spoke, she scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and brought it to his lips. Lin Chen took a sip, smiled and nodded. The taste was indeed quite good. If you like it, then I'll make it for you every day from now on. Meeting his intense gaze, Su Wanqing felt a little embarrassed, her cheeks flushing. After dinner, the two went downstairs for a stroll in the neighborhood. Lin Chen gently stroked Su Wanqing's belly, inside which were their two unborn children. A man in a striped suit strode over and waved to them from a distance. "Mr. Lin, we've finally found you." Chapter 25, 500,000 yuan gone down the drain. The man introduced himself as Mr. Du, a resident of the building in front. A few days ago at the Property Management Center, I saw Lin Chen reprogram the system, remove the virus, and restore the data. The more I watched, the more I realized that Lin Chen's skills were extraordinary. I started a company that makes smart maternity beds. Recently, we encountered some problems while developing the software program. My technical team has been working on it for half a month, but without any results. I've seen your programming skills, they're much better than those of the programmers in my company. Plus, your wife is pregnant, so you should have more to say about the clever ideas in your designs. Before Lin Chen could speak, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Main quest triggered, collaboration on the development of a smart maternity bed software. Task requirements, assist in completing the core functions to meet the needs of pregnant users. Reward for completing the task, lifetime use of a smart maternity bed. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. Since Mr. Du is so sincere, I certainly won't refuse. I will do my best to help you solve the problem. The following morning, Lin Chen went to the company with Du Shuai. As soon as I entered the technical department, I saw several programmers sitting around their computers, sighing and looking worried. When they saw Du Shuai bring Lin Chen, the group exchanged glances and couldn't help but start gossiping and complaining. This is the expert that President Du found? It doesn't seem necessary, does it? I thought he was some incredibly talented engineer, the kind of person who could solve our problems. We've been developers for 3 or 4 years now, do you think this greenhorn can do it? Lin Chen ignored the doubts and sat down at the computer that Coach Du had arranged for him. A quick glance revealed where the messy code was problematic, where it was complex and needed modification, and where the actual needs of pregnant women had not been considered. Everything is clear at a glance. Lin Chen first adjusted the overall structure of the software, and then added a nighttime wake-up sensor function that is more user-friendly for pregnant women. Furthermore, changes in weight and the shape of the bed can make pregnant women more comfortable. And the assistance in turning over also helps pregnant women to some extent. Less than 2 hours later, Lin Chen stopped and turned to look at Du Shuai. Mr. Du, the basic issues have been resolved. Please take a look. As for the follow-up issues, we need user feedback after using the product before we can make the necessary adjustments. Du Shuai looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to be so fast. He sat down with some doubt and began the test. After doing all that, he was completely stunned. When she looked at Lin Chen again, her eyes were full of admiration. My God, you finished it in 2 hours? The other programmers gathered around and started testing. After the test, those who had previously looked down on Lin Chen changed their attitudes. This person, who is still in school and even younger than them, has already reached a level of ability that they simply cannot achieve. Their future is limitless. After discussing the follow-up adjustments with Du Shuai, Lin Chen got up and left. I had just left the company when I ran into Zhao Kai and his classmates walking towards me. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Zhao Kai immediately became sarcastic. What are you doing here? Are you looking for a part-time job? But this is a tech company that makes smart devices, not a place to show off your community system. Your little bit of cleverness is simply not enough. The others joined in the commotion, becoming increasingly arrogant. Brother Kai brought 500,000 yuan to discuss cooperation. You're not here to apply for an internship, are you? He can't compare to Brother Kai at all. One is the high and mighty President Zhao, and the other is a poor student who is nothing. Lin Chen didn't want to waste his breath and turned to leave. Zhao Kai stepped forward and stopped him. What's wrong? You're too ashamed to stay here because you were called out on? Let me tell you, I came here specifically to seek cooperation with President Du. From now on, you'll have to give me face in this industry. Just then, Du Shuai came downstairs and greeted Lin Chen with a smile. Zhao Kai assumed he was there to pick him up, so he stepped forward first, handing over his newly printed business card with both hands, his attitude respectful and his face full of a fawning smile. Hello, Mr. Du, I am Zhao Kai, and I also work in technology development. I brought 500,000 yuan in startup capital and want to cooperate with you. I also develop intelligence systems, and I hope we can join forces. Du Shuai ignored him, pushed his hand away, and walked straight to Lin Chen's side. I just showed your optimized software to a few clients, and they were all very satisfied. I have several big projects coming up, and I'd like to have a long-term partnership with you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai's smile instantly froze. His classmates around him also had expressions of disbelief, some of them dumbfounded. Zhao Kai shook his head and exclaimed incredulously, "President Du, are you kidding me? This kid is nobody, how dare he cooperate with you? I'm the one here to discuss cooperation, I have 500,000. Du Shuai's face instantly darkened, and he stared coldly at Zhao Kai. 500,000? Is that a lot? My company's partners value technology and capabilities, not who has more money. Mr. Lin is a professional I hired. His skills are far superior to yours. I have no interest in cooperating with you. Please leave." Zhao Kai panicked instantly, never expecting things to turn out this way. He has already spent a lot of money renting an office and buying a lot of equipment. If the cooperation falls through, all this money will be wasted. He became increasingly anxious, determined not to stand by and watch such a thing happen. He suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's arm, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and pleaded, "Lin Chen, please, for the sake of us being classmates, help me beg President Du. I promise I can do it." Lin Chen flung his hand away and retorted coldly, "Who just said I wasn't even good enough to be an intern? You'll only be able to get a job as a security guard if you give me a handout once your company is up and running. Have you forgotten that? You're begging me now, don't you find that ridiculous?" Lin Chen ignored him, said a brief goodbye to Du Shuai, and left directly. A few days later, Lin Chen saw a message in his classmates' group chat. Zhao Kai lost all of his 500,000 yuan investment and is now in debt for over 100,000 yuan. After learning that his son had squandered all 500,000 yuan, Zhao Weidong felt a sudden urge to breathe and was immediately taken to the hospital. Su Wanqing leaned closer, looked at the contents of the phone, sighed, and shook her head with reluctance. He reaped what he sowed, and he deserved it. Lin Chen placed his hand on her stomach and gently rubbed it. He chose this path himself, so he can't blame anyone else. Being well and taking good care of the baby is more important than anything else. Chapter 26: Malicious Provocation. On a weekend, Du Shuai sat in a private room he had booked in advance at a tea house. On the table was a freshly brewed cup of Westlake Longjing tea, still steaming, with its fragrant aroma filling the air. He looked up at the three customers in front of him, then glanced at Lin Chen beside him, tightening his grip on the teacup. The clients were secretly worried for Lin Chen, thinking that he was too young and they weren't even giving him a chance to show his abilities. After all, if this project succeeds, subsequent cooperation will be a natural progression. Lin Chen, dressed in casual clothes, sat among a group of people in suits with composed expressions, looking somewhat out of place. However, he wasn't nervous at all. Mr. Zhang, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at Lin Chen and stared at him for a while, wondering to himself, "This kid is too young. Can he really solve the problems that are giving our team headaches? Could it be that Lao Du is exaggerating to secure the cooperation? If so, why did he choose someone so young? We've consulted several programmers, all of whom are veterans with over 10 years of experience, but none of them could solve the battery life issue. Are you sure you can handle this?" Mr. Shang's meaning was quite clear, and Mr. Wang and Mr. Li next to him nodded in agreement, sharing the same thought. Du Shuai took over the conversation, leaning forward slightly, his tone sincere and full of confidence. "Bosses, you can rest assured, Lin Chen's skills are absolutely flawless. The smart maternity bed that I'm working with only had a simple setup, but it found the problem on my end and resolved it in just over 2 hours. My company's programmers are completely convinced of his abilities, and as for the battery life issue you mentioned, it's even simpler." Mr. Zhang and his colleagues exchanged glances, their doubts lessening slightly, but they still didn't give in. Mr. Wang put down his teacup, pondering the pros and cons. "We certainly have to give Du Shuai face, but the project involves millions or even tens of millions of yuan, and the responsibility would be heavy if it were lost. If this kid's skills aren't up to par, they can't afford the consequences. Mr. Du, we understand what you've said, but let's take a look at the proposal first, and then contact each other again later, okay?" Lin Chen understood that they still had reservations about him, which was why they reacted this way. He smiled faintly and nodded, "Okay, bosses, you can take a look at the plan first. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me anytime." Lin Chen knew perfectly well that anything he said now would just be empty talk. They might change their minds after they've seen the details of the plan. Just then, a waiter dressed in a tea uniform walked by. Upon hearing the name Lin Chen, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. This person was Zhao Kai. Since Zhao's father was hospitalized after squandering 500,000 yuan, the family has cut off his living expenses. With no other option, he had to look for part-time jobs everywhere. It took a lot of effort to find a job at the tea house. I work myself to the bone every day carrying things, and I only earn a little over 100 yuan. Standing at the door of the private room, listening to Du Shuai's effusive praise of Lin Chen, his anger flared up instantly. Why is Lin Chen so lucky to be able to cooperate with all sorts of big bosses, while I have to be ordered around by guests here and have to watch people's faces? He gripped the tray in his hand, a fierce glint in his eyes. He absolutely could not let Lin Chen continue to be so smug. After Lin Chen and Du Shuai left, Zhao Kai went into the private room. He stood at the doorway, looking at the three CEOs. I'm sorry to bother you. I just happened to be passing by and overheard you talking about cooperation. After much hesitation, I decided to tell you the truth. Zhao Kai looked troubled, as if he was struggling with a decision. Actually, I didn't want to say it either, but I don't want Lin Chen to keep making this mistake. We are from the same school. He is not good at programming at all. At most, he can work on the property management system. He knows nothing about anything else. As for the solution he came up with, he must have plagiarized it. Otherwise, how could a student have such ability and be better than programmers and engineers? Upon hearing this, the three CEOs exchanged glances. They already had some concerns, and now that Lin Chen's classmate has come forward to testify, their idea of cooperating has been completely extinguished. With a grim face, President Wang said coldly, "Let's just cancel the cooperation." President Du has definitely been fooled by that kid too. Zhao Kai sighed, shook his head, and then left the room. The moment the door closed, he was overjoyed. Just you wait, Lin Chen, your good days are over. On the way back, Du Shuai, fearing that Lin Chen was upset, gently comforted him. For such an important collaboration, they definitely need to be cautious, and it's normal that they won't make a decision easily. I'll have a good talk with them later, and it'll definitely work out. Lin Chen nodded, and just as he was about to speak, Du Shuai's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from President Zhang. As soon as the call connected, Mr. Zhang's cold voice came from the other end. President Du, we've discussed it. If we want to continue this project, we'll need to find someone else to work with. As for Lin Chen, we can't trust him. If he's in charge, then this collaboration is off. Du Shuai immediately became anxious and hurriedly asked, President Zhang, Lin Chen's technique is really not a problem. Please reconsider. Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Zhang interrupted him directly, his tone unusually firm. There's no need to consider it further, let's just leave it at that. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Du Shuai frowned, turned to look at Lin Chen, his face full of doubt. That's strange. Although they had concerns, they said they would consider it. Why did they refuse so quickly? Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Main quest triggered. Quest requirements: prove your programming skills to the client, dispel their doubts, and secure cooperation. Task reward: project commission, plus 1 copy of the core technical documentation for the equipment. As the system notification sound faded, Lin Chen turned to look at Du Shuai, his voice firm. Mr. Du, the clients may think I'm young and incompetent, but I want to meet with them again and prove myself to them in person. Du Shuai immediately nodded and replied, okay, I'll contact General Manager Zhang in a bit and arrange to meet tomorrow so they can see your capabilities. That evening, Lin Chen sat in front of the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Lines of code appeared on the screen, and his gaze fell on the honey water Su Wanqing had made for him on the table, warming his heart. This project is crucial. Once secured, it will lead to long-term cooperation. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly felt full of energy. For Su Wanqing and for the child, he was determined to win this project. Chapter 27. With strength, there is nothing to fear. The next morning, Lin Chen and Du Shuai arrived at the tea house on time. Mr. Zhang and his 2 companions had arrived, but they did not enter the private room. Their expressions were even colder than yesterday. Zhao Kai saw the group from afar and was overjoyed. Hiding in a corner, I secretly took out my phone to take pictures. His lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. He was extremely pleased with himself. Lin Chen, aren't you quite the actor? I'd like to see how you prove yourself. Zhao Kai had already planned that when Lin Chen was being verbally abused by his clients, he would film the scene and post it on the campus network, letting the whole school know that he was just a bragging liar. Now, all that's left is for Lin Chen to make a fool of himself. Lin Chen placed his laptop on the table, opened the proposal, and turned the screen towards the three CEOs. This is the detailed plan I finalized last night. It can be tested on site. I can guarantee that it will resolve both the battery life and the previous conflict issues. He stayed up all night to make this, and he went through every detail repeatedly. Lin Chen was confident that he could persuade them as long as they were willing to watch. Mr. Zhang looked at the computer screen, watched for a short while, and his eyes were full of surprise. The revised solution did indeed resolve the electrical issues that had previously caused them to get stuck. He looked at Lin Chen, his doubts growing stronger. Your plan is indeed more complete than yesterday's, but you're saying you finished it in one night? Even with our team's senior programmers working overtime, it would take them almost a week to produce something this detailed. You finished it in one night. Did you get someone to help you? He simply couldn't believe that someone so young, still a student, could be so efficient. They might be asking someone for help and then claiming someone else's work as their own. Mr. Wang nodded in agreement, his tone full of sarcasm. He crossed his arms and glanced at Lin Chen. Yes, there are many solutions available for purchase online now. Your solution looks good, but if the timing isn't right, we can't use it. Zhao Kai, who was hiding to the side and peeking, almost burst out laughing. He adjusted the angle of his phone, waiting to capture Lin Chen's embarrassing moment. I secretly prayed that the harsher the insults, the better. Lin Chen wasn't angry, he explained calmly. I know you may have concerns and may not believe me, but I have a record of the proposal I made last night, you can take a look. Even so, Mr. Zhang still had some reservations. You're a programming student too, so you should know very well that records can be faked. As long as you modify the core data, it's not difficult at all. Seeing that they still didn't believe him, Lin Chen remained calm and unhurried. Alright, I'll do it right here and you can see it for yourselves. You state a requirement, and I will now write code to implement the function you requested. The three exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Mr. Zhang finally spoke. In low power mode, the device's automatic talking interface function must also ensure that the operation process is smooth and the program does not lag, thus extending the battery life. As long as you can write it out on the spot, even if there are problems, as long as there is room for improvement, we will believe in you. That's what they said, but the three CEOs didn't have much hope at all. This requirement is very challenging, demanding extremely concise code and sophisticated logic. Previously, the programmers at their company spent a week creating a prototype, but it was unusable and required major modifications. If Lin Chen can achieve that level, then they might consider it. Given the limited time available, completing it in such a short period of time is no easy feat. Lin Chen calmly looked at the screen, his fingers nimbly tapping on the keyboard. He was focused, and his movements were fluid and seamless. He had already constructed a complete logical framework in his mind. We will address each of the issues raised by Mr. Zhang. The code keeps growing, the logic is clear, and there are no stutters whatsoever. The CEOs, who were initially full of doubts, gradually became surprised. They all understood programming and could see that Lin Chen's code was not only concise but also very well thought out, taking into account all possible problems. At this moment, Mr. Zhang began to waver. This kid really has some skills. The code he writes is even more rigorous than that of the company's senior programmers. Less than half an hour later, Lin Chen stopped and pressed the save button. This is way too fast. Mr. Wang couldn't help but speak up, leaning closer to the screen to carefully examine the code. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, deeply impressed. The code is logically sound, and there are no problems to be found. And most importantly, the memory usage was almost half that of what their team had written. This level of skill is something that young people simply don't possess. The three CEOs changed their previous attitude, no longer harboring any doubts, and their eyes were full of admiration. Young man, your skills are truly amazing. We misjudged you before. While feeling emotional, Mr. Zhang was also secretly relieved. Fortunately, out of respect for Coach Du, they gave Lin Chen a chance and did not reject him outright. Otherwise, we would have missed out on such a talented technical person. Mr. Wang nodded, his expression full of apology. Sorry, we underestimated your abilities. Your skills are far superior to those of our company's veteran programmers. They were already planning future collaborations. With technical support from someone like Lin Chen, the subsequent projects will definitely proceed smoothly. Lin Chen maintained his usual humble attitude, with a faint smile on his face. It's okay, I understand. In the tech field, you still need to let your skills speak for themselves. Du Shuai stood aside, secretly overjoyed. He patted Lin Chen's head and his gang, and couldn't help but laugh. I told you were capable. It's a good thing you didn't give up back then, otherwise, such a great collaboration would have been impossible. After saying this, Du Shuai suddenly remembered something and looked at General Manager Zhang with a puzzled expression. By the way, why did you suddenly say yesterday that you'd only cooperate if you changed your candidate? Is there some misunderstanding? Or do you have someone more suitable? Only after he said that did Mr. Zhang suddenly remember. He looked around at the group and saw Zhao Kai hiding in the corner, pointing at him. That's him. He's a waiter at this restaurant. He said he's a classmate of Lin Chen and that he doesn't have any real skills and that his plans are all copied. We already had some concerns, and after hearing this, we hesitated even more, which is why we finally decided to change the person. At that moment, Zhao Kai was suddenly pointed at by General Manager Zhang, which startled him so much that his hand trembled and he almost dropped his phone. He quickly hid his phone, picked up a rag next to him, and pretended to be cleaning. But I was panicking. What if they found out? Chapter 28: A Small Project, 1. Following the direction Zhang was pointing, Lin Chen and Du Shuai immediately understood what was going on when they saw Zhao Kai. Du Shuai was furious. No wonder Boss Zhang suddenly changed his mind yesterday. It turned out this kid was behind it all. He said coldly, if you can't cooperate with me, you resort to these underhanded tricks behind my back. How shameless. I didn't. Don't frame me. I'm just a waiter who serves tea and water. How could I possibly know what's going on between you two? Don't drag me into this. Zhao Kai was flustered, but he was still trying to deny it. He could only pray that he could get away with it. If he was exposed, he was afraid he would lose his job. Seeing that he had no intention of admitting it, Mr. Zhang's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, his voice turning icy as well. You've been wronged? Come here. Zhao Kai had no choice but to grit his teeth and walk over, still clinging to a sliver of hope. After walking over, he pretended to be in a difficult position. I'm still at work, and the area over there still needs cleaning. If my supervisor sees this, I'll have a hard time explaining it. Mr. Zhang slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising several octaves. How dare you say you're at work? You're deliberately spreading rumors and delaying our project. Do you know how much trouble Lin Chen's plan can solve for us? You almost missed out on such a talented technical person because of something you said. Can you bear that responsibility? Mr. Zhang became increasingly angry as he spoke. If they really gave up on Lin Chen because of this kid's endless lies, they didn't know how long their subsequent projects would be stuck. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Chen partnered with their competitor, which would be something he would deeply regret. Zhao Kai was so frightened by President Zhang's imposing manner that he retreated repeatedly, his face extremely pale and his lips trembling. He's still making excuses and refusing to admit his mistakes. I didn't mean to. Actually, it's just because Lin Chen and I are classmates, I was teasing him on purpose. He became less and less confident as he spoke, realizing he had been exposed so quickly and had no way to deny it. Mr. Wang also lost his temper, coldly saying, you just can't stand seeing others do well, that's why you resort to such despicable means to smear them. Aren't you ashamed? People who resort to such underhanded tactics are of low character and utterly shameful. Mr. Li was even more direct, refusing to give him a chance. Just pack your things and leave. This shop belongs to my friend. I'll talk to him and make it clear that they won't hire someone like you. Zhao Kai froze on the spot, his body stiffened, and his phone fell to the ground. The surrounding guests looked over, pointing and whispering among themselves. His face flushed red, and he wished he could disappear into somewhere. He quickly lowered his head and fled in a panic. Looking at Zhao Kai's disheveled appearance, Lin Chen felt no sympathy whatsoever, only that he deserved it. Mr. Zhang turned to Lin Chen and said sincerely, Lin Chen, I'm so sorry. We believed his one-sided story and caused you a misunderstanding. We'll go to my company later to sign a cooperation agreement. We hope to cooperate with you on future projects in the long term. Lin Chen nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Now he can rest assured, not only will he secure the project, but he will also be able to accumulate industry resources. Working with 3 bosses at once was crucial, and he seized the opportunity. After arriving at the company, Lin Chen signed a contract with the 3 bosses. With the initial cooperation agreement reached, General Manager Zhang, beaming with joy, made the proposal. To celebrate our successful collaboration, it's my treat tonight. Let's have a good drink and have a blast. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen politely declined. Mr. Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but I have family matters to attend to. My wife is pregnant, and I cannot stay out for too long. The CEOs were somewhat surprised, not expecting Lin Chen to be married at such a young age, and that his wife was already pregnant. They all gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Truly a promising young man. In that case, we won't press the matter further. We hope for a pleasant collaboration in the future. As Sue's mother's car entered the Joyful Song residential complex, she looked into the complex through the car window. The environment is nice, clean and tidy, and the greenery is well maintained. However, compared to his own villa, it was still a bit lacking. As soon as the car stopped, Su Wanqing came out of the apartment building. She was wearing a loose, light blue maternity dress that covered her protruding belly. After taking 2 steps, I instinctively held my waist. Sue's mother opened the car door, picked up the cashmere shawl draped over the passenger seat, and put it on her shoulders. It's windy outside, let's go inside. After entering the house, Sue's mother sat down and glanced around. The room was clean and tidy, and looked quite nice. There's a painting hanging in front of us, a copy of a famous artist's work that my daughter copied before. On the coffee table was an open pregnancy notebook, which recorded Su Wanqing's daily morning sickness and nighttime urination. Fish oil and calcium tablets were also placed next to it. Is this house rented? She calculated in her mind that the location of this community was excellent, and with the size of a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, the monthly rent would be at least several thousand. Lin Chen is just a college student from an ordinary family. Where would he get the money to rent such a nice house? Su Wanqing poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her mother, then sat down next to her and gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen. It's rented. My previous apartment was on the 6th floor, and there was no elevator. Lin Chen said it was inconvenient and tiring for me to go up and down the stairs every day. This neighborhood has a nice environment, and there are hospitals and major shopping malls nearby, so it's convenient to live here. The doubts in Sue's mother's heart did not diminish but increased, and she frowned slightly. Is he paying the rent all by himself? You're pregnant now and can't earn money. What if he borrows money and you end up having to pay it back with him? Su Wanqing took a bank card out of her bag and placed it in front of her mother. Mom, don't worry, Lin Chen can handle it himself. This is the card he gave me. There's over 100,000 yuan in it. I don't need to worry about the rent and living expenses, he'll take care of them himself. Sue's mother picked up the bank card, her eyes filled with disbelief. Where did he get so much money? Did he do some shady business or speculation? She knows all too well that young people these days care too much about their image, and they're capable of doing anything to appear respectable. Her best friend's child, in order to save face and show off in front of others, did not hesitate to borrow money at high interest rates. As a result, debt collectors came to her door every day to threaten her. She did not want her daughter to fall into a fire pit. Su Wanqing was a little anxious. She got up, took out a stack of documents from the drawer, and put them on the coffee table. These are all the programming project proposals that Lin Chen has done. He stays up all night every day to submit the proposals. He works very hard. Sometimes when I wake up, I can still see him busy coding in his study. Chapter 29 is genuine, not just for show. Sue's mother picked up the document and saw that it contained a solution for optimizing the continuous battery life of smart devices. When she opened it, she found it filled with dense code and diagrams that she couldn't understand at all. However, it's clear that there are many red correction notes and several pages covered with sticky notes. She had some ideas in her mind, but she still couldn't hide her worries. I don't understand this stuff either. Maybe he copied it from the internet. Besides, he's just a college student. How much ability could he possibly have to earn so much money? Just then, the door suddenly opened, and Lin Chen walked in carrying 2 shopping bags. When he saw Sue's mother, he was clearly taken aback. After putting his things down, he hurriedly asked her in a solicitous manner. Auntie, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Sue's mother didn't speak, her gaze falling on the things he was carrying when he returned. It contains fresh pomfret, a freshly slaughtered old hen, some green vegetables, and eggs. She frowned and turned to look at Su Wanqing. Didn't I tell you not to tell him about my coming here? Isn't this something you're doing on purpose to show me? Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh and explained. Mom, I really didn't say that. Lin Chen does this every day. He says that food outside is not clean or fresh, especially since I'm pregnant now, so I have to be careful all the time. He goes to the market to buy groceries every day and then cooks for me. Lin Chen didn't explain anything, picked up the shopping bags and went into the kitchen. After entering the house, he made a point of closing the door, afraid that the cooking fumes would escape and choke Su Wanqing and her mother. As Su's mother sat on the sofa, she heard the sound of running water coming from the kitchen and began to have some doubts. This kid looks so refined, is he really a good cook? Could it be that he's just putting on an act to appease Wanqing? Nowadays, young people usually order takeout and rarely cook, especially a young man as big as him, which always makes Su's mother feel a little unreal. Before long, the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted out. The aroma of red dates and goji berries, combined with the sweetness of the broth after a long simmering process, makes one's mouth water. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and smiled at her mother. Mom, Lin Chenduan's chicken soup is especially delicious. Last time I had a cold, he made me some chicken soup, and I felt better after drinking it for 2 days. Su's mother didn't say anything, but simply picked up the water glass on the table and drank it again. The aroma grew stronger and stronger, making her a little hungry. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen came out carrying a white clay pot. He placed it on the dining table and opened the lid. The soup is milky white, the chicken is stewed until tender and falls off the bone, red dates and goji berries float on top, and it is garnished with bright green scallions, making it look very appetizing. Immediately afterwards, he brought out a plate of steamed pomfret. The fish was covered with shredded bell peppers of 3 colors, along with ginger slices and shredded scallions, and drizzled with hot oil, making it even more fragrant. The last dish was stir-fried asparagus, which was bright green and looked very fresh. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and first placed a chicken leg on Su's mother's plate. Auntie, please try it. The old hen is free-range and has been stewed for more than 2 hours. He then placed another piece of fish on Su Wanqing's plate, carefully removing all the fish bones. Looking at the chicken leg meat in the bowl, Su's mother hesitated for a moment, but still picked up her chopsticks and tasted it. The meat is tender and falls off easily with a gentle touch. She picked up the spoon again and took a sip of the chicken soup. There wasn't a trace of earthy taste, it was incredibly fresh. I tasted another bite of the fish, the flesh was soft and smooth, indicating it was a fresh, live fish. The asparagus was also stir-fried to perfection, crisp and refreshing. During the meal, Su's mother remained silent, but her pace of picking up food increased rapidly. I didn't expect this kid to be such a good cook. If she hadn't seen Lin Chen cook with her own eyes, she probably would have suspected that he had secretly ordered takeout. This cooking skill is more than enough to open a restaurant, it would definitely be a huge hit. Su Wanqing saw this and smiled as she gave Lin Chen a wink. Lin Chen understood and added another bowl of soup for Su's mother. Auntie, drink more soup. After the meal, Lin Chen skillfully began cleaning up. After tidying up the dishes, take them into the kitchen and start cleaning and washing them. His mother saw everything he did, and her thoughts gradually changed. This kid doesn't seem to be faking it, he's tidied up quite well. Not long after, Lin Chen came out of the kitchen with a clean towel in his hand and walked to Su Wanqing's side. Wanqing, lie down first, let me massage your stomach. Su Wanqing went into the room and lay down on the bed. Lin Chen sat next to her and began to massage her stomach. Upon seeing this, Su's mother stood up abruptly and quickly walked to the door. What are you pressing on randomly? Wanqing is pregnant now, what if you hurt her? When I was pregnant with Wanqing, the doctor told me that pregnant women's bellies shouldn't be pressed casually, otherwise it could affect the pregnant woman and the fetus. She had never seen a man in his life give his wife a massage. She always felt that Lin Chen was just messing around and deliberately trying to impress her. His mother saw right through his little scheme. The attitude that had initially improved has now completely vanished, and we're back to square one. Lin Chen stopped what he was doing, looked up at Su's mother, and his attitude was extremely serious. Auntie, I specifically learned massage techniques for pregnant women. It involves pressing acupoints, which can relieve Wanqing's lower back pain and bloating. Even after he said that, Su's mother was still worried and went straight in, pulling Lin Chen's hand away. No, what if something happens? It'll be too late to regret it. Su Wanqing held her mother's hand and tried to persuade her. Mom, Lin Chen massages me every day, and I feel much better now. Besides, we have an appointment with Dr. Wang this afternoon, so we can just ask him. Su's mother nodded and didn't say anything more. In the afternoon, the 3 of them arrived at the maternal and child health hospital. Dr. Wang examined Su Wanqing and nodded with a smile. The baby is developing very well, and you look much better than last time you came. You're not puffy anymore. Su Wanqing pointed at Lin Chen, her face beaming with happiness. He massaged me every day and even went to a special training course, and my condition gradually improved. Dr. Wang turned to look at Lin Chen, his eyes full of approval. That's great, you're very meticulous. You've even studied it specifically. It's really rare to see a young man like you doing something like this these days. In addition to massaging the abdomen, you can also press the muscles on the outside of the calves. This can promote blood circulation, which is beneficial for both the pregnant woman and the baby. Standing to the side, Su's mother's tense face relaxed a little after hearing these words. It seems that this kid's feelings for Wanqing are genuine and not just an act, which is much better than those rich kids who only know how to use money to appease others. Chapter 30. The hearts of parents are full of pity. After the prenatal checkup, the three returned home. Su's mother turned to look at Lin Chen and Su Wanqing. I'm not leaving tonight, I'll stay here for the night. Lin Chen paused for a moment while folding his coat, then looked up and nodded with a smile. It just so happens that Wanqing always says she misses you, so it would be best if you could stay. Without asking why, he turned and walked towards the guest room. Su Wanqing followed behind, supporting her waist, and saw Lin Chen squatting in front of the wardrobe organizing things. A thick cashmere blanket has been laid on the bay window in the living room, and there is a newly opened electric hand warmer next to it. Su Wanqing was somewhat surprised and her gaze fell on Lin Chen. I had no idea you prepared all this. Lin Chen stood up and ruffled her soft hair. I went downstairs to the supermarket to buy it while you were chatting with your aunt this afternoon. I also considered that auntie might stay today, so I prepared in advance, just in case, and it came in handy. He spoke very softly, but Su's mother in the living room still heard him. She glanced at the freshly cut fruit platter on the coffee table, thoughtfully with the peels and pits removed and toothpicks inserted. This filled her with mixed emotions. The young man was indeed meticulous enough to consider all aspects. However, Su's mother never trusted men who were too good at getting things done, feeling that they had ulterior motives. Just like her cousin's husband back then, who was very obedient to her before marriage and did everything she asked. After getting married, he not only forced his cousin to give out her dowry for his own use, but also spoke coldly to his cousin's parents and no longer showed them any kindness. Mom, go check on the guest room. Lin Chen knew you were staying tonight, so he cleaned it very thoroughly. A sudden remark interrupted Su's mother's thoughts. She got up and followed her daughter into the guest room, where a back support cushion was placed on the headboard. The sheets were laid out very smoothly, without a single wrinkle, and the quilt was folded into a neat square. Lin Chen carefully inquired about Su's mother's situation. Auntie, if you think the pillow is too low, I'll get you a brand new and used latex pillow. Mother Su shook her head and said softly. No need for all that trouble, this will do. She turned and walked out of the room. This kid's thoughtfulness didn't seem to be an act. After dinner, Lin Chen took the initiative to clear the dishes and washed them skillfully. Not long after, he came out carrying a wooden basin. It was filled with hot water, and a faint herbal aroma wafted out. Time to soak your feet. He placed the wooden basin at Su Wanqing's feet, then brought over a small stool to sit on. He tested the water temperature and added some hot water. Su's mother leaned over and took a look. The water in the wooden basin was a deep yellow color. Besides mugwort and ginger slices, there were some herbs she didn't recognize. Where did you get these herbs? You didn't just buy them online, did you? There are so many fake herbs these days. What if something goes wrong? What she feared most was that Lin Chen, in his attempt to appear considerate, would misuse herbs and end up harming her daughter. Lin Chen didn't rush to explain. Instead, he got up and walked to his desk, where he took out a book called Pregnancy Care Guide. Inside were several sheets of paper covered with tiny handwritten notes. Auntie, I bought these herbs from a Chinese medicine shop half a month ago. I even asked the old Chinese medicine doctor who was practicing there, and there was nothing wrong with the prescription. Ginger can warm the uterus and dispel cold, mugwort can warm the uterus and menstrual flow, and motherwort can relieve edema during pregnancy. The dosage is not large, and since it's a foot bath, the water temperature should be maintained at around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius to be effective. Seeing that his words were reasonable and well-founded, Su's mother's doubts were greatly relieved. Watching Su Wanqing put her feet into the wooden basin with a comfortable expression, she felt a vague unease in her heart. The daughter's appearance clearly showed that she had become completely dependent on Lin Chen. What if this guy changes his mind later? How will she bear it? Su Wanqing's feet dangled in the basin of water, making light, cheerful noises. Mom, Lin Chen is very thoughtful. After he saw that my foot was swollen, he went to ask several doctors. Lin Chen sat on a small stool and carefully washed her feet. He then went to the bathroom and took out a massager with many protrusions. After your soak, I'll give you a good massage. It will not only reduce swelling, but also help you sleep better tonight. Upon seeing this, Su's mother's eyes widened in surprise. She has lived for over 50 years and has never seen a man wash a woman's feet. Not to mention, you also get a massage after soaking your feet. When her husband was pursuing her, he would at most send her flowers and occasionally cook a meal. However, after marriage, he stopped pretending and wouldn't even pour her a glass of water. You can massage feet too? Su's mother was a little worried, afraid that he would press the wrong acupoints and touch acupoints that pregnant women should not press. Trigger task: provide Su Wanqing with a professional foot massage to relieve pregnancy-related edema and alleviate her mother's concerns. Task reward: pregnancy acupressure massage, proficient natural coconut oil for pregnant women. Lin Chen dried Su Wanqing's feet, poured coconut oil into his palm, rubbed it to warm it, and gently placed his hands on the soles of her feet. He pressed the buttons while carefully explaining them. Auntie, I learned massage techniques in a prenatal class at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Besides massaging my belly, I can also massage my feet. You can't just press acupoints like Senyinjio during pregnancy. I only pressed some areas on the outside of her calves and the tops of her feet, which helped promote blood circulation and relieve swelling, making Wanqing feel much more comfortable. His fingers applied just the right amount of pressure, gently kneading Su Wanqing's calves downwards. When it comes to the muscles, it slows down and kneads more carefully. Su's mother watched his movements intently, her gaze fixed on his constantly moving fingers. It's true that some acupoints were avoided, and the kneading technique looked very professional. Su Wanqing closed her eyes, a smile on her face, completely satisfied. Seeing her daughter looking comfortable, Su's mother was finally relieved. After massaging her for more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen stood up, pulled a blanket over her legs, and took the wooden basin away. Su Wanqing held her mother's hand and said with a smile, "Mom, you can rest assured now. Lin Chen is very considerate to me." Su's mother sighed and stood up. "It's getting late, I'm going to rest now." She went into the guest room, closed the door, and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Lin Chen's meticulous actions filled her mind, making her feel as if it were all unreal. The mere thought of the phrase Phoenix Man made her heart sink again. She had seen too many examples of this, poor young men rising to power through women, only to reveal their true colors once they gained power. Lin Chen has no money or connections now, so it's only right that he treats Wanqing well. But once he becomes successful, will he still be able to maintain this original aspiration and remain consistent? Chapter 31: Dare to have a competition? The next day, Su's mother was awakened by the aroma of food. She got dressed and walked out of the room, where she saw Lin Chen frying eggs. The soft-boiled eggs in the pan were golden brown, cooked to perfection. Black rice porridge, cold bamboo shoot salad, and 2 plates of crystal shrimp dumplings were already laid out on the table, all of which were Su Wanqing's favorite dishes. Seeing that she had gotten up, Lin Chen greeted her with a smile. "Auntie, you're awake. The food is just ready, please come and eat." Su Wanqing also came out of the room at this time, sat at the dining table, and took a small sip of porridge. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen left first. He had class this morning and needed to get there early. After he left, Su Wanqing smiled and looked at her mother. "Mom, look how good Lin Chen is to me. He always thinks of me. He puts half of the money he earns from his projects into my account." Su's mother put down her chopsticks, her expression serious, her eyes filled with deep worry. "Wanqing, don't be fooled by his current appearance. How much money can a college student like him earn? He's nice to you now, but won't he rely on our family in the future? I've met men from humble backgrounds before. They're the best at pretending. They're very obedient to you before marriage, but their true nature is revealed after marriage." Su Wanqing unconsciously raised her voice. "Mom, Lin Chen isn't a Phoenix Man, a man from a poor background who achieves success through humble beginnings. He works on projects entirely on his own merits, and every time he makes money, he gives me half of it. I have over 100,000 yuan in my account now, all earned by himself." Su's mother was also a little anxious and retorted, "What's a few 100,000? You'll need to buy a house and raise children in the future. Is that enough? He's nice to you now, maybe he just wants you to ask your family for money. Wanqing, you're too naive. A man's sweet words are the least trustworthy thing. Hearing these words, Su Wanqing's eyes reddened. She knew her mother meant well, but she had spent every day with Lin Chen and knew his character very well. He never mentioned that I should ask my family for money. On the contrary, he always said that I should rely on my own abilities to give me a better life. Seeing her daughter's resolute expression, Su's mother sighed helplessly, knowing that her daughter was deeply involved and that no amount of persuasion would help, even if she still had reservations. Alright, I know it's pointless to say more, but Wanqing, remember this, always be careful and don't trust men too much. Su Wanqing nodded and responded softly. Okay, I understand. After lunch, Su's mother spent the morning with Su Wanqing. She left just as Lin Chen returned at noon. After the two men saw her off to her car and left, Su Wanqing turned to look at Lin Chen. My mom is still worried about you, that's why she was a little upset and made you feel wronged. Lin Chen tightened the coat she was wearing and gently patted her back. It's okay, I understand. Your aunt is only doing this for your own good. I will prove to her that I can definitely take good care of you and give you a better life. The afternoon sun was shining brightly. Su Wanqing took Lin Chen's arm and prepared to go to the school library to borrow some books on prenatal care and prenatal education. As I passed the playground, I was stopped by a group of people. The person in the lead was Zhao Kai, who was wearing a red basketball uniform and dribbling a basketball. He was accompanied by 4 basketball team members, all of them tall and imposing, their eyes full of provocation. Hey, isn't this our printer guru? His voice was loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding classmates. Since you're so good at it, you must be really good at basketball too, right? How about we have a game? Lin Chen knew perfectly well that he had repeatedly failed him before and wanted to get the factory back. He's the captain of the basketball team and is good at basketball, which is why he dares to make such a boast. Su Wanqing tightened her grip on Lin Chen's arm and whispered. Forget it, let's ignore him and go. She knew Zhao Kai was on the basketball team and was very good at playing. She had never seen Lin Chen play basketball before, so she knew he was no match for him. Seeing Su Wanqing's actions, Zhao Kai laughed even more arrogantly. What's wrong? Are you scared? Or is it that all you can do is fix broken printers and you can't even play basketball? His basketball teammates joined in the jeering and mockery. Poor students are just poor students. They don't even have a decent pair of basketball shoes, yet they dare to play basketball with us? Lin Chen glanced down at his white canvas shoes and met Su Wanqing's worried gaze. It's not that he can't afford basketball shoes, he just thinks canvas shoes are versatile and comfortable to wear. Zhao Kai's mockery in front of so many people only made Su Wanqing a target of ridicule. Okay. I'll fight you. Lin Chen's voice was calm, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Su Wanqing panicked instantly and hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Lin Chen, don't agree to him. He's on the basketball team, and he's the captain. Isn't this just bullying him? Lin Chen gently patted her hand and softly comforted her. Don't worry, I can handle it. Trigger mission, defeat Zhao Kai in a basketball match and slap his provocative behavior in the face. Task reward, Basketball Mastery God Level Couple Sports Set Customized. As the system voice faded, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Zhao Kai was stunned for a moment, not expecting Lin Chen to actually dare to agree, and then sneered. Okay, then let's play 5 against 5. The loser has to run 10 laps around the track while shouting I'm trash, and also buy water for the winner for a week. He was full of confidence, thinking that winning against Lin Chen would be a piece of cake. They wanted to embarrass Lin Chen in public and vent their anger. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students became even more excited, crowding around the basketball court, with some even taking out their phones to take pictures. Su Wanqing stood outside the crowd. She was pregnant and couldn't be touched, so she had to stay as far away as possible. She was filled with trepidation, looking nervously at Lin Chen. The match began soon. Zhao Kai's team kicked off first. He passed the ball to the center next to him, who dribbled towards the basket but was deliberately pushed by the opponent. The referee, who was Zhao Kai's friend, pretended not to see it and instead issued a card to warn Lin Chen of a foul. Zhao Kai easily scored a layup, looking at Lin Chen provocatively. Are you even capable? Don't try to scam me. In the following minutes, Zhao Kai's team committed frequent fouls. They either push people or hit their hands, but the referee turns a blind eye. The people in Lin Chen's team were all people he temporarily recruited. Many people who are good at basketball refused to compete with Zhao Kai and his team when they learned that they were to be compared with them. He's on the school basketball team, much better than people like them who just enjoy playing basketball. Many of them didn't want to embarrass themselves and rejected Lin Chen. Soon, Zhao Kai's team took a 5-point lead. Zhao Kai wiped his sweat and looked at Lin Chen smugly. It's not too late to admit defeat now, otherwise you'll lose even more miserably and humiliatingly later. Lin Chen didn't speak, closed his eyes and felt his body gradually becoming lighter, while countless basketball skills flashed through his mind. They can even see the opponent's weaknesses clearly. The time for a counterattack has come. Chapter 32. The time for a counterattack has come. When it was Lin Chen's team's turn to kick off, he took the ball from his teammate, and his expression changed instantly. Zhao Kai stepped forward to try and steal the ball, but Lin Chen easily faked him out with a crossover step and then retreated to the 3-point line to shoot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air before swishing through the net. The surrounding students cheered instantly. That was a great shot. Zhao Kai's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to shoot a 3-pointer. In the next few minutes, Lin Chen seemed to have a cheat code activated, receiving the ball from his teammates one after another, and each time he retreated to the 3-point line and shot. 3 3-pointers quickly turned the score around. Zhao Kai panicked completely, never expecting Lin Chen to be so unassuming. He personally stepped forward to defend, determined not to give the kid any opening. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen moved even faster than before. Lin Chen dribbled the ball left and right, then suddenly changed direction at an astonishing speed, leaving Zhao Kai no time to react. Zhao Kai staggered and fell to the ground, landing flat on his back. The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao Kai felt utterly ashamed and wished he could disappear into the ground. He quickly got up, wanting to settle scores with Lin Chen, but was stopped by the referee. The two were friends, and he knew that if Zhao Kai made a move, he would lose completely. With only 10 seconds left in the game, Lin Chen's team was leading by 3 points. Zhao Kai's team launched an attack, and he dribbled the ball towards the basket, wanting to make a game-winning shot. However, to his surprise, Lin Chen defended him so well that he couldn't find an opportunity at all. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, rushed over and stole the ball from Zhao Kai, then dribbled the ball toward the opponent's basket. With only 3 seconds left, Lin Chen ran to the vicinity of the free throw line. He grabbed the ball with one hand, jumped up, and slammed it down on the basket. The ball slammed into the basket, and the game was over. The entire stadium fell silent, followed by thunderous cheers. Holy crap, that's awesome! This is a level of play that even basketball teams can't achieve. Lin Chen is amazing. Lin Chen is really amazing, it's unbelievable. Zhao Kai slumped to the ground, his face deathly pale, clutching his basketball jersey tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. He simply couldn't believe that he had been beaten so badly by Lin Chen, the poor student he looked down on. He felt humiliated in front of so many people and realized he could never face anyone again. The match ended, and Lin Chen's team won the final victory. As agreed, Zhao Kai was to publicly shout that he was a piece of trash. He hesitated for a long time, and amidst the cheers of his classmates, he reluctantly and slowly uttered a single sentence. I'm a piece of trash. Lin Chen didn't make things difficult for him. He walked straight to Su Wanqing's side and took the water she handed him. Are you all right? She had just seen Lin Chen being pushed and was terrified that he would get hurt. Her heart was pounding. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. He took out 2 sets of matching sports jackets from his backpack, gave one to Su Wanqing to wear, and then put on the other himself. The two of them standing together looked absolutely perfect, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The students around them looked at them with envy. This is so sweet. The matching couple hoodies look so good. Lin Chen can not only fix printers, but he can also play basketball. He's so good to his girlfriend, he's practically the perfect boyfriend. I also hope I can find a boyfriend as good as Lin Chen, even half as good as him would be great. Zhao Kai watched the two figures walk away side by side, feeling extremely angry. He never expected that he would lose to Lin Chen in basketball, the sport he was most skilled at and proud of, and he simply couldn't accept it. This time, he lost completely. He not only lost the game, but also lost face and became a laughingstock. Su Wanqing took Lin Chen's arm and walked out of the playground, the sunlight casting long shadows of the two of them. I had never heard of you playing basketball before. I was a little worried that you wouldn't be able to beat Zhao Kai, but I didn't expect you to be so good at it. You look so cool when you play basketball. Lin Chen smiled and ruffled his hair. I don't usually play basketball, but that doesn't mean I can't. Besides, Zhao Kai has already provoked me to this extent. If I don't accept the challenge, not only will I lose face, but you will also be laughed at. The two went to the library and borrowed several books on prenatal education and how pregnant women should take care of their bodies. On the way back, I ran into Lina. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, she looked disgusted and shook her head repeatedly. Wan Qing, how could you still be with him? You've really gone astray. This man is your support for the rest of your life. If you don't find a good one, you'll regret it later. Even if your family is rich, if your man is impotent, it's all for nothing. Seeing the mocking look on her face, Su Wanqing was not angry. During this time, she also learned from Lin Chen's calm and composed attitude in the face of chaos. If you get provoked by someone's malice, you'll only fall into their trap. Ignoring it is the greatest form of resistance. I spend every day with Lin Chen, and I know him very well. I won't believe just because someone tries to sow discord with a few words. Upon hearing this, Lina's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. She was a little puzzled. Su Wanqing was usually very gentle and it was unlikely that she would say such strong words. What was wrong with her today? Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He was naturally very happy that she had spoken up for him like this. He noticed that Su Wanqing had some bluish-purple marks on her face and neck. Although a thick layer of powder was applied, it was still faintly visible. Lin Chen could tell at a glance how those marks were made. He smiled and looked at Lina. So, your boyfriend treats you very well? Lina tilted her head back, looking smug. Of course. He's definitely much better than you. A man's looks are secondary. The most important thing is that he can make money. He gives me all the money he earns and treats me exceptionally well. Lin Chen's smile deepened as he nodded. You're right, he really treats you well. As the saying goes, spare the rod and spoil the child, right? Upon hearing this, Lina froze, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. How could he have known? She felt a momentary panic, but quickly regained her composure. She forced a smile and said defiantly, My boyfriend is taking me shopping to buy a Chanel bag, I have to go. After saying that, she walked away as quickly as if she were fleeing. After she left, Su Wanqing turned to look at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. What did you mean by what you just said? Seeing that she didn't notice, Lin Chen patiently explained. There was a handprint on her face, she was obviously hit. I just tested her a little and I knew it was her boyfriend who hit her. Su Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Lina wasn't as glamorous as she appeared. Chapter 33 What's there to be afraid of when there are policies in place? Long queues formed again in front of Lin Chen's self-service printers. Since the machines were debugged and connected to the campus payment system last month, these machines have become highly sought after by students. No more traveling far to print shops outside the school. You can print freely right in your dorm room. Queuing, scanning the code, selecting the document, and printing the whole process takes less than a minute, and the price is almost 30% cheaper than outside. Su Wanqing stood beside Lin Chen, helping him organize the newly arrived printing papers, a faint smile on her face. A few days ago, Lin Chen said that after deducting costs and the fees paid to the dormitory manager, the net profit from these printers was already over 10,000 yuan a month. She stroked her slightly protruding belly and felt very at ease. If things continue like this, by the time Lin Chen graduates, they might be able to save up enough money for a down payment on a small apartment, and finally have their own little home. Su Wanqing was fantasizing about her wonderful future when an arrogant voice rang out. This is it? Hearing the sound, she turned around and saw 3 security guards following behind a boy in a black trench coat. The boy's hair was styled with hair wax and carefully combed, with a hint of disdain on his face. He is Zhang Hao, the vice president of the student union. Su Wanqing had met him before at a student union event and heard that he was the nephew of Director Zhang, a school leader. Lin Chen stood up and turned to look at him. Vice Chairman Zhang, is there something you need? Zhang Hao ignored him, instead walking around the printer, reaching out and tapping the machine's casing, pouting with a hint of disdain. He slightly raised his chin, his tone full of arrogance. Lin Chen, right? These machines of yours are illegally occupying public space without the school's approval. They are illegal facilities. Come with us to the logistics department now, and have the security guards move these machines away. Upon hearing this, the students queuing to print their papers immediately erupted in uproar. Vice Chairman Zhang, this printer is very convenient. We rely on it to print documents. How is it against the rules? That's right. Lin Chen had already spoken to the dorm manager before, and the dorm manager agreed. Lin Chen also paid the school for the electricity used for printing. It's not like he's taking advantage of the school. Zhang Hao's face darkened, and he glanced at the students who had spoken. This is a public area of the school, not for private profit. The dormitory supervisor is only in charge of the dormitories. Does he have the authority to approve such matters? And you all better mind your own business, or I'll record this as a disorderly conduct offense and make it impossible for you to graduate. He had said it so bluntly that, although the students were unconvinced, they dared not say anything more. Zhang Hao, relying on his uncle's position as a school leader, acted tyrannically at school. Previously, a student competed with him for the position of student council president, but was ultimately accused of not studying hard and cheating, and did not receive a scholarship. Su Wanqing took a step forward, still wanting to argue with him. Vice Chairman Zhang, our self-service printers aren't against the rules. Lin Chen checked the school's entrepreneurship policy before, and he also. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Chen reached out and pulled her to his side, gently placing his hand on her waist, and whispered, "Don't argue with him so much, I'll handle it." Lin Chen knew Zhang Hao's background well. Last time at the library, he had subtly inquired about the profitability of the self-service printers. In hindsight, he had his eye on this project back then. Ding! System task triggered, save the printer project, expose Zhang Hao's abuse of power. Reward, proficient in policy interpretation beginner and eligible to apply for the Campus Entrepreneurship Support Fund. Seeing Lin Chen protecting Su Wanqing, Zhang Qi sneered contemptuously and said arrogantly, "Lin Chen, let me tell you the truth. I think this self-service printer project is good. The student union will take over it from now on. If you know what's good for you, hand over the back-end access to the printer now, and give half of the profits from the past few months to the student union as management fees. Then we can call it even. Otherwise, not only will you dismantle the machine, I'll also make it impossible for you to stay in school. An ordinary student is too green to compete with him." Seeing that he spoke without any restraint and even tried to force him, the security guard next to him also felt a little embarrassed. One of the older security guards stepped forward, tugged at Zhang Hao's arm, and whispered, "How about we discuss this again? These students are watching. If things get too big of a fuss, it won't have a good impact." They had all heard about self-service printers. Lin Chen is very responsible. He's available whenever there's a problem with the printer, and the students are very satisfied. It's really unreasonable of them to insist on demolishing it now and even ask for benefits from it. Zhang Hao shook off the security guard's hand, looking impatient and arrogant. "My uncle is in charge of logistics. What are you afraid of? I said it's a violation, and it's a violation. You guys get to work right now and move the machine away." Just as the security guard hesitated, Lin Chen took out a large document from the drawer next to the machine and walked up to Zhang Hao. "Vice Chairman Zhang, you say I occupied public space without approval, then take a look at this. This is the Student Entrepreneurship Support and Management Regulation, which clearly states that students are encouraged to carry out entrepreneurial projects that meet the needs of the school. With the consent of the dormitory management department and the college, they can reasonably use public vacant spaces without additional approval. I've already spoken with the principal about this. We have a consent form, a record, and a stamp. Would you like to take a look?" Zhang Hao was taken aback, not expecting Lin Chen to have documents. He leaned closer to take a look and found that the document did indeed have the principal's signature, and the date was from last month. Seeing these things, Zhang Hao panicked for a moment, but he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, and he wanted to take over this profitable business, so he continued to hold on. "The policy has changed this month. Now it must be approved by the logistics department." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, then took out his phone. "Really? The school's official website just updated its entrepreneurship support policies, and it doesn't mention the situation you described. Why don't you take another look, Vice Chairman Zhang?" Zhang Hao hadn't even read these policies. He was just making up a reason to try and take possession of the self-service printer. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen had already investigated these things thoroughly. The students weren't stupid. They quickly figured out Zhang Hao's intentions. Is Vice Chairman Zhang trying to steal the project? This is so unfair to honest people. How can they be so shameless? I guess he saw that the self-service printer business was booming and he made a lot of money, so he tried to take it away. It's disgusting. He's just acting like a bully because his uncle is a school leader. With the recording in hand, there's no room for denial. Chapter 34. Su Wanqing stood behind Lin Chen, overjoyed. She knew Lin Chen was a meticulous person, But she didn't expect that he had even prepared policy documents in advance and kept them on his phone so he could look at them anytime. Now she can finally rest easy. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhang Hao's face turned extremely ugly. He knew that if he didn't trample Lin Chen underfoot today, he would definitely lose face and become a laughingstock. He steeled himself and stepped forward, intending to snatch Lin Chen's phone. "Stop talking nonsense. My uncle said these machines have to be dismantled." Lin Chen saw through his intention at a glance and easily dodged to the side. At the same time, he pressed the record button on his phone, and the speaker was Zhang Hao. "I've checked out the self-service printers. They can make a lot of money in a month. In a few days, I'll find a reason to confiscate the machines and then change the back-end permissions. Then, the profits will be ours. Don't be afraid. My uncle is the head of logistics. He can handle things with just a word. If that kid Lin Chen dares to mess with me, he'll definitely come to a bad end." In the recording, there is another person's voice, asking with a hint of worry. "Brother Hao, what if the other students have objections? That would be troublesome." Zhang Hao scoffed lightly, not taking it seriously. "They're just a few students, what's there to be afraid of? They'll behave themselves after a disciplinary action, what can they do?" As the recording played, the surroundings fell silent for a moment, but then an even louder sound erupted. Many students were extremely angry. They never expected that Zhang Hao would actually try to steal the project and use such despicable and shameless means. It was absolutely despicable. The dormitory supervisor also came out, frowning as he looked at Zhang Hao. "Lin Chen's paperwork is complete and there are no problems. What he is doing is convenient for the students. How could you be so unreasonable?" Zhang Hao's face was extremely ugly. He never expected that Lin Chen would record his conversation with his henchman. He instinctively tried to grab the phone to destroy the evidence, but Lin Chen grabbed his wrist. "Vice Chairman Zhang, taking my phone won't help, I've already backed up the recording." At that moment, a man in a black suit walked over. He is Zhang Hao's uncle, Director Zhang Haiyang of the Logistics Department. He had just finished a meeting when the security guards came looking for him, saying that Zhang Hao was causing trouble in the dormitory building, so they rushed over. He frowned, and when he saw Zhang Hao, his expression darkened even more. "What are you doing here causing trouble?" Upon seeing him, Zhang Hao felt as if he had seen a savior. He broke free from Lin Chen's hand and quickly ran to Zhang Haiyang's side. "Uncle, this kid illegally occupied the school's public space. I brought security guards to dismantle the machine, but he resisted and even secretly recorded it. He's shameless." Zhang Haiyang frowned and interrupted him sharply with displeasure. "Shut up." Immediately, she turned to look at Lin Chen, her tone softening slightly. "Hey classmate, tell me what exactly happened." Lin Chen handed the documents and phone in his hand to Zhang Haiyang, neither humble nor arrogant. "Director Zhang, I am Lin Chen from the Computer Science Department. This is my business project registration form, approval letter, and the school's business policy documents. Vice Chairman Zhang just said I violated regulations, that he wanted to dismantle my machines, and that he wanted to take over my project. I have a recording here, you can listen to it." Zhang Haiyang took the document, looked at it carefully, listened to the recording, and was furious. He glared at Zhang Hao, trembling with anger. "You scoundrel! What have I told you before? I told you not to mess around at school using my name. And what did you do? You even tried to steal your classmate's startup project. Do you know that if word gets out, I'll lose my position as the director?" Zhang Hao was so angry at the scolding that he didn't dare to look up and kept his head down. Gone was the arrogance and domineering attitude from before. "Uncle, I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that." Zhang Haiyang didn't give him a friendly look and asked in a cold voice. "Wrong? What's the use of just saying it's wrong?" He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and turned to look at Lin Chen, his face full of apology. "Lin Chen, I'm so sorry, it's my fault for not keeping a good eye on my nephew and causing you to suffer. Your policy project is fully in line with the school's policies. Not only can it not be demolished, but I will also help you apply for the Campus Entrepreneurship Support Fund. Starting next month, the school will provide outstanding entrepreneurial projects with a monthly subsidy of 2,000 yuan, and they can also use the school's entrepreneurial incubation base for free. If you need it, you can contact me anytime." The surrounding students cheered instantly, and everyone applauded. Director Zhang is a wise man, having such a scoundrel as his nephew is truly unlucky. Lin Chen nodded, a smile on his face. Okay, thank you, Director Zhang. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Zhang Haiyang waved his hand, turned around and glared at Zhang Hao, his brows furrowed. Hurry up and apologize to Lin Chen, then come back to my office and reflect on your actions. Having no other choice, Zhang Hao reluctantly apologized to Lin Chen and then slunk away with Zhang Haiyang. After everyone left, the security guard hurriedly stepped forward to apologize to Lin Chen, saying sorry. They didn't want to follow Zhang Hao's nonsense, but his uncle was the school's logistics leader, who was in charge of them, so they had no choice but to come. After everyone left, Su Wanqing walked to Lin Chen's side, took his arm, and looked at him with admiration. How do you know everything? You even prepared the policy documents, and that recording, when did you record it? Lin Chen gently stroked her nose, his eyes filled with tenderness. Last time at the library, Zhang Hao asked me about the self-service printer. I knew he was going to do something, so I went back in advance to prepare and even printed out backup documents, just in case. The recording was a complete accident. I never expected it would actually come in handy. He paused, then placed his hand on Su Wanqing's lower abdomen. For you and the baby, I have to be even stronger. I absolutely cannot let anyone bully us, and I can't let anyone affect our lives. As he said this, he stared intently at Su Wanqing, his eyes filled with endless tenderness. Meeting his gaze, Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. Looking at Lin Chen beside her, she felt a sense of security. It seems that with him around, no matter what happens or how difficult the situation is, everything can be easily resolved. She had changed her mind. Lin Chen seemed to be a trustworthy person, even better than she had imagined. Chapter 35, he transforms into a wife-protecting maniac. Lin Chen and Su Wanqing went to a nearby shopping mall. When they came out, it was already dark. It wasn't far from where they lived. They could get there by crossing just one street. This is a shortcut back, surrounded by shops, all of which are closed at this time. Recalling what happened during the day, Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. It was so satisfying to see Zhang Hao like that today. He's such an arrogant and domineering person, but his uncle scolded him like that, his head hanging down, like a wilted eggplant. Lin Chen laughed and took her hand. He probably won't dare to cause trouble again. If Director Zhang doesn't take action against him, he might lose his job. I plan to try tomorrow and see if I can apply for the support fund. It would be great to have 2,000 yuan a month. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind them. Lin Chen immediately became alert and turned his head to see three burly men in black coats walking into the alley. The three men held steel pipes in their hands, staring fiercely at Lin Chen. Seeing this, Su Wanqing couldn't help but feel nervous and gripped Lin Chen's arm tightly. Who are they? Are they here for us? Lin Chen held Su Wanqing even tighter and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He could tell that the other party was staring at him intently, clearly targeting him. Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned cold as he looked at the man in front of him. What do you want to do? The man in the lead was bald, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and gave a contemptuous smile. You messed with the wrong person by showing off. He told us to teach you a lesson, break your legs, and see how you'll keep up your act then. Su Wanqing instantly realized that someone had hired someone to injure her. Is it Zhang Hao? Or is it someone else? As she grew increasingly anxious, the bald man continued speaking with a cold laugh. Kid, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and let us break your legs. Otherwise, we'll beat up the women next to you too. Even if she's pregnant, we won't be polite. You deserve it for messing with the wrong person. These words instantly enraged Lin Chen, whose biggest concern was Su Wanqing and the baby in her belly. He absolutely could not tolerate these people daring to use her to threaten him. Emergency mission triggered. Defeat the thugs and protect Su Wanqing's safety. Rewards: combat skills mastery, pepper spray, and home security camera. In an instant, a warm current swept through my entire body. Countless fighting techniques flashed through Lin Chen's mind, dodging and precise counterattacks. He could even clearly see the opponent's weaknesses. Fearing that what was about to happen would frighten Su Wanqing, Lin Chen said softly. Wanqing, close your eyes and stand to the side. Don't open your eyes. It'll be over soon. Although Su Wanqing was scared, she still nodded. As he instructed, he walked to the wall, closed his eyes, and touched his stomach with both hands. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't take them seriously at all, the bald man roared angrily. Kid, you're asking for it. He raised the steel pipe and smashed it hard against Lin Chen's leg. Lin Chen swayed and easily dodged. At the same time, he kicked out with his right foot, striking the man's knee. The sudden attack caught the bald man completely off guard. He had no time to react, his legs buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground, dropping the steel pipe he was holding. Before he could even get up, Lin Chen picked up the steel pipe and slapped it hard on the bald man's back. He let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Seeing this, one of the men rushed forward, intending to take advantage of Lin Chen's back being turned to him to launch a sneak attack. The moment he ran over, Lin Che grabbed the iron bar that was being hurled at him and swung a punch at his face. The men snorted and retreated, blood gushing from their noses. There was one person left, who didn't move, frozen in place, too frightened to react. She just stared blankly at Lin Chen, already terrified. This person is absolutely terrifying. Lin Chen glanced at him and said coldly, "Aren't you going to get lost?" At that moment, the man finally realized what was happening. As if granted a pardon, he didn't dare to linger and ran away. The whole process was quick, taking less than 3 minutes. When she heard no more sound, Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes and saw Lin Chen standing there, while the other 2 thugs lay on the ground. She hurried over and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Lin Chen threw down the steel pipe, shook his head, and gently patted her hand. "I'm fine, look at me, I'm perfectly all right, I'm not hurt at all." He first called the police and explained the situation in detail. He then gave a cold laugh, took Su Wanqing's hand, and walked towards a locust tree nearby. He noticed a figure behind the tree when he made his move. When they got there, they indeed saw Zhao Kai hiding there, holding a phone in his hand, his face looking extremely grim. Lin Chen's gaze was sharp, and his voice was filled with anger. "Zhao Kai, you hired someone to injure someone. Aren't you afraid of being arrested by the police and expelled from school?" Zhao Kai was caught red-handed, but he refused to admit it, shaking his head in rebuttal. "Stop slandering me. I was just passing by and happened to see it. I was afraid of getting hurt, so I hid. This has nothing to do with me." The sarcasm on Lin Chen's face grew stronger as he retorted. "Is that so? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. These people who laid a hand on me will tell the truth. Then we'll see how you try to deny it." Soon, the sirens of police cars began to sound. Seeing that things were going badly, Zhao Kai turned to run away, but Lin Chen grabbed him. "Where do you think you're going?" The police arrived quickly. After seeing the 2 thugs lying on the ground and Zhao Kai, who had been arrested, they inquired about the situation and immediately handcuffed the 2 thugs. Zhao Kai kept shouting that he was just passing by and knew nothing. "I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with me, and you can't blame me for it. They did all the work. Who knows if Lin Chen offended someone?" Seeing that his scheme had been exposed, and with Zhao Kai shifting all the blame onto them, the bald man quickly confessed and stopped hiding anything. "Officer, Zhao Kai sent us. He gave us 5,000 yuan and told us to break this kid's legs. We were confused for a moment and that's why we did it. Please be lenient with us. We promise we'll never do it again." Zhao Kai panicked instantly, his legs went weak with fear, but he still tried to remain calm and kept making excuses. "Stop making baseless accusations. I don't know you at all, and I never asked you to do such a thing. Don't slander me." Chapter 36, Is it Love or Responsibility? The bald man pointed to the phone in his pocket and looked at the police. "I have chat logs to prove it, as well as the 5,000 yuan he transferred to me." Zhao Kai froze. Those were all substantial pieces of evidence, and he had no way to deny them. In the end, he was taken away by the police. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Lin Chen didn't take him seriously, to be precise, he ignored him and didn't care at all. Even if Zhao Kai isn't fired after what happened, he will definitely receive a major demerit and face administrative detention. He won't be able to cause trouble for a while. Back in her rented apartment, Su Wanqing was still a little emotionally unstable. She felt uneasy after what had happened. She sat on the sofa, clutching the cushion in her arms tightly. Lin Chen poured her a glass of warm water, took out the pepper spray and surveillance camera that the system had rewarded him with, and handed the pepper spray to Su Wanqing. "Put this in your bag. If you encounter danger in the future, just press here and press hard to spray pepper spray. People with bad intentions won't dare to approach you. And this security camera, I installed it at the front door and in the living room, so even when I'm not home, I can see what's going on at home, which makes me feel more at ease." Su Wanqing took the pepper spray and felt much more at ease holding it in her hand. She watched Lin Chen stand on the stool and install a surveillance camera on the door, and then let out a long sigh of relief. After Lin Chen finished doing all this and came over, Su Wanqing spoke softly. "Thank you. I don't know how I would have faced all of this without you." Lin Chen sat down beside her, gently patting her back in a tender voice. "Protecting you and the baby is what I should do. Don't think too much about it, get some rest. It was just a small incident. I will be more careful in the future and won't let you be frightened like that again." Su Wanqing nodded and responded softly, her fear slowly dissipating. With Lin Chen around, she always felt inexplicably at ease. She rested her head on Lin Chen's shoulder and fell asleep without realizing it. Seeing that she was asleep, Lin Chen did not wake her up. Instead, he slowly got up, carried her in his arms like a princess, and carried her back to the room. He then covered her with the blanket before slowly leaving the room and closing the door. The moment the door closed, Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. She had just fallen asleep uncontrollably due to drowsiness. She's still a little sleepy, but thinking about her life now, she's still very happy. Especially since her birthday was in a few days, she was looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise Lin Chen would prepare for her. What Su Wanqing didn't expect was that Lin Chen was busy every day for several days in a row and didn't mention her birthday at all, which made her feel a little disappointed. She sat on the sofa, stroking her slightly protruding belly, and whispered, "Baby, did your dad forget mommy's birthday?" Lin Chen is a very thoughtful person, and he takes great care of her daily life. Logically speaking, someone as thoughtful as him wouldn't forget his own birthday. Su Wanqing wondered if he was just too busy lately to think about other things. As the sound of a key turning in the lock rang out, Lin Chen pushed open the door and walked in, carrying the cherries he had just bought. "When I passed by the fruit shop, I saw that the newly arrived cherries looked good, so I bought some for you." He went straight into the kitchen, turned on the tap, and began washing the beads one by one. How could someone who takes such meticulous care of her not care about her birthday? Could it be that he doesn't know her birthday? She suppressed her disappointment and stopped thinking about it. After washing the cherries, Lin Chen came out of the kitchen and handed them to her. Su Wanqing took the cherries, her heart softening a little. Lin Chen remembered what she liked to eat and would buy it for her when he passed by. He was probably just too busy. She ate cherries as she watched Lin Chen hurriedly enter the study and close the door. When Su Wanqing got up to get a drink of water that evening, she noticed the study light was still on. She walked over and saw Lin Chen staring at the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard, the screen filled with code she couldn't understand. "It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Go get some rest." Lin Chen stopped what he was doing, turned to look at her, and immediately got up to help her arm. "It'll be finished soon, you should get some rest. I'll go to sleep as soon as I'm done. Go back to bed quickly, it's chilly at night, don't catch a cold." He helped Su Wanqing back to her room, but she couldn't fall asleep after lying on the bed. Since having the child, she and Lin Chen have lived together, but they have always slept separately, keeping to themselves. She didn't know whether Lin Chen's meticulous care for her was because of her or for the child in her womb. As a father, he needs to fulfill his responsibilities and obligations, which is only right. If everything he did was because of this child, those thoughts she once had are truly laughable. To date, the two are not even in a romantic relationship, let alone have any further development in their relationship. The only major relationship is between the child's father and the child's mother, nothing more. That night, Su Wanqing couldn't sleep. She couldn't accept that outcome, and she didn't dare ask Lin Chen what he thought, fearing that she wouldn't be able to face reality and would only cause herself more pain. A feeling of unease welled up inside her, like a tidal wave, almost engulfing her. The following afternoon, Su's mother arrived unexpectedly without prior notice. When she saw her, Su Wanqing was pleasantly surprised and immediately went to greet her. "Mom, what brings you here?" She was carrying a lot of things, all of which were ingredients to nourish Su Wanqing's body. "Tomorrow is your birthday, of course I'm here to celebrate with you. What birthday present did Lin Chen prepare for you?" Su Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable, but she still tried to smooth things over. "He's been too busy lately and hasn't had much time to prepare. Plus, I'm pregnant now and don't want to go through all that trouble." Su's mother frowned, clearly displeased. "Even if he's busy, he can't forget your birthday. Didn't you say he was thoughtful? How come he doesn't care about something so important? It seems my worries were right, he really is unreliable." Just then, Lin Chen returned from outside. Upon seeing Su's mother arrive, he greeted her warmly. "Auntie, you've arrived. Sue's mother didn't give him a friendly look and questioned him directly. Have you made any preparations for Wanqing's birthday? It's tomorrow, and there's not a single sign of activity at home. Do you not even remember? Chapter 37 Birthday Surprise. Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting her to ask so directly, and then laughed. Auntie, I'm prepared. I'll keep it a secret for now, but you'll find out tomorrow. Keep it a secret? Sue's mother pursed her lips, walked around the living room and looked around. It seemed no different from the last time she came. At a time like this, what are you still keeping secret? I think you're not prepared at all and are just making excuses. Wanqing is going through a lot during her pregnancy, and you don't even care about her birthday. What will you do after she has a baby? Won't you forget about her altogether? Su Wanqing quickly grabbed her mother's arm and gently comforted her. Mom, please don't say that. He's really busy. Besides, I don't care about these things. It's just a birthday. It doesn't matter whether I celebrate it or not. She felt guilty as soon as she said it. How could she not care about her birthday? She just didn't want to put Lin Chen in a difficult position. Lin Chen felt a pang of heartache seeing the undisguised disappointment in Su Wanqing's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely make Wanqing satisfied tomorrow, and I certainly won't let you down. He gave a brief explanation and then turned and went into the study. The photo album program he was working on still had a final touch to go through, and he had to finish it tonight so he could give her a surprise tomorrow morning. Sue's mother sat on the sofa, furious. He held onto Su Wanqing's arm and kept talking. Wanqing, you are so sensible. You can't spoil a man. If he doesn't value you, you'll suffer in the future. Fortunately, you haven't registered your marriage yet. At most, there's only the child involved. Once you give birth to the child, don't have any further involvement with him. Hearing her mother's words, Su Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable. She knew her mother meant well, but she was also willing to believe Lin Chen. But the disappointment of not being able to meet her expectations always made her feel bad. Even when evening came, the house was still unfurnished. Sue's mother sighed and didn't say much. Fine, I'll take you out to eat tomorrow, and I'll buy you a small cake too. I'm not counting on him anymore. Just then, Lin Chen came out of the study, holding a USB drive in his hand, and put it in his pocket. Auntie, I'll make Wanqing a bowl of longevity noodles tomorrow, you can try some too. Sue's mother didn't speak, but just snorted, feeling even more disappointed. You don't even have a cake, just a bowl of longevity noodles. Is that what you call preparation? The next morning, Su Wanqing got up early and saw Lin Chen wearing an apron and making hand-rolled noodles as soon as she came out. Poached eggs and greens were bubbling in the pot, steaming hot. Lin Chen smiled at her, his eyes full of tenderness. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Sue's mother also got up, walked to the kitchen door, glanced inside, and snorted softly. After making the batter, is this what you mean by preparation? Lin Chen didn't rush to refute, but first scooped out the noodles and rinsed them with cold water. Eat the noodles first, there's a surprise coming later. Su Wanqing picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of noodles. Soaking the noodles in cold water makes them very chewy. With the added subtle aroma of scallions, it tastes quite good. As she ate her noodles, her disappointment lessened by half, and she couldn't help but begin to anticipate what the surprise he had mentioned was. After eating the longevity food, Lin Chen pulled Su Wanqing to the living room and turned on the TV. Take the USB drive out of your pocket and insert it. He pressed the remote control, and the computer screen suddenly lit up. Instead of a television program, a photograph appeared. This was the day Su Wanqing came to visit while pregnant. She was sitting on the sofa, sunlight falling on her face, and a faint smile on her lips. Su Wanqing was stunned she didn't even remember taking this photo. Then, a series of photos appeared on the screen, all of them showing her during her pregnancy. She was gently stroking her belly, looking tender. After she experienced morning sickness, she leaned against the wall, and Lin Chen handed her water and took a snapshot. And there's the image of her standing on the balcony, basking in the sun, holding strawberries and smiling. Each photo has a line of small print, the date it was taken, and Lin Chen's notes. Wanqing is having severe morning sickness today, it breaks my heart. She was getting up frequently at night, and she looked completely haggard. She ate a banana, and finally had an appetite. Upon seeing these photos, Su Wanqing couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin Chen had quietly memorized these moments. She thought he had forgotten his birthday, never expecting that he would cherish every day in this way. Lin Chen sat down next to Su Wanqing, took a tissue, and gently wiped away the tears on her face. I'm afraid you'll forget what it's like to be pregnant, so I thought I'd make a photo album and secretly take a picture of you every day when you're not looking. It should have been done a few days ago, but the program suddenly had a problem, so it was only fixed last night. Standing beside her, Su's mother looked at her daughter in the photo, then at Lin Chen, and her eyes reddened. This sentiment wasn't something that was accomplished overnight, it was something that had been prepared for a long time. She walked over to Lin Chen and patted him on the shoulder. You little rascal, you kept it a secret for so long. I was worried about you for ages. She paused, and her tone finally softened. Treat Wanqing well from now on. If you dare to bully her, I will never forgive you. She had been burned by men before and worried that her daughter would repeat the same mistake and follow in her footsteps, which is why she had so many demands on Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Su's mother and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Su's mother had reluctantly accepted him. From now on, he needs to work even harder. Su Wanqing was deeply moved, tears streaming down her face, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up in a smile. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I thought you'd forgotten my birthday. Lin Chen wiped away her tears and said softly. How could that be? I've remembered your birthday from the very beginning, and I've been planning how to celebrate it for you. I also ordered a low-sugar cake with animal cream that's suitable for pregnant women. It will be delivered soon. It's matcha flavor, which you like. Su Wanqing smiled and nodded, feeling warm inside. This was the most unforgettable birthday she had ever had. Lin Chen had prepared such a thoughtful surprise for her, and at that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Just a few days after Su Wanqing's birthday, Lin Chen was back to his busy studies and work. In addition to his regular classes, he also collaborates with several business owners and visits their companies regularly. After the baby is born, there will be many expenses, so he must seize the time to earn money so that Su Wanqing and the baby can have a happier and better life. The mini program he had previously collaborated on with the school had just been upgraded, and he went to the teacher's office to inform them. As soon as I reached the door, I heard several teachers talking anxiously around a computer. Chapter 38 The Jinx skill has taken effect. The department head had a somber face, his brows furrowed, and his expression unusually serious. The system has crashed. I've contacted several tech experts, but they haven't been able to fix it. What should I do? Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what to do, when one of the young teachers made a suggestion. How about we find an off-campus tech team? The department head shook his head and let out a long sigh. It's too late. We need it tonight. Even if we find someone now, it won't be able to be fixed until tomorrow at the latest. Lin Chen walked in, glanced at the computer screen, and saw that it was full of garbled text. Why don't you let me give it a try? The office suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at him. A sneer came from the doorway, and Zhang Hao, the vice president of the student union, walked in with his arms crossed, followed by 2 other student union members. He still held a grudge about apologizing to Lin Chen last time, and now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to mock him. You can fix systems? You think you're so great just because you can fix a broken printer? The teachers at the school are helpless, how could you possibly fix it? Lin Chen ignored him and instead looked at the department head. Can I connect to the server's backend? The department head nodded and responded. Okay, I'll give you the permissions. Give it a try. He also knew that Lin Chen had previously collaborated with the school on a mini program. He built his own printer and is quite skilled in computer programming, so maybe he'll come up with a solution. Seeing that Lin Chen was ignoring him, Zhang Hao lost face, so he walked to the side and deliberately raised his voice. Some people just like to put on airs. Wait till they can't fix it, then let's see how they save face. Several student council members nearby chuckled, looking like they were waiting to see a good show. Lin Chen sat in front of the computer, typed a few words on the keyboard, and brought up the server's background logs. He stared at the screen, his brows furrowing slightly. The abnormal data in the background seemed to indicate that some kind of virus had been implanted, specifically targeting the data connection. This virus is unlike anything I've ever seen before. It must be newly emerging. No wonder the school's technical staff didn't know how to deal with it. Seeing that he hadn't moved, Zhang Hao leaned over to take a look. See? You can't do it, can you? I told you you couldn't. You just had to show off. Why do you like to brag so much? Lin Chen still ignored him, staring straight at the screen. It's not a difficult task, it can be fixed within 2 hours. Zhang Hao was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did I hear that right? 2 hours? What nonsense are you spouting? The school teachers have been working on it for so long and still haven't fixed it. I bet you're just looking for an excuse to slip away. His eyes darted around, and a plan formed in his mind. Since you're so capable, how about we make a bet? The loser has to kneel down and apologize to the other person, and even post a video of it on the campus network. How about it? Are you up for it? The people around immediately fell silent and all looked at Lin Chen. The department head quickly smoothed things over and urged them on. Stop messing around, fixing the system is the priority now. Zhang Hao persisted, refusing to back down. Director, if Lin Chen is truly capable, why would he be afraid of making a bet? If he isn't capable, he shouldn't linger here, it will only cause a great deal of trouble. After saying that, he looked at Lin Chen provocatively. What's wrong? You're not chickening out, are you? Lin Chen looked up at him, his eyes turning cold. He didn't want to argue with Zhang Chao, but this guy just had to come along and cause trouble. Since that's the case, then there's no need for me to be polite. Triggering an emergency mission, agree to Zhang Hao's bet, complete the mission to slap Zhang Hao in the face, and be rewarded with the jinxed skill valid for 10 minutes. Lin Chen calmly agreed. Okay, I'll bet with you. Zhang Hao was taken aback by the fact that he agreed so readily, and then sneered. Fine, you said it yourself. There's no point in denying it now. So many people are watching, they're all witnesses. He moved a chair over and sat down next to him, arms crossed, looking like he was determined to win. He didn't believe this kid was really capable and was waiting to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself. Lin Chen ignored him and put his fingers back on the keyboard, typing rapidly in a rhythmic manner. He first isolated the infected database and then rewrote the antivirus program based on the characteristics of the virus. Time passed second by second, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Chen. Watching the chaotic code on the screen gradually become orderly, all the error messages disappeared. In just 1.5 hours, Lin Chen pressed the enter key, and a notification popped up on the screen that the system repair was complete. He tested it again and only spoke after confirming that there were no problems. It's done. The department head quickly came over, tested it, and confirmed that it had indeed recovered. He nodded repeatedly and praised it. Lin Chen, you've been a huge help. You're amazing. The teachers in the office breathed a sigh of relief and praised Lin Chen. Sitting next to him, Zhang Hao's disdainful expression gradually turned into surprise, and finally into an extremely ugly one. He never expected that Lin Chen was truly capable. Lin Chen stood up and looked at Zhang Hao. Shouldn't you keep your promise? Zhang Hao suddenly stood up, took a step back, and asked with feigned composure and dissatisfaction. Aren't you going a bit too far? I'm the vice president of the student council, and besides, my uncle is a school leader. You dare to make me kneel down and even want to film it and post it on the campus network? Seeing that he wanted to deny it, Lin Chen remained calm, but his eyes were extremely oppressive. You were the one who proposed the bet, and now so many people are watching. Are you trying to renege on it? If you refuse to admit it, this matter will become common knowledge, and everyone will know that you, the vice president of the student council, actually renege on a bet. Zhang Hao instantly became furious and shouted in dissatisfaction. I just won't keep my promise, what can you do about it? After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door, wanting to leave as soon as possible. Watching his hasty departure, Lin Chen smiled. You can't leave, you'll keep falling down at the door. The jinx skill has taken effect. What the outcome will be for Zhang Hao depends on his mood. Zhang Hao sneered disdainfully, and the next second, he slipped and fell heavily to the ground, face first into the dirt. Seeing his disheveled state, he was so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into the ground and escape as quickly as possible. But the more anxious he became, the less he could get up. He had just straightened up when he fell heavily to the ground again, each fall harder than the last. My feet felt like they were coated in oil, I couldn't get up at all. This is truly bizarre. He lay on the ground, turned his head to look at Lin Chen, and a look of terror appeared in his eyes. Could it be that this kid is behind this? Chapter 39. We will never let this go. Zhang Hao leaned against the wall and barely managed to stand up straight. The falls had hurt a bit, but he wasn't so badly injured that he couldn't walk. A question arose in his mind, could it be that his fall was really related to Lin Chen? Lin Chen is just an ordinary student. Even if he knows some coding, he couldn't possibly control all of this. He rubbed his knee and glared at Lin Chen with displeasure. I think you're just a jinx, you can't stand to see me doing well, and you want to curse me. As he spoke, Zhang Hao deliberately swung his leg, trying to prove that he was all right. There were 7 or 8 teachers and students around, and he felt uncomfortable. If they spread the word about his disheveled appearance, who knows how embarrassing it would be. Lin Chen stood still, watching Zhang Hao's feigned composure, and said something indifferently. Then you'd better be careful and don't go downstairs, otherwise you're guaranteed to break a bone. You can try it if you don't believe me. Zhang Hao scoffed lightly, not taking it seriously. You really think you're some kind of sage? The stairwell was right next to him, but he insisted on going down. He wanted to see how this path, which he had walked countless times, could have caused him to break his leg. He took a step forward with his right leg, and just as his toes touched the next step, he tripped over something as if he had been hit by a person, twisted his ankle, and instantly lost his balance, falling forward. Ah! Zhang Hao only had time to let out a scream before he tumbled down the stairs, yelling with each step he rolled. The sharp corners of the steps hurt his back, and he felt dizzy. After rolling down, he fell to the ground, his body racked with excruciating pain, and he could no longer tell where the pain was coming from. The department head was the first to react and rushed down the steps to help him up, but was afraid of hurting him. How are you feeling? Can you still move? Call an ambulance right away. Other teachers and students also gathered around, and some even recorded videos. Lin Chen just told him not to go downstairs, but he didn't listen. Now look what's happened. That fall was too coincidental. It feels a bit eerie. Zhang Hao lay on the ground, trembling with pain. The moment I looked up, I saw Lin Chen walking down the stairs. Her steps were unhurried, and her calm gaze fell upon him, making him inexplicably apprehensive. He felt as if he was being targeted by something dirty, and panicked, screaming. Stay away from me, don't come any closer, are you up to something? Lin Chen stopped and stared down at him. Are you kidding me? I was so far away from you, and I kindly reminded you, but you didn't listen, and now you're blaming me? However, you haven't fulfilled your bet yet. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Lin Chen, don't push your luck. I'm already in this state, and you still want me to fulfill the bet? My uncle is a school leader, how dare you force me? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen interrupted him. Even if your uncle is a school leader, you still have to keep your promise. That can't be changed. I didn't force you. I didn't want to bet with you at the time, but you insisted on forcing me. Now that you've lost, you have no magnanimity at all. Or do you think you can get away with it after falling? If you don't do as I say, things might get even worse. Zhang Hao's face was extremely ugly. He felt that Lin Chen was a jinx. All those words I just said have been seen through Hawkeye's eyes. Who knows, if I don't do as instructed, what else might happen? This whole thing is really weird. He gritted his teeth, braced himself with his hands on the ground, and lowered his head, speaking with utter humiliation. Okay, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have gone back on my bet with you. Several students were taking videos and photos with their phones. Many people dislike Zhang Hao. He flaunts his position as the vice president of the student union and his uncle as a school leader, and he doesn't respect anyone else. Lin Chen ignored what happened next and left. Lin Chen walked out of the teaching building and sent a message to Su Wanqing. I was delayed by something, but I'll be right back. I'll bring you your favorite fruit salad. Su Wanqing quickly replied with a message, her voice gentle. Okay, be careful on the road. Hearing her voice, the chill in Lin Chen's heart instantly melted away like a gentle spring breeze. When he got home, Su Wanqing got up and walked over. Your voice sounded strange just now, is something wrong? Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly helped her up and helped her sit down. It's nothing, it's just that some people at school were causing trouble for no reason, but it's been resolved. He briefly recounted the bet he made with Zhang Hao and how Zhang Hao fell down, but didn't mention kneeling, afraid she would worry. Su Wanqing frowned, somewhat worried. Won't he retaliate against you? Zhang Hao is very ambitious, and his uncle is a school leader. He definitely won't let this go so easily. Lin Chen gently patted her hand and softly comforted her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, he fell down on his own. How could he blame it on me? Even if he wanted revenge, he has no reason to do so. That afternoon, the video of Zhang Hao kneeling down to apologize went viral. Someone edited the video and added the title Student Union Vice President Zhang Hao cheated on a bet and was forced to kneel by his classmates, which caused a stir on the campus network. The post had barely been published when the comments section exploded. Many people say that Zhang Hao bullied others by abusing his power, and that he deserved this outcome. People are still discussing Lin Chen, surprised that he is so amazing. Some people also mentioned that Zhang Hao's uncle, Zhang Haiyang, is a school leader, and everyone is discussing whether there will be any further developments in this matter. At the hospital. Lying in his hospital bed, Zhang Hao looked at the videos and comments on his phone, trembling with anger. With his right foot in a cast and his face extremely pale, he shouted at Zhang Haiyang, who had rushed over. "Uncle, look how badly they bullied me. Lin Chen did it on purpose. He must have sabotaged my fall. And those people actually filmed it and posted it online. How am I supposed to face anyone at school now? You need to think of a way to delete the video and get revenge for me." Zhang Haiyang watched the video, his face extremely pale. He has been a leader at the school for so many years, and no one has ever disrespected him. Lin Chen, this student, had previously made Zhang Hao feel utterly ashamed in front of everyone. He was also present at the time, and could only suppress all his dissatisfaction and explain in a kind manner. Now, he not only made Zhang Hao kneel down on the spot, but also made things escalate to this extent, clearly showing that he doesn't take him seriously. He patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder, his expression grim. "Don't worry, I won't let this go so easily. He's just a student, what trouble can he cause?" Chapter 40 Never Compromise. The next morning, Lin Chen was cornered on the playground by Zhang Haiyang as soon as he arrived at school. He was wearing a gray suit, his face expressionless, his eyes scrutinizing as if he were looking at something he disliked, a stark contrast to the last time we met. Zhang Haiyang spoke first, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, but carrying an undeniable authority. "Come with me here, there's something I want to talk to you about." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Chen's response, she turned and walked towards the teaching building. Lin Chen guessed what he meant, but he wasn't afraid and followed him directly. Upon entering the stairwell, Zhang Haiyang stood by the window. He turned around, his back to the light, his expression somewhat blurred, but his tone clearly conveyed dissatisfaction. "You really went too far with what Zhang Hao did yesterday. I know it was his fault for the printer incident, but I've already made my position clear, and he apologized to you. Aren't you taking advantage of my kindness? He is the vice president of the student union and also my nephew. You made him kneel down in public and then posted the video. This is deliberately embarrassing him and disrespecting me." Lin Chen leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, showing no reaction to his words, his expression remaining calm and his tone even. "Zhang Hao made a bet with me first, saying that if I couldn't fix the system, I would have to kneel down and apologize. Later, I fixed it, but he went back on his word and refused to admit it. I was just asking him to keep his promise. As for the videos online, they were taken by my classmates and have nothing to do with me." Zhang Haiyang sneered, took 2 steps forward, and approached Lin Chen. "It has nothing to do with you? If you hadn't forced him, would he have knelt down? Would anyone have filmed it?" "Lin Chen, I know you're capable, but in school, ability alone isn't enough, you also need to know the rules." He deliberately emphasized the word rules, not saying it too bluntly, but full of implications. Lin Chen had to obey his superior. Lin Chen remained composed, meeting his gaze with neither arrogance nor servility, and answered in a deep voice. "Rules are for everyone to follow, not just for one person. Zhang Hao broke the rules first, so he has to bear the consequences. Besides, the rules of the school can't be deliberately broken just because he's the leader's nephew, can they?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Haiyang's expression darkened, and his tone hardened. He hadn't expected that this kid would be so ungrateful, ignoring all the things he had said. "Lin Chen, let me remind you, I am a leader in the school. If you want to graduate smoothly, get a scholarship, or even find a job in the future, you will have to go through me. If you know what's good for you, obediently find someone to delete the video online, apologize to Zhang Hao, and we'll call it even. If you don't, then you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." His meaning was clear: if you don't back down, you'll be treated unfairly. Lin Chen understood that Zhang Haiyang wanted to use his power to oppress him, but he was never one to easily back down. Besides, the responsibility for this matter did not originally lie with him. This act of bowing one's head means that one will have to bow one's head every time from now on. He straightened up and looked at Zhang Haiyang seriously. "I did nothing wrong, so I will not apologize. The video was posted by someone else, and I have no right to delete it. As for the consequences, I can bear them. Lin Chen, don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. Zhang Haiyang was stunned for a moment, not expecting Lin Chen to be so tough, and snorted disdainfully. Fine, I'd like to see how you're going to take responsibility. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back, his steps heavy and fast, clearly very angry. Watching his departing figure, Lin Chen had no particular thoughts. He knew that Zhang Haiyang would definitely retaliate in some way, but he wasn't afraid. As long as I haven't done anything wrong, I have nothing to fear and I'm not afraid of being deliberately targeted. In the afternoon, Lin Chen went to apply for a student entrepreneurship subsidy. He had previously submitted application materials regarding the self-service printer, and the department head had assured him that the subsidy would definitely be approved. To his surprise, his application was rejected. The reason given was that the project was too small and not feasible enough. Lin Chen could not accept this result. His application materials were all very clear, including the technical solutions for the project, market analysis and budget, and future prospects. How could it be that the feasibility was insufficient? He pressed the teacher for more information, but the teacher stammered and couldn't say anything, only saying that it was the leader's decision and there was nothing he could do about it. At that moment, Lin Chen became suspicious and went directly to the department head to find out what was going on. The department head was organizing materials when he saw Lin Chen arrive. He sighed, got up, closed the door, and said in a low voice, Lin Chen, I know you came to see me about your subsidy application being rejected, right? This was Zhang Haiyang's idea. He came to me yesterday and said you were too arrogant and didn't know how to respect your superiors, and told me not to speak up for you. Lin Chen's suspicions were confirmed, and his expression instantly turned cold. Just because I didn't give him face, he deliberately targeted me and rejected my application for subsidies? Director Su patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, his voice helpless, and gently comforted him. Zhang Haiyang has a lot of power in the school, and he is specifically in charge of dealing with these student issues. I told him that your project is very good, but he simply wouldn't listen. If you want to get the subsidy, you could apologize to him and soften your stance a bit, or you could wait and see if there are other opportunities. Lin Chen shook his head, his attitude resolute. Director, I did nothing wrong and I will not back down. Thank you for telling me this. He walked out of the department head's office, feeling a surge of anger. Zhang Haiyang abused his power to settle personal scores. This is not just a matter of targeting him, it also undermines the fairness and impartiality of the school. He will absolutely not let this go. The next morning, Lin Chen went directly to Zhang Haiyang's office. Zhang Haiyang was leisurely sipping his tea when he saw Lin Chen enter. He put down his teacup, looking as if he had expected it, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. So you finally come to your senses and are here to apologize to me? I've already told you, you can't fight City Hall. You're too green to mess with me. Now, obediently admit your mistake and do as I say, and you'll still have a chance. Otherwise, you can forget about having a good time from now on. Emergency mission triggered, reject Zhang Haiyang's unfair conditions and defend your rights. Mission reward, double your startup subsidy. Chapter 41. The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. Lin Chen walked to the desk and looked directly at Zhang Haiyang. I'm here to ask you why my application for a business startup grant was rejected? My application materials are all in order, and the department head approves of them. You also said before that you would try your best to help me apply. So what do you mean now? Zhang Haiyang leaned back in his chair, put his legs on the table, crossed them, and looked completely at ease. I said your project won T-work, and that means it won T-work. I'm the leader in charge of approvals, and the decision-making power is in my hands. I have the right to approve or reject whoever's project. What, are you trying to question my decision? Lin Chen spoke firmly and argued his case logically. I'm not questioning your decision, but I'm questioning your use of your position for personal revenge. Just because I didn't make things easy for Zhang Hao and didn't give you face, you deliberately withheld my subsidy. Is this how you act as a leader? Upon hearing this, Zhang Haiyang flew into a rage. He put his legs down, sat up straight, and slammed his hand on the table. Lin Chen, watch your tone. I'm your supervisor, and you're my student. Talking to me like that is disrespectful. Let me tell you, even if it means rejecting your entrepreneurship grant, or even preventing you from graduating, I have plenty of ways to do it. He made no attempt to hide his words, which was a warning to Lin Chen that if he dared to oppose him, he would face certain death. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, having long expected Zhang Haiyang to say that. He took his phone out of his pocket, pressed play, and Zhang Haiyang's voice came through. I said your project is no good, and that's final. Even if it prevents you from graduating, I have plenty of ways to fix it. Zhang Haiyang's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Lin Chen. You've got some nerve, daring to record this. Lin Chen put his phone away, his tone calm yet extremely intimidating. I'm just afraid that some people won't keep their word, and I'm even more afraid that some people will abuse their power and leave themselves no way out. Director Zhang, if you approve my subsidy according to the normal procedure, I will pretend that there was no recording. But if you still want to deliberately obstruct me, then I will hand over the recording to the school and report it to the Education Bureau, so that everyone can see how our school's director Zhang abuses his power and threatens students. Zhang Haiyang was trembling with anger, pointing at Lin Chen but unable to utter a single word. He never expected that Lin Chen would be so cunning as to secretly record the conversation. If the recording gets out, he can forget about being a leader. Considering the consequences, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his anger, sat back in his chair, and his face was still grim. Okay, you're great. I'll think about the subsidy later. You can go back now. Lin Chen knew that Zhang Haiyang was helpless, which was why he suddenly relented, but he was definitely not willing to give up. He didn't think much of it and nodded. Okay, then I'll wait for Director Zhang's good news. I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the office. When they got home, Su Wanqing noticed that he looked a little pale and pressed him for an explanation. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Chen shook his head and helped her sit down. It's nothing. I just talked to the school leaders about the entrepreneurship subsidy. It was a bit troublesome, but it's almost resolved now. He didn't say Zhang Haiyang's threatening words aloud, afraid that she would overthink things. Su Wanqing nodded in response, offering words of comfort. Okay, if it's too much trouble, then forget it. Don't exhaust yourself, and don't argue with the school leaders, or you'll definitely be targeted. Lin Chen got up, peeled an orange for her, and handed it to her. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Chen originally thought that he had made himself clear enough and that Zhang Haiyang would know what to do. Unexpectedly, although he no longer threatened him openly, he kept dragging things out in secret. There was still no news about the subsidy. Lin Chen asked several times, but Zhang Haiyang deliberately made excuses, saying that it was still under review, clearly indicating that he didn't want to approve it for him. Knowing that he was deliberately trying to disgust him, Lin Chen stopped worrying. Even if he continues to drag it out, he will eventually have to do it for himself. 2 weeks later, Zhang Hao returned to school with a limp. He returned to the student council office and summoned several of his trusted confidants. That brat Lin Chen made me break my leg and forced me to kneel in public. I have to get revenge for this. I absolutely cannot let him get away with this. A tall, stout clerk strode over and quickly echoed his sentiments. Vice Chairman, don't worry, we'll all listen to you. But that kid's pretty famous at school now, lots of people use his self-service printer. How should we get revenge? Zhang Hao sneered, sat down in his chair, and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. So what? With just a little manipulation, I can ruin his reputation. Do you remember the system crash last time? I can say that Lin Chen didn't fix the system vulnerability at all. He knew about it all along and deliberately exploited it. He paused for a moment, then continued. Maybe he's the one who released the virus. Otherwise, how could he have fixed it so quickly? How could a student be more technically proficient than a school teacher? Upon hearing his words, another female staff member immediately echoed his sentiment. That's a good idea. We'll spread the word in the student union and get a few more people to post on the school forum. That should make everyone suspicious of Lin Chen. Zhang Hao laughed smugly and said arrogantly. At that time, everyone will think that Lin Chen is a scheming person who deliberately damaged the system and then pretended to repair it to gain fame. Even if he wants to explain, no one will believe him. In the following days, rumors about Lin Chen spread throughout the student council. Zhang Hao instructed several of his trusted confidants to deliberately spread rumors in the cafeteria, classrooms, and dormitories that Lin Chen had exploited system vulnerabilities to release viruses. They even added fuel to the fire, saying that Lin Chen was arrogant and conceited, and didn't respect the school teachers. Soon, the rumors spread throughout the entire campus. Many students who were unaware of the truth believed it. After all, Lin Chen was just a student, and it was indeed a bit unbelievable that his abilities were better than those of professional technical teachers. On the campus forum, posts about whether Lin Chen deliberately released the virus are gaining popularity, and the comments section is divided into two camps. One side supports Lin Chen, believing he has been wronged. The other side questioned Lin Chen, feeling that he was unlikely to have such powerful abilities. Even some teachers have begun to have doubts, especially those in the computer science department. He went to the department head and brought it up directly. Lin Chen's skills are indeed quite good, but the virus that caused the system crash last time was very new. We had never seen it before. It's a bit suspicious that a student like him fixed it so quickly. Could it be true, as others have said, that he knew about the loophole all along, or even that he was the one who did it? Chapter 42: A Beautiful Comeback. The department head frowned, feeling uneasy, but he still trusted Lin Chen's character. Lin Chen isn't that kind of person. He's very reliable and would never do something so opportunistic. The computer science professor shook his head and explained. Director, this matter can't be explained simply by you believing him. It's not just me, other teachers and students are also questioning his abilities. Upon hearing this, the department head remained silent, pondering the matter in his mind. He also knew that the voices of doubt were growing louder, and many students had even written a joint letter to the principal, demanding that the school conduct a serious investigation into Lin Chen. Left with no other option, he had to consult with the principal about the matter. They ultimately decided to hold a special meeting to have Lin Chen explain himself in person and prove his innocence. The department head took the initiative to approach Lin Chen and explain the reason. Your abilities are evident to both the principal and me. It's just that more and more people are questioning you now. There's no other way but to let them witness it for themselves in this way. Lin Chen remained calm, clearly aware that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. As for who it was, he already knew. Director, I understand. An upright person has nothing to fear. I accept this. The meeting was held at 3 p.m. that afternoon in the school's main conference room. The principal sat in the main seat, with the heads of each department and the leaders of the academic affairs office sitting beside him. The conference room was packed with people, all there to join in the fun. Zhang Hao sat in the first row of the audience, smiling smugly. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, he deliberately raised his voice. Lin Chen, today we're going to have to do this in front of the school leaders and all the students. If you're really capable, then prove how you fixed the system last time. Don't tell me it's true what everyone's saying, that you exploited a vulnerability and planted the virus, right? People around Lin Chen all looked at him with different expressions. Lin Chen ignored him and walked straight to the podium in the conference room with his notebook. He remained calm, showing no sign of panic. He turned on his computer and connected it to the large screen in the conference room before speaking. The last data crash was caused by a new type of virus that attacks the database interface, causing data corruption. My first step in fixing it was to isolate the infected database to prevent the virus from spreading further. The second step is to analyze the characteristics of the virus and write a specific removal program. The third step is to repair the data interface, restore system functionality, and get it running normally. He spoke while operating the computer. The screen displayed the system logs and virus analysis report from that day, all of which Lin Chen had compiled at the time. As you can see, this contains detailed records of the virus's characteristics, the various codes of the cleanup program, and the test data I generated after repairing the system. Upon seeing this content, Zhang Hao stood up, pointed at the screen, and raised his questions. Who knows if you forged these records later? If you're so capable, demonstrate it live. If you can really fix a similar system malfunction quickly, then we'll believe you. He was certain that Lin Chen couldn't possibly have such amazing abilities. The last time must have been a coincidence. In addition, you have to prove yourself in front of so many people, which tests not only your skills, but also your mental fortitude. Lin Chen gave him a deep look and nodded. Of course. Then could one of the teachers please provide me with a faulty system, which I'll fix on the spot and demonstrate to everyone? Professor Wang from the computer science department stood up and took out the USB drive he had prepared in advance. I have a faulty version of a simulated school system here, with a similar virus implanted. You can give it a try. He prepared this on purpose, just to see if Lin Chen was really capable. Or is it really as everyone says, that he's faking it behind the scenes? Lin Chen took the USB drive, plugged it into the computer, and opened the test system. An error message appeared on the screen, just like the one during the last system crash. He placed his hands on the keyboard and began typing rapidly. The sound of the keyboard clicking was particularly noticeable in the quiet conference room, crisp and rhythmic. Lin Chen's fingers flew across the keyboard at a speed that was dazzling, so fast that you could see the afterimages of his fingers. On the screen, lines of code kept appearing. Seeing his speed, many computer science students were stunned. Is this a speed that humans could achieve? It's way too fast. I have a feeling he's just typing randomly. How could a normal programmer be this fast? It's outrageous. No, the code on the screen looks fine, it all seems correct. Zhang Hao sat there with his arms crossed, looking like he was waiting to see a good show. He thought Lin Chen was definitely faking it, the speed was too exaggerated and it was obviously an act. As Lin Chen entered more and more code, the number of error messages decreased. Soon, the database icon changed from red to green, and the system interface gradually returned to normal and could be used again. Everyone held their breath, staring at the big screen. This is too exaggerated, too terrifying. Teacher Wang leaned closer to the screen and stared intently at the code. His skeptical gaze gradually turned to surprise, then to shock, and finally to admiration, as he muttered to himself. The logic is very clear and obvious. The analysis is so thorough. It's 100 times better than mine. Lin Chen pressed the enter key in less than 20 minutes, and a notification popped up on the screen that the system repair was complete. He retested the system, and the entire process, from logging in to submitting information, was smooth without any problems. The meeting room was silent for a few seconds, then erupted in deafening applause. The department head was very excited and stood up quickly to Lin Chen's side. Good lad, well done. I knew you'd be fine. Zhang Hao was stunned when he saw this. He never expected that Lin Chen would actually be so capable as to fix the malfunction on the spot, and fix it so well. He clenched his fist in frustration, never expecting that his plan, which he had meticulously crafted for so long, would be so easily defeated. Lin Chen turned around and looked at Zhang Hao, his tone calm yet full of strength. Do you still think I'm exploiting vulnerabilities? Do you still think I released the virus? Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin Chen took out his phone. I have some recordings here that I'd like everyone to listen to. He pressed play, and Zhang Hao's voice came through the phone. We spread rumors that Lin Chen couldn't fix the system at all, that he already knew about the system's vulnerabilities, or that he was the one who created the virus. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Haiyang's voice rang out. Even if it prevents you from graduating, I have plenty of ways to do it. Chapter 43. You and your baby are the most important. Lin Chen turned off the recording and looked at the principal. Principal, Zhang Hao deliberately spread false information, framed me, and damaged my reputation. Zhang Haiyang abused his power to threaten me into not graduating and rejected my application for entrepreneurship subsidies. I hope the school can give me justice. The principal looked at Zhang Hao with a stern face, and finally at Zhang Haiyang. What else do you have to say? Zhang Hao didn't speak, he just kept his head down. When the truth comes out, he and his uncle will both suffer. Zhang Haiyang's face turned extremely pale, and he understood even more clearly the seriousness of the matter. He couldn't admit it, so he could only desperately try to argue his way out of it. This was his only chance, and he had to seize it tightly. Principal, I did say those things, but Lin Chen took them out of context. He disrespected me as the director and relied on his own abilities, so that's why I said those things. He deliberately extracted a portion of the recording just to frame me. Zhang Haiyang already knew about these recordings, they all contained the same content. He concluded that Lin Chen definitely didn't have the entire recording, so he could say whatever he wanted. Lin Chen curled his lips into a cold smile as he looked at Zhang Haiyang. You think I don't have solid evidence, so you're trying to shift the blame, right? Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen played the entire recording. Who do you think you are, daring to fight me? Halfway through the recording, Zhang Haiyang's face turned ashen. He originally thought he had a glimmer of hope. Even if he was punished, at least he could keep his job. But now it seems he has absolutely no hope left. The principal sighed, his eyes filled with disappointment, and looked at everyone present. This matter is extremely serious. Zhang Haiyang, as a school leader, abused his power and threatened students, and must be dealt with severely. Zhang Hao spread rumors, framed classmates, and disrupted school order, and should not be let off lightly either. He paused for a moment, then continued. Effective immediately, Zhang Haiyang is removed from his position as director and dismissed from his post. Zhang Hao is removed from his position as vice chairman of the student union, given a major demerit, and placed on probation at the school. In addition, Lin Chen's application for entrepreneurship subsidies will be reapproved according to the normal procedure. After the decision was made, applause rang out again in the conference room. Lin Chen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His application for startup subsidies was finally going to be approved. After the meeting, Lin Chen organized the computer data and put it into his backpack. As I was about to leave, Zhang Haiyang came over. He stared fiercely at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with resentment. "You brat, you made me lose my job. I won't let this go so easily. You just wait, I'll make you pay." Zhang Hao walked over, leaning on his crutches, and shouted the same thing. "We'll see. We won't let this go." Lin Chen glanced at the two of them, ignored them, and left. Even now, they still haven't realized their mistake and even think the responsibility lies with them. There's no point in wasting breath talking to someone like that. A few days later, the school announced the results of its investigation and reissued Lin Chen's entrepreneurship subsidy, a full 2,000 yuan. Lin Chen had already planned that after his prenatal checkup this afternoon, he would use the 2,000 yuan to take Su Wanqing out for a nice meal. During the prenatal checkup, Lin Chen helped Su Wanqing into the ultrasound room. As the doctor slowly moved the probe across Su Wanqing's stomach, the outline of a small figure could be vaguely seen on the screen. Su Wanqing stared at the screen, unconsciously slowing her breathing. The doctor frowned slightly and began to speak. "The baby's position is slightly lower than normal. During this time, avoid standing for long periods, move around as little as possible, and rest in bed as much as possible to avoid increasing abdominal pressure. Come back for a follow-up checkup in 2 weeks." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's heart sank. "Doctor, will it affect the baby?" Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. The doctor lowered the probe and took off his mask. "At present, there doesn't seem to be a big problem, but you must pay attention to rest. Most people can gradually improve, so don't worry too much. But you must avoid prolonged activities and avoid getting tired." After a pause, the doctor remembered something else and added, "Avoid sexual activity during this period, otherwise it will cause a lot of stimulation to the abdomen." Lin Chen and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance, immediately feeling extremely awkward. Their first time was also under unexpected circumstances. They haven't had that since then. They've been sleeping in separate rooms for so long. After leaving the ultrasound room, Su Wanqing remained silent. Lin Chen held her hand and could feel that her hand was cold. After leaving the hospital, Lin Chen stopped and looked at Su Wanqing intently. "Don't worry, the doctor said that as long as you don't do strenuous exercise, there won't be any problems." After saying that, he took out his phone and called Mr. Li. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I have some urgent matters at home recently. If it's not something particularly important, I won't be able to come over for the time being. If there's anything that needs to be dealt with, just send it to me and I'll handle it online. I'm sorry for troubling you." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen called the other business owners he was working with and specifically told them that if it wasn't urgent, they should postpone it for the time being. After he finished the call, Su Wanqing's eyes were a little moist. "Won't this affect your cooperation?" Lin Chen put his phone back in his pocket, squatted down, and tied her loose shoelaces. "No project is as important as you and the baby. Before, I was always thinking about making more money so that you and the baby could have a better life in the future. Now I realize that I can only be at ease when you are both well. Especially now, this is the most crucial time for you, and you need my company the most. I will make time to stay home with you." For the next few days, Lin Chen used his home as a temporary office. He will try his best to take leave from school. He also handles documents that need to be processed at home for the companies he collaborates with. While watching him work, Su Wanqing sat beside him, wanting to help him organize the documents, but he stopped her. "Just lie there quietly, I'll take care of everything, okay? Be good." That night, Su Wanqing tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. She came out of the room and saw that the study light was still on, knowing that Lin Chen must still be busy with work. Su Wanqing gently stroked her belly and whispered, "Baby, Daddy works so hard. Shall we make him something delicious?" Lin Chen usually cooks for her, she rarely cooks. She tiptoed into the kitchen and closed the door to block out the noise. There were still tomatoes and eggs in the refrigerator, so she planned to make Lin Chen a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. It is said that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Su Wanqing wanted to use this bowl of noodles to warm his stomach. Chapter 44: The Approaching Conspiracy. A dozen minutes later, a steaming bowl of fragrant tomato and egg noodles was ready. It's also garnished with bright green scallions, making it look very appetizing. Su Wanqing carried it into the study and placed it on the table. You've worked hard. I cooked you a bowl of noodles. Eat up. When Lin Chen saw the noodles, he was stunned for a moment. The instant he turned his head, he saw the light red mark on the back of her hand, which clearly indicated that she had been burned. He immediately got up, went to the bathroom, wrung out a cool towel, and gently wiped the affected area of skin. The tomato and egg noodles on the table were still steaming, with pale yellow egg flowers floating in the broth, and the aroma was so enticing that it made one's appetite increase. Lin Chen felt a sweet feeling in his heart, but even more so, he felt heartache and lingering fear. If she had accidentally broken the bowl after being burned, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Lin Chen wrapped a damp towel around the back of her hand, held her hand, and looked extremely serious. You absolutely can't do that again. Just tell me what you want to eat, and don't worry about me. I'll cook for myself when I'm hungry, or I can order takeout. Right now you're in a special situation, so just stay in bed and take good care of yourself, okay? Su Wanqing could clearly sense Lin Chen's nervousness, and her voice softened. I've seen you so busy lately, you haven't even had a sip of water. I know work is important, but you also need to take care of your health. The two were very close, and Lin Chen could smell the faint scent of her shampoo. He reached out and gently stroked her already showing belly, feeling the slight rise and fall. I'm not tired, don't worry, I'm fine. Su Wanqing glared at him with displeasure and poked his face with her finger. You make it sound so easy. You're not alone anymore. You need to take good care of yourself for me and the baby, okay? Lin Chen nodded, picked up his chopsticks, picked out a few noodles, blew on them to cool them down, and then held them to her lips. I laughed when I saw her open her mouth to eat. Okay, I understand. From now on, I will definitely eat well and take good care of myself. Don't worry. He paused for a moment, then thought of something else. By the way, the department head messaged me today saying there's a college student entrepreneurship competition next month. The first prize has a generous cash reward and can also connect you with investors. I'm planning to modify my self-service printer project and submit it for the competition. In the previous version, I only considered the printing function. Now I want to add some other things, which will definitely be innovative. Su Wanqing listened attentively, nodded, and smiled broadly. Okay, then remember not to stay up too late. Every now and then, remember to get up and move around. Sitting for long periods of time is not good for your health. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, picked up the bowl, and began to eat his tomato and egg noodles. As he cleared the dishes, Su Wanqing sat on the sofa watching him, feeling very at ease. This man always arranged everything perfectly when she needed him. Even when he was exhausted, he never uttered a single word of complaint. She gently stroked her belly and whispered, Baby, look how amazing Daddy is. We should all support Daddy from now on. The alleyway in front of the police station. Zhao Kai was smoking a cigarette. He had been locked up for more than 10 days, and the days inside felt like an eternity. The cold wind rushed into his collar, making him shiver uncontrollably, and his anger burned even more fiercely. He would never let what Lin Chen had done to him go unpunished. He would not be Zhao Kai if he did not avenge this. On his way home, he flipped through the campus bulletin board and learned what had happened during the time he had been locked up. Upon learning that Zhang Hao, like himself, had been ruthlessly trampled underfoot by Lin Chen, a good idea suddenly came to him. Zhang Hao was the vice president of the student union before he had added Zhang Hao on WeChat. After finding him, Zhao Kai immediately made a phone call to him. Upon answering the call, Zhang Hao's impatient voice came from the other end. Why are you calling me? We don't seem to know each other very well, do we? I'm drinking, don't bother me. Zhao Kai responded and explained. That's right, we don't keep in touch much, but we have a common enemy, Lin Chen. That kid caused me to be locked up for more than 10 days. I won't let this go. I will definitely make him pay the price. Zhang Hao was silent for a few seconds, somewhat surprised. However, these words ignited his anger. Since they all have a common enemy, they might as well discuss it together. After thinking it through, he agreed immediately. Okay, then come to the Sichuan restaurant across the street from the school. I'll be waiting for you in a private room. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Kai immediately instructed the driver to go to the designated location. Pushing open the door, a strong smell of smoke hits you. Upon seeing him arrive, Zhang Hao pointed to the menu next to him. You can order whatever you want to eat. Zhao Kai pulled out a chair and sat down, but instead of ordering anything, he asked directly. Don't you want to teach that kid Lin Chen a lesson? I already know your current situation, and I've seen how he ruined you and your uncle. Are you really going to swallow this anger? Zhang Hao tightened his grip on the wineglass, his eyes dark and unreadable. He took a sip of his drink and asked in a deep voice. How do we deal with him? This kid is really cocky right now, he's practically the king of the school. Even if I wanted to take him down, it wouldn't be that easy. Zhao Kai smiled and lowered his voice. If we want to, we can always find a way. I inquired on the way here and found out that this kid goes out to discuss cooperation and sometimes doesn't come back until late at night. Why don't we take this opportunity to find a few people to ambush him and give him a lesson he'll never forget? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was intrigued, but he still had some hesitation. I'm currently carrying a disciplinary record. If the school finds out, I'll definitely be expelled. Hearing him say that, Zhao Kai laughed. Don't worry, the people I hired are all from the underworld. They're quick and efficient, and won't leave any traces. At that time, even if Lin Chen wants to pursue the matter, he will be helpless without any evidence. We can just say that he is in debt and being chased by creditors, and that it has nothing to do with us. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate any longer and nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's do it your way. I'll do whatever you say. I'll listen to you, and I can pay half the money. Zhao Kai laughed, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and handed it to Zhang Hao. Once this is done, we'll bring that kid Lin Chen down. Let's see how arrogant he can be then. Does he really think he can look down on everyone just because he's dating the school beauty? He's nothing. I'll show him what happens when you offend us. Chapter 45 What's Wrong with Kidnapping? It was already past 11 p.m. when Lin Chen left Mr. Li's company. He had planned the previous project in detail, which satisfied Mr. Li. He then talked to him about other projects, which is why it took so long. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Wanqing to let her know he was safe. After sending the message, he stood by the roadside waiting for a car. The surroundings were quiet, with only the occasional private car passing by. His mind was completely absorbed in optimizing the barcode scanning function of the self-service printer and identifying areas for improvement. He didn't notice a black van driving towards him. The car suddenly stopped, and before he could react, several people wearing black hoods jumped out of the car, with only their eyes showing. One of them covered his mouth, while the other two forcibly dragged him into the car. Its strength was astonishing, he couldn't resist it at all. His mouth was completely gagged, so he had no way to call for help. He was quickly shoved into the van. Lin Chen sat in the back seat, with a burly man on each side of him, and the man had Old Who's tattoo on his arm. Their eyes were cold as they stared intently at Lin Chen. Despite the current situation, Lin Chen did not panic too much and quickly calmed down. There's no use in panicking now. The most important thing is to find out who sent them. He turned to look at the person on his left and asked, Brothers, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? I have no grudge against you, you've arrested the wrong person. The man didn't speak, but just gave him a cold glance and casually grabbed the baseball bat next to him. Seeing this, Lin Chen's heart sank. Judging from this, the other party clearly came prepared. It wasn't just a simple case of mistaken identity, but rather they were after him. He then looked at the person on his right, trying to get information out of them. Even if there's some grudge, at least let me know who the other party is. That way I can discuss with them how to resolve it. Is it really necessary to do this? This time, the man on the right finally spoke. He stared at Lin Chen, his voice cold. Stop talking nonsense. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. We're just doing our jobs because we're paid to do this. Offend someone? Lin Chen pondered to himself, wondering who he had offended that would do such a thing. Is it Zhang Hao and Zhang Haiyang, or is it someone else? He wasn't sure exactly who it was. Tell me who I've offended, and I'll apologize to them. If I've done something wrong, isn't it enough that I'll make amends? The man on the left frowned and spoke impatiently. Stop talking nonsense. We won't kill you, but you can't go back unharmed. Just wait patiently. Lin Chen didn't speak. He closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and his mind raced. He tentatively touched his pocket. His phone was still there. When he was dragged into the car, they didn't search him. He casually turned his phone to silent, still considering whether he could secretly record an audio clip to gather evidence against these people. Suddenly, a cell phone rang beside me. It was the kidnapper on my right calling. He answered the phone, deliberately moving a little to the side. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, Brother Zhao, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Brother Zhao? Besides hearing the kidnapper's words, Lin Chen also vaguely heard Zhao Kai's smug and arrogant voice on the other end of the phone. It really was him. He never imagined that Zhao Kai would be so heartless as to hire someone to kidnap him. His anger flared up instantly, but Lin Chen quickly suppressed it. He knew that now was not the time to be angry. Besides finding a way to preserve evidence, he also needed to ensure his own safety. Su Wanqing and the baby needed him. The van drove for about half an hour before finally stopping. Lin Chen was dragged out of the car by two kidnappers. Looking up, he saw an abandoned factory with a faint light shining from inside. This is a chemical plant that went bankrupt long ago. It didn't meet the required qualifications and went out of business as soon as it was built. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? The kidnapper shoved him hard, yelling impatiently. Upon entering the factory, the air was filled with dust and a damp, rotten smell. When they reached the middle of the factory, the kidnappers forced him onto a dilapidated chair and tied his hands and feet tightly with rope, as if they were afraid he would escape. Stay put and don't move, or you'll regret it. One of the kidnappers said something viciously, then followed the others to the side to smoke and whisper among themselves. Lin Chen sat in the chair and tried moving his wrist. But the rope was tied very tightly, and they couldn't break free at all. He looked around at the surroundings. The factory was empty, with nothing but some old tables and chairs. A few rats scurried past in the corner, making piercing noises. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Especially at times like these, it is crucial to avoid losing your composure. Temporary mission triggered: fight back against the kidnappers, preserve evidence, and protect your own interests. Mission rewards: bonus points in the entrepreneurship competition. Kidnappers suddenly switched sides. Lin Chen's lips curled up. Fortunately, he had already pressed the record button while he was in the car. Footsteps and voices could be heard coming from the factory. Zhang Hao looked smug and smiled mockingly. Where's Lin Chen? Let's see if he can still be so arrogant now. Zhao Kai couldn't hide his excitement and rubbed his hands together excitedly. They're inside. They just called me and said the person is tied up, so we can just go in. The two turned on their phone flashlights and went inside. The light was so bright that Lin Chen couldn't open his eyes. Zhao Kai stepped forward, looked down at Lin Chen, and patted his face. Didn't expect this, did you? You've got a day like this? Lin Chen raised his head, his eyes calm and indifferent as he looked at him coldly. What you're doing is illegal. Aren't you afraid of being arrested again? This time it's much more serious than last time. Will you only behave after being locked up for 3 to 5 years? Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai laughed arrogantly. Illegal? Who can prove I did it? Once we leave, even if you call the police, it won't do you any good. Lin Chen, you caused me to be locked up for so long. I'm going to settle this score with you today. Zhang Hao stood to the side, his eyes filled with malice, and said through gritted teeth. You caused me to get a major demerit from the school, and you caused my uncle to be expelled from school. I won't let you get away with this. Weren't you very proud of yourself? Now that you're tied up, how can you fight us? Chapter 46: The People Protected by Bosley. Looking at the two menacing-looking people, Lin Chen's anger subsided. He knew that the more afraid he was now, the more likely he was to make a mistake. Moreover, these two people certainly won't let him off easily. He has no choice but to save himself. He feigned fear, his voice trembling. What exactly do you want? I'll give you any money you want. I still have some savings in my account, please let me go. Zhao Kai thought he was really scared, and laughed even more smugly. Money? Who cares about your stinking money? What I want is for you to never be able to hold your head up in school again, and to rot in the mud for the rest of your life. He took a few steps back and looked at the kidnapper. Beat him. Don't hold back. It doesn't matter if he loses a hand or a leg, as long as he doesn't die. Torture him however you like. The kidnappers exchanged glances, then walked towards Lin Chen with baseball bats in hand. They slowly approached, and just as they were about to make their move, a voice came from the doorway. Stop. No one is allowed to hit. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. It was the leader of these kidnappers. He has a noticeable scar on his left cheek, which is shocking to look at. The scarred man walked straight toward Zhao Kai, squinting at him. Zhao Kai, are you kidding us? Zhao Kai looked at him, puzzled, not understanding what he meant. How did I trick you? Didn't we agree on this? I gave you money, and you helped me teach him a lesson. What's wrong with that? Hearing him say that, the scarred man's lips curled into a cold smile. Teaching him a lesson is fine, but what you just said was that you wanted to cripple him. Is this what you call a lesson? Furthermore, I found out that he has connections with several CEOs, and his relationship with CEO Lee Hyaming is even more intimate. CEO Lee already knows about this matter and personally called me to warn me that if I dare to lay a finger on Lin Chen, we will be unable to stay in this city. A person like CEO Lee is someone we cannot afford to offend. Did Lee Hyaming find out about this? In an instant, Zhao Kai was filled with panic. He thought he had done a very discreet job and that no one knew about it. But if others find out, things could get complicated. Especially this Lee Hyaming, who has connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. If Boss Lee really causes him trouble, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to survive. After a brief silence, Zhao Kai shook his head in defense. Impossible. No one else knows about this except for a few of us. How could President Lee possibly know? Someone must be up to something, maybe it's this kid. Don't fall for it. The scarred man ignored him and turned to look at his underlings. Arrest these two. How dare they play us like this, trying to use us as pawns? This matter absolutely cannot be left like this, they must pay the price. The two kidnappers rushed forward and grabbed Zhao Kai and Zhang Hao. Zhao Kai tried to resist, but the kidnapper kicked him in the stomach. He was in so much pain that he curled up on the ground and howled in agony. Zhang Hao was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. This has nothing to do with me. Zhao Kai asked me to do it. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Seeing all this, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The scarred man walked straight over, untied Lin Chen, and bowed deeply to him, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not managing my men properly. I shouldn't have listened to this kid. Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, but took out his phone, saved the recording from earlier, and started recording a video, capturing Zhao Kai and Zhang Hao's disheveled appearance. After taking the photos, he immediately called the police. Simply arresting them wasn't enough, so Lin Chen dialed the local television station. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Zhao Kai and Zhang Hao, who were begging for mercy on the ground, his eyes filled with coldness. He was worried that Su Wanqing would worry since he had been away from home for so long, so he sent her another message. Wanqing, something came up here and I might be a little late getting back. I'm fine, I'll be back as soon as I'm done. About 20 minutes later, the sound of police sirens rang out, getting closer and closer. Lin Chen stood at the factory gate, looking at Zhao Kai and Zhang Hao, who were being held down on the ground by the kidnappers, and a smile appeared on his lips. Soon, the police car stopped, and several police officers got out. Did you call the police just now? Lin Chen nodded and handed his phone to the police officer. That's right, it was me. This is the evidence I recorded, including video and audio recordings, which can prove that Zhang Hao and Zhao Kai hired thugs to kidnap me. The police officer took the phone, carefully looked through it, and then handed it to his colleague. Copy the evidence inside, then take those two people back for interrogation. Several policemen entered the factory and restrained Zhao Kai and Zhang Hao. Even at this point, Zhao Kai still showed no intention of admitting anything and continued to make excuses. This matter has nothing to do with me. Lin Chen framed me. I was wronged. He deliberately tried to frame me. The police ignored him completely and took him directly to the police car. Zhang Hao was completely exhausted and let the police take him into the car. When the kidnappers were beating him, he was so scared that he peed his pants, leaving them soaking wet. At that moment, the TV station's interview vehicle also arrived. The reporter and cameraman rushed over and, upon seeing Lin Chen, began a live interview. Excuse me, were you the one who called the police just now? Could you briefly explain what happened? Lin Chen nodded and pointed to Zhao Kai and Zhang Hao, who were being taken into the police car. They hired thugs to kidnap me, but thankfully they were stopped in time. The reporter immediately pointed the cameraman's lens at the police car, then turned around and spoke to the camera. Dear viewers, I am currently at an abandoned chemical plant in the suburbs. Tonight, we received a tip that two men hired someone to kidnap a college student. The kidnappers have been apprehended by the police, and the student was unharmed. We will now interview him. The microphone was handed to Lin Chen, who took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Chen, and I am a college student. Tonight, on my way home, I was kidnapped and brought here. It was Zhao Kai and Zhang Hao who did it. They are students from my school. This was a live broadcast, and many people saw it, including Lin Chen's classmates. My god, Zhang Hao and Zhao Kai are too audacious. They actually did something like this. It's absolutely outrageous. They must be severely punished. We absolutely cannot let this kind of person go easily. They are simply too terrifying. People like this must be severely punished. There must be no leniency. Chapter 47: The Man I Want to Marry. After the police and reporters left, the scarred man handed Lin Chen a business card, looking at him apologetically. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. We were very rude earlier. Here's my business card. If you need any help in the future, please feel free to contact me. Lin Chen took the business card and nodded. Okay, I understand. He knew that President Li had played a crucial role in this matter. I never imagined that Li Haiming, who always praised and flattered me and seemed so approachable, would be such a terrifying person. When Lin Chen returned to the residential area, it was nearly 3:30 a.m. He gently pushed open the door and found that the nightlight in the living room was still on. Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, holding her phone, her eyes red. When she saw him return, she immediately stood up, ran over, and hugged him. You're finally back. I was so scared. I called you but you didn't answer, and you didn't reply to my messages. I was worried something had happened to you. Lin Chen hugged her and gently patted her back. I'm sorry for making you worry. It happened so suddenly, that's why I was delayed. He's alright, which put Su Wanqing at ease. However, still filled with doubts, he pressed for an answer. What exactly happened? You've been delayed for so long. You said you were coming back around 11 o'clock, but you're only coming back now. Lin Chen nodded and recounted what had happened that night. Su Wanqing listened with trepidation, gripping his hand tightly, a wave of fear washing over her. From now on, when you go out, you must keep in touch with me at all times, and don't come back too late. You can't make me worry about you like this anymore. Lin Chen nodded and stroked her belly. Okay, I understand. Baby's dad is back. I'm sorry for making you and mom worry. The next day, Lin Chen received a phone call from an unknown number. Hello Lin Chen, I'm the reporter who interviewed you yesterday. Here's the thing, our station's Safe Living program wants to invite you to be a guest for the next episode. The kidnapping incident last time received a lot of attention, and since you were also a first-hand witness, we'd like you to participate in the program and share your experience to help everyone avoid risks. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then his gaze fell on Su Wanqing. She is currently pregnant, and he tries his best to avoid going out for work. Seeing that he did not answer, the reporter added. It only takes half a day to record, it won't take up too much of your time, and this is quite meaningful, as it can help more people avoid risks, which is a good thing. Su Wanqing sat next to him, gently tugged at his arm, and whispered. Go ahead, don't worry about me. This is a good thing, it's great that it can help more people. Lin Chen nodded without further hesitation. Okay, I agree. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Su Wanqing. When I'm recording the show, you can watch it on TV. It's a live broadcast, so you'll be able to see me there. The next day, Lin Chen got up exceptionally early. I made breakfast for Su Wanqing, all of which were her favorite dishes. Before leaving, he squatted down next to Su Wanqing and gently stroked her belly. Baby, Daddy went to record a show. He'll be back to be with you and Mommy at noon. Su Wanqing smiled and pushed him away. Go quickly, don't keep them waiting too long. Upon arriving at the television studio, the host took the initiative to approach Lin Chen. Don't be nervous. We're just having a normal conversation, talking about safety. There's nothing else. Besides us, there are only staff members in the studio. There are no audience members. When the show started, the camera focused on Lin Chen and the spotlight shone on him. He didn't seem nervous at all, instead, he was very calm. The host first asked about the situation that day, and he didn't exaggerate his emotions, but simply recounted what happened in detail. When Lin Chen finished giving his advice to women, his expression was serious and his eyes were exceptionally sincere. Try to avoid walking alone at night. Even if you have to, share your phone location with someone you can trust. Also, never fight head-on when you encounter danger. Most of the time you can't win. You must stay calm and observe carefully in order to find a chance to escape. You can also mute your phone and record audio, which can also play a crucial role. The host nodded and then asked a question. What if my phone gets confiscated? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen replied. It's very simple. You can set up a shortcut key for your emergency contact in advance. For example, you can press and hold it for 5 seconds to trigger the alarm. It's the same thing. The recording of the program was finished, and it was already noon. Lin Chen stood up, preparing to leave. The host saw him to the door and praised him. What you said is excellent and very practical. These are suggestions that everyone can use, and the audience will definitely love to hear them. When Lin Chen rushed home, he saw Su Wanqing looking at her phone. It was a replay of a program that the TV station had recorded that morning. Seeing Lin Chen return, she felt a mix of emotions: pride, and something else she couldn't quite put her finger on. Lin Chen walked over, took out the roasted chestnuts he had just bought at the entrance of the community, peeled one open, and handed it to her. Su Wanqing showed Lin Chen the posts from the local forum. The title is Lin Chen, an absolutely perfect man. Who wouldn't love a man like him? There are many comments below, all praising him. Lin Chen is the kind of guy I dream of. He's clean-cut and handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hey, you upstairs, stop daydreaming. His girlfriend is pregnant, he's about to become a father. I want to marry someone like him. I'm looking for a man like Lin Chen online. Lin Chen noticed that Su Wanqing's expression was a little off, and her eyes were also a bit unfocused. What's wrong? You seem a little strange. Su Wanqing lowered her head, her voice muffled. It's nothing, I'm just happy to see everyone praising you. How could Lin Chen not understand what she was thinking? He gently put his arm around her shoulder. Are you a little unhappy because you saw those comments about wanting to get married? Seeing that he had figured it out, Su Wanqing's face instantly turned red. She lowered her head and whispered. I'm not petty, but I always feel like something's missing between us, and I don't know what to do in the future. My mind is a mess, and I don't even know what I'm thinking. Her voice was choked with emotion as she gently touched her belly. After the baby is born, I'm afraid everything will change, and I'm worried that I won't be able to accept many things. I'll feel terrible. Seeing her tears, Lin Chen felt as if his heart was being violently clenched and ached terribly. He took out a tissue, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and looked at her intently. My heart belongs only to you and our baby, there will be no one else. Chapter 48: Reaping the Bitter Fruit. Lin Chen cupped her face in his hands, looked into her reddened eyes, and said earnestly. Wanqing, I only have you and the baby in my heart, there has never been anyone else. As for those comments, they are just things netizens say casually. I don't care what they really think. At that moment, he felt an urge to express all his inner thoughts. But Lin Chen understood that now was not the time. Before he has achieved anything, he cannot give Su Wanqing a clear future, and there are some things he cannot say yet. These unexpected words made Su Wanqing blush even more. She turned her face away shyly. You keep saying such embarrassing things. She spoke coquettishly, the corners of her mouth unable to stop the smile from turning up, and the disappointment and worry in her eyes vanished completely. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and gently stroked her belly. I know I need to work harder so that she can feel completely at ease and so that she and the baby can have a better life. After putting Su Wanqing to sleep, Lin Chen tiptoed out of the room and gently closed the door. He went to his study to finalize the entrepreneurship competition plan as soon as possible. The next day, after eating the breakfast Lin Chen had prepared, Su Wanqing nestled on the sofa and basked in the sun. She picked up her phone, opened the local forum, and wanted to see how people were praising Lin Chen. But to my surprise, a glaring headline caught my eye. The so-called brave college student is a person of depraved character who disrespects teachers. Su Wanqing's heart sank. She immediately clicked on the post, which read, I am a teacher at Lin Chen's school. I have dealt with Lin Chen a few times. He is not as upright as he appears on TV. He is very rude to teachers in private, and he will even swear at them. He will even openly bully other students. How can someone like this be on TV? The post also included a blurry photo, claiming that Lin Chen gave the teacher a cold shoulder after verbally abusing him. There were several other comments echoing this sentiment, all from alternate accounts. It's true. Lin Chen was quite arrogant in school, looking down on everyone, even the teachers. I had heard about what he did before, and now it's finally been exposed. Bump this post so that more people can see Lin Chen's true colors. Some comments were like this, while others were replies that questioned the point. Really? Lin Chen and I go to the same school. He's usually a nice guy, and I've never seen anything like what's described in the post. I heard the department head praise him before. This shouldn't be possible, right? Trying to prove something with just a blurry photo? Isn't this a deliberate attempt to smear and spread rumors? Su Wanqing was so angry that her hands were trembling. She hurriedly ran to the study. Seeing her come in, Lin Chen looked up at her and asked with a smile. What's wrong? Do you want something to eat? I'll go out and buy it for you. Su Wanqing handed him the phone, her voice trembling. Look at this. Someone is deliberately smearing you online, making things up out of nothing, and spreading rumors. Lin Chen took the phone and looked at it intently, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Halfway through, he roughly understood what was going on. He returned the phone to Su Wanqing and offered her words of comfort. It's okay. It's just that some people don't like me, so they're smearing me online like this. That's what she said, but Su Wanqing was still a little worried and sat beside him watching him. Lin Chen opened WeChat and sent a message to the department head. Teacher, have you seen the comments on the local forum? Some people are saying that I disrespect teachers and are deliberately spreading rumors about me. The department head replied very quickly. I saw it. It's all nonsense, said on purpose. I'm wondering if Zhang Haiyang did this? He came to me yesterday and asked me about some things about you. Lin Chen was stunned when he saw the name. Zhang Haiyang? He had previously helped Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao had been targeting him, and he even lost his job because of it. I suspect he harbors resentment towards me and is looking for ways to get revenge. It's hard to say whether he was involved in the last kidnapping. But one thing is certain, this incident is most likely related to him. Temporary mission triggered, prove your innocence, clarify everything, dispel the rumors, and protect your legitimate rights. Task rewards, enhance programming thinking. Using his technical skills, Lin Chen hacked into Zhang Haiyang's computer and indeed discovered that he was the one who started it all. He took screenshots of everything and saved all the evidence. Immediately afterwards, he logged into his forum account and posted a clarification post regarding the disrespect towards the teacher. In the post, he made public all the information about the poster, and all the evidence pointed to Zhang Haiyang. Furthermore, all the evidence and recordings of his previous mistreatment of me by abusing my position are attached. This is an indisputable fact, and Zhang Haiyang cannot deny it. The post immediately caused an uproar. This person is disgusting. They clearly did something wrong, but they deliberately spread rumors about others. A person like that deserves to be expelled. How can someone like that be a role model for others? With such overwhelming evidence, what excuses does Zhang Haiyang have left? Come out and apologize right now. I'm Lin Chen's classmate in the same grade, and I know he's a very good person. He's always very polite to both teachers and classmates, and he's nothing like what that rumor post said. Netizens quickly discovered that Zhang Haiyang worked at an insurance company. They started calling the insurance company's customer service hotline, accusing Zhang Haiyang. Your company employee Zhang Haiyang deliberately slandered and spread rumors, causing a terrible impact. How can such a person still be allowed to work for an insurance company? If someone with questionable character can work in the insurance industry, I will definitely refuse to work for your company. I want more people to know that if you employ such a morally questionable employee, your insurance products must also be terrible. If your insurance company doesn't give us a clear answer, we will publicly boycott your insurance. At first, the insurance company wanted to suppress the matter. However, the number of complaints increased, and even reporters contacted them for interviews. Company leaders are also worried that if things continue like this, it will definitely affect the brand image. That afternoon, the company held an emergency meeting and dismissed Zhang Haiyang. That evening, someone posted a screenshot on the forum, which was a message Zhang Haiyang sent in the company's work group. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have deliberately spread rumors and smeared Lin Chen, causing trouble for the company. It was my fault. But no one in the group responded to him, only messages from his superiors were received. You have been dismissed. Please complete your resignation procedures as soon as possible. After replying to this message, the leader immediately kicked Zhang Haiyang out of the group chat. Chapter 49 Don't Mess With Me. Zhang Haiyang deleted the post spreading rumors on the forum, but it had already been screenshotted and saved by many netizens and forwarded everywhere. He tried to contact Lin Chen, but he had already been blocked. I wanted to ask my old friends for help, but they were all afraid of being implicated and were avoiding him. In the end, he could only slink away to the company to complete his resignation procedures. When Lin Chen told Su Wanqing the good news, she was peeling and eating an orange. Upon hearing this, her eyes were filled with surprise and delight. That's great. Evil has its retribution. He deserves this outcome, and he has only himself to blame. He can't blame anyone else, and he certainly can't blame you. Lin Chen smiled and nodded in response. Yes, spreading rumors will have consequences. You don't need to worry anymore. No one will dare to speak carelessly anymore. Just as the two were chatting, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a local, unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to answer the phone. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. You must be Lin Chen. I'm Zhao Kai's father, Zhao Weidong. I'm at the entrance of your apartment complex now and I'd like to chat with you for a bit. It won't take up too much of your time. Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. Zhao Kai had already been detained for more than half a month for attempted kidnapping. During this period, he received no news about the Zhao family. Zhao Weidong's sudden visit is obviously motivated by something. He turned around and met Su Wanqing's curious gaze. I have to go out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Su Wanqing became even more curious and pressed for an answer. Who is it? Lin Chen didn't tell the truth, but just gave a perfunctory answer. It's a business partner. We'll just exchange a few words at the entrance of the residential area, and I'll be back soon. He didn't want Su Wanqing to worry, so he could only tell a little lie. At the entrance of the residential compound, Zhao Weidong was pacing anxiously back and forth at the door, looking haggard, with a barely suppressed rage in his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he immediately went to greet him, his forced smile looking more like a grimace. Thank you for coming out to see me. Lin Chen put his hands in his pockets, deliberately keeping his distance from him, and looked at him warily. Just say what you have to say. Zhao Weidong rubbed his hands together, adopting a humble posture. I know Zhao Kai has made a big mistake, but he is still young. If he is really sentenced, his life will be ruined. After saying that, he took 2 steps forward, leaned close to Lin Chen, and whispered. As long as you're willing to issue a letter of understanding and clarify things for Zhang Haiyang, saying that he was acting under someone else's orders, I'm willing to compensate you with 100,000, no, 200,000. Or if you think that's too little, you can name your price, we can discuss anything. Lin Chen scoffed, not expecting Zhao Weidong to be so ridiculous. Do you think it's possible? Mr. Zhao, kidnapping is no small matter. If Zhao Kai had succeeded, I would definitely not have had a good ending. Zhao Weidong hurriedly explained and defended himself. It was just a misunderstanding. My son acted that way because he was confused for a moment. Now he really knows he was wrong, so please forgive him. Lin Chen's eyes slowly turned cold. Neither Zhao Kai nor Zhao Weidong recognized their mistakes, they only thought about using money to atone for their crimes. He took a step back, his tone resolute. I don't need money, and a letter of understanding is out of the question. I'll wait for the court's judgment. Your coming to me won't do any good. Zhao Weidong's smile froze. At this moment, his patience ran out, his eyes suddenly turned fierce, and his tone was full of anger. You really don't know what's good for you, do you? Believe me or not, I'll make sure you can't stay here any longer. I don't believe it. Lin Chen replied coldly, turning to leave. Zhao Weidong was completely enraged. He hadn't expected this kid to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since that's the case, then there's no need for me to be polite. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Chen's arm, trying to pull him back. You little brat, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know who you are, huh? Ding. Host detected a personal threat, triggering defensive counterattack mode, unlocking skill, precise pain inflicted. This skill can precisely attack areas with dense pain receptors, avoiding vital points, causing intense pain without visible damage. Duration, 30 minutes. Lin Chen instinctively dodged Zhang Weidong's hand and simultaneously threw a punch, striking Zhao Weidong's deltoid muscle directly. His movements were very small, and to others, it seemed as if he was merely passively defending himself. But this made Zhao Weidong's face turn extremely ugly. He felt an indescribable pain, as if he had been stabbed hard, and the knife was slowly going deeper into him, as if it was deliberately torturing him. He looked at Lin Chen in horror, his voice trembling involuntarily. What exactly did you do to me? He couldn't understand why he was in so much pain when Lin Chen's blow hadn't been very strong. Lin Chen looked at him calmly, his voice indifferent. You initiated the attack, I just happened to avoid it. If you're not feeling well, you should go to the hospital to get checked out. After saying that, he ignored him and turned back to the residential area. Zhao Weidong was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. He didn't dare to delay and didn't even have the strength to drive. He had to flag down a car and go to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, he endured the excruciating pain to have an X-ray taken. The doctor looked at the scans, frowning in confusion. Wait a minute, there's nothing wrong with your bones, and you don't have any muscle strains. You seem perfectly normal. Zhao Weidong gritted his teeth, the pain almost unbearable. It hurts here, it hurts so much, I really can't take it anymore. Aren't you a doctor? You can't even see this little ailment? Are you sure there's nothing wrong? Seeing how agitated he was, the doctor offered a word of advice. I don't see anything wrong with you. You're definitely not injured. Otherwise, you should see a neurologist. If that doesn't work, then you'll have to see a psychiatrist. Don't cause trouble here. The patients queuing nearby all turned their heads and pointed at Zhao Weidong. Zhao Weidong was furious and couldn't stay any longer, so he had to leave. He couldn't swallow his anger, but he felt something was off about the whole thing. I always felt that Lin Chen wasn't as simple as he seemed. Right now, he doesn't dare to act rashly. The most important thing is to get his son out of the hospital, that's the top priority. After much deliberation, he decided to hire the best lawyer in the area. He absolutely could not allow his son to be imprisoned, as a criminal record would be a stain on his life. As for Lin Chen, everything will be discussed after his son is born. He needs to settle this score properly. Chapter 50 Creative Plagiarists. Lin Chen ignored Zhao Weidong and disregarded his request. No matter what, it's impossible to forgive Zhao Kai. Such people are not worthy of forgiveness, much less sympathy. After Lin Chen returned home, Su Wanqing looked at him curiously. Who did you go to see just now? You don't seem like you went to see a business partner. Having spent so much time together, she was able to detect some clues from Lin Chen's subtle expressions. For example, right now, he's in a bad mood. Seeing that she had noticed something amiss, Lin Chen didn't refute it. He directly admitted everything, fearing that if he continued to hide it, she would overthink things and become more prone to misunderstandings. So, he decided to take the initiative and confess. It was Zhao Kai's father who came to me, hoping that I could give his son a chance and asked me to issue a letter of understanding, but I refused. Su Wanqing frowned slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Where were you before? So many things happened back then, and he, as the father, never showed up. Now that things have escalated to this point, he actually has the nerve to come to you begging for forgiveness. Like father, like son. Zhao Kai's character suggests his father isn't any better. Seeing that she suddenly became agitated, Lin Chen was afraid that she might have a miscarriage, so he quickly went to her side, gently patted her back, and said softly, Don't be angry, I won't forgive him. Why let these people affect us? Let's just focus on doing our own things. Then, he changed the subject. The college student entrepreneurship competition is tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be able to succeed. This opportunity is crucial, and I must seize it. Su Wanqing took his arm and whispered, You can definitely succeed. You will definitely be the champion. The following day, in the main auditorium of the convention center, Su Wanqing sat in the first row of the audience and spoke softly to Lin Chen, who was standing next to her. Don't be nervous. You've prepared for so long, there's definitely no problem. With your ability, you can definitely win the final championship. Lin Chen turned his head, smiling as he gently stroked her belly. With you and the baby here to cheer me on, I definitely won't let you down. She smiled and comforted him, but she looked even more nervous than Lin Chen. The host walked onto the stage, holding the microphone and speaking with a smile. Next, let's welcome contestant number 10, Chen Ming from the Municipal University of Science and Technology, who will be giving a presentation on the campus self-service station project. Amidst enthusiastic applause, a young man in a white suit walked onto the stage. Chen Ming opened the app. In the illustration, the appearance, functional modules, and interface layout of the self-service device were strikingly similar to Lin Chen's smart self-service printer. Seeing this, Su Wanqing realized that something was wrong. How come his project is so similar to your self-service printer? Some people in the audience were whispering among themselves, feeling that something was amiss. Chen Ming's introduction was resounding, his face full of confidence. Our school's self-service station not only has printing and photocopying functions, but also ID photo taking functions. It took me nearly 10 months from the initial conception to the final implementation of this project. After saying this, he looked in the direction of Lin Chen, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Of course, there will be times when great minds think alike on the road to entrepreneurship, but I always believe that only through careful refinement and research can a product stand the test of time. After all, no one would waste the audience's and judges' time with a copycat solution, right? These words immediately amplified the murmurs in the auditorium. My God, how dare Lin Chen plagiarize the top student's idea? He's completely outrageous. Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking. I noticed the problem when he was demonstrating the project earlier. After comparing them, it seems that Lin Chen plagiarized. Lin Chen and I were students at the same school. He used to be very quiet and unremarkable. Suddenly he came up with a self-service printer, and I thought it was strange. I wondered how he could be so clever. I never expected that it was plagiarism. The judges in the front row exchanged glances, and the oldest judge looked at Lin Chen with a look of inquiry in his eyes. This is no small matter, and it's the first time such a situation has occurred in a university competition. The department head, sitting in the back row, frowned deeply upon seeing this scene. He originally wanted to see Lin Chen's ideas, but he never expected that something like this would happen. Chen Ming is a top student at the University of Science and Technology. He is an extremely talented person with outstanding academic achievements. If it were anyone else, the department head would definitely suspect that the other party plagiarized Chen Ming. But since it happened to Lin Chen, he felt that things weren't so simple. After all, he had personally witnessed Lin Chen's many changes of direction. Someone as capable as him would certainly disdain doing such a thing, so how could he possibly deliberately plagiarize someone else's ideas? Seeing this, Su Wanqing became anxious. She wanted to stand up and explain, but Lin Chen stopped her. Don't worry. It's okay. He offered soft words of comfort, but his gaze toward Chen Ming was icy cold. Chen Ming's sudden action was clearly an attempt to accuse him of plagiarism. Once everyone recognizes him as a plagiarist who steals others' ideas, he will have no chance of developing in this direction from now on. He was fully aware of the seriousness of the situation and did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out his phone and pulled out an encrypted folder. It contained sketches of the self-service printer that he had been building for a long time, as well as all the programming beginnings, almost a year earlier than Chen Ming had mentioned. These data are all sufficient and compelling evidence, which he had preserved long ago. Now, it has actually come in handy. A plagiarism accusation detected against the host project, triggering a critical task, prove the project's originality and win the startup competition. Task rewards, proficiency in project documentation tracing, and 100,000 renminbi in startup capital. Task hint: focus on the timeline and technical details to identify weaknesses in the opponent's solution and strengthen your own proof of originality. Lin Chen took a deep breath and quickly synchronized the files to the USB drive. He couldn't understand how Chen Ming had plagiarized his idea. He didn't know the specifics, and now wasn't the time to think about those things. At this moment, Chen Ming is speaking eloquently on the stage, his face full of confidence. He is a top student at a science and technology university and has achieved outstanding results in programming competitions in many regions. Everyone believed that the self-service printing service was Chen Ming's idea, and that Lin Chen was the plagiarist. The chill in Lin Chen's eyes deepened. Let Chen Ming be smug for a few minutes, then he'll be crying later. Chapter 51: Great Minds Think Alike? After Chen Ming finished his speech, the host went on stage. Thank you for the wonderful presentation from contestant number 10. Next, please welcome contestant number 11, Lin Chen, to present his project, the Smart Self-Service Printer. As the host's voice faded, Lin Chen stood up, straightened his clothes, walked straight onto the stage, and took the microphone from his hand. When his gaze swept across the audience, Chen Ming had already taken his seat. He was leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, a smug look on his face. Su Wanqing crossed her arms and silently prayed for him. As soon as Lin Chen arrived at the center of the stage, before he could even speak, voices of doubt arose from the audience. This person is clearly plagiarizing. How can they even have the nerve to appear on stage? Exactly. I don't know how the organizers vetted people. How could they let someone like that in? That's ridiculous. Get out of here. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the microphone, but his resolve remained unwavering. At this point, the chief judge spoke first. Everyone, please be quiet. Don't make any noise. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. He looked at Lin Chen and raised a question. Your smart self-service printer project is almost identical to the previous contestant's self-service station project. What are your thoughts on this? Lin Chen didn't rush to explain, but instead connected the computer to the large screen and inserted the USB drive. These are all my records, clearly marked. My designs and ideas predate Chen Ming's, and the modification records will also be synced to the cloud drive. He showed them one by one, making sure everyone could see them clearly. After everyone had looked through it once, Lin Chen's gaze fell on Chen Ming. You said your previous project would take about 10 months, but your internal diagrams are almost identical to the simulation diagrams I uploaded before, and it's actually 10 months earlier than you said. How do you explain this? Is it also what you mean by great minds think alike? These words immediately stirred up a lively discussion among the crowd. The students took out their phones and took photos and videos of the big screen. All the judges put a big X on Chen Ming's score sheet. Su Wanqing sat there, her eyes welling up with tears. Fortunately, Lin Chen proved his innocence. Chen Ming stood there, stunned, unable to find a suitable excuse to defend himself. I only referenced previously released designs. Lin Chen sneered and pointed out the flaws in his design. You didn't just use it as a reference, you plagiarized it directly. This is because I designed a picture that I created in the library. If you enlarge the picture, you can see my initials on it. If you only used it as a reference, how come my name is on it? Now that things have been discussed to this extent, everyone naturally understands what's going on. Chen Ming stood up, but staggered a step. Looking at the disdainful looks from those around him, he felt like his head was about to explode, and the ringing in his ears was uncontrollable. No, this is just a misunderstanding, a coincidence, nothing like that. He kept shaking his head, still trying to put up a final resistance. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by the judges before he could finish speaking. Your project shows obvious signs of plagiarism, and you have no way to prove its originality. After unanimous decision by our judging panel, your participation is disqualified and your results are invalid. These words completely extinguished Chen Ming's last glimmer of hope. With his head down, he grabbed his bag and quickly fled amidst the murmurs of the crowd. He simply couldn't stay in that place any longer and had no choice but to leave in a sorry state. After proving his innocence, Lin Chen continued to give a presentation on his smart self-service printer project. After everyone has finished speaking, we await the judges' final evaluation. Amidst great anticipation, the host walked onto the stage with a broad smile on his face. I now announce that the winner of this entrepreneurship competition is. Let's congratulate contestant number 11, Lin Chen, and his smart self-service printer project. Thunderous applause erupted, and Su Wanqing stood up excitedly, clapping vigorously, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Lin Chen walked onto the stage and accepted the certificate and trophy handed to him by the judges. After saying some words of thanks, he quickly walked off the stage, went to Su Wanqing, and gently wiped away the tears on her face. This award is half due to your efforts. Su Wanqing shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. It's all thanks to your talent. You stayed up all night revising the plan so many times, it's all you're doing. She also remembered that Lin Chen often stayed up until the early hours of the morning, typing away on the keyboard. Every time I get up in the middle of the night, I can see that the study light is still on. Ding! Task exceeded target, reward upgraded, project documentation traceability mastery activated, startup funding increased to 150,000 yuan. Project document tracing allows you to quickly locate the creation time, modification history, and distribution channels of any project document, enabling rapid and accurate identification of plagiarism. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at her reddened eyes and said softly, "Let's go grab something to celebrate. What do you want to eat? How about some roast beef?" On the other hand, Chen Ming's actions also quickly went viral online. He has always been known as a top student, and he has also participated in various competitions and achieved many outstanding results. Now that this has happened, his reputation has declined, prompting many people to post and discuss the matter online. I never expected Chen Ming to do something like this. It's truly terrifying. How could he do such a thing? He's won so many awards before, how could he plagiarize? What was he thinking? Exactly. He works in this industry himself, so it's really hard to understand why he would do this. Amidst the many perplexing questions, a small number of insiders revealed what they knew. Chen Ming has finally crashed and burned. He is usually arrogant and thinks he has achieved something, so he is very haughty. Actually, many of his previous designs were not created by him, but were purchased from students who were good at studying but came from poor families at a high price. I know about this too. He's a plagiarist. A lot of people in our school know that. He's shameless. These comments quickly became popular, and some people even filmed short videos detailing the disgusting things Chen Ming did online. After seeing the post, Su Wanqing showed it to Lin Chen. I never expected that he was a repeat offender. This isn't the first time he's done something like this. Chapter 52 Rumors Abound. Lin Chen glanced at it but didn't pay any attention. The things Chen Ming did reveal his true character. It's not surprising that someone who only knows how to plagiarize and steal other people's ideas would do something like this in secret. He didn't pay too much attention to these things, but instead devoted himself to the smart self-service printer. Since winning the entrepreneurship competition, many people have wanted to collaborate with him. Lin Chen installed 2 more printers in the library and the school supermarket, making it more convenient for students to print and allowing the startup capital to be recouped more quickly. When he got home, he told Su Wanqing the good news. While Su Wanqing was happy, she was also browsing the school forum. She is currently pregnant and has already taken leave from school. When I have nothing to do, I can only scroll through my phone, look at posts on the campus forum, and learn about some new things happening on campus. One of the posts stood out. Her face darkened the moment she saw the title. Lin Chen relied entirely on my help in the early stages of his business, but now that he's won a major entrepreneurship competition, he's turned his back on me. The poster's name is Lily, Keep Going, which is Joe Lily. Su Wanqing's fingers scrolled down rapidly, revealing Joe Lily's accusations. It is said that Lin Chen had the idea of starting a business when she was a freshman in college. She was by Lin Chen's side to help her find information and write plans. When Lin Chen failed to install the printer for the first time, she was also by Lin Chen's side to help find the problem. She even said that Lin Chen had pursued her back then, but unexpectedly, after winning the award, he turned around and got together with the school beauty Su Wanqing, making him an ungrateful man. What's even more outrageous is that she also attached several screenshots. Lin Chen replied to her in an affectionate tone. "Darling, thank you for being with me. You've helped me with my smart self-service printer. You're the person I'm most grateful to. After I win the award, I will definitely confess my love to you in public." This screenshot is clearly fake. The profile picture Lin Chen used is not this one at all, and the two of them have never had any interaction. Su Wanqing gripped her phone tightly, angry at Joe Lily's rumors, and feeling wronged. She stayed by Lin Chen's side from when he had nothing, working late into the night to revise plans, run collaborations, and later compile test reports. Only she herself truly knows the hardships she endured during those difficult days. But unexpectedly, someone suddenly appeared, trying to steal her and Lin Chen's hard work, and even fabricated such a despicable lie, clearly intending to ruin Lin Chen. Noticing that her expression was a little off, Lin Chen asked with concern. "What's wrong with you?" Su Wanqing sighed and handed him her phone. "Look at this post Joe Lily made." Lin Chen took the phone, quickly scanned the post, and his expression instantly turned cold. He had long known that Joe Lily was not a good person, and he was also aware of the little tricks she had played before, but he didn't bother with her or make a fuss about it. Unexpectedly, she went to such lengths to fabricate such a lie. Lin Chen returned the phone to Su Wanqing, gently stroked her dark hair, and softly comforted her. "Don't bother with people like that. It's all fake, so there's no need to care so much." Even so, Su Wanqing still felt uncomfortable, and her eyes reddened. "I know it's all fake, but I still feel a little upset. This is the result of our hard work together, and she deliberately made it up like this. It's just too much." Seeing the tears welling up in her eyes, Lin Chen felt a pang of heartache. He held Su Wanqing's hand and said softly, "I know what you're thinking, and I understand that you're speaking up for me. What others say doesn't matter to me. What matters is that we know the truth, and that's enough. There's no need to argue with people like that." After Su Wanqing's mood improved slightly, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Uncle Zhang, the dormitory supervisor, calling. As soon as I answered the phone, Uncle Zhang's anxious voice came through. "Shaolin, now a lot of people are saying that Joe Lily helped you with your smart self-service printer, and they're even saying you're ungrateful. I know exactly what happened. You've been handling everything by yourself, and no one else has helped. How did it become that girl's doing the work?" Hearing Uncle Zhang say that, Lin Chen was deeply moved. "Uncle Zhang, I believe that a clear conscience fears no accusation. Her attempt to gain attention in this way is useless. Don't worry about me, I'm fine." After exchanging a few words, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Many classmates also sent him messages, all expressing their support and encouragement. That Zhou Lily is too much. She's shamelessly stealing your credit. We know what happened, so we'll definitely believe you. You can't let things continue like this. You have to find a way to prove your innocence. Otherwise, over time, unsuspecting people will definitely be deceived, which will also damage your reputation. Looking at these messages, Lin Chen smiled. At this time, the fact that so many people chose to support him made him feel incredibly warm inside. Ding! Malicious rumors detected against the host and partner, triggering an emergency mission. Clarify the rumors, protect your reputation, and make the rumor mongers pay the price. Task rewards: basic online public opinion management skills, free couple photoshoot package including professional photographer, stylist, and album production. Task prompt: release real evidence, debunk rumors, unite informed witnesses to testify, amplify the impact of the truth, guide public opinion, and prevent the rumors from spreading further. Lin Chen turned to look at Su Wanqing and spoke with a smile. So many people are supporting me, I can't let Zhou Lily continue to get away with it. I need to let her know that spreading rumors comes at a price. Su Wanqing nodded and squeezed Lin Chen's hand. She felt that no matter how big the rumors were, as long as she and Lin Chen were together and trusted each other, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. Lin Chen entered the study, turned on the computer, and the first thing he did was find his chat history with Zhou Lily. She was the one who added him first, and they only exchanged a few words. She was the one who kept asking questions, and Lin Chen's replies were only brief, clearly indicating that he didn't want to talk to her. Later, Lin Chen found her annoying and thought she was going on, so he simply blocked her. Su Wanqing sat next to him, opened her phone's photo album, and was also looking for photos of her and Lin Chen working hard together. Fortunately, she has a habit of taking photos and likes to document her life through pictures. At this time, these photos, taken casually in ordinary times, played a crucial role in proving the truth. Chapter 53: The Truth Revealed. Su Wanqing handed the organized photos to Lin Chen and asked softly, "These are all the little things we've shared together, and the records I kept of your hard work every time. Isn't that enough to prove everything?" Lin Chen took the phone, scrolled through the photos, and felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at Su Wanqing's smiling face in them. He nodded, looking very serious. "That's enough. I want everyone to know that I have nothing to do with Zhou Lily. I, Lin Chen, owe my success today not to anyone else, but to my own hard work and to the person who has always been by my side and silently supported me." These heartfelt words made Su Wanqing blush. She turned her head away, shyly lowering it slightly, her eyes full of smiles. On Monday morning, Lin Chen posted on the school forum with a concise title: "Clarification regarding Zhou Lily's fabrication of rumors, with accompanying real chat logs and evidence." In the post, Lin Chen truthfully recounted what happened and also attached his previous chat history with Zhou Lily. The timeline is clear, with no intimate conversations whatsoever. Zhou Lily is constantly trying to please him, while his brief replies are perfunctory, clearly indicating that he doesn't want to pay attention. Next came the school's surveillance video, which showed Lin Chen's visits to install the smart self-service printers each time. He was all alone, there was no one else. Besides that, there are all the photos he and Su Wanqing took together when they were living together, and each photo has a date in the lower right corner. Less than 10 minutes after the original post was published, Su Wanqing also posted a supplementary post. The title is, "The Little Things We Did Together." She didn't criticize Zhou Lily, nor did she say a single word to her, she simply posted a set of photos. There are photos of Lin Chen diligently coding in his study at night, and photos of him sketching on paper, each accompanied by a brief description. The last photo is from the day of the college student entrepreneurship competition, taken by her from the audience while Lin Chen was giving his speech on stage. At the end of the post, she added a sentence: "We've always worked together, and will continue to move forward hand in hand in the future." The two posts were published one after the other, attracting a lot of attention and comments, causing a great stir. Zhou Lily is spreading rumors. I suspected she was suspicious before. She's not a computer science major, so how could she possibly know anything about programming? I knew Lin Chen wasn't that kind of person. He's such an upright person, he would never stoop to doing something like that. Looking at the photos, Su Wanqing is so beautiful and gentle. She truly deserves to be called the school beauty. With such a beauty by his side, how could Lin Chen possibly be interested in someone like Zhou Lily? That's right. Su Wanqing is pregnant, and the two of them have such a good relationship. Zhou Lily still deliberately spreads rumors. She's shameless. She really knows how to flatter herself. Does she even deserve it? In the comments section, more and more people are supporting Lin Chen and Su Wanqing. Those who had previously liked and commented on Zhou Lily's posts have all unfollowed and deleted them. Some people even posted messages to apologize to Lin Chen and Su Wanqing. I apologize for having believed Zhou Lily's one-sided account and making some inappropriate remarks. I hereby apologize to Lin Chen and Su Wanqing. Seeing how quickly the public opinion on the forum changed, Zhou Lily was extremely flustered. She wanted to delete the post, but found that her account had been reported by many classmates and locked, making it impossible for her to do anything. She tried to send private messages to Lin Chen and Su Wanqing to beg for forgiveness, but found that she had been blocked. She went to the cafeteria for lunch and ran into people who knew her. They were all whispering about her and staring at her with disdain and disgust. Zhou Lily felt extremely embarrassed, lowered her head and hurried back to her dormitory, not daring to go out at all. Her other roommates also avoided her like the plague, completely ignoring her. She sat on the bed, hugging her legs and sobbing uncontrollably. If she had known it would turn out this way, she wouldn't have made such a foolish decision. Zhou Lily had acted rashly and confusedly because she saw Lin Chen win the college student entrepreneurship competition and remembered his previous attitude towards her. In the afternoon, the counselor called Zhou Lily in for a talk. He showed her the post Zhou Lily had made and said seriously, "You fabricated rumors to damage your classmates' reputations and forged chat records, which violated school rules and regulations. The school has given you a demerit and requires you to post a public apology on the forum and a handwritten apology in the school's announcement area. Otherwise, you will be expelled." Zhou Lily stood in front of her counselor, head bowed, tears streaming down her face. She had nothing to say, and could only nod repeatedly. She had originally fantasized that by making fun of Lin Chen, she could ride on his popularity and become famous. Unexpectedly, he ended up with a demerit and was disliked by his classmates. Ding! The mission to make rumor mongers pay the price has been completed. The reward of the online public opinion management beginner skill has been activated, and the couple photoshoot package free has been successfully issued. On the other side, Lin Chen and Su Wanqing were adjusting the printer in front of the dormitory building. Lin Chen incorporated new ideas, and after modifications, it will become more intelligent. Uncle Zhang, the dormitory supervisor, brought over 2 cups of herbal tea and said with a smile, "Don't take those things to heart. There's no need to stoop to their level. Everyone knows what kind of people you are, and no one would believe you." Lin Chen took the teacup and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. We don't mean to hold it against her. We just want to get the printer working as soon as possible so that it can be more convenient, intelligent, and efficient for the students to use." Su Wanqing felt a warm feeling in her heart as she watched Lin Chen carefully adjusting the machine. Lin Chen remembered the system's rewards and turned to look at Su Wanqing. "By the way, I booked a couple's photoshoot package. When should we go?" Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "I never expected that he would prepare such a surprise for me." She suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and her face slowly turned red. They're not really a couple yet, neither of them has made the first move. Even though they both considered each other's feelings and thought about each other's needs, they never crossed that line. Su Wanqing was already very happy that Lin Chen had this intention. She looked at Lin Chen, her eyes full of smiles. "How about we go tomorrow? It's Saturday." Lin Chen nodded, feeling warm inside as he saw her happy expression, and a bright smile appeared on his face. On Saturday morning, Lin Chen and Su Wanqing went to the photo studio. On the way there, Su Wanqing looked at her protruding belly and felt a little embarrassed. "I feel it's a bit inappropriate for a pregnant woman like me to have couple photos taken. The photos probably won't turn out very well." Chapter 54, I'm giving you a chance. Seeing Su Wanqing's hesitant and conflicted expression, Lin Chen held her hand and gently comforted her. "Pregnant women are amazing. A new life is growing inside you. You don't need to feel inferior or have any other negative emotions. In my heart, you have always been the most beautiful. No matter what you look like, I think you are beautiful." These warm words of concern and love instantly melted Su Wanqing's heart. The tension and anxiety she felt earlier vanished instantly. She felt as if a pair of hands were gently caressing her uneasy heart. She nodded when she met Lin Chen's gaze. Upon arriving at the photography studio, they first changed into white sportswear. In the pink-themed photo studio, Lin Chen helped Su Wanqing fix her hair, and Su Wanqing helped him straighten his tie. The photographer focused on capturing their smiles as they looked at each other. Every frozen moment was incredibly heartwarming. The two looked at each other with deep affection, their eyes filled with love. The photographer couldn't help but press the shutter button repeatedly. He had photographed so many couples, but only when photographing this couple did he feel affection and love. It wasn't the flamboyant kind of love, but rather a restrained and profound one. In the last set of photos, they went to a flower field outside. In a sea of sunflowers, Lin Chen gently hugged Su Wanqing from behind and placed his hands on her clearly pregnant belly. The sunlight fell on the two of them, complementing the colors of the sunflowers and creating a unique beauty. After the shoot, they went to select photos, and Lin Chen pointed to the set of photos taken of sunflowers. "We definitely have to keep this. We'll hang it in our home later." Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she responded softly. On the way back, Lin Chen picked out a few photos he was satisfied with and posted them on the school forum with captions. On Saturday, Wanqing and I took couple photos, set up the smart self-service printer, and chose the locations for printing the photos: the school library and the supermarket. Thank you to everyone who supports us. Let's continue to work hard together in the future. The post quickly went viral, with the comments section filled with well wishes. "Oh my god, these photos are so sweet. I can see the love in their eyes as they look at each other even through the pictures. That photo of the sunflower field is absolutely stunning. I wish you both happiness forever, and that you grow old together. This is so tempting. I'll bow down first. Let's get the printers out as soon as possible. It will make printing much more convenient." If Joe Lily saw this post, she'd probably be furious. Rumor mongers will never win against people who truly love each other. Lin Chen looked at everyone's comments and handed his phone to Su Wanqing with a smile. Su Wanqing took the phone and looked at the photo of herself and Lin Chen, her heart filled with happiness. He took the initiative to post the photos so that more people could see them, which means that he holds a very important place in his heart. However, he never explicitly stated or revealed anything. This made Su Wanqing feel a little disappointed. But he also understood that he needed to give him time, and he couldn't rush him or be too hasty. "Having him by my side like this is a very good thing." Lin Chen turned his head and met Su Wanqing's gaze. He saw the emotions in her heart and knew what she was struggling with. He gently patted Su Wanqing's hand without saying a word. He is one step closer to success, and everything she has been hoping for will soon come true. Before he even got home, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a call from the department head. "Lin Chen, come to the school. Just come to my office." It was the weekend, and he suddenly asked him to come over. Lin Chen was puzzled, but he still agreed. After hanging up the phone, he explained the situation to Su Wanqing and asked her to go back first. Su Wanqing smiled and refused, shaking her head. "I'll go with you. I'm feeling much better now, and going out occasionally won't bother me. Otherwise, staying at home all the time would be too boring." Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't insist and nodded in agreement. The two went to the school and went straight into the department head's office. Before he could speak, the office door was pushed open forcefully, and a slightly overweight middle-aged man in a black suit stood in the doorway. He had an aloof and unapproachable demeanor, and was followed by two assistants. Upon seeing him, the department head began to introduce him. "This is Mr. Wang Kuan, the general manager of Kunming Technology Company. He's here specifically to discuss cooperation with you." "Cooperate?" Lin Chen was puzzled and immediately became vigilant. He had heard of Kunming Technology Company. It was a local company that specialized in office printing equipment, mainly commercial machines. Such a large company must have its own professional team, so why would it suddenly approach his fledgling campus project? Wang Kuan ignored the department head, walked straight up to Lin Chen, stopped 2 or 3 meters away, and looked him up and down. "You're Lin Chen, the student who won the entrepreneurship competition with the smart self-service printer?" He stared intently at Lin Chen, showing no respect whatsoever, and kept looking at him with the same eye one would use to appraise a product. "I've looked at your project materials. They're somewhat interesting, but that's about it. It's just small-scale stuff on campus. It won't amount to much, and it's impossible for it to develop into something significant." Su Wanqing subconsciously moved closer to Lin Chen, feeling a little uncomfortable. Wang Kuan's attitude was far too arrogant and rude. He didn't seem to be there to discuss cooperation at all, but rather to offer them a chance as a favor. She quietly tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and gestured to him with her eyes. "Cooperating with such a person will likely lead to a lot of trouble later on, and you will have no say whatsoever. Such a person is domineering and tyrannical, and cooperating with such a person will bring nothing but harm. Lin Chen held her hand, indicating that she shouldn't worry. He met Wang Kuan's gaze, neither humble nor arrogant, his tone calm. Since you're here to discuss cooperation, Mr. Wang, why don't you just tell me your thoughts? Although my smart self-service printers are currently concentrated in schools, they still have considerable potential in the market. If we delve deeper, there's still a lot of room for development. Otherwise, I don't think Mr. Wang would have made a special trip over here, would he? Wang Kuan, as if he had heard a joke, couldn't help but start mocking. Potential? How much profit can you make in the student market? At best, you can only make a small profit. It's simply impossible to develop it. He paused, then added. And you've got one thing wrong. I'm not here to talk about equal cooperation, I'm here to give you a chance. Chapter 55 is not cooperation, it's a threat. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kuan's assistant stepped forward and respectfully handed him a document. He took it and threw it in front of Lin Chen. This is a patent transfer agreement. I'll give you 500,000 yuan in exchange for transferring all the patents for this smart self-service printer to my company. That's 500,000 yuan, an unimaginable amount for a student. It's not like I'm treating you unfairly. 500,000? Lin Chen and Su Wanqing were both stunned when they heard this. Self-service printers now have a stable customer base, pay back their costs quickly, and generate profits for the rest of the time. If it were to be put into the market later, the profits would be immeasurable. I never expected that Wang Kuan would want to buy out all the patents for a mere 500,000 yuan. It's practically robbery. Su Wanqing looked up at Wang Kuan and argued her case. Mr. Wang, this isn't a discussion of cooperation, it's a forced sale. This project represents Lin Chen's hard work over a long period of time, it's impossible for him to buy it out for just 500,000. Wang Kuan sneered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Young girls, your so-called hard work is worthless in front of me. You are too young and do not understand the rules of the market. You need to know clearly that only capital is the god that controls everything. After saying that, he wiped the smile off his face, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. They stopped pretending and started making blatant threats. Lin Chen, I advise you to be sensible. This is 500,000 yuan. If you take the money and leave, everyone will be happy, and I'll have a better impression of you. But if you don't know what's good for you, I have plenty of ways to make sure you can't survive in this industry anymore, believe it or not? Lin Chen's face darkened, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on Su Wanqing's hand. What do you mean by that? Wang Kuan crossed his arms, looking confident of victory. You know exactly what I mean. I call the shots in the local office equipment market. If you don't transfer the patent, I'll make sure all your suppliers cut off your supply, and then you won't be able to find a single factory to produce for you. I can also use my connections in the Education Bureau to prevent you from distributing your printers to all universities. At that point, no matter how capable you are, it won't be of any use. He paused for a moment, then chuckled. In the end, your big project will be a complete disaster, worthless. You'll work so hard to create something, but you won't earn a single penny. What's the point? Your only choice is to obediently do as I say. The department head stood frozen in place, his face looking rather grim. He couldn't afford to offend the person in front of him, so he didn't dare to speak easily. Su Wanqing was in a state of panic. If they refused, what Wang Kuan was doing would be a disaster for them. After so much hard work and perseverance, they were finally able to get through this difficult time and were about to see the light of victory. Now, faced with such powerful suppression, are all their efforts really going to be wasted? She looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with worry and deep grievance. She wanted to say something, but was afraid of affecting Lin Chen. She knew Lin Chen better than anyone, but he was just a college student. Could he really withstand such a threat? Meeting her worried gaze, Lin Chen gently patted her back to comfort her. Lin Chen appeared calm on the surface, seemingly unperturbed, but his heart was already in turmoil. Wang Kuan's assertiveness and threats to this extent had completely exceeded his expectations. But he didn't panic too much, because he knew that being anxious would be useless and would only prevent him from making the right judgment. The next second, the system notification sounded. The host has been detected to be facing patent plunder and industry threats, triggering the key figures action, defend core patents, promote equal cooperation, and crush the suppression by powerful forces. Task reward, permanent activation of the business negotiation mastery advanced skill, enabling you to quickly analyze your negotiating opponent's core needs, technical weaknesses, and negotiation vulnerabilities, accurately formulate negotiation strategies, control the negotiation pace, and maximize your own interests. 3 high-quality investment intention letters covering well-known venture capital institutions, with funding amounts ranging from 500,000 to 1 million renminbi. Lin Chen looked directly at Wang Kuan with a slight smile on his face. Mr. Wang, you think you can buy my patent for 500,000? You're seriously underestimating me, and you're also underestimating your own company. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan was taken aback. If it were anyone else, they would have obediently surrendered and agreed after being threatened like that. But Lin Chen, a student, showed no panic whatsoever, and instead dared to say such things to me. What do you mean by that? Lin Chen pulled out a chair for Su Wanqing to sit down before slowly beginning to explain. Mr. Wang, your plan is quite clever, but unfortunately, you've misjudged the situation. After speaking, Lin Chen turned on the computer next to him, typed a few keys, and information about Kunming Technology Company appeared on the screen. I've looked at some basic information about your company. You mainly produce commercial printers, and your market share is concentrated in office buildings and small and medium-sized enterprises, right? Wang Kuan's expression changed slightly. He couldn't quite figure out what Lin Chen was trying to do. Before he could react, Lin Chen continued. Why is Kunming Technology's revenue declining continuously, only around 3% last year? It's because the commercial market has gradually become saturated. Everyone's products are highly homogenized. If you have a function, others also have it. There is no core competitiveness at all. The competition is all about price. Next, he moved the mouse and clicked on several products promoted by Kunming Technology Company to open customer reviews. The most frequent complaints are that the operation is complicated, the functions are limited, and the functionality is lacking. The main problem is that it is not adapted to schools. Wang Kuan frowned, not understanding what he was trying to say. I make commercial equipment, so there is no need for it to be adapted for schools. Besides, how much money can those few people at school make? Hearing him say that, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. If Mr. Wang didn't care about schools, why would he approach me? Isn't it because he saw the potential of my project in the school market? And my customers are students. Today's students are the main force in the future consumer market. If your product lacks campus adaptation, it means you've lost the opportunity to cultivate young users. My project has already succeeded in my school, which can make up for your shortcomings and help you open up the student market. Chapter 56: A Happy Ending. Wang Kuan stared at Lin Chen with a stern face. What this kid said is exactly what's bothering him. Kunming Technology is now facing a bottleneck, unable to sustain economic growth, and is even experiencing a continuous decline. He was interested in Lin Chen's project not only because of the smart printer, but also because of its campus channels and young users. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin Chen pressed his advantage and continued talking. Instead of spending 500,000 to buy out a patent that can only bring short-term benefits, wouldn't it be better for us to cooperate and achieve a win-win situation? I'll provide the technology and campus channels, and you'll provide the funding, production, and sales resources. We'll split the profits 30-70, with me getting 30% and you getting 70%. Wang Kuan did not hesitate and immediately retorted. A 30-70 split? You're just a student, why should you get 30%? I can only give you 10% at most. Lin Chen didn't rush to explain. Instead, he took out the USB drive, plugged it into the computer, opened the folder, and retrieved the detailed user data. The fact that I can say this means I am fully confident that the value my project can bring to you will absolutely make you agree. You can see that we currently have tens of thousands of active users, and this is only in one school. The repurchase rate is 73%, and the average monthly consumption per user is about 15 yuan. If this rate of increase continues, and the coverage of universities can be continuously increased, Mr. Wang is a smart man. I don't need to say more about what the situation will be like, right? He pointed to the ever-increasing curve on the screen and continued. These users are all young people who are already used to using my smart self-service printer. In the future, when they start working, they are very likely to become potential customers for your company's commercial printers. This is not just about immediate profits, but also about cultivating a future market for your company. Su Wanqing sat next to Lin Chen, watching him calmly analyze the data, and her worry slowly dissipated. She felt that Lin Chen now seemed more confident and composed than when they first moved in together, able to face everything with ease. Wang Kuan remained silent, staring at the data on the screen in deep thought. Lin Chen's words hit him where it hurt, and he clearly understood what Lin Chen wanted. He definitely needs the campus market to break out of his current slump, and the data provided by Lin Chen is very impressive. If things really go as he says, it means that the project has passed through the most difficult initial period and has achieved stable profitability. After staring at the screen for a while, he looked up at Lin Chen with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Is all this data real? Don't tell me you made it up to trick me into cooperating. If you dare to cheat me, you're dead. Lin Chen took out his phone, opened the back end of the self-service printer, and handed it to Wang Kuan. This is real-time back-end data. Mr. Wang can take a look at it. It shows user activity, print volume, and revenue. Every transaction has a clear record. Alternatively, you could check the school's self-service printers to see how students are using them. Wang Kuan took the phone and swiped the screen carefully, still somewhat skeptical. The back-end data is clear and concise, with print orders constantly updating in real time. This is just one university, yet its revenue figures are quite impressive. At that moment, his heart began to stir. Seeing Wang Kuan's constantly changing subtle expressions, Lin Chen knew that he had gained the upper hand in the negotiations. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, and his tone became more relaxed. Mr. Wang, you are a businessman. You should understand that only a win-win situation is the best outcome. Buying out a patent only gives you a product, but you lose the subsequent channels and users. Cooperation is a long-term benefit and can pave the way for the company's future development. Most importantly, I designed and developed the smart self-service printer, so its future development depends on me. He paused for a moment, then continued. Furthermore, I have already won the championship in the college student entrepreneurship competition, and my project has received attention from various parties. If you really want to suppress me through improper means, it may also have a negative impact on you. The words were spoken very frankly, and the meaning was expressed very clearly. Even if Wang Kuan wanted to take a chance and engage in some underhanded tactics, he would have to think twice before acting. After a moment of contemplation, he had his answer. Lin Chen was telling the truth. Startup projects are now supported by policies. If he really dared to threaten or sabotage things behind the scenes, if the matter is exposed, it will be a devastating blow not only to him, but also to the reputation of the entire Kunming technology. After a long silence, Wang Kuan slowly raised his head. The disdain and arrogance on his face had disappeared, but his eyes still held the shrewdness and calculation typical of a businessman. I can agree to a 30-70 split, but I have one condition. I need to prepay a portion of startup capital, at least 1 million, for expanding production and distribution channels. This money will be deducted from future revenue sharing, and I won't participate in the initial phase. You'll be fully responsible. Seeing that he said that, Lin Chen knew that he had been completely convinced, and immediately nodded in agreement and extended his hand. No problem. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. Wang Kuan grasped his hand and shook it vigorously twice. Great, it's a pleasure doing business with you. I didn't expect you to be such a good negotiator at such a young age. You're better than many of the seasoned veterans I've met. Your future is limitless. With the cooperation agreement reached, Su Wanqing could finally breathe a sigh of relief. A joyful smile spread across her face, and her eyes glistened with tears of excitement. She knew Lin Chen would definitely succeed. There would be absolutely no problem. The department head also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's great, it's a win-win situation. Lin Chen, you have to work hard from now on. Boss Wang is the leader in the local industry. If you work with him, your smart self-service printer project will definitely develop better." Ding! The critical task of protecting core patents and facilitating equal cooperation has been completed. Wang Kuan's assistant took out a contract and handed it to Lin Chen. After carefully examining the document and confirming that there were no problems, he signed his name. Lin Chen knew that this was not just a cooperation agreement, but also his first step towards the future. Starting today, his entrepreneurial journey has reached a new level. After signing the agreement, Wang Kuan looked at Lin Chen. We are now officially working together, and I hope you won't let me down. After saying that, he had his assistant transfer 1 million yuan as advance payment to Lin Chen on the spot. Lin Chen spoke earnestly and made his promise. Please rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will not let you down. Chapter 57. The time for development has come. After seeing Wang Kuan off, Su Wanqing threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, her voice choked with sobs. That's great, we succeeded. I was really scared just now. I was afraid he would do anything to take away this self-service printer project. This is your hard work, I really didn't know what to do. Lin Chen hugged her tightly, coaxing her gently in a tender tone. It's all right, don't worry. It's been resolved smoothly now, and I couldn't just stand by and watch my project be taken away. It's the result of our joint efforts. He looked down at the girl in his arms, his nose gently brushing against her hair. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything, and our great project is poised for even greater development. Su Wanqing wiped away her tears, looked up at him, and nodded with a smile. Yes, Mr. Wang has already paid a deposit of 1 million. Now we can expand production, hire more people, and deploy self-service printers to more schools. After thanking the department head, Lin Chen and Su Wanqing went home. Upon entering, they went into the study, sat down at the computer, and began planning. Su Wanqing couldn't wait to express her thoughts. I think we can purchase a batch of parts first, and then find a reliable factory to manufacture them. This way, we can increase efficiency and save ourselves a lot of trouble. Then we'll hire some technical staff to work with you on optimizing the system and adding new features, so you can have an easier time and won't be so overworked. Ding! Temporary task triggered. Form a basic team, complete the task to unlock market expansion capabilities, and receive a startup fund of 50,000 yuan. Lin Chen listened patiently as she enthusiastically planned what was to come, feeling very happy inside. He nodded and responded. That's right, we do need to expand production. Previously, our self-service printers were only deployed in our school, and not in other schools yet, so the market is quite large. I plan to spend 500,000 yuan to buy some core components, such as chips, which are key to the printer's performance, so we can't be careless and we have to use the best. After saying that, he wrote down 500,000 yuan for parts procurement on the computer document, and then continued. Also, I used to assemble them myself, which was too inefficient. I couldn't handle it all by myself. I need to find a professional factory to manufacture them. This way, I can not only guarantee quality and production capacity, but also save time and efficiency. These costs will be around 200,000 yuan, including manufacturing fees, logistics fees, and packaging fees. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement and continued. That's right, the next step is technical staff, which also need to be recruited. They not only need to know how to repair faults, but also be responsible for market promotion and data statistics. One person definitely won't be able to handle it all. We need to hire at least 3 people, with clear division of labor, so that everyone does their own job and things don't fall apart. Lin Chen nodded and wrote it down on the computer, 200,000 for outsourcing and other expenses, and 150,000 for employee expenses. In this way, there are dedicated personnel to handle everything from production and technology to subsequent marketing and administration, which will free up his time to take care of Su Wanqing and the baby, and continue to develop other collaborations. After tidying up, Su Wanqing asked. We still have 150,000 left, what should we do? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen replied. Let's leave it for now and keep it as a reserve fund. During the whole process, we will definitely encounter various unexpected situations, such as project delays, price increases for parts, or printer malfunctions requiring emergency maintenance. Dealing with these things definitely requires investing some funds. Leaving the rest of the money untouched will save us a lot of trouble. Once finalized, he started typing away, summarizing all the plans and writing a detailed proposal to facilitate the subsequent implementation of the plan. After he finished writing, he turned to look at Su Wanqing. Take a look, is this arrangement reasonable? Is there anything I've overlooked? Su Wanqing stared at the screen, watching intently. After watching for a while, she analyzed it thoughtfully. Actually, I think we could increase the budget for marketing. After winning the College Student Entrepreneurship Award, you have indeed gained some recognition, but to expand to other schools, you still need to do some promotion and publicity activities. For example, organizing some experiential activities at school so that everyone can have a chance to experience it would be more effective. Or collaborating with student unions or clubs could also be effective. After she pointed it out, Lin Chen immediately realized his oversight and revised the proposal. You're right. Then we'll take another 50,000 yuan from the reserve fund as marketing expenses. That way, 100,000 yuan in the reserve fund will still be enough. As the plan gradually became clearer, Su Wanqing's heart was filled with anticipation. If this continues, we'll be able to install dozens of self-service printers next month, and then distribute them to some nearby schools. At that time, the number of users will definitely increase, and our revenue will also increase significantly. Lin Chen nodded, his expression serious and resolute. He firmly believes that as long as he persists, continuously optimizes his products, and expands the market, intelligent self-service printers will surely appear in every corner of the country, allowing more people to enjoy the convenience brought by his printers. Over the next few days, Lin Chen became busy. He first contacted several parts suppliers, and after comparing their quality, he chose one of the established suppliers and signed a large purchase contract, driving the price of the parts down to the lowest possible level. After inspecting several local manufacturers and visiting their production environments and processes, they ultimately chose the manufacturer with the best reputation and high production capacity and signed an OEM contract. Meanwhile, recruitment is also in full swing. Lin Chen did not limit himself to the job market, he also posted recruitment information on campus. He will keep anyone who has the ability and skills. Within 2 days, he received a large number of resumes. Lin Chen first screened the resumes, selected those who met the requirements, and then gathered everyone together for interviews. When interviewing technical personnel, Lin Chen did not ask too many questions about theoretical knowledge. Having theories is of no use whatsoever. He took out a printer on the spot and asked all the applicants to find the defects and propose optimization solutions. Whoever can identify and solve the problem the fastest will stay. There was only one spot available, and everyone immediately crowded around, eager to find fault. Lin Chen gave a demonstration, from copying and printing to other functions. Everyone watched intently, but most people couldn't see anything wrong, they were completely clueless. Chapter 58. The team is initially established. One of the recent graduates, Gao Pengyu, quickly identified 2 technical vulnerabilities in the printer and provided detailed optimization solutions. His clear thinking and rigorous logic impressed Lin Chen. Looking at this applicant who was superior to the others, Lin Chen asked, "Why do you want to join my self-service printer project? Before applying, you should have known what my situation is like, but with your abilities, you could easily get a job at a large company." When asked, Gao Pengyu answered without hesitation, his tone frank and sincere. "Actually, I started paying attention to your smart self-service printer when it was the college student entrepreneurship competition. I think this project has a very promising future. Besides, your company has just been established. If I join now, I'll be considered a founding member, and the benefits will be excellent. It's much better than me doing menial work at a big company. I think you are a very thoughtful person. You are a college student and you have such ideas. I hope to learn from you and continue to grow in the future." Gao Pengyu spoke very sincerely, these were his true feelings. Lin Chen nodded, having made up his mind. "Okay, then I'm officially hiring you. The salary and benefits will be the same as the information I posted. The probation period is 3 months. After you become a full-time employee, I will provide you with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, as well as project bonuses." Gao Pengyu nodded in surprise and said earnestly, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. You can rest assured, I will definitely do my job well." In the afternoon, Lin Chen interviewed a marketing specialist and met a girl named Li Meng. She has an outgoing personality, strong communication skills, and is very familiar with the campus market. She also has experience in planning campus club activities. Lin Chen looked at the contents of the resume and then looked up at Li Meng. "If you join us, how would you choose to expand your school network? What are your ideas for this?" After a brief moment of thought, Li Meng shared her thoughts and plans. "We will definitely contact the school first, offer free trials so that students can experience our self-service printers. Then we will cooperate with the school's supermarket or library to set up dedicated printer drop-off points. Finally, we will carry out some promotional activities, such as a 20% discount for new users, to attract more users." Lin Chen was very satisfied with her answer, nodded, and hired her on the spot. For the administrative staff, he chose a very meticulous person named Wang Shui. She had previous internship experience as an administrative assistant and was very organized, meticulous, and conscientious in her work. "Congratulations, host, on completing the initial team phase. You have unlocked market expansion capabilities and are awarded a startup fund of 50,000 yuan. After the new team was established, Lin Chen rented another office space nearby. Gao Pengyu quickly devoted himself to optimizing the printer system and also proposed several valuable improvement solutions. Li Meng began contacting some schools in the surrounding area, and within just 1 week, she reached agreements with 8 schools for the project. Wang Shui managed the administrative and financial work meticulously, without making any mistakes. Seeing that the team members were doing their jobs and the project was progressing normally, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how capable he is, one person's strength is ultimately limited. Only by building an excellent team can one go further. This is just the beginning. His team will continue to grow and its members will increase in number. Over the weekend, Lin Chen treated the team members to dinner to welcome them, which was also their first team building activity. Everyone at the dinner table was very happy and excited to be part of the team. Gao Pingyu had some ideas in mind and made a suggestion. Mr. Lin, I think the printer could also be equipped with a function for printing color photos on the spot. Many students like to print photos from their phones. If this function were available, I believe it would attract more people and increase the revenue of the self-service printer. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. That's a great idea. Photo printing is more profitable than printing and photocopying, and the demand is huge. We can continue to research this further and add a photo printing module. Li Meng nodded and echoed her sentiment. Some students from the schools I've been in contact with have expressed a desire to add color printing. Since many people have this idea, Lin Chen understands that once this batch of printers is deployed stably, he needs to hurry up and develop color printers and photo printing functions. To go further in the long run, products need to continuously enrich their features and meet the needs of more users. On the way back, Lin Chen passed by a jewelry store, got out of the car and went inside. After he went inside, he looked around and his gaze fell on a diamond ring. The main diamond is a 3-carat white diamond, surrounded by many smaller diamonds that sparkle brilliantly under the store's lighting. This diamond suits Su Wanqing perfectly. She would look stunning wearing such a ring. As he was staring at it, the shop assistant came over and introduced it with a smile. Hello sir, this diamond ring is a new designer piece that we just received. The price is 553,000. If you like it, you can consider it. We have a discount right now, so you can get it for 553,000. Lin Chen nodded, still pondering in his mind. Given his current situation, buying this diamond ring shouldn't be a problem. But buying it would affect my life from now on. He was also considering saving money to buy a house so that he could provide a better life for Su Wanqing and the baby, and also put her at ease. But this ring suits Su Wanqing very well. She has fair skin, and she must look beautiful wearing such a diamond ring. Moreover, he knew that Su Wanqing had actually been looking forward to that day. In addition, he has already achieved great success, and it's time for him to confess his feelings to Su Wanqing. As he hesitated, another shop assistant came over. It was a male shop assistant. He crossed his arms, looked Lin Chen up and down with a look of disgust and contempt, and then looked at the female shop assistant and said, "This guy doesn't look like he has any money. Don't waste your time on him. He looks like just a poor student who came in to take a look. How could he possibly have the money to buy anything?" After saying that, he gave a light sneer. I really don't understand what these poor students are thinking. They know they can't afford it, yet they still want to come in and browse. What's the point of looking? Do they even know if they can afford it or what? They're just adding to our workload for no reason. It's disgusting. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, showing extreme disgust. Chapter 59. Looking down on people. The male shop assistant's name is Wang Tian, and he has been working at the jewelry store for 4 or 5 years. Having seen countless people, the moment she saw Lin Chen, she knew he definitely wouldn't buy it. Seeing that Lin Chen remained silent, he intensified his mockery. Are you out of your mind? Even after the discount, this diamond ring still costs 550,000. Can you afford it? He crossed his arms and looked Lin Chen up and down, his eyes filled with undisguised disgust and contempt. Judging from your appearance, you're just a poor student. How long will it take you to save up 550,000? I advise you to give up on that idea. Go find a street stall and buy something for a few dozen yuan to appease a young girl. Other customers in the store looked over and stood quietly to watch the show. Lily, the female shop assistant who served Lin Chen, was also a little embarrassed and whispered to Wang Tian. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, the customer is king. It's basic courtesy. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Tian interrupted him. He sneered and scoffed. Even God needs money. It's ridiculous to want to be God without money. I think he's just browsing around out of boredom. How could he possibly afford to buy anything? Even if I really wanted to buy it, I wouldn't have the money. I might even ask if I could pay in installments, maybe for 10 or 8 years. Lin Chen's face darkened. He didn't care what others thought of him. However, this person's ugly face of judging others by their appearance and bullying others by taking advantage of their power is truly disgusting. The host has been offended by a snob. Please stay true to yourself and complete the diamond ring purchase. This triggers a temporary mission: uphold consumer rights and severely punish poor service. Task rewards: advanced jewelry appraisal skills, 200,000 renminbi in startup funds, and a refund equivalent to the cost of the diamond ring. He looked up, glanced at Wang Tian, and then his gaze fell on Lily. I'll take this ring. Please wrap it up for me. Wang Tian stared wide-eyed exaggeratedly as if he had heard a joke, and then picked at his ear. Did I hear that right? You're going to take it? That's not 5 yuan and 50 cents, not 5,500, not 50,500, but 550,000. Do your parents even earn that much in a year? You're really bragging without thinking, saying whatever comes to mind. Lily paused for a moment, but remained polite and courteous. Sir, are you sure? This ring is quite expensive. You should think it over carefully. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen nodded and took out his bank card from his pocket. Of course, card payment. Also, could you please call your manager? I have some feedback to give. Wang Tian's smile froze as he stared at the bank card in Lin Chen's hand. Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, his heart skipped a beat. Could this kid really be rich? On second thought, it seemed unlikely. He looks like a poor college student with no money, dressed plainly. If he really had money, why would he dress like that? People who can afford a 550,000 yuan diamond ring are of extraordinary status and would pay more attention to their appearance. How could they be as casual as him? After figuring it out, Wang Tian said jokingly, "Stop pretending. Even if this is a credit card, the limit isn't enough. What's the point of you putting on an act? You'll be the one who embarrasses yourself when it doesn't work." Lin Chen didn't bother arguing with him and handed the bank card to the clerk. Please hurry up, I have other things to do later. Lily realized what was happening, took the bank card with both hands, and walked to the cashier to swipe it. Soon, the notification sounded that the money had been credited to the account. After successfully swiping the card, Lily handed the bank card and receipt to Lin Chen with a sincere smile on her face. Sir, payment successful. Please wait a moment while I go and call our store manager. Wang Tian stood there, shaking his head in disbelief. He considered himself experienced after so many years in this industry, but he never expected to stumble on this unassuming student in front of him. The other person can easily spend money to buy things worth over 500,000 yuan, so why would they dress so simply? As he was surprised, a woman dressed in a business suit and exuding a capable air walked over. She was the manager of the jewelry store. She walked straight up to Lin Chen, her signature smile on her face. Hello sir, my name is He Mei, and I am the manager of this jewelry store. I heard that you have something you want to tell me. Lin Chen nodded and pointed to Wang Tian, who was still in a daze beside him. I want to file a complaint against this employee. After I entered the store, he repeatedly mocked and humiliated me, saying extremely offensive things that seriously affected my shopping experience. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian panicked and hurriedly tried to explain himself. No, I didn't. I was just joking. I didn't mean to mock him. He must have misunderstood. Lin Chen sneered and asked in return. Are you kidding me? All the customers around you heard what you just said. Do you think this is a joke? You're telling me, a poor student, to sell things for a few dozen yuan at a street stall, and that my credit limit isn't even enough to cover it? The customers nearby all nodded. Yes, we all heard it. The shop assistant was very rude. This young man has a good temper. If it were me, I would have lost my temper long ago. I heard that too. What kind of quality does this shop assistant have? They're so materialistic, judging people by their appearance. That's right, the slogan at your store entrance says you're welcome to look even if you don't buy. But can't people just come and take a look even if they don't buy? If you're not welcome, why use such a headline? Wang Tian's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected these customers to stand up for Lin Chen. He was a little anxious and quickly pleaded. Sister Mei, I really didn't mean it. As you know, I'm usually outspoken and say whatever comes to mind. I'm usually very enthusiastic towards customers, but this was just a momentary slip of the tongue. Please forgive me this time. He Mei's face darkened. She valued the quality of service at the shop the most. She was well aware of the impact Wang Tian's behavior would have on the shop if word got out. If a customer complains about you, and other customers can testify, how do you explain that? This wasn't unintentional, you did it on purpose. Seeing that things had developed to this point, Wang Tian understood that continuing to plead for leniency would be pointless. The only way is to distance himself from the situation so that he can remain unaffected, otherwise, he definitely won't be able to keep his job. His eyes lit up, and he immediately had an idea. Store manager, actually he asked me first if I could pay in installments. I said I didn't support it, and he probably felt embarrassed, so he deliberately framed me for mocking him. Chapter 60 Preparations Before Confessing. Seeing Wang Tian's twisted facts, Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He had anticipated that the man would try to argue, so he started recording on his phone from the beginning. He took out his phone and opened the recording file. You don't need to lie, I have evidence. Click play, and Wang Tian's sarcastic and mocking voice will be heard clearly. It's not 5 yuan and 50 cents, not 5,500, not 55,000, but 550,000. Do your parents even earn that much in a year? When the recording ended, the entire store fell silent. Wang Tian's face was ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He never expected that Lin Chen had secretly recorded the conversation. The evidence was irrefutable, and he had no way to continue his sophistry. He Mei's face turned cold as she looked at Wang Tian with a serious expression in tone. From the moment you joined the company, I told you to treat all customers equally. During every training session, this is the sentence I said most often: do not judge people by their appearance, and never offend customers with your words. You're a long-time employee, yet you still did something like this. This has seriously violated the store's rules and regulations and damaged the store's reputation. From now on, you're dismissed. Go and complete the resignation procedures immediately. Wang Tian was so frightened that he knelt down with a thud, grabbed her legs, and begged her desperately. Sister Mei, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I promise I won't do anything like this again. I have elderly parents to support, I can't lose this job. Lin Chen stood to the side, looking at his disheveled appearance, feeling no pity whatsoever, only that he deserved it. He brought this upon himself, and he has no one to blame but himself. He looked at He Mei and said seriously. I hope you can handle this matter seriously, otherwise I will post today's experience and recordings online so that more people will know about the quality of your store's service. He Mei became a little anxious and immediately made a promise. Sir, please rest assured, we will definitely dismiss him and will not give him any chance. We will absolutely not tolerate his bad behavior and the bad consumer experience he caused you. I am very sorry, this is just a small token of our apologies, and we hope you can forgive us. As she spoke, she handed over a voucher worth 2,000 yuan. Lin Chen didn't take it, and waved his hand. I don't need that, I just hope you can pay more attention to the quality of your service and prevent similar incidents from happening again. After saying that, he picked up the shopping bag containing the ring, turned around, and left. After leaving the jewelry store, Lin Chen did not go straight home, but took a taxi to a nearby flower shop. Upon entering, a rich floral fragrance immediately fills the air, making one feel as if they are surrounded by a sea of flowers. The store displays hundreds of different kinds of flowers in a variety of colors, which can be dazzling to the eye. The florist is a young girl who is pruning the flowers. Seeing Lin Chen come in, she asked with a smile. What do you need? Is it a gift for your girlfriend or a friend? What's the occasion? Lin Chen looked at the bouquets around him and replied. I want to give this to the person I like. I'm planning to confess my feelings to her today, so I want to choose a bouquet of flowers. Upon hearing this, the shop owner put down the scissors, stood up, and began making recommendations. Then you should definitely choose red roses. Red represents intense love, which you probably already know without me having to say more. However, how many to buy depends on your feelings and financial situation. If you have good financial means, then 99 or even 199 flowers are fine, symbolizing longevity. Of course, the more the better. But if you have a limited budget, 11 flowers are also good, representing that you will only love one person for life. The boss spoke while glancing at Lin Chen. Judging from his appearance, he should be a student, and his budget is probably not very large, which is why he recommended 11 flowers. Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all and spoke directly. I want 999 red roses. When the boss heard this, he thought he had misheard and stared at Lin Chen with wide eyes. 999 flowers? Lin Chen nodded, his tone firm. That's right, I want the best red roses, nice packaging, and they have to be fresh. I want to surprise her. It took the boss quite a while to realize what was happening. She has been running this flower shop for 3 or 4 years and has served many customers who come to buy roses, but most of them buy 99 roses, and occasionally they buy 599 roses. However, very few people buy 999 roses, especially young people like him. He has never done so before. 999 red roses, and a high-quality bouquet at that, is no small amount. If you want more, our shop offers a discount, but it will still cost at least nearly 20,000 yuan. Are you sure you want that many? Lin Chen nodded in agreement without hesitation. That's right, price is not a problem, as long as the money is well spent and the packaging is good. Please help me prepare it as soon as possible, I need it tonight. Seeing that he was serious, the florist dispelled his doubts. She could tell that Lin Chen wasn't joking. Only with such economic strength can one dare to ask for so much at once. Okay, don't worry, I'll definitely prepare the best red roses for you, and the packaging will be beautiful, the kind that young girls would like. I guarantee the person you're giving them to will be satisfied. The boss immediately called the supplier and asked them to send him a batch of top-quality red roses. He then called over several other employees to help tidy up and prune the flowers. Looking at the busy employees in the flower shop, Lin Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Thinking of Su Wanqing's surprise when she saw 999 roses, I couldn't help but laugh. During this time, Su Wanqing stayed by his side and silently supported him. I owe my success today to her companionship. He knew even more clearly that Su Wanqing had been looking forward to this day, but he had never taken any action. Now, his smart self-service printer has achieved some success, allowing her to stay home and prepare for childbirth with complete peace of mind, without having to worry about these things anymore. He wanted to give her the best, to make her the happiest woman in the world. Ding! Detected that the host has meticulously prepared for a confession of love, brimming with sincerity. Mission triggered, create an extremely romantic confession scene to make Su Wanqing feel your overflowing love. Task reward, Master of Romantic Atmosphere Creation, capable of meticulously crafting the details of a confession scene, including lighting and music, maximizing the romance and sense of ceremony, lasts for 12 hours, and a personalized confession bouquet template. Chapter 61. Will you be my girlfriend? In an instant, a flood of ideas about confessing one's feelings and setting up the scene rushed into Lin Chen's mind. He immediately had an idea and knew how to arrange the decorations to please Su Wanqing and bring her the greatest surprise. The florist walked over with a sample package and asked, "What do you think of this packaging design?" Lin Chen looked at the packaging and pondered for a moment before speaking. I want double-layered packaging, with matte black paper on the outside and white lace paper on the inside, decorated with silver ribbons and small pearls in the middle, and tied with a big bow. It needs to look exquisite and high-end. The boss nodded and responded. Don't worry, I'll definitely package it according to your requirements, and you'll be absolutely satisfied. Lin Chen then thought of a crucial point and added, leave a small space in the middle of the bouquet so I can put the diamond ring there. After more than 2 hours of packaging, the large bouquet of 999 roses was finally finished. Everything was packaged according to Lin Chen's design. The huge bouquet was placed on a specially made flower stand, with a small, raised gift box in the middle containing the diamond ring. The boss walked over, smiled, and looked at Lin Chen, asking a question. Are you satisfied with this? If there are no problems, I'll have the staff deliver it to your door. Lin Chen stepped forward and took a closer look. After confirming that there were no problems, he nodded in satisfaction. Very good, thank you all, you've worked hard. The boss shook his head, a smile on his face. It's what we should do, and we wish you success in confessing your feelings and winning the heart of your beloved. After paying, Lin Chen took the flower shop's car home. He was filled with excitement and nervousness. The usually composed man was now somewhat restless. Thinking about what's going to happen next still makes me feel inexplicably uneasy. However, Lin Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. His feelings for Su Wanqing were genuine. He had walked alongside her all this time and believed she understood his thoughts. Having been through so much together, even if some things aren't said aloud, they're all expressed in our daily actions. It was already past 7 p.m. when I got home. Lin Chen gently opened the door and found that the lights in the room were off. He tiptoed into the house and saw Su Wanqing sleeping in the room. He gently closed the door, then had the staff bring in the bouquet and place it in the corner of the living room. After closing the door, he began to decorate the room. On the way back, Lin Chen bought candles, balloons, and some ribbons. He first blew up the colorful balloons, then used adhesive tape to stick them to the wall, arranging them into a heart shape. Then they arranged candles into a heart shape and placed it on the floor in the center of the living room. Next, he took out the photo of himself and Su Wanqing that he had printed out earlier and pasted it on the wall. After doing all this, Lin Chen turned on his phone, connected it to the home stereo, and played a soothing and romantic piano piece as background music. By the time everything was arranged, it was already past 8 o'clock. Looking at the warm and romantic scene before him, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He was sure Su Wanqing would love it too. He glanced at the time Su Wanqing should be waking up soon. He immediately returned to his room, changed into a black suit and tie, and tidied his hair in front of the mirror. He looked at himself in the mirror, his gaze unwavering, his smile gentle, filled with anticipation for what was to come. After completing the preparations, Lin Chen turned around and walked to the living room, sat on the sofa, and quietly waited for Su Wanqing to wake up. This was the first time he had ever confessed his feelings to someone. He was both excited and nervous, and his hands started to sweat involuntarily. He knew that no matter how nicely he spoke, it couldn't compare to sincerity. There's no need for flowery words, just express your feelings for Su Wanqing in the most sincere tone. Lin Chen felt his heart pounding wildly. This was the first time he had ever felt this way, and he didn't know how to describe it. A dozen minutes later, the door slowly opened. Su Wanqing, still wearing her pajamas and looking sleepy, came out. She was so tired while waiting for Lin Chen to come back that she went back to her room to sleep for a while. When she saw the scene before her, she was instantly stunned, all sleepiness vanished, and she was completely frozen in place. Looking at the colorful balloons on the ceiling and walls, and the photos of her and Lin Chen on the walls. On the floor, lit candles were arranged in a heart shape, emitting a soft glow. In the corner, a huge bouquet of red roses stood out beautifully. A faint floral fragrance filled the air, and the surroundings were filled with a romantic atmosphere. What's going on? Su Wanqing hadn't reacted yet and looked at Lin Chen sitting on the sofa in surprise. Lin Chen took a deep breath, stood up, straightened his suit jacket, and walked towards Su Wanqing. He walked to the huge bouquet of roses, knelt on one knee, looked up at Su Wanqing, his affectionate eyes filled with tenderness. Wanqing, from the first time I saw you in freshman year, you deeply attracted me. Later, unexpected coincidences gave us more opportunities to interact and get to know each other better. Although what happened before was an accident, as we got to know each other better, I found that you were kind, gentle, and also very strong and talented. Lin Chen's voice choked as he said these words. He recounted every detail of their time together and expressed all his inner feelings. These were words that Lin Chen had never spoken before. They were his most genuine thoughts, buried deep within his heart. Wanqing, thank you for staying by my side all this way. Thank you for taking care of me and trusting me. To me, you are like a ray of light that illuminates my life and makes me no longer lonely. I've liked you for a long time. I like the way you smile, I like every little thing about you. After a pause, Lin Chen took the ring out of the small gift box from the bouquet and held it up in front of Su Wanqing. I know I'm not good enough yet, but I will strive to become better. I'm willing to spend my whole life protecting you, loving you, and giving you a better and happier life. Will you be my girlfriend? Su Wanqing stood there, looking at Lin Chen kneeling on one knee, listening to his heartfelt confession, and tears streamed down her face without her realizing it. She recalled every little detail of their time together, how they had gradually come to where they were now. Her heart had already fallen in love with this reserved and responsible man without her even realizing it. She just hadn't said it out loud. She was waiting for Lin Chen to take the initiative, waiting for the right opportunity. Chapter 62 Truly Together. Now Lin Chen is using this romantic method to sincerely confess his feelings to her. Su Wanqing could no longer bear it. She reached out to help Lin Chen up, threw herself into his arms, and said, choking back tears. I do, Lin Chen, I want to be your girlfriend. Lin Chen held Su Wanqing tightly, his heart filled with happiness. Holding her felt like holding the whole world. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Su Wanqing's forehead, then carefully slipped the ring onto her ring finger. Looking at the diamond ring in her hand, Su Wanqing's eyes were filled with amazement. Wow, what a beautiful ring. How much does this ring cost? It looks so expensive. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, without telling her. It's not expensive. As long as you like it, I'm willing to spend any amount of money on you. Despite saying that, Su Wanqing was also very happy, but she still felt heartache. You must have spent a lot of money. We're only in the early stages of starting our business, which is exactly when we need money. Why did you spend so much money on a ring? Lin Chen gently pinched her nose, his face full of doting affection. What is the purpose of starting a business? Isn't it to enable us to live a better life and to make you happy? This ring is my promise to you. No matter how much it costs, it's worth it for me. Su Wanqing met Lin Chen's sincere gaze, and a smile spread across her face. She could tell that Lin Chen really liked her and cared about her. Lin Chen pointed to the camera next to him and said with a smile, Wanqing, I just recorded my confession to you. We can watch it together later when we want to reminisce and see when we officially got together and what it looked like. Su Wanqing took the camera, looked at the footage, and smiled warmly. Suddenly, she remembered something and uploaded the video to her phone, wanting to send it to her mother so that her mother could see it and, more importantly, to reassure her that Lin Chen was genuinely good to her and that she had found someone she could entrust her life to. As soon as the message was sent, Su's mother replied quickly and initiated a video call. Su Wanqing answered the video call, pointed the phone camera at Lin Chen, and said with a smile, Mom, Lin Chen just confessed his feelings to me, and he arranged everything in the house himself. A look of relief appeared on Su's mother's face as she nodded. I had a lot of concerns about you before, because I felt that your family was not well off and you would not be able to take good care of Wanqing. So I always had doubts about you. I followed the previous college student entrepreneurship competition and knew that you won the championship and withstood so much pressure. Now that I see you two are really together, I feel very relieved. Lin Chen bowed to Su's mother in the video and spoke respectfully. Auntie, thank you for your approval. I promise you that I will take good care of Wanqing and will never let her suffer the slightest grievance. I will make her happy. Hearing his promise, Su's mother smiled and spoke. Okay, I believe you. I'll come visit you when I have time. After hanging up the video call, Su Wanqing looked at Lin Chen with happiness in her eyes. That's great. My mom finally approves of you. Lin Chen hugged Su Wanqing, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. He was always aware of Su's mother's concerns. Previously, he lacked confidence and only made promises, which naturally failed to convince the other party. But things are different now. He has achieved some success in his business, successfully confessed his feelings to Su Wanqing, and even received Su's mother's approval and blessings, so he is naturally very happy. The two snuggled together on the sofa, watching the video of the confession they had just seen, reminiscing about the moments they had shared, their faces filled with happiness. Su Wanqing glanced at the time, then got up to wash up. Afterwards, Lin Chen soaked her feet and gave her a massage before she returned to her room. Lying in bed, she looked at the diamond ring on her hand, feeling sweeter than honey. But then, I still felt a little disappointed. She had originally thought that after Lin Chen successfully confessed his feelings to her, they would live in the same room. Unexpectedly, he returned to his room to rest, just like before. However, Su Wanqing quickly came to terms with it. She knew that Lin Chen's actions proved that he was a gentleman, not someone whose mind was filled with lust. It is because I like her that I respect her. This made Su Wanqing even more certain that she had not chosen the wrong person. Lin Chen was the one she could entrust her life to. Lin Chen returned to his room, lay on the bed, and kept thinking about what had happened that night, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from turning up. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your confession was successful. Mission complete. All rewards have been distributed. An additional hidden reward will be triggered, a 10 million yuan ultimate startup fund unlocked after achieving certain successes in the startup process, and the ability to coordinate family relationships, resolve internal family conflicts, improve relationships, and enhance family collaboration. Lin Chen took a screenshot of his confession video and posted it on the campus network. I also wanted more people to see it and to send them my blessings. At the same time, it's also a message to those who still have feelings for Su Wanqing, letting them know that Su Wanqing is one of their own and that they have no chance. After the post was published, many people sent their blessings. They look so happy. Could it be that they got engaged? I won't say anything more, like I wish you a long and happy marriage, and that you'll have a child soon. Oh my god, it's so enviable. Just seeing the photos makes me want to cry. We've watched Lin Chen and Su Wanqing get together step by step, and I'm so moved. I never believed in love before, but your story has gradually made me believe and understand that when two people are together, it's not because of some external conditions, but because they have decided on each other and will not let go. Lin Chen was very happy to see everyone's comments and replied in the comments section, thanking them one by one. He put down his phone, looked at the ceiling, and thought about his future with Su Wanqing, filled with even more anticipation. He knew this was just the beginning, and things would get better and better for them in the future. As long as he holds Su Wanqing's hand tightly, they will surely be able to create a wonderful life together. That night, Lin Chen slept well and had a sweet dream. In his dream, his smart self-service printers were all over the world, becoming a device loved by everyone. His love with Su Wanqing also came to fruition, and they held a grand wedding. During the wedding, their newborn child stood in front of them, witnessing their beautiful love. Chapter 63 Strange Change. Lin Chen got up early as usual. After washing up, he went straight to the kitchen. Now that Su Wanqing has become his real girlfriend, he wants to make her a special breakfast this morning. He took out cherry tomatoes, avocados, bacon, and the sterile free-range eggs he had selected yesterday, intending to make a delicate Western-style breakfast. Heat a frying pan over low heat, then place the bacon on top. The fat will slowly seep out and sizzle. Then place the fried bacon on the golden brown toasted croissant, arrange the sliced avocado salad next to it, garnish with a soft boiled egg, and sprinkle with a thin layer of chopped parsley. On another plate were Su Wanqing's favorite waffles, with strawberry tips on the soft waffles and honey drizzled on top. The bright colors were very appetizing. He also heated a pot of milk, added a small amount of honey, and poured it into a glass. Looking at the exquisite breakfast in front of him, Lin Chen took out his phone and took a picture, thinking to himself that he would make different kinds of breakfast for Su Wanqing in the future. Su Wanqing yawned as she walked out of the room. After taking only 2 steps, she smelled an enticing aroma and couldn't help but say something. "Wow, it smells so good." She walked to the dining table, looked at the exquisite breakfast on it, and immediately felt much more energetic. "What you made today is so exquisite. It looks just like what you get at restaurants." Lin Chen smiled and pulled out a chair for her, saying with a smile, "It's a new attempt. I was worried that you might lose your appetite if you kept eating the same things, so I changed it up a bit. Let's see how it tastes." Su Wanqing sat down, picked up her fork, and took a small piece of avocado salad. The smooth texture combined with the sweet and sour taste instantly awakens the taste buds. She squinted her eyes, a look of satisfaction on her face. "It's so delicious. It's even better than what you make at restaurants. I've never seen you make this before. It's so good." Lin Chen sat opposite her, looking at her tenderly. "Things are different now. We're together, and I want to treat you even better. From now on, I'll cook different dishes for you for every meal." Su Wanqing felt deeply warmed, and her eyes welled up with tears. She turned her head away, concealing her emotions. Then, changing the subject, he brought up another matter. "All right, I forgot to tell you, my childhood friend Lu Chanqian is coming back from abroad. She called me yesterday and said she wanted to have dinner together. After learning about us, she asked me to bring you along so she could get to know you." Lin Chen agreed without any hesitation. "Of course. What time and where?" "I'll arrange my time in advance." Su Wanqing ate her waffle with satisfaction, and only answered after she finished. 7 p.m. tonight, at the Cloud Restaurant in the city center." She paused, then added, "She and I grew up together, and we've always been very close. She's like my best friend. Our family backgrounds are about the same age. She has a very straightforward personality, so please don't take it personally if she says anything." Lin Chen nodded and responded, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing and I won't mind." After having breakfast, Lin Chen quickly tidied up and headed straight to school. "As soon as I entered the classroom, I heard the whispers of the students around me. The school forum exploded last night. The photos are so romantic. Such a huge bouquet, I bet it's 999 roses. I even saw a diamond ring. Lin Chen is truly a winner in life. He has such a beautiful girlfriend, and now his smart self-service printer is quite successful. He's really amazing. Yes, we can only be envious we can't compare to them. Su Wanqing and Lin Chen are such a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman." Lin Chen smiled politely, took out his phone, opened the school forum, and saw that the post he had made last night was still there. In the photo, he is kneeling on one knee, and Su Wanqing is throwing herself into his arms, her face full of a happy smile. The comments below are all blessings from everyone, and many people tagged their friends, expressing their gratitude for this happiness and romance. It was at this moment that Lin Chen felt a cold gaze fall upon him. He turned his head and saw Zhou Lily sitting not far away, looking at him with resentment and jealousy in her eyes. Lin Chen was not surprised and understood that she was still holding a grudge about what happened before, so he ignored her. She fabricated rumors about their relationship and tried to ruin his reputation. She was later talked to by the school leaders and given a demerit. It was all her own fault. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, ignored it, and began to listen attentively to the lesson. Seeing that he was ignoring her like this, Zhou Lily became even angrier and clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't swallow this insult and was consumed by jealousy. Staring intently at Lin Chen's retreating figure, she planned everything in her mind, starting to think about what might happen next. Soon, a plan formed in my mind. After the open class, Lin Chen went to his studio. Gao Pingyu was carefully adjusting the program when he saw Lin Chen arrive. He stood up with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Chen nodded and walked towards him. "How is the project progressing? Are there any issues with the school's deployment?" He shook his head and answered. "There are no problems at all. Li Meng has gone out to find partners again, and now 2 more schools are willing to cooperate with us, and they are not universities, but high schools. According to the back-end data, the usage has been steadily increasing." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Keep it up. If you have any questions, please let us know." Lin Chen felt reassured by this situation. Just as he sat down, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Wang Kuan. Lin Chen was a little surprised by his sudden phone call. After a moment's hesitation, I answered the phone. Wang Kuan's voice came through, carrying a hint of gentleness, lacking the arrogant and domineering attitude he had displayed before. "Lin Chen, how have you been lately? How's the self-service printer project going?" When asked, Lin Chen answered truthfully. "Progress is going very smoothly. We have already reached cooperation agreements with 8 schools, and the usage of the equipment is continuing to grow." Upon hearing his words, Wang Kuan raised his voice and asked excitedly, "Really? That's great. Send me a screenshot of the back-end data." Without hesitation, Lin Chen sent him a screenshot of the back-end data. After checking, Wang Kuan's voice came again. "Excellent, the data is impressive. Lin Chen, you are indeed capable. It seems I was right about you before. If you have any problems or need help in the future, just let me know. Don't be shy, just give me a call." Lin Chen never expected his change in attitude. Chapter 64. I can give her happiness. You can tell what kind of person Wang Kuan is from his previous attitude. It's rather strange that they've suddenly adopted such a humble attitude. Just as Lin Chen was about to ask what was going on, Wang Kuan suddenly spoke up. "I have something I'd like to discuss with you. There are many areas where our company's commercial printers need optimization, but our programmers and engineers don't have any good ideas. I think you are very talented in technology and have your own ideas. I'd like to invite you to dinner sometime to discuss cooperation and see if you can help us solve this problem." The system has detected that the host has gained recognition from industry leaders through their own abilities, triggering a task: connect with Wang Kuan for business cooperation and showcase core technological strengths. Task rewards: commercial printer optimization solution, access to Wang Kuan's network of resources, and 500,000 renminbi in startup reserve funds. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. "Okay, since Mr. Wang has said so, I'm definitely free, but I can't make it tonight, I have something to do." Wang Kuan responded with a sound of agreement. "Okay, I'll contact you again in a few days after I finish my work." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen sat in a chair, closed his eyes, and thought about some information about commercial printers. He had previously reviewed some of Kunming Technology's printer information and knew where the drawbacks lay, so finding an optimization solution wouldn't be difficult. At 6:30 p.m., Lin Chen and Su Wanqing arrived at the Cloudtop restaurant. They had already booked a table in advance and chose a window seat so they could better enjoy the night view. After sitting down, Su Wanqing glanced at the time. "Shanxian should be arriving soon. She said she should be able to stay in China for a while this time, which will be a good opportunity for us to get together." Lin Chen nodded and smiled as he took Su Wanqing's hand. "I will definitely do my best." Su Wanqing smiled and nodded, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. She knew that Lin Chen was a very sensible person and would definitely be able to get along well with Lu Chanshan. Not long after, Lu Chanshan entered the restaurant. She wore a red wrap dress, had exquisite makeup on her face, and was tall, radiant, and beautiful. Unlike Su Wanqing's gentle and quiet personality, she was flamboyant and unrestrained. After entering, she glanced around and immediately spotted Su Wanqing, then quickly walked over. Wanqing. Lu Chanxian walked over, just about to give her a hug. After Su Wanqing stood up, her protruding belly was seen, and the smile on her face froze instantly. She exclaimed in surprise. Wanqing? You're pregnant? When did this happen? A blush rose on Su Wanqing's face, and she nodded shyly. Just a few months ago. Lu Chanxian stared at Su Wanqing for a long time with a complicated expression before finally fixing her gaze on Lin Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe. She and Su Wanqing grew up together and knew that Su Wanqing was a very traditional and honest person who valued her reputation and was self-disciplined, and would never have a child out of wedlock. Moreover, judging from Lin Chen's attire, it was decent enough, but it wasn't anything from a famous brand. He looked like an ordinary student, and his family background was completely mismatched with Su Wanqing's. He couldn't understand how Su Wanqing could have fallen for him. Is he Lin Chen? Lu Chanxian withdrew her gaze, her tone icy and devoid of any emotion. Su Wanqing quickly made an introduction, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. That's right, he's my boyfriend Lin Chen, and she's my childhood best friend Lu Chanxian. Lin Chen stood up, extended his hand, and wore a polite smile. Hello. Lu Chanxian didn't even glance at him, let alone shake his hand, making no attempt to hide her disgust. Wanqing, I really didn't expect you to find a boyfriend like this. I originally thought you would find someone of equal social standing. Doesn't your aunt have any thoughts about this? She cherishes you like a precious treasure, how could she possibly allow you to be with someone of unknown origin? Su Wanqing frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. Chanxian, how can you say that? Although Lin Chen's family isn't well off, he's very talented. He's been working hard to start his own business, and he's doing quite well. Lu Chanxian scoffed and said disdainfully. These days, students all like to talk about starting their own businesses, but it's just doing some small business, like setting up a street stall. How much money can they make? She sighed and offered her earnest advice. Wanqing, have you been deceived by him? With such a good family background, you could find anyone you want, so why would you choose a student from such an ordinary family? And you even had a child out of wedlock. If that gets out, it will be really bad for your reputation. Throughout the entire process, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, maintaining a calm smile. He could understand Lu Chanxian's worries and persuasion. After all, she was Su Wanqing's childhood friend and was definitely doing it for Su Wanqing's good. However, her prejudice still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Wanqing was a little anxious and explained on Lin Chen's behalf. No, Lin Chen isn't what you think. He's very talented. He won the championship in the college student entrepreneurship competition and has also reached a cooperation agreement with a big boss. His concept of a smart self-service printer has already been implemented in cooperation with several schools, and the equipment has been deployed. The prospects are very good. He is not only very capable and responsible, but also very good to me. Lu Chanxian didn't believe her at all. I just think Su Wanqing is love-struck, that's why she's trying so hard to explain for Lin Chen. You talk a good game, but how much money have you actually made? And what kind of life can you afford to provide for that? In families like ours, we've never had to worry about food or clothing since we were little. Can you live the same life if you go with him? What will happen to you and the baby if his business fails? Seeing that she kept finding fault with Lin Chen, Su Wanqing became somewhat unhappy. Chanxian, what you're saying is really too much. I've been with Lin Chen for so long, and I've seen his abilities firsthand. Besides, we're together because of our feelings for each other, not because of material conditions. You weren't like this before, how come you've become so materialistic? Lin Chen gently patted Su Wanqing's back, signaling her not to be angry. Since I'm pregnant now, I should try to keep a good mood and avoid getting angry easily. He looked at Lu Chanxian and said calmly. I know you are Wanqing's good friend, and I know you are doing this for her own good, worried that she will suffer if she stays with me. But I can assure you that I have the ability to give her a happy life, and I will make sure that she and her child live a good life. Chapter 65 Concern from a Good Friend. Lu Chanxian rolled her eyes and looked at him with her arms crossed. Guarantee? Anyone can brag. I could say I'm the richest man in the world. Tell me, how much money do you earn a month now? Can your business be consistently profitable? What will happen to Wanqing and the child if your business fails? Ding. Detected that Su is facing doubts, proving her worth with her abilities, and maintaining the stability of her relationship. Mission triggered, gain the approval of Su Wanqing's childhood friend and solidify the foundation of their relationship. Mission reward, 2 free vouchers for a top-tier Western restaurant. Lin Chen took out his phone, opened the management system of the smart self-service printer, and handed it to Lu Qianqian. This is the back-end data of my self-service printer. We have now partnered with 8 schools and deployed more than 20 smart self-service printers. The average number of uses per day is more than 5,000, and the net profit is about 10,000 yuan per day. Since it's just the beginning, I'm not earning much yet, but as the market continues to expand and I've already partnered with Kunming Technology, I'll only earn more and more money. Lu Qianqian was skeptical, but she took the phone and looked at it carefully. The back-end data is clear, concise, and easy to understand. She was quite surprised to see the continuously rising revenue. She hadn't expected that Lin Chen, who was just a college student, would have such entrepreneurial ability, with total revenue already exceeding several 100,000. At this moment, the amount is still growing. She looked up at Lin Chen in disbelief. Are all of these true? Lin Chen nodded and replied. Of course it's true. And I don't just have this self-service printer project. I also collaborate with other companies and do some programming work for them. I've already earned millions. I know you have some prejudice against me, and since this is our first meeting, it's normal for you to doubt me since you don't know me well. But I want to tell you that I genuinely like Wanqing, and I will prove with my actions that I can give her happiness and a better life. Lu Qianqian didn't speak. After a brief silence, she returned the phone to Lin Chen. The initial suspicion and wariness lessened somewhat, replaced by a more complex mix of emotions. She looked at Lin Chen and spoke softly. I never expected you to be so capable. I underestimated you before. Lin Chen shook his head and said with a smile. It's all right, I understand your concerns. After all, you're Wanqing's childhood friend, so it's only right that you care about her. From now on, we're friends, so you're welcome to come to our home. Seeing that the relationship between the two of them had eased, Su Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Qianqian, I've already told you, Lin Chen is very outstanding, not the kind of person you described. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The e-voucher for a free experience at a top-tier Western restaurant has been successfully sent to your mobile phone. Please check your inbox. The atmosphere became much more harmonious afterwards. Instead of targeting Lin Chen, Lu Qianqian started asking him about his entrepreneurial venture. As she learned more about Lin Chen, she came to approve of him more and more. However, having seen too many examples of wealthy men turning bad, she was still somewhat uneasy. One of her good friends abroad also found a boyfriend, and she accompanied him through hardships, starting from scratch and working hard together. But after that man achieved some success, he kicked her friend aside and turned to other women. With such vivid examples before her, she couldn't help but think more deeply, and she was even more afraid that Su Wanqing would also go down that path. And most importantly, she's pregnant, which is what worries Lu Qianqian the most. Without children, one can wait for time to heal. Having a child is like having a shackle for a woman. She may be bound to that child for the rest of her life. No matter what, there are some things she absolutely has to say. Even if Su Wanqing minded, as a friend, Lu Qianqian had to tell Su Wanqing these things. After finishing their meal, while Lin Chen went to pay the bill, Lu Qianqian lowered her voice and whispered to Su Wanqing. Wanqing, I can see that you genuinely like Lin Chen. He seems to be quite capable now and treats you well, but you still need to be careful. Men are fickle, especially after they become rich, so you must keep control of the family finances in your own hands. This way you'll have security, and even if things fall apart in the end, you won't end up with nothing. Su Wanqing took her hand, deeply moved by all the words she had said to her. Only someone who truly cares about her would speak frankly. Qianqian, thank you for your concern. Actually, Lin Chen gave me his bank card from the beginning. It contains some of his savings. Every time he made money, after deducting the money needed for starting a business, he would transfer all the rest to me. He said he earned the money so that I and the children could have a better life, and that I could spend it however I wanted. Lu Qianqian stared wide-eyed in shock, finding it hard to believe. Really? He's so good to you? And he trusts you so much? Su Wanqing nodded with a happy expression on her face. Yes, Lin Chen isn't the kind of person who values money. He's truly sincere towards me. He takes very good care of me. He carefully prepares everything I eat every day, gives me massages, and arranges everything for me in every little detail. He is truly a rare and wonderful man. These words completely dispelled Lu Qianqian's concerns, and especially seeing Su Wanqing's happy appearance, she didn't say anything more. Since he treats you so well, I'm relieved. But you still need to be careful, and be sure to tell me if anything happens. Su Wanqing nodded and responded. Okay, I will. After seeing Lu Qianqian off, Lin Chen and Su Wanqing came out of the restaurant and took a walk along the street. A cool evening breeze blows by, making one feel refreshed. Su Wanqing turned to look at Lin Chen and said apologetically. Don't take what Qianqian said to heart. She's very straightforward and says what she thinks without considering other people's feelings. But she didn't mean any harm, she's just worried about me. Lin Chen stopped and took her hand, his face full of tenderness. Silly girl, how could I blame her? I know she meant well, she was just worried and that's why she said those things. Moreover, what she said makes a lot of sense. I will work harder in the future to give you and the children a better life, and I will also put her at ease. Seeing Lin Chen's sincere expression, Su Wanqing was deeply moved. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on Lin Chen's face. It's so kind of you. Lin Chen held her in his arms and kissed her hair. At that moment, he felt like the happiest person in the world. Chapter 66 No Tolerance. In the following period, the number of Lin Chen's self-service printers increased to 45, and he had already partnered with 12 schools. He wasn't moving very fast, but he wasn't in a hurry. We are currently in the initial stage of market development, and many schools are taking a wait-and-see approach. As long as there is positive feedback, schools will proactively approach them seeking cooperation, even without them doing anything. Revenue is currently on a continuous upward trend and is becoming increasingly substantial. Lin Chen and Su Wanqing's relationship has become increasingly sweet, and has improved considerably compared to before. He left home, intending to go to his studio, when he received a call from the owner of the school supermarket on the way. Lin Chen, something terrible has happened. The printer at the supermarket entrance has been smashed, and the equipment is badly damaged. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The printer was just upgraded, which cost a lot of money, and now it has been maliciously smashed. It's outrageous. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately agreed. Okay, I understand. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, he immediately took a taxi there. Sitting in the car, Lin Chen felt a bit irritable, but even more so, annoyed. He simply couldn't understand who had damaged his equipment. During this period, he hadn't provoked anyone or made enemies with anyone, so how could anyone do such a thing? Could it be a competitor? It was because his printer business was gaining popularity that he aroused the jealousy of some people, which is why he was being targeted like this. On second thought, it seemed unlikely. The damaged printer was maliciously vandalized at their school, meaning the perpetrator must be someone from within the school. Filled with doubt, he rushed over. When Lin Chen arrived at the location, a large crowd had already gathered around and were discussing the matter. The printers were pushed to the ground, and the casings of both printers were deformed from the impact. The control panels were completely damaged, and even the internal parts were broken, rendering them unusable. Next to the smashed printer, there was a note stuck to it. Lin Chen bent down and picked it up. There was a line of crooked words written on it. I'll cut off your path to wealth. When Lin Chen saw it, he felt completely baffled. He has never competed with anyone, so how could he possibly cut off someone's source of income? Was the person leaving the note meant to remind him, or was it a deliberate attempt to distract him? The students watching the scene were discussing it animatedly. Who on earth went so far as to do this? It's absolutely outrageous. It's truly a lose-lose situation, utterly disgusting. It's such a waste to smash a perfectly good printer like this. Judging from the words on the note, it's clearly aimed at Lin Chen. It's probably directed at him. Is there someone with a conflict who did this on purpose? No matter who it is, we must investigate thoroughly. We absolutely cannot let this person get away with it, otherwise even if we fix the printer, they'll do the same thing again. Lin Chen remained silent with a sullen face, clutching the note tightly. This person has gone too far, bullying him like this. He will definitely not let this go and will make this person pay the price. Host's finances have been maliciously damaged, triggering an emergency mission. Catch the culprit within 24 hours and seek compensation. Task rewards, surveillance video tracing permanent activation, equipment maintenance fund of 200,000 yuan. Lin Chen found the supermarket owner and asked him to retrieve the surveillance video. The boss sighed and said this while operating the equipment. The surveillance cameras have all been destroyed, which means they did this in a planned and targeted manner. Besides damaging the printer, they didn't do anything else that's clearly aimed at you. Did you offend someone? Before he could finish speaking, the boss paused, looking at the suddenly restored surveillance footage, and asked in confusion. That's really strange. The moment the printer broke down, I immediately checked the security footage. It was gone before, so how did it suddenly reappear? Lin Chen didn't speak because of the system, that's why these missing surveillance cameras reappeared. Surveillance footage shows that in the early hours of this morning, Zhao Kai led several people to sneak up in front of the supermarket. They were carrying bricks and baseball bats, and when they saw the printer, they swung their weapons and smashed it down. A short while later, both printers were smashed. After smashing it, Zhao Kai arrogantly gave the middle finger to the surveillance camera. He also took out a note he had prepared beforehand from his pocket and stuck it on. He looked smug and said arrogantly, "Lin Chen, this is what happens when you go against me. I'll smash it up. If you can find me, go ask my dad for reimbursement. This amount of money is nothing to my family." Immediately afterwards, the surveillance footage suddenly turned into static, indicating that the surveillance system had been compromised. Lin Chen copied the surveillance video to his phone. The camera had captured Zhao Kai and the thugs' faces and recorded their voices. This guy dares to be so unscrupulous and arrogant, he's simply lawless. However, what Lin Chen couldn't understand was that, after what had happened before, Zhao Kai should have been arrested, and it was possible that he would be sentenced. But how did it come out now? For doing something like that, all he got was a few days in jail? Zhao Weidong must have done something to get him out so quickly. Lin Chen didn't think too much about it. He immediately dialed the police, submitted the evidence, and went straight to Zhao Kai's house. Zhao Kai lived in a high-end residential area. When Lin Chen knocked on the door, Zhao Weidong was leisurely drinking tea at home. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Zhao Weidong looked displeased and spoke in an unfriendly tone, taking the initiative to strike. "How did you know my home was here, and what are you doing here?" Lin Chen didn't give him a friendly look either, still remembering the disgusting things he had done before. "I'm here to demand an explanation." As he spoke, he took out his phone and turned on the video surveillance. Zhao Kai and several others smashed 2 self-service printers I had placed at the entrance of the school supermarket in the early hours of the morning. They were completely destroyed and could no longer be used. This is the surveillance video, and the evidence is conclusive. Zhao Weidong's expression changed drastically as he watched the video. He never imagined that his son would do something so outrageous. Not only did he smash the equipment, but he also made outrageous remarks. Does he really think his family is some kind of extremely wealthy one? However, Zhao Weidong did not accept any of this and continued to argue and try to renege on his promise. Just watching the video doesn't prove anything, it might be fake. I know what kind of person my son is. He would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. Chapter 67: The Illusion of Being Rich. Lin Chen sneered and pointed at Zhao Kai in the surveillance footage. "We have clearly captured Zhao Kai's face and voice on camera, as well as the note he left behind. Do you really think this is a misunderstanding? I have already called the police, and they will be here soon." Upon hearing this, Zhao Weidong's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to act so quickly. The evidence was irrefutable, and he had no way to deny it. Thinking about the consequences, his tone softened, and he pleaded. "This is all my son's fault, and it's also because I, as his father, haven't disciplined him properly. I hope you can settle this privately and give him another chance. I will compensate you for your losses. Can you please not pursue this any further?" Faced with his plea, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and directly shook his head in refusal. "Impossible, there's no room for negotiation on this." His gaze was firm, and he refused to back down. "You know better than I how much Zhao Kai has done before, and after what happened last time, he should have been locked up for at least a while. He's out so quickly, you must have pulled a lot of strings behind the scenes, right?" He not only failed to restrain himself but also intensified his actions, and he brought this upon himself. "I will pursue this to the end and will not give him any chance. You must compensate me for all my losses. The cost of the 2 printers, plus the repair fees and the lost profits, totals 200,000 yuan. 200,000? Zhao Weidong stared at him in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How could your 2 printers be so expensive? Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly and said slowly. "Once the police arrive and understand everything, you will naturally need to pay compensation at the agreed price. You will soon find out whether it is the price I mentioned. The police arrived quickly. After the police entered the house, they showed their identification, displayed the surveillance footage and the note, and asked Zhao Weidong about the situation. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Zhao Weidong dared not lie in front of the police. He could only sigh and nod, telling them everything he knew. That afternoon, Zhao Kai was arrested by the police and temporarily detained. When Zhao Weidong received a call from the police and learned that he had to compensate Lin Chen 220,000 yuan, he almost fainted from anger. He arrived at the detention center and looked at Zhao Kai, who was still defiant and locked up there, feeling disappointed and frustrated. Don't you know what kind of situation your family is in? I work hard to earn a little money, and you've squandered it all. You haven't learned your lesson from last time, and you've caused this kind of trouble again. I'm so disappointed in you. Zhao Kai looked indignant and said angrily. I never expected Lin Chen to be such a coward, calling the police at the drop of a hat. Dad, please get me out of here again this time. I don't want to stay here any longer, it's unbearable. Zhao Weidong ignored his words. He sighed, looked at Zhao Kai with disappointment, and shook his head repeatedly. It's all because I spoiled you that you've turned out like this. Since his wife passed away, Zhao Weidong has been raising Zhao Kai on his own. He has been busy with work and has neglected his son, so he tries his best to make up for it with money. But I never expected him to turn out like this, and I bear a great deal of responsibility for it. Having figured all this out, Zhao Weidong's eyes dimmed slightly. Zhao Kai, you are an adult now and you have to be responsible for your actions. I emptied my family's savings to get you out of trouble, but now that we have no money, I can't help you anymore. Zhao Kai was stunned for a long time before he could react. No, Dad, are you just trying to scare me? Our family is so rich, how could we possibly empty our coffers? You're in business, how could you be broke? Seeing his incredulous expression, Zhao Weidong let out a long sigh. I'm just a fruit seller. I work from dawn till dusk to wholesale fruit and earn a little money through hard work. I'm only giving you a little more money because I'm afraid you'll suffer or be wronged. As for what kind of work I do, you've never really known anything about it. What you did this time will cost you more than 200,000 yuan in compensation, and you may have to sell your house. Dad is powerless to help you. After saying this, Zhao Weidong slowly got up and left. Zhao Kai stood there stunned, not expecting things to turn out this way. Unable to accept this outcome, I was devastated. A few days later, Lin Chen received the remittance from Zhao Weidong. He had already repaired the damaged printer and paid for it in advance. He didn't take the unexpected incident to heart. With evidence in hand, he had nothing to fear. At noon, Lin Chen received a call from Wang Kuan, inviting him to dinner that evening to discuss cooperation. After finishing his work at the studio, it was already dark. He glanced at the time and headed straight to the address Wang Kuan had given him. When he arrived, Wang Kuan was already there, sitting in the private room smoking. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, he greeted him with a broad smile. Brother Lin, please have a seat. I specifically ordered this restaurant's specialty dish. I guarantee you'll love it. His sudden change in address, coupled with his enthusiasm, made Lin Chen feel a little strange, and even more so, he had an indescribable feeling. For someone like Wang Kuan, who has been through thick and thin in the business world, it's likely that he won't do anything without a profit. They had been eyeing my project covetously before, but only reluctantly agreed to cooperate after seeing the potential for profit. Now, their attitude has suddenly changed to this extent, and they're even taking the initiative to be friendly. There's definitely something wrong with them. If it were just a simple collaboration, there wouldn't be such a need for such attentiveness. Lin Chen smiled and spoke politely. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. Regarding matters related to commercial printers, please feel free to state your needs directly so I can provide targeted advice and solutions. Seeing that he was being direct, Wang Kuan didn't dawdle any longer and got straight to the point. Alright, you're very straightforward, so I won't waste my breath with those empty words. That's right, our company's commercial printers are currently experiencing many problems, including slow printing speeds, frequent malfunctions, and numerous customer complaints. I've talked to a lot of engineers, trying to get them to optimize it completely, but the results have been minimal, and the problem remains the same. He sighed deeply, his tone filled with helplessness. I saw that your self-service printer is quite good, and the feedback has been very positive. I've also asked around, and everyone says it's great. So I wanted to ask you for help. As long as you can solve my company's printer problem, money is no object. I will definitely not let you down. Chapter 68. I have the ability, Who am I afraid of? When he said this, Wang Kuan looked confident and even a little deliberately bold. It seemed that as long as Lin Chen nodded, he would immediately offer a generous reward. Lin Chen saw through his little scheme at a glance, but remained expressionless. The host has been detected as being subjected to suspected commercial fraud. Please be sure to sign a formal contract to protect your legal rights. Wang Kuan spoke simply, as if he were someone who wasn't short of money. However, in business collaborations, the more generous one is in their words, the more likely they are to set traps for future cooperation. Knowing all this clearly, Lin Chen smiled. Mr. Wang, optimizing commercial printers is not difficult for me, but I need the core data of the current equipment, as well as the fault data. Then we will develop a detailed optimization plan. Once the plan is confirmed, we will sign a formal contract to clarify the responsibilities and interests of both parties, as well as subsequent maintenance clauses. This will protect both of us. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan's smile froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen would be this cautious. He originally planned to have Lin Chen invest in the technology first, and then work on the compensation and contract. But now, that road is completely blocked. Wang Kuan chuckled a few times and spoke slowly and deliberately. Brother Lin, you've thought things through very well. But we're all businessmen, and efficiency is what we value. There's no need to make things so complicated, is there? I, Wang Kuan, am a well-known figure in the industry. Do you think I'm going to do anything underhanded behind your back? No matter what he said, Lin Chen didn't get caught up in it. Instead, his attitude became even more resolute. That's precisely why we should follow the rules, which is also a good thing for President Wang. Technology is my strength, and contracts are the guarantee of cooperation. Standardized processes are essential for smooth cooperation and to avoid many problems. If Mr. Wang finds my reasonable requests troublesome, then we might as well reconsider our cooperation. Having said all that, Lin Chen's attitude was quite clear. He understood that constantly backing down against a seasoned veteran like Wang Kuan, who had been through countless trials in the business world, would only embolden the other party. Only by adhering to our bottom line can we take the initiative in cooperation. Wang Kuan didn't speak, he just stared at Lin Chen. Seeing his calm expression and the lack of any intention to compromise, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He hadn't expected this young man to be so difficult to deal with, and his meticulousness was even more challenging than that of many seasoned veterans. The problem with his company's printer could no longer be delayed, and all the people he had contacted had been to no avail. Left with no other choice, they had to compromise. Okay, then let's do it your way. After speaking, Wang Kuan picked up his phone and dialed the number his secretary had called. Bring the contract I drafted earlier to the private room. Lin Chen's lips curled up as he instantly realized that Wang Kuan had prepared the contract long ago. What I just said was nothing more than a test. He understood perfectly well, but showed it on his face. After the secretary brought the contract over, Lin Chen took it and read it word by word, scrutinizing every clause carefully, determined not to let the other party find any loopholes. Wang Kuan was getting a little impatient, but he still admired Lin Chen's level of caution. After reviewing it once, Lin Chen offered his opinions. Mr. Wang, I think the payment terms can be modified. Half should be paid up front, and the remaining balance should be settled after the plan is implemented without any problems. This would be more reasonable. Wang Kuan was surprised that he would directly offer his opinion. Originally, she wanted to use her little scheme to keep Lin Chen in check, but she didn't expect him to see through her plan. No problem. Since they had already figured it out, there was no way to continue hiding it. Wang Kuan readily agreed, and then asked another question. Are there any other questions? After confirming that there were no problems, Lin Chen picked up a pen and wrote his name. Wang Kuan reached out his hand, his smile widening. Okay, then I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. Lin Chen grasped his hand and nodded. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Tomorrow I can go to Kunming Technology to connect with the printer, conduct preliminary testing and modifications, and let's get to the simplest issues as soon as possible. Wang Kuan was a little surprised that he acted so quickly. He had originally thought it would take several days, but this was even better. Okay, I'll have the tech department work with you the whole time tomorrow. I look forward to your performance, don't let me down. Lin Chen just smiled, knowing that no matter how much he said, it was useless. He still needed to prove himself with his abilities. The next morning, Lin Chen arrived at Kunming Technology as promised. The company is located in an office building in the city center, and the decoration is very impressive. The employees were dressed in matching suits and looked very orderly. Wang Kuan personally led Lin Chen to the technology department, where dozens of programmers and engineers were busy working. When they saw Wang Kuan bring in a young man, everyone looked over with some curiosity. Lin Chen clapped his hands to signal everyone. Let me introduce you all. This is Lin Chen. He will be in charge of the commercial printer optimization project. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd started discussing and whispering among themselves. So young, looks like a student, can he handle it? I don't know where President Wang found this greenhorn. All of us are no good, how can he possibly succeed? He probably got in through connections, otherwise, why would President Wang hire someone like this? That's right, it's pointless to bring him here, we'll still have to take responsibility. These words all reached Lin Chen's ears. His face was expressionless, his expression indifferent, and he didn't seem angry at these words. It's ridiculous that these people dismiss his abilities simply because he's young. Wang Kuan didn't try to explain for Lin Chen instead, he wanted to see how Lin Chen would face the crowd's questions. Just then, Lin Chen slowly spoke. I know people have concerns about me, after all, I look very young. Of course, I am indeed very young, and I am still in college. He glanced around, his tone calm, yet he exuded a powerful aura. If you were capable of solving the printer's current problem, Mr. Wang Lunti have specifically invited me here. As key technical personnel, you receive high salaries, yet you are unable to help President Wang share his burdens or solve core technical problems. Instead, you criticize the people President Wang has brought in. This not only makes it seem like President Wang lacks the ability to recognize talent, but it also slaps President Wang in the face. Chapter 69 Strength speaks for it all. Wang Kuan had originally planned to watch the show, but Lin Chen's words made his face turn ugly instantly. He was someone I brought here myself, and these employees still dare to talk about him like this, they clearly don't respect him. The employees looked extremely grim because of Lin Chen's words. They wanted to refute it, but couldn't find a reason. Yes, just as Lin Chen said, if they were capable of solving the technical problems they were currently facing, why would Wang Kuan have sought out other people? This statement hit them right where it hurts. Hu Lei from the technical department looked extremely embarrassed. He and his team had spent several months trying to solve the printer problem, but they still couldn't. This kid spouted nonsense, daring to spout such rubbish in front of them, so naturally they were not convinced. Words are meaningless, and skills aren't something you can just boast about. If you're really capable, then show us some real talent. What's the point of just talking big here? Lin Chen nodded and responded. You're right. Then find me a faulty machine, give me the parameters and fault log, and prepare a laptop. In 10 minutes, I'll show you the results. Hu Lei sneered and pointed to the printer next to him. This is the faulty machine, give it a try. As he spoke, he handed the relevant documents to Lin Chen. He felt that Lin Chen was just bragging. How could a student possibly fix a problem in 10 minutes? What face would they have to stay here? Lin Chen took the documents and began to read them carefully. Ding! Optimization solutions for commercial printers are now available. Countless technical data and optimization solutions emerged in his mind. Lin Chen sat in front of the computer, his eyes becoming focused. He instructed his employees to connect the printer, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. The speed was so fast that all that could be seen were after images on the keyboard, leaving everyone around them dumbfounded. He's just typing randomly. How could he possibly write any program so quickly? I think so too. He types faster than me. He's probably just faking it and trying to get away with it. What kind of skills can a young guy like him have? That's right, you're only in college. Even if you're studying computer science, you won't have any real skills. Hu Lei crossed his arms and looked at Lin Chen's actions with disdain, finding him utterly hypocritical. He's so young and all he does is brag he has absolutely no real skills. Lin Chen ignored the surrounding chatter and devoted himself entirely to modifying the program. Every instruction and every line of code he gave was extremely precise, with no flaws whatsoever. He not only found the root cause of the malfunction, but also provided targeted program optimizations, thereby improving the printer's operating speed and stability. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at everyone. Alright, the initial optimization is complete. Everyone can give it a try. The crowd gathered around, half believing and half doubting. Hu Lei personally operated the printer and sent a document that required a large amount of text and images to be printed. This printer takes at least 6 minutes to print this type of document, and it also has problems with paper jams and blurry text. This time, however, the printer ran very smoothly after starting up, without any lag or stuttering. Moreover, the paper was quickly ejected from the printer, with clear text and vibrant colors, and the whole process took less than 2 minutes. Hule stared wide-eyed in shock, somewhat incredulous. How is this possible? Unwilling to accept this outcome, he tried several more complex printing tasks, concluding that the kid had simply gotten lucky. Unexpectedly, the results were the same. The printer's speed and stability were significantly improved. The engineers and programmers around were stunned. They all crowded around to check the printer's operating data and then opened the program code written by Lin Chen to study it carefully. The code logic is very clear, the structure is rigorous, and there are no errors. Not only that, they also added a number of optimization programs that they had never even thought of before. My goodness, this is incredibly well written. We overcomplicated things before, we never imagined it would be so simple, yet it solved the printer problem. That's incredible. They solved a problem that we couldn't solve for months in just 10 minutes. It's such a slap in the face. No wonder President Wang sought him out. It seems he really has the skills, and he's not just putting on an act. We're simply outmatched. At this moment, everyone was deeply shocked and completely convinced. Wang Kuan walked over with a look of surprise and put his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Brother Lin, you're truly excellent. It seems I didn't misjudge you, and I didn't choose the wrong person. Lin Chen smiled faintly and replied. This is just a preliminary optimization, addressing some of the most basic surface-level issues. To significantly improve the performance of commercial printers and reach the top level in the industry, we still need to make complete adjustments to the printer's internal hardware and all its programs, and optimize the core algorithms. However, these details are rather complicated and cannot be resolved in a short time. We can discuss them in more detail later. Lin Chen wasn't stupid. If he revealed all his technologies at once, he would leave himself no room for excuses. Only by holding back can we maintain the initiative in future collaborations and avoid being led by the nose. Hule walked up to Lin Chen, looking a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was blind to your abilities just now and said some harsh things. I hope you won't take it to heart. Your skills are truly amazing, I really admire you. Lin Chen waved his hand, not taking it to heart. It's okay, we're all just doing our jobs. The most important thing is to solve the problem. Lin Chen didn't say much more. He understood that as long as he was strong enough, he didn't care what others said, and he didn't take it to heart at all. Lin Chen didn't linger. After briefly explaining his optimization strategy, he left immediately. He only needs to explain his plan, the rest is up to others. After leaving Kunming Technology, Lin Chen planned to go to a maternity and baby products store to buy 2 outfits for Su Wancheng. She's getting further along in her pregnancy, and her old clothes don't fit her anymore, so I'm planning to buy her some maternity clothes. Lin Chen went into the store he used to frequent. The shelves were filled with a dazzling array of maternity and baby products, but strangely, there wasn't a single customer in the store, only 1 or 2 employees were tidying up the shelves. The shop owner is a middle-aged woman in her 40s named Zhao Wan. He was sitting at the front desk cashier, sighing deeply, his face full of worry. Chapter 70: Investing in a Maternity and Baby Products Store. Lin Chen didn't immediately pick out clothes, but slowed down and began to observe the situation in the store. The maternity wear in the store is outdated in style, and most of the colors are monotonous black, white, and gray, with the fabric feeling a bit rough. The baby and toddler supplies were arranged haphazardly without any clear distinction. The store's decor is old and the lighting is dim, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. No wonder business is bad. Lin Chen has already figured out the problem. Today's young parents, especially pregnant women, have increasingly higher demands for quality of life. They not only pay attention to the quality and comfort of products, but also to the shopping environment and service. This store falls far short in every aspect. Zhao Wan saw Lin Chen lingering in the maternity wear section and stood up to ask him a question. Young man, are you looking to buy clothes for a pregnant woman? Lin Chen nodded and replied. Yes, but I see your shop isn't doing too well. Zhao Wan sighed, looking exhausted. I've had this shop for over 4 years. Business was pretty good in the first few years, but then a baby and maternity supply store opened on the street in front of me, and my business started to decline. Now I hardly have any customers, and I'm struggling to stay afloat. I'm even thinking of transferring the business. She looked worried when she talked about it. Young people these days have increasingly high standards, and the styles in my store can't keep up. Plus, the decor is much worse than others. I'm far behind, and now my customers are being stolen away. Actually, I have thought about renovating, but I have no idea how to do it, and I have limited funds. It's really worrying. Seeing his boss's worried expression, Lin Chen had some ideas. A potential business opportunity has been detected, triggering a task: invest in and revitalize a maternity and baby product store to create a high-end maternity and baby service brand. Task rewards: operational plan for the maternal and infant industry, 200,000 renminbi in startup capital, and a high-end maternal and infant product supply chain. Lin Chen walked to the front desk and asked, "Boss, are you really planning to transfer the shop?" "Actually, this location is very good, and the foot traffic is very high. It's such a waste to just transfer it like this." Zhao Wan sighed helplessly and said with melancholy, "There's no other way. I don't want to transfer it either, but I really can't make ends meet anymore. I just need the transfer fee to cover my costs. I don't expect to make much more money." After hearing her words, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I have a way that might revive your shop." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan was stunned for a moment, somewhat taken aback. Seeing this, Lin Chen continued, "I want to cooperate with you. I will invest money and take 50% of the shares in the store. I will be responsible for the store's renovation, operation, and marketing. You will be responsible for daily management and sales. Just do as I say, and I guarantee that the store will be able to resume normal operations soon. Within 3 months, the store's turnover will definitely more than triple." Zhao Wan was stunned for a moment, feeling that what he said was too exaggerated. She looked Lin Chen up and down. He looked to be in his early 20s. He was dressed very plainly, looking like a student no matter how you looked at him. I don't know how he could make such a boast and say something like that. "Young man, are you kidding me? You can see for yourself, my shop hardly has any customers and is about to go out of business. You still want to invest? Besides, you're so young, do you have any experience in the maternal and infant industry?" Faced with the questions, Lin Chen did not rush to explain, but calmly said, "Boss, we don't know each other. It's normal that you don't believe me when I suddenly say something like this. If it were me, I would definitely be suspicious too. But your shop is already in this situation. Continuing to hold on will only result in losses. Transferring it won't be easy either. Why not trust me this time? We can sign an agreement. If the store's revenue does not reach the target I promised after 3 months, I can withdraw unconditionally, and all the funds I invested will be yours as compensation for the time I wasted." Zhao Wan, who hadn't had any initial thoughts, began to waver after hearing these words. His proposal was indeed very tempting. The worst outcome would only be a little delay, with no loss to himself, and the shop could be rectified for free. However, Lin Chen is just too young, which makes it a little hard to feel at ease. Lin Chen also noticed the boss's concerns and offered a solution. "Okay, I'll give you a detailed plan for store renovation and operation tonight, including interior design, product selection, marketing activities, and so on. If you think it's acceptable after you've reviewed it, we can sign an agreement. If you don't think it's acceptable, then just pretend I didn't say anything. You can continue to transfer the shop, and it won't have any impact." Having said all that, Zhao Wan didn't hesitate any longer. It's just one more day. If this kid really has a reliable method, I might as well give it a try. Anyway, I won't lose anything. Zhao Wan nodded and agreed immediately. "No problem, then we'll do it your way. I'll leave you my contact information. You can ask me anytime if you need any questions." After exchanging contact information, Lin Chen left immediately. After leaving the baby store, he wandered around the area and went to check out another baby store that wasn't far away. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Understanding your competitors and knowing the consumption habits of your customer base are important factors to consider. When Lin Chen returned, Su Wanqing came to greet him. "How's it going with working with Wang Kuan?" Lin Chen nodded and responded, "It's going well, everything is going smoothly. I'm going to cook now." After dinner, Lin Chen tidied up and went to his study to start writing a project proposal. The changes to mother and baby stores can be divided into 4 aspects: store renovation and product selection, as well as marketing activities and customer service. Optimizing these 4 points will change the current problems of maternity and baby stores. The next day, Zhao Wan received the proposal from Lin Chen. She didn't have high expectations at the beginning. After opening the file, I became increasingly shocked as I read on. The proposal is very detailed, with every aspect carefully considered, making it highly feasible. Moreover, many of the plans were ones she hadn't thought of before, such as the introduction of specialty products, which gave her a pleasant surprise. She murmured in disbelief. Did that young man really write this? It's absolutely amazing. Chapter 71. It's all for you. After carefully reading the proposal, Zhao Wan's doubts and concerns completely disappeared, replaced by surprise and anticipation. She immediately dialed Lin Chen's number and said with delight, "I've read your proposal, it's excellent, very professional, and it perfectly captures my thoughts. I agree with your plan. When is it convenient for you to come and sign the agreement?" Hearing her words, Lin Chen knew that she must be very satisfied with the proposal. "Okay, I'll go over as soon as I've prepared the contract." Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the maternity and baby store. He handed over the contract and briefly added his new ideas. The proposal is only part of it. When I was drafting the contract just now, I had some other ideas. We can open a WeChat mini program and a Douyin account to attract traffic and sales through online platforms. We can also hold parenting lectures and parent-child activities regularly, which can increase customer loyalty to a certain extent. Zhao Wan was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, her admiration for Lin Chen growing stronger. "I never expected you to have such a good business sense at such a young age. It seems I've really gotten a great deal." Lin Chen smiled slightly and replied, "Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. This is a win-win situation for us. I've already contacted the renovation team and the supply chain. As long as the agreement is signed, we can start the renovation immediately. The shop will be closed for 3 days for renovation and will reopen after 3 days." Without hesitation, after reviewing the contract and confirming that there were no problems, Mr. Zhao immediately signed the contract with Lin Chen. After signing the agreement, Lin Chen immediately called in the renovation team, who entered the maternity and baby store that afternoon to begin dismantling the old shelves and start renovating. Lin Chen personally oversaw the work, guiding the workers and designers on how to carry out the renovations according to the design plan in the project proposal. Lin Chen personally oversaw everything from painting the walls and installing the lights to replacing the shelves and setting up the rest area. He insisted that the decoration materials must be environmentally friendly and free of pollution, and that he didn't need to worry about the cost, since it was a maternity and baby store and most of his customers were pregnant women and babies, so safety was the top priority. Ding! Access to high-end maternal and infant supply chain resources has been activated, allowing you to connect with the supply chains of numerous well-known domestic and international maternal and infant brands. Based on the store's style and positioning, Lin Chen selected products suitable for their maternity and baby store. Zhao Wan comes to check on the shop's renovation every day. The once dark and cluttered shop has now become clean and bright, giving people a very warm feeling. She especially admired Lin Chen's product selection skills when she saw the new products. She began to look forward to what would happen after the store opened. 3 days later, the store renovation was successfully completed. The newly renovated maternity and baby store looks brand new. The light pink walls paired with white shelves and the warm lighting create an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere. The products on the shelves are clearly categorized and neatly arranged, and each item has been carefully selected. The lounge area features plush sofas and small tables, parenting information posters on the walls, and complimentary tea and a baby changing table. A striking opening banner hung at the entrance, which read, "AIEing Maternal and Infant Products Store is reopening, and 3 great gifts await you." Colorful balloons and flower baskets were placed at the entrance, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Lin Chen also specially invited Su Wanqing to come along. Su Wanqing was shocked by the dramatic changes that had taken place in the maternity and baby store. "Is this still the same baby store? It's changed so much, it looks so nice." Lin Chen looked at him with a smile, his eyes full of doting affection. "Yes, do you like it?" Su Wanqing nodded, took Lin Chen's hand, and went into the store to start browsing. "The maternity clothes here are so beautiful, and the fabric is so comfortable. And these baby products all look so high-end." Lin Chen strongly agreed with this point. "That's right, many of them are imported goods, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed because I personally selected them. You can come here to buy whatever you want in the future. I'm a shareholder, so we can enjoy employee discounts when we buy things in the store." Su Wanqing smiled and nodded, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. As the two were chatting and laughing, Zhao Wan came over and opened the door. She looked at Su Wanqing and praised her. "You're so lucky. Lin Chen is not only handsome, but also so capable and considerate. He even invested in my shop for you, which is why it's been able to be completely transformed." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to process what she meant. "For me?" Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately began to explain. "It's because you're pregnant now, and we need to buy a lot of things from outside, but the quality can't be guaranteed. Plus, there are a lot of counterfeit products now, and I'm worried that you and the baby will use inferior products in the future, which will harm your health. That's why I have this idea." In fact, Lin Chen had been considering this for a long time, and after much deliberation, he finally decided to take over the shop. Upon learning of this, Su Wanqing was deeply moved. She never imagined that Lin Chen had done so much for her in secret. If she hadn't come into the baby store, who knows when she would have found out about this. Moved, she tiptoed and kissed Lin Chen on the cheek, speaking softly. "Lin Chen, thank you, it's so good to have you." Lin Chen hugged Su Wanqing tightly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered. "Fool, anything I do for you is worth it. I just want you and the child to be alright." The surrounding customers looked on with envy at the sight. The opening event was far more successful than expected. In addition, the promotional activities attracted many customers to the store. Many people were drawn into the store by the banners and balloons at the entrance. Once inside, they stopped to look at the completely renovated store and the products that were so different from before. After this renovation, the store is much more upscale than before. It's a world of difference. Yes, the maternity clothes here are also very nice, much nicer than what I've seen in other stores, and the fabric feels very comfortable. They also have a free tea area and a rest area, which is so thoughtful, and the service is excellent. Customers were very satisfied and showed great enthusiasm for selecting products. During the 3 days of shop renovation, the staff underwent intensive professional training and are now patiently introducing products and usage methods to customers, answering their questions. Lin Chen was helping to serve customers in the store when he saw a pregnant woman picking out maternity clothes. She seemed hesitant and unsure of what to choose, so Lin Chen went over to her. Chapter 72: Getting Back on Track. After briefly inquiring about the customer's preferences, Lin Chen recommended several suitable styles based on her body shape. This maternity dress is made of pure cotton fabric, which is soft, breathable, and very comfortable to wear. It is also very elastic and suitable for all stages of pregnancy. There are also many color options. For example, this avocado color is very flattering and makes your complexion look great. After hearing Lin Chen's introduction, the pregnant woman picked up the clothes and tried them on. They fit her perfectly and were very comfortable. She nodded in satisfaction and picked up another blue one. "Young man, you're so professional." "Thank you. I'll take both of them." Lin Chen smiled and responded politely, leading her to the front to pay the bill. "You're welcome. It's my pleasure. I'm glad you're satisfied. Please feel free to contact us if you have any further questions." The store has been upgraded, offering high-quality products and a comfortable environment. Coupled with attentive service, many customers made purchases on the spot, and quite a few even signed up for membership cards. By noon, the store was packed with customers, and long queues formed at the cashier. Zhao Wan couldn't stop smiling as she watched the ever-increasing sales figures, and she felt even more grateful to Lin Chen. She never imagined that Lin Chen could revive the shop in just 3 days and make it so popular. It was simply too unbelievable. The next day, Lin Chen launched a new activity. Customers who make a purchase in the store can scan the QR code to follow the store's WeChat mini program and Douyin account to participate in a lucky draw. Prizes include baby formula, diapers, and toys. This is also done to attract more customers and build a fan base for the online store. After the number of fans increases, they can also sell on online platforms, which can be considered as expanding their sales channels. In just 3 days, the store's revenue exceeded the total revenue of the previous month. Zhao Wan looked at the revenue figures on the back end, her body trembling with excitement. "Lin Chen, you're amazing. You're truly amazing. I never imagined my shop would be so successful. I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much." Lin Chen smiled and said with a smirk. "Now that I'm also a shareholder in the store, I naturally hope that the business will get better and better. Moreover, this is just the beginning. We will continue to launch more marketing activities and expand our online sales channels. Selling goods online is already a trend, and we must seize it to make the store's business better and better. Su Wanqing sat in the rest area of the maternity and baby store, watching Lin Chen's busy figure, feeling very at ease and proud. She knew that Lin Chen was working so hard not only to start a business, but also to give her and her child a stable life. After the shop closed at night, Lin Chen and Su Wanqing went home together. Lin Chen put his arm around Su Wanqing's waist and spoke softly. "You spent the whole afternoon with me at the store, were you bored?" Su Wanqing shook her head and answered. "I'm not bored. I'm happy to be with you. And seeing the shop doing so well makes me happy for you. It shows that your efforts are worthwhile. I just don't want you to keep working so hard." Lin Chen held her hand tightly, his eyes filled with love. "I don't feel it's hard. I'm very happy to have you with me. Plus, every time I succeed, I know it's because I'm working hard for you and the children's future, which gives me even more motivation." At this point, Lin Chen stopped and looked at Su Wanqing, gently stroking her cheek. "Thank you for always being there for me, supporting me, and believing in me. No matter what I do, you are my strongest support." Su Wanqing nestled in his arms and laughed. "We're family, who else would I support if not you? Lin Chen, I feel so happy right now. I have you, we have our baby, and our happy life. Everything is so wonderful." Lin Chen didn't speak, but gently responded, hugged Su Wanqing tightly, his heart filled with happiness. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Extra reward, improved business reputation. With the maternity and baby store's business back on track, Lin Chen didn't focus too much energy on it. He told Zhao Wan what to do and that she could contact him if she had any problems. He plans to further improve his smart self-service printer so that he doesn't waste too much time on other things. For several days in a row, he went to the studio and worked alongside everyone. Wang Shui, from the administration department, took a food storage container out of her bag and walked straight toward Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, my mom and I made some cookies yesterday. Would you like to try them and see how they taste?" Lin Chen looked up and took the box she handed him. Upon opening, a rich chocolate aroma wafts out. Gao Pengyu also came over and exclaimed in amazement. "Wow, you're so thoughtful. I smelled the aroma first thing this morning, I have to try it." Li Meng smiled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, she's really kind and considerate. She often brings me food she's made." Wang Shui blushed, stole a glance at Lin Chen, and then quickly looked away. "No, it was just something I made casually. Everyone should try it. If you like it, I'll make more next time." After saying that, he looked at Lin Chen and said another sentence. "President Lin, please eat more. I've noticed you've been working overtime on projects lately, you must be exhausted." Lin Chen picked up a cookie and put it in his mouth. It was crispy and sweet but not greasy. "Okay, thank you, it tastes delicious." This is the 5th time in the past week that Wang Shui has unintentionally taken something. The food served before me was either white fungus soup, sushi, or homemade dried fruit. At first, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention, thinking that Wang Shui was just being enthusiastic. After all, she works in administration and finance, and she is meticulous and considerate in her work, taking good care of everyone in the studio. But after doing it so many times, Lin Chen began to feel a little uneasy. She would always save some food for herself, and would glance at herself more often, her tone becoming softer and her expression shy. He's not a slow-witted person, he just usually focuses all his attention on work and doesn't think much about other things. Not only that, he also overheard Wang Shui asking Gao Pengyu and Li Meng about their relationship. From that time on, Lin Chen deliberately avoided it. When Wang Shui brings him food, he will have Gao Pengyu share it, and he will only take a piece for himself as a token. She would find opportunities to work overtime, and she would also leave early. When speaking, they try to maintain a distance, and their tone is very formulaic. Wang Shui also sensed his deliberate avoidance. She couldn't understand why Lin Chen's attitude towards her had suddenly changed when they had gotten along so well before. Chapter 73. As if facing a formidable enemy. Wang Shui pursed her lips and looked in the direction of Lin Chen's office. She had unknowingly become deeply attracted to Lin Chen. Lin Chen founded his own studio at a young age. He is technically proficient, mature and steady in his work, and gentle in his dealings with others. It's hard not to be attracted to a man like that. Most importantly, she had inquired carefully and found out that Lin Chen didn't have a girlfriend, which was why he took the initiative to show her affection. However, she didn't expect him to suddenly avoid her. Wang Shui was caught off guard by this situation and had no idea what to do, feeling extremely distressed. Su Wanqing was standing outside the glass door of the studio. She deliberately didn't tell Lin Chen today, just to give him a surprise. She was wearing loose maternity clothes, and her belly was already quite noticeable. Fearing that Lin Chen was busy, she didn't rush in and thought she would wait at the door first. But it was during this wait that Su Wanqing's heart sank. She saw Wang Shui carrying coffee toward Lin Chen, and when she got to his side, she turned sideways and stood very close to him. Most importantly, in Wang Shui's eyes, there was nothing but tenderness and shyness. As a woman, Su Wanqing knew very well that this was the state a woman would have when looking at someone she liked, with a hint of subtle flattery. Lin Chen, though looking down at the documents, clearly looked a little unnatural. At that moment, Su Wanqing felt as if her heart was being squeezed tightly by a large hand, making it hard for her to breathe. This was the first time Su Wanqing had felt such a sense of crisis, and she quietly observed everything. Lin Chen is so outstanding, young and promising, and handsome, it's normal for girls to like him. She wasn't worried before because Lin Chen's kindness towards her was undeniable. But now, seeing that woman looking at the person she liked with those eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in her heart. Su Wanqing did not go back in, but turned around and quietly left. The baby in her belly seemed to sense her emotions and moved slightly, as if trying to comfort her. Su Wanqing reached out and gently stroked her lower abdomen. She took a deep breath to adjust her breathing and emotions, while constantly telling herself not to overthink it, that Lin Chen wasn't that kind of person. Having spent so much time together, she knew Lin Chen better than anyone what kind of person he was. He would never betray her. However, once the seeds of doubt are sown, they are difficult to eradicate. In the evening, Lin Chen returned with groceries as usual and busied himself in the kitchen. He was no different from usual, still the good man he always was. Midway through, when Lin Chen came out to get a drink of water, he noticed that Su Wanqing's expression was a bit off and asked her about it. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Wanqing shook her head and forced a smile. "It's nothing, I'm probably just a little tired. You go ahead and cook, I'll lie down for a bit and I'll be fine." Lin Chen nodded and turned to go into the kitchen. Soon, the dishes were ready, 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were Su Wanqing's favorites. "The sea bass is very fresh today. Try it and see how it tastes." Lin Chen picked up a piece of fish for her with his chopsticks and even thoughtfully removed the fish bones for her. Su Wanqing picked up her chopsticks, but had no appetite. She ate a mouthful of rice and then put the chopsticks down. Seeing her condition, Lin Chen couldn't help but start to worry. "Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking, or are you feeling unwell? Perhaps we should go to the hospital to get it checked out." Su Wanqing shook her head but did not speak. She struggled with the decision for a long time, debating whether or not to speak up. After hesitating for a long time, I finally couldn't help but ask. "Lin Chen, are you very popular with girls?" When Lin Chen heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and didn't quite understand why she would ask this question. "What do you mean by that?" Su Wanqing lowered her head slightly and spoke very softly. "It's nothing, I just think you're really outstanding, and I'm sure a lot of girls like you. I went to your studio today hoping to surprise you, but I noticed that the way the person in charge of administration in your studio looked at you was noticeably different." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately realized what Su Wanqing was thinking. He put down his chopsticks and took her hand. Her hands were a little cold and trembling. "Wanqing, are you worried?" When he asked this question, Lin Chen's tone was very frank, without the slightest hint of evasion. He has a clear conscience, so naturally he has nothing to fear. Su Wanqing raised her head, her eyes slightly red. "It's not that I don't trust you, but the way she looks at you still makes me feel a little sad. I know I shouldn't overthink it, but I really can't control myself. You're becoming more and more capable, and you're meeting more and more people. I'm scared." Lin Chen interrupted her, got up, walked to her side, and pulled her into his arms. "In my heart, there is only you. No matter how I change, no matter how many people I meet, my choice has never changed. From beginning to end, there has only been you." He gently patted Su Wanqing's back, softening his tone and comforting her softly. "Actually, I noticed before that Wang Shui was acting a little differently towards me. She kept bringing me food, and the way she looked at me was a bit strange. I sensed something was wrong, so I kept avoiding her, just to avoid causing any unnecessary misunderstandings." Su Wanqing buried her face in his chest, her voice a little muffled. "Then why didn't you explain it to her clearly?" Lin Chen sighed, somewhat helplessly. She is a woman and an employee of the studio. If I directly confront her, it will embarrass her too much and make it difficult to carry out our work in the future. I was thinking that by deliberately avoiding the topic, she would understand what I meant. After his explanation, Su Wanqing's unease lessened considerably. Oh, I see. However, she still had some concerns. What if Wang Shui still doesn't understand? Lin Chen looked down at her, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. If she continues to make you uncomfortable, I will fire her immediately. The studio can hire someone else, but I don't want to affect your mood, and I will not let you suffer any grievances. These words warmed Su Wanqing's heart, but she still shook her head. No need for that. She didn't do anything wrong. Don't fire her because of me. That's making a mountain out of a molehill. I believe you. Ding. Emotional anxieties detected in the host's partner. Mission triggered: go public with the relationship, dispel Su Wanqing's concerns, and prove your exclusive love for her. Task rewards: interpersonal skills training in 200,000 renminbi in startup capital. Chapter 74: A dignified exit. Lin Chen placed a kiss on Su Wanqing's forehead and whispered, Wanqing, don't worry, I will make you feel completely at ease. Tomorrow I will take you to the studio and let everyone know that you are my girlfriend, the only person I want to spend my life with. Seeing his serious expression, Su Wanqing's eyes welled up with tears, and she nodded vigorously, okay. After getting up early, Lin Chen made a nutritious breakfast for Su Wanqing. After she finished eating, he carefully helped her tidy her clothes and helped her downstairs. You don't need to be so careful, I'm not at the point where I can't walk yet. Su Wanqing said with a smile, but she was secretly delighted. Lin Chen did not let go and insisted. We still need to be careful. You're our family's top priority now, so we definitely need to be extra cautious. We'll go to the studio later and let them all meet our boss's wife. Su Wanqing blushed and lightly punched him. Who's the boss's wife? On the way there, Su Wanqing felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Today, Lin Chen is going to publicly announce their relationship in front of the employees. Although there are only 3 of them, this is Lin Chen's way of reassuring her and also a response to Wang Shui. When they arrived at the studio building, Lin Chen got out of the car first, walked around to the other side, opened the car door, and carefully helped Su Wanqing out. Su Wanqing, with her slightly protruding belly and a gentle smile on her face, followed him into the studio. The studio was already busy by 9 o'clock in the morning. Yao Pingyu was debugging the printer program on the computer, Li Meng was organizing materials in preparation for visiting several schools to discuss cooperation, and Wang Shui was processing financial statements. Hearing footsteps, the 3 of them looked up at the same time. They were stunned when they saw Lin Chen and Su Wanqing standing next to him. Gao Pingyu was the first to react, curiously looking at Su Wanqing. I was somewhat surprised when I saw her protruding belly. Mr. Lin, who is this? Lin Chen took Su Wanqing's hand and led her inside, his eyes filled with undisguised love. Let me introduce you all, this is Su Wanqing, my girlfriend. He paused, then looked down at Su Wanqing and said affectionately. She's pregnant with my child now, and she'll be the boss's wife of our studio from now on. Gao Pingyu and Li Meng exclaimed in unison, their faces beaming with smiles. Oh my god. Li Meng stepped forward and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, boss lady. No wonder Mr. Lin always says he wants to leave work early. It turns out he has someone important to spend time with. Gao Pingyu smiled and nodded, then continued. Mr. Lin, I really didn't expect you to be keeping this so secret. Not only do you have a girlfriend, but you're also about to have a baby. It's double happiness. Our returning customers must treat us to wedding candy. The 2 people's enthusiastic and sincere reactions instantly eased Su Wanqing's tension, and she greeted them with a smile. Hello. Wang Shui stood to the side, her face looking rather grim. She stared blankly at Lin Chen and Su Wanqing's tightly clasped hands, and at Su Wanqing's protruding belly, not knowing what to say for a moment. No wonder Lin Chen had been avoiding the topic before. It turns out he already had someone he liked. Thinking back on her previous actions, she felt like a clown, utterly ridiculous. Lin Chen noticed Wang Shui's unusual behavior and glanced at her. To ease the awkward atmosphere, he deliberately said something. Wang Shui, Wanqing might come to the studio often in the future. Please take good care of her and prepare warm water for her. If she wants to rest, she can just go to my office. Wang Shui took a deep breath, quickly composed herself, and forced a smile. Okay, I understand. After saying that, he looked at Su Wanqing. Miss Su, please feel free to ask me for anything in the future. At this moment, Wang Shui looked at Lin Chen with a distance that no longer held any affection. I didn't know he had a girlfriend before, which is why I kept testing him. But given the current situation, she no longer harbors even the slightest hope. Especially after seeing Su Wanqing's appearance, he felt even more ashamed of himself. Even while pregnant, she was still so beautiful, and her figure hadn't changed much. I was so far behind her, there was no way I could compare to her. Wang Shui even suspected that even if Lin Chen didn't have a girlfriend, he would never fall for a woman like her. After spending some time in the studio, Lin Chen took Su Wanqing home. As soon as the two arrived home, Lin Chen received a message on his phone from Wang Shui. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you before. I originally thought you were single, which is why I acted that way. I'm really sorry now. If you are bothered by what happened before, I can resign voluntarily without causing any trouble for you or your girlfriend. Upon seeing the message, Lin Chen felt somewhat conflicted. He knew that things had turned out this way because of a misunderstanding. He showed the text message to Su Wanqing, who sighed after seeing it. She's quite innocent, it was just a misunderstanding. Besides, as you said, she's a very hard worker. Right now, we're in need of manpower. If she resigns, we'll have to find someone else, and it will take time for them to adapt, which is too much trouble. After a moment's thought, Lin Chen asked. You mean, let her stay? Su Wanqing nodded and replied. Yes, you can tell from her messages that she is a very free-spirited person and not the kind of person who likes to get entangled. Moreover, I trust you, and I believe you will handle these things well. Hearing her say that, Lin Chen was very pleased. She is always so generous and kind, and never petty. He picked up his phone and replied to Wang Shui. You don't need to apologize or resign. This isn't just a misunderstanding. My studio needs employees like you. Wanqing and I aren't petty people. Just focus on your work from now on. Someone as good as you will definitely meet someone who truly loves you in the future. After sending the message, Lin Chen put his phone aside and reached out to hug Su Wanqing. Wanqing, thank you. Su Wanqing leaned against him and asked with a smile. What are you thanking me for? Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed her hair, whispering softly. Thank you for trusting me so much. It's so good to have you by my side. Hearing his words, Su Wanqing smiled but didn't say anything, she just hugged him tightly. She could feel Lin Chen's strong heartbeat, and she could also feel his intense love for her. At that moment, she felt completely at ease. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. All rewards have been distributed. Please check your account. Chapter 75 Harsh Relatives. On a weekend morning, after having breakfast, Lin Chen went to the market and bought a lot of fresh ingredients. After returning home, I started tidying up the coffee table, washing the fruit I had bought, and putting it on a plate. Su Wanqing leaned back on the sofa, gently stroking her protruding belly. My mom just brought Aunt Zheng over for a visit, so we can just prepare a few things. There's no need to go to all this trouble. Lin Chen straightened up, walked over and sat down next to her, and reached out to pinch her cheek. It's no trouble at all. The fact that Auntie brought her relatives to visit shows that she considers me one of her own. I will definitely treat her well, so that you won't be put in a difficult position. Hearing him say that, Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. However, there was still some worry in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. Aunt Zheng has a straightforward personality, so please don't take it to heart if she says anything unpleasant. Lin Chen nodded, said nothing more, and continued tidying up the house. Lin Chen had already learned about Aunt Zheng from Su Wanqing. She is very snobbish, loves to compare herself to others, and enjoys talking badly about others behind their backs. She would talk about whose daughter married well and whose son earned the most money. This time, it was Aunt Zheng who took the initiative to come and visit after learning that Su Wanqing was pregnant, which made Su Wanqing a little hesitant. But since they were relatives, he couldn't refuse outright and had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Seeing that her expression wasn't good, Lin Chen could also sense her concerns. Don't worry, no matter what Aunt Zhang says, I won't take it to heart. We only see each other once a year at most, so I won't care too much, and I certainly won't make things difficult for you or Aunt Zhang. These words undoubtedly reassured Su Wanqing, putting her at ease. The doorbell rang at 9:30 a.m. Lin Chen got up to open the door. Besides Su's mother, there was a middle-aged woman wearing a floral dress and with curly hair. She was Aunt Zhang. Please come in. Lin Chen took the fruit from Sue's mother, stepped back 2 steps, and let the two of them in. From the moment the door opened, Aunt Zhang's eyes kept darting around, never stopping. She frowned slightly, making an exaggerated gesture. This house looks quite bright, the location is good, and the price is quite high. You must have spent a lot of money when you bought it, right? Did you buy it in full, or do you need to make monthly payments? When asked, Lin Chen responded politely. It's not bought, it's rented. I'm still in the startup phase and haven't bought a house yet. Her directness made people a little uncomfortable, and Sue's mother was also a bit embarrassed, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. The house is rented. He still has to go to school, and he's also busy with work. Plus, Wancheng is pregnant, so we've rented a place to live in temporarily. Aunt Zhang changed her shoes, went inside, and pouted. That's true, but renting a place isn't a long-term solution. After she finished speaking, her gaze fell on Lin Chen, and she looked him up and down. I heard from Wanqing's mother that you are a student and now you are starting a business. It's a good thing that young people are ambitious, but starting a business is not easy these days. You might make money today and lose money tomorrow. It's definitely not stable. Wancheng is a wonderful girl we've watched grow up. She's beautiful, has a great personality, and comes from an excellent family. Lots of well-off young men pursued her, but she didn't agree to any of them. How could she? Sister Zhang. Sue's mother hurriedly interrupted her. Lin Chen is doing very well now, the studio is doing quite stably, and he takes good care of Wancheng. That's enough. Aunt Zhang had no intention of giving them any face, and raised her voice. Can caring put food on the table? My friend's daughter is about the same age as Wanqing. She married a rich second-generation heir. Their wedding house is a large 300 square meter apartment in the city center. The bride price was 2 million. Now she's a young mistress at home and doesn't have to do anything. Wancheng is good looking and comes from a good family, but she married a poor student who was starting a business. After they have a child, there will be many expenses such as milk powder and diapers. If the business fails, won't the mother and child suffer together? Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, her face looking rather unpleasant. She knew Aunt Zhang was sharp-tongued and merciless, but she never expected her to speak so rudely to Lin Chen's face. She looked up at Lin Chen. He showed no sign of anger and was still smiling, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He poured Aunt Zhang a cup of tea and said with a smile, Aunt Zhang, let me drink some water to soothe my throat. I know you care about Wanqing, and I know you mean well. Aunt Zhang took the teacup but didn't drink it instead, she continued talking. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not trying to be mean, but if you really care about Wanqing, you have to face reality. Starting a business these days is so risky. It's better to find a stable job, or... She paused at this point. Then, he turned to look at Su Wanqing. Wanqing, listen to my advice. While you're still young, you still have a choice. Choose someone with good conditions, and you'll have a comfortable life in the future. As for the child, if you want to give birth, then give it to him. If you can abort it, then don't keep it. At this moment, Su Wanqing could no longer bear it, her voice filled with grievance. Aunt Zhang. Lin Chen is very good to me. His studio is doing very well, and we are living a comfortable life. You don't need to worry about these things. Aunt Zhang sighed, looking disappointed in her son. You silly child, you've been blinded by love. Can a man's sweet words put food on the table? I'm doing this for your own good, you'll understand later. Sue's mother stood to the side, suppressing her displeasure and not daring to lash out. She did have concerns about Lin Chen before, worried that he, a poor student with nothing, wouldn't be able to take good care of Wanqing. Over this period of time, she saw that Lin Chen was taking meticulous care of Wanqing, and his work was also progressing well, so things had improved. But Aunt Zhang is a relative, so there are some unpleasant things I can't say. They couldn't directly turn against him, so they could only speak up for Lin Chen. Sister Zhang, Lin Chen is a reliable and down-to-earth young man. His studio is doing very well now, and the income is quite substantial. Wanqing will definitely not suffer if she stays with him. Aunt Zhang chuckled, as if she had heard a joke. Tell me how much money he can make. So many startups are going bankrupt these days, you can find them everywhere. It's hard to even earn 10,000 yuan a month, let alone have to support children. After the child is born, there will be many places to spend money. Everything costs money. I think it's more reliable to find a rich second-generation heir for the child, as long as we don't have to worry about money. Chapter 76 Strength proves everything. Lin Chen held back and did not lash out. But now Aunt Zhang's words were getting more and more outrageous, and Su Wanqing's eyes welled up with tears of grievance, while Su's mother was also at a loss. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently being harassed and ridiculed by an awful relative. Mission triggered, use your strength to shut your relative up and gain the family's approval. Task reward, financial planning presentation proficient free right to book baby's full moon banquet venue. Not wanting to put the two of them in a difficult position, Lin Chen stepped forward, still wearing a gentle smile, but his tone was exceptionally firm. Aunt Zhang, I understand that you are concerned about Wanqing's future life. How about this, I'll show you my current situation so that you can be completely at ease. He took out his phone and showed her the text message first. It was a payment notification from Kunming Technology for 1 million yuan, with the note stating it was a prepayment for a printer project. Then, they produced screenshots of the studio's financial statements for that period, as well as detailed back-end revenue from the self-service printer. Finally, there is also a certificate of equity transfer, which shows that the mother and baby store owns 50% of the shares. The net profit of my studio is stable at over 50,000 yuan per month, which is enough to support our lives, and there is still some left over. The shares in the maternity and baby store can also guarantee an income of around 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per month. I also collaborate with other companies, and now I earn anywhere from several hundred thousand to over 1 million yuan a month. I plan to buy a house in this neighborhood next year with cash, so that Wanqing and the baby can live more securely and have a home of our own. Aunt Zhang stared at her phone screen, and after seeing Lin Chen's bank card income, her sharp and sarcastic tone vanished, replaced by disbelief. She had just been spouting nonsense, never expecting this kid to be so capable. This is much better than those rich kids she talked about. Those people's money comes from their parents, but everything Lin Chen has is earned through his own abilities. Su's mother leaned over for a look, and her tense nerves instantly relaxed, revealing a relieved smile. Although she had trusted Lin Chen before, she still felt a little insecure. After all, the risks are there, and no one can be sure what the outcome will be. Now that everything has been proven, she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart and was deeply moved. He didn't immediately refute Aunt Zhang's harsh words, but later proved himself in the most direct and powerful way. This both saved her face and demonstrated his own strength. Aunt Zhang was stunned for a long time before she finally came to her senses. Is this all true? Lin Chen put it away and answered with a smile. It's all true. If Aunt Zhang is still worried or has any doubts, we can find out more later. I understand that you are doing this for Wanqing's own good, afraid that she will suffer, and even more afraid that she will live a hard life with me. But please rest assured, although I am not a rich second-generation heir, I have the ability to make Wanqing and the child in her belly live a happy life. And I will continue to work hard to make their lives better and better. Aunt Zhang's face looked terrible, alternating between red and white. The harsh words she just said were a complete slap in her own face. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and even more so, ashamed. She coughed a few times, her tone softening and becoming even more ingratiating. Shaolin, I really didn't expect you to be so talented at such a young age. Wanqing has such good taste. She found such a capable and wonderful partner. She's sure to be blessed in the future. As she spoke, she picked up a strawberry from the coffee table, put it in her mouth, and praised it. That's so sweet, Xiaolin, you're so thoughtful. I'm just a straightforward person, I say what I think, don't take it to heart. I'm just worried that my Wanqing will suffer. Now that I see how capable you are, I'm relieved. You're much better than those rich kids who just sponge off their parents. Seeing the change in Aunt Zhang's attitude, Su's mother breathed a sigh of relief and quickly echoed her. Yes, Xiaolin is indeed capable and filial. Sister Zhang, let's sit down and chat. Let Xiaolin pour you another cup of tea. Aunt Zhang nodded repeatedly, and after sitting down, she began to praise him endlessly, completely different from her previous sarcastic and mean demeanor. Lin Chen didn't say anything more, but silently peeled a grape for Su Wanqing and held it to her lips, his eyes full of doting affection. Su Wanqing opened her mouth to eat it, looked up at him and smiled sweetly. Lin Chen cooked lunch himself, 6 dishes and a soup, all of them homestyle dishes. During the meal, Aunt Zhang kept praising it. Xiaolin, your cooking is amazing, and you're so caring. You're really incredible. She listened to the situation at the studio and the maternity and baby store, her tone full of envy. Su's mother was very pleased that Lin Chen was able to handle Aunt Zhang's difficult behavior so easily, which made her feel more at ease in trusting her daughter to him. She picked up her water glass and looked at Lin Chen. Xiaolin, let me toast you. I was overthinking things before. Now that I see how good you are to Wanqing and how well your career is going, I can finally relax. From now on, Wanqing and the baby are in your care. Please take good care of her. Lin Chen nodded and said seriously. Okay, Auntie, don't worry, I definitely will. Wanqing is the most important person in my life, and I will protect her and the baby for the rest of my life. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Chen beside her, and then at her smiling mother, feeling a warmth in her heart. She knew that this little incident not only silenced Aunt Zhang, but also made her mother completely accept Lin Chen. After the meal, Su's mother and Aunt Zhang sat for a while before leaving. Before leaving, Aunt Zhang held Su Wanqing's hand and said excitedly, Wanqing, you and Xiaolin should live a good life together. Such a good man is hard to find. If you need Aunt Zhang's help in the future, just ask. Don't be shy. Su Wanqing smiled and nodded, without saying anything more. After everyone left, Su Wanqing leaned against Lin Chen's chest and whispered. Thank you, I'm so sorry you had to go through all this today. Lin Chen hugged her tightly and turned his head to kiss her on the cheek. Silly boy, I haven't been wronged. As long as you don't feel wronged and Auntie can rest assured, it's nothing. Su Wanqing shook her head and said softly. Actually, Aunt Zhang wasn't genuinely concerned for me. She was someone who was obsessed with money. For her, as long as you have money, you have a voice. She didn't care at all about what I thought. I was about to turn on her just now, but I didn't expect you to act like nothing happened, to be able to endure it for so long, and to resolve it directly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards have been successfully issued. Chapter 77 Getting Worse. Lin Chen reached out and gently ruffled her dark hair. If things really turn sour, it will put Auntie in a difficult position. Besides, she's a family member, so we can't let things get too ugly. Su Wanqing responded softly. She knew that Lin Chen was a sensible person who could consider everything before doing anything, so she didn't need to worry too much. On Monday morning, after breakfast, Lin Chen went to his study to handle some matters related to the collaboration. Feeling a bit sleepy during her pregnancy, Su Wanqing lay down on the sofa, intending to take a nap. She picked up her phone, opened the campus forum, and wanted to see if there was anything new recently. She had just clicked on the home page when a striking headline made her stop. Shocking. Lin Chen is two-timing, having an affair with his pregnant girlfriend and female assistant. Below the title are two screenshots of chat logs, the content of which is extremely offensive. In the screenshot, Lin Chen said a lot of sweet words to his female assistant, and even mentioned that Su Wanqing was pregnant and very troublesome. He said he didn't want to be with her anymore and would break up with her after the project ended, and he didn't want the child either. There are already thousands of comments under the post, with many people commenting without knowing the truth. Holy crap, wasn't Lin Chen the guy who was all the rage with his startup? They said there were rumors about him, but that was over. How come something like this is happening again? His girlfriend is pregnant, and he still does this kind of thing. He's not even human. I feel so sorry for the pregnant woman. It's so unlucky to run into such a scumbag. This kind of person should be exposed and his reputation ruined. I don't even want to use his self-service printer anymore, he's disgusting. Su Wanqing gripped her phone tightly, staring at the screenshots of the fabricated, obscene conversations and the vicious comments in the comment section. Tears welled up instantly, blurring her vision. She knew what kind of person Lin Chen was, and she had also explained everything about Wang Shui. There was absolutely no way he would do such a thing. It's just that someone is deliberately spreading rumors, forging these chat logs, and adding highly inflammatory headlines to make many people believe this lie. This is not just about damaging Lin Chen's reputation, but about completely destroying him. After finishing his work, Lin Chen came out of the study and saw that Su Wanqing's eyes were red, obviously from crying. He quickly walked over and gently patted her back. Why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell? Su Wanqing looked up, her eyes red and swollen, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes, and choked out as she handed him her phone. Look, someone is spreading rumors about you again, and it's even more outrageous than before. Lin Chen took the phone and his face darkened instantly after reading the contents. He never expected that, not long after the rumors about him had subsided, someone would deliberately try to damage his reputation again. Su Wanqing is currently pregnant and should be resting and recuperating, but she has been hurt by these malicious rumors and has to suffer this injustice along with me for no reason. After quickly browsing the post, he had a rough idea of who had done such a thing. Only Zhou Lily. She used the same trick twice, and each time it was more excessive than the last. It seems the lesson from last time wasn't enough, which is why she dared to do something like this again. Previously, Zhou Lili had repeatedly caused trouble for Su Wanqing because she was jealous of her and coveted her self-service printer project. After being criticized and given a major demerit by his counselor, he did not repent but instead went even further, using such a vicious method to spread rumors and even forging chat records in an attempt to ruin his reputation and make Su Wanqing sad. This person is extremely malicious and can't stand seeing others do well. All her previous mistakes were her own fault, and now she shows no remorse, but instead becomes even worse. Lin Chen put his phone aside, hugged Su Wanqing tightly, and spoke softly. Wanqing, don't believe any of this. It's all fake. Zhou Lili is deliberately spreading rumors to frame me. As you know, I don't have a female assistant, and you also know about what happened with Wang Shui before. Apart from work-related matters, I rarely chat with men. How could there be such messy things? You believe me, okay? Su Wanqing nestled in his arms, her shoulders trembling slightly. I know, and I believe you're not that kind of person. I just can't accept it. What they said went too far. You didn't do anything wrong, yet they're slandering you like this, and those comments. She simply couldn't bring herself to comment on those offensive remarks. Lin Chen patted her gently, feeling heartbroken. Ignore those comments, they're just people who've been misled and don't know the truth. It's my fault. I didn't resolve this matter sooner or investigate it thoroughly, which gave Zhou Lili an opportunity to take advantage of you and caused you to suffer. Don't worry, I will clarify this matter as soon as possible, let everyone know the truth, and I will not let you suffer this injustice again. Host detected to have been subjected to malicious rumors. Partner's pregnancy has caused emotional distress. Emergency mission triggered, clarify the rumors within 4 hours and make the rumor monger Zhou Lili pay the price. Task reward, public opinion reversal mastery pregnancy emotional soothing gift pack bird's nest and stress relieving toys. A reversal of public opinion can be achieved by quickly establishing a chain of evidence, guiding public opinion in the opposite direction, and reversing negative public perception. A pregnancy emotional support package includes bird's nest to nourish and moisturize dryness, relieving physical discomfort during pregnancy, and stress-relieving toys to help calm and soothe the mind. Su Wanqing looked up at Lin Chen and pressed for an answer. Was this also done by Zhou Lili? Lin Chen nodded, picked up his phone, and pointed to the fake screenshot. They're using the same phone, and the nickname displayed is the same as before. There can't be anyone else besides her. Wanqing, lie down first, drink some warm water, and don't get too excited, it's not good for the baby. As he spoke, he helped Su Wanqing lie down and brought her a thin blanket to cover her up. I'll take care of this right now. Trust me, everything will be fine soon. With tears welling up in her eyes, Su Wanqing nodded and took Lin Chen's hand. Okay, don't worry too much. I'm fine, I'm just feeling a little unwell. Seeing this, Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed her forehead. I know, I'll come back to be with you as soon as I'm done. After saying that, he got up and left the house. After leaving, Lin Chen went to the studio immediately. Once there, he explained the situation and asked Wang Shui to record a clarification video. Upon learning of this, Wang Shui was shocked, but even more so, she was furious. I never imagined that someone would go to such lengths, they're clearly doing this on purpose. Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry. I didn't expect that my actions would cause trouble for you and Ms. Su. I'm truly sorry. Chapter 78, Public Opinion Reversal in 4 Hours. Lin Chen sighed and waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. It's just someone spreading rumors. Record a clarification video first, and I'll handle the rest. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his office, logged into the campus forum, and checked the chat history of the post that Zhou Lili had published. After careful observation, evidence was found that she had photoshopped the pictures. There are obvious signs of smearing on it, and the time shows that the chats were all around 7 p.m. But during that time, he stayed with Su Wanqing, giving her massages. The screenshot of the WeChat interface also shows some subtle differences from the latest version of WeChat. Most importantly, in the screenshot, the female assistant's WeChat profile picture is very similar to Wang Shui's, but some blurry marks can still be seen at the edges, which clearly indicates that it was a fake image downloaded from the internet. Lin Chen took screenshots of all these loopholes and saved them. He also found the chat logs and payment records from when he accompanied Su Wanqing to her prenatal checkup as proof of his alibi. In addition, Lin Chen also contacted classmates who had been the subject of Zhou Lili's rumors. She is a repeat offender and has a history of similar behavior, maliciously slandering classmates. He found the contact information of one of his classmates, explained the situation, and the classmate immediately offered to help. Joe Lilly is a repeat offender. She previously spread rumors that I had improper relationships with other people, which resulted in me being misunderstood for a long time. I never expected her to go so far. Knowing that your girlfriend is pregnant, she still deliberately posted such things to smear you. She has no good intentions. The student became increasingly angry as he spoke, and said angrily, "I'm going to contact the other classmates who have been slandered by her right now. Let's speak out together on the forum, expose her true colors, and absolutely not let her continue to be so arrogant." In just 2 hours, Lin Chen gathered all the evidence. Wang Shui's clarification video, the loopholes in the photoshopped images, her alibi, the chat logs from the workgroup, and the testimonies of several classmates who had been falsely accused by Joe Lilly of spreading rumors. He compiled this evidence into a post and published it on the campus network, giving it a very imposing title. Lin Chen himself clarified that the allegations of infidelity are completely unfounded, and also exposed the malicious actions of the rumor monger Joe Lilly. In the post, Lin Chen concisely explained the falsehood of the rumors, and then presented evidence point by point to prove his innocence and that he was not as the rumors claimed. In addition, testimonies from several other classmates revealed similar behavior by Joe Lilly. After the post was published, Lin Chen used public opinion reversal to quickly get the post to the top of the forum's homepage. At the same time, he also contacted the forum administrator, explained the situation truthfully, and requested that the clarification post be pinned to the top so that more people could see what the specific situation was like. Soon, the sentiment on the forum shifted. Wow, things took such a turn for the better, that was fast. It's Joe Lilly again. She failed to spread rumors about Lin Chen last time, but she's doing it again. Why does she always have to harm Lin Chen? We didn't notice it before, but after Lin Chen explained, the photoshopping is indeed quite obvious. We were careless before. I really feel sorry for Lin Chen's girlfriend. She's pregnant, and she must be furious after seeing this. Luckily, Lin Chen stepped up and clarified things so quickly. In addition, many people apologized to Lin Chen in the comments section. I was too impulsive before. I didn't understand what was going on before I started cursing. It's all Joe Lilly's fault. She's so shameless. Which class is she in? I'm going to find her and settle the score. At the same time, Lin Chen compiled all the evidence and sent it to the school leaders, reporting Joe Lilly for maliciously spreading rumors, disrupting school order, and damaging the reputation of others. After receiving the evidence, the counselor immediately contacted Joe Lilly. He initially denied it, but after seeing the evidence, he had no choice but to admit that he had done it all. It was jealousy that led him to do this, and it was also because of what happened before. The school takes this matter very seriously, especially given Joe Lilly's prior criminal record. This malicious fabrication of rumors has had a negative impact and seriously disrupted the school's order. After discussion at the school, Joe Lilly was given a major demerit and publicly criticized throughout the school. Because her behavior caused serious negative impacts and aroused strong dissatisfaction among teachers and students, the school suggested that she suspend her studies to reflect on her actions. With the matter resolved satisfactorily, Lin Chen went straight home. Su Wanqing was leaning back on the sofa when she saw the clarification post on the forum, which made her feel much better. Lin Chen walked to the sofa, sat down, took her hand, and gently comforted her. "Wanqing, the matter has been resolved now, and the rumors have been cleared up. Joe Lilly has to take a leave of absence from school and can no longer spread rumors about us." Su Wanqing looked at Lin Chen and nodded. "I saw it, everyone knows the truth." Lin Chen took out a box of high-quality bird's nest and a fluffy bear stress-relieving toy from the bag. He handed her the teddy bear and said with a smile, "This is a stress-relieving toy. If you feel uncomfortable, squeeze it and you'll feel much more relaxed." As he spoke, he picked up the bird's nest and stood up. "I'll go brew it for you now. Bird's nest can nourish and moisturize dryness, which is good for you and the baby." Su Wanqing took the teddy bear and gently squeezed it. The soft texture relaxed her tense emotions a lot. Watching Lin Chen busy in the kitchen, I felt a warm sense of security. More than an hour later, a steaming bowl of bird's nest was ready. Lin Chen took the spoon, gently blew on it to cool it down, and then held it to Su Wanqing's lips. "Here, try it and see how it tastes." Su Wanqing opened her mouth and drank it. The sweet taste of bird's nest melted in her mouth, moisturizing her throat and making her feel even warmer. She leaned against Lin Chen's chest and whispered. Thank you. No matter what happens, you're always by my side, which makes me feel safe and secure, and I don't need to worry about anything. Lin Chen held her and said gently. Why are we thanking each other? I also promised that I will never let you encounter such a thing again. He paused, then added. No matter what rumors are circulating outside, I want you to know that from beginning to end, you are the only one in my heart, and there will never be anyone else. Su Wanqing nestled in his arms, her face beaming with happiness. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, all my grievances and anxieties disappeared. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. As soon as he answered, an urgent voice came through. Something terrible has happened. Chapter 79 is not that simple. Li Haiming's hurried voice came through, filled with anxiety. Lin Chen sat up straight, his tone becoming serious. Mr. Li, what happened? Li Haiming's voice carried suppressed anger, though he was trying his best to control himself. The company's core system suddenly crashed, all the data became unreadable, and the machines on the production line stopped. The technical department investigated for a long time and said that someone had implanted a virus. You've done optimizations and adjustments to the system before, so you're the only one who truly understands its architecture. Come and take a look right away, or the losses will be immeasurable. Lin Chen frowned slightly, feeling something was off. When he was optimizing the system for the Li Group, he specifically added 3 layers of protection. In theory, more than 90% of the viruses on the market should not be able to penetrate it. It's really strange that this situation happened so suddenly. Moreover, the last time he went to the Li Group was 3 months ago. Now that the system has a problem, why would they contact him immediately? Without further thought, Lin Chen immediately agreed. Okay, I understand, Mr. Li. I'll go take a look right now. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing looked at him with concern. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Chen stood up, picked up his coat, bent down, and kissed her forehead. It's nothing serious. The Li Group's system was hacked and crashed. They sent me over to handle it. I'll cook for you when I get back tonight. If you're hungry, just eat the fruit on the table or call me and I'll cook for you when I get back. Su Wanqing held his hand and nodded happily. Okay, I understand. Be careful on your way. On the way there by car, he kept feeling that something was not quite right. He was very clear about the system's protection level. Unless an insider was familiar with the system's weaknesses and could accurately implant a virus, it was unlikely that such a thing would happen. More than half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the Li Group. As soon as I entered the technical department, I could feel the tense atmosphere. Dozens of machine screens displayed garbled code. The technicians looked grave and frantic, their fingers flying across the keyboards, but they still couldn't solve the problem. Li Haiming stood in the middle, his brows furrowed and his face expressionless. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, he immediately came to greet him. You finally arrived. Come and see what's going on here. Lin Chen walked to the computer, sat down, and typed on the keyboard to bring up the system's background log. His eyes followed the rapidly scrolling code on the screen. The problem was quickly discovered. The system's core program was infected with a malicious code virus, which was hidden beneath the normal program. Once triggered, it will directly disrupt the data transmission channel, causing the entire system to crash. Upon discovering the problem, Lin Chen stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Li Haiming. It was a virus that was implanted by someone. This code is very targeted and was obviously done by someone familiar with the system architecture. Moreover, the time since the implantation should not have been very long. As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing a plaid shirt and black-rimmed glasses walked out and pointed at Lin Chen angrily. It must have been you. Who else could know this system so well besides you? Lin Chen turned his head and saw that it was programmer Zhang Hongda. They met twice when the system was being optimized. At that time, Zhang Hongda had expressed his dissatisfaction with him openly and subtly, and his words were always sarcastic and pointed. Lin Chen gave him a deep look, his face calm. You need to provide evidence to support your claims. I last came 3 months ago, and during that time I didn't remotely log into the system. How could a virus have been implanted? Zhang Hongda became agitated and took 2 steps forward. Who knows if you left a backup plan all along? We've all checked, and the virus only started to lurk after you adjusted the system last time. Now that the system has crashed, and you just happened to find the source of the virus so quickly, who else could it be but you? The other programmers looked at each other, all sharing the same doubt. After all, Lin Chen was in charge of system optimization and was indeed the one who knew the system's vulnerabilities best. Although Zhang Hongda's words were somewhat harsh, they were not without reason. Li Haiming remained silent. Lin Chen's abilities were undeniable, and given their deep collaboration, he had no reason to do such a thing. It would be entirely detrimental to both himself and others. But Zhang Hongda's words made him suspicious. The coincidences were indeed too great. Lin Chen remained calm and composed, offering a placid explanation. I have absolutely no reason to do this. My cooperation with the Li Group has just gotten on track, and I get along very well with President Li. There is absolutely no need for me to do this. Zhang Hongda persisted relentlessly, pressing the issue step by step. You talk a good game, but who else besides you could implant the virus so precisely? All you're saying now is just sophistry. I can tell you're trying to extort money from me. Otherwise, why don't you just fix it directly? Why are you so eager to distance yourself? You're clearly guilty. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. It's clearly you who's been pestering me, otherwise would I have wasted so much time? He could tell that Zhang Hongda was deliberately and maliciously slandering him. I have already explained it very clearly, but he still doesn't distinguish right from wrong and blames everything on me. Host detected to be maliciously framed. Emergency mission triggered, prove your innocence and expose the real culprit. Task reward, enhanced system vulnerability tracking and data-driven recovery. Lin Chen took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and said firmly, I can prove my innocence, but the most important thing now is to repair the system and remove the virus. Otherwise, if we continue to delay, it will definitely affect normal operation, and the losses will be substantial, which no one can afford. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongda immediately retorted, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Don't try to change the subject. I think you're trying to take this opportunity to destroy evidence. I will absolutely not let you touch the computer. Forget about it. The more he says that, the more problematic it becomes. Lin Chen sneered and stared directly at Zhang Hongda. You just said that you have investigated the source and incubation period of the virus. If you have investigated, then you must have relevant records and backups. To say that I destroyed evidence is ridiculous. He paused, then raised his voice, deliberately making sure everyone could hear him clearly. Now you're stopping me from repairing it. If it causes significant damage, can you bear the responsibility? Or are you simply afraid that if I fix the system, I'll find out who the real culprit is? Chapter 80 Human Greed Knows No Bounds. Lin Chen spoke these words with conviction and force, his eyes fixed sharply on Zhang Hongda. Zhang Hongda felt uneasy under his gaze, but he still remained stubborn. I just didn't want you to succeed, who knows what you're really up to? Li Haiming glanced at the time on the wall, his expression growing increasingly grim, and he couldn't help but speak. That's enough. Let Lin Chen try. If we keep dragging this out, who will be responsible for the losses? He was also filled with doubt and wanted to find out who had done this. Right now, the most important thing is to cut your losses. Zhang Hongda, who wanted to say something more, could only reluctantly shut his mouth and silently retreat to the side after seeing Li Haiming's stern gaze. But his eyes were still filled with resentment and wariness as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen ignored him and focused her attention on the screen. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the keyboard, and lines of code appeared on the screen, arranged in a unique pattern. The technicians nearby were stunned. They had been working on it for ages without any results. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen found the core of the virus in just a few minutes. Upon seeing this, some people couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This technology is amazing. No wonder the boss wanted to collaborate with him. Yes, he's a really capable person, much better than us. Zhang Hongda stood at the back of the crowd, his face turning pale and then flushed, his hands clenched into fists. I didn't expect him to be even more capable than I imagined. I thought I could make him take the blame in this way. Now it seems that I underestimated him. About 20 minutes later, with the last enter key press, the garbled code on the screen disappeared, and the normal system interface was restored. The previously malfunctioning computers were restored to operation, eliciting gasps of amazement from the technical department. At the same time, Lin Chen found a crucial modification record and pointed to the computer screen. As you can see, this is the system's operation log. It shows that around 9 p.m. last night, someone logged into the core server using an internal employee's account and modified the program code. That's when the virus was implanted into the system. After saying this, he looked at Zhang Hongda. As I said, I last came here 3 months ago, and there have bin no login records since then. If we just check the technical department's surveillance footage from last night and see who used the core server at that time, the truth will be clear. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongda's expression visibly darkened. His eyes darted away, and he lowered his head slightly. The surveillance camera is broken and hasn't been repaired yet. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, already having the answer in his mind. What a coincidence! It's clearly someone's doing this on purpose. He stood up and walked to the monitoring computer next to him. Let me take a look first. Zhang Hongda was about to stop him, but Li Haiming stopped him with a look. Li Haiming also felt that this matter was a bit strange and wanted Lin Chen to find out what was going on. Lin Chen turned on the host and found that the monitoring screen inside was indeed black, which looked like a device malfunction. However, this was not a difficult task for him. After initiating data recovery enhancement, the anomaly was quickly detected. The surveillance equipment wasn't malfunctioning, someone simply deleted last night's footage. Lin Chen sat in the chair, typing on the keyboard to recover data, and said as he did so. The surveillance footage wasn't broken, it was deliberately deleted. This deletion was only superficial, and as long as it wasn't formatted, it can be recovered. People around gathered around, their eyes glued to the screen. Zhang Hongda stood at the very back, his body trembling uncontrollably with nervousness, his mind already racing with panic. He never expected that Lin Chen would actually restore the surveillance state, and now he was completely finished. Within minutes, a clear picture appeared on the screen. In the video, the technical staff have already left work, leaving only Zhang Hongda in the office. He looked around to make sure everyone had left, then sneakily walked to the core server, plugged in the USB drive, and started operating the computer. The entire process was captured clearly by surveillance cameras, which even showed his smug smile. At this moment, the whole truth is revealed. A commotion erupted around them, and everyone looked at Zhang Hongda with shock and disdain in their eyes. I really didn't expect it to be Zhang Hongda. Yeah, how could he be so shameless? He just accused Lin Chen of doing it, but I never imagined that he was the one deliberately trying to smear him. This is harming the company's interests. What exactly is he trying to do? Zhang Hongda's face turned ashen, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The evidence is irrefutable, he simply cannot deny it. He looked up at Li Haiming and explained. President Li, I was just confused for a moment. I was jealous of Lin Chen. I didn't expect him to be so young and already working with the company. I thought if something happened to him, I could get promoted and become the head of the technology department. Li Haiming's face turned ashen, he was furious. I never imagined that there would be such a person in my company who would do anything to harm the company's huge interests for personal gain. Zhang Hongda, you have really disappointed me. Li Haiming roared and immediately pulled out his phone. I'm calling the police right now. Your actions constitute a commercial crime. Zhang Hongda was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Haiming, his head hitting the ground heavily again and again. Mr. Li, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I really know I was wrong. Please don't call the police. I have an elderly mother to support. I can't go to jail. Li Haiming remained unmoved and still dialed the police to explain the situation. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at Zhang Hongda, who was still kneeling on the ground. Now you know you were wrong, but why didn't you do something sooner? It's too late to regret it now. Lin Chen watched this scene without gloating, only finding it somewhat amusing. He really shot himself in the foot, he can't blame anyone else but himself. Li Haiming walked up to Lin Chen, his expression somewhat subtle. I misunderstood you about this. I failed to investigate the situation properly, which caused you so much distress. Thanks to you, the company would have suffered a great loss otherwise. Lin Chen waved his hand, not paying any attention. It's nothing. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. Now that the problem is solved, I'll be going. Li Haiming nodded and said with a smile. All right, go back now. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. I will absolutely not let you suffer any injustice or be slandered like this. Chapter 81. This is using someone else to do the dirty work. After leaving the Li group, Lin Chen did not go straight home, but instead took a detour to a nearby fresh food market. Su Wanqing recently wanted to eat steamed flounder, so he specially picked out a fresh one and bought her favorite green vegetables, thinking of making her a hearty and nutritious meal that evening. When Su Wanqing returned home, she was leaning on the sofa reading a book. Hearing the door open, she got up to greet her. How did it go? Was it resolved? Did you run into any trouble? Lin Chen first put the groceries in the kitchen, then came out, took her hand, and gently squeezed it. It's all right, it's all resolved. It was a programmer from their company who was jealous of me and deliberately planted a virus to frame me. The truth has been uncovered, and Mr. Li has also reported it to the police. Hearing his words, Su Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Otherwise I was always worried that something might happen. Lin Chen gently pinched her nose and said affectionately. How could I be wronged? Don't worry, your boyfriend is very capable. Why don't you sit down and read a book for a bit? I'll go cook for you. I specially bought some braised fish today. Su Wanqing nodded, feeling very satisfied and happy. Lin Chen worked quickly, and in no time at all, he had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Looking at the brightly colored steamed pomfret in front of her, Su Wanqing swallowed. I haven't even eaten it yet, but just smelling it makes my mouth water. Lin Chen picked up a piece of fish for her with his chopsticks. This kind of fish doesn't have small bones, it has a lot of cartilage, so there's no need to pick out the bones. Su Wanqing took a bite, chewed it carefully, and looked amazed. It's so delicious. I've had it outside before, but yours is much better. Seeing how much she enjoyed her food, Lin Chen felt a great sense of accomplishment. As long as she enjoys her meal, all the hard work is worth it. The two were enjoying their meal when there was a sudden knock on the door. Su Wanqing glanced in the direction of the door, somewhat puzzled. Who is it? Who would come at this hour? Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and got up to open the door. It might be the property management, I'll go check it out. He walked to the door, looked through the peephole, and saw an old woman with gray hair standing there. He was dressed very simply, and looked somewhat haggard. Lin Chen didn't recognize her, but after thinking for a moment, he opened the door anyway. Who are you looking for? The moment the door opened and the old lady saw Lin Chen, her eyes lit up. The next second, her legs buckled and she knelt down with a thud. Young man, please, have mercy on my son. I beg you. She was very emotional and kept kowtowing. Lin Chen was startled by this sudden action and quickly reached out to help her. What are you doing? Get up. Let's talk this out. Su Wanqing also heard the commotion and walked over with her pregnant belly. He looked stunned when he saw this. What's going on? Who is she? After helping the old lady up, Lin Chen hurriedly came in to support Su Wanqing, and then looked at the old lady. What do you want? We don't even know each other. Why do you want me to let your son go? Who is your son? The old woman cried and sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. I am Zhang Hongda's mother. My son was just confused for a moment and did something wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive him this time. Zhang Hongda? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. He spoke calmly, stating the facts. What Zhang Hongda did is something I cannot forgive. He deliberately planted a virus, damaged the Li Group's system, and maliciously framed me. This has violated the law. Now the Li Group has reported the matter to the police, and it is their responsibility. I have no right to interfere. Old Tian nodded and said through tears. I know, he really knows he was wrong. I only have this one child. I had him late in life and I'm a widow. It wasn't easy raising him. If he goes to prison, how am I supposed to live the rest of my life? As they were talking, she stepped forward, grabbed Lin Chen's hand, and pleaded with him. Young man, I can tell you're a good person the moment I see you. Please have some compassion and plead with Mr. Li to drop the case. I'd do anything to spare my son, even be his slave. Hearing her words, Lin Chen withdrew his hand. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this matter is truly beyond my control. What Zhang Hongda did paralyzed the Li Group system and caused huge losses. President Li will not let this go so easily. Seeing this, the old lady quickly added. I know that Mr. Li is not someone to be trifled with, but he also said that if you are willing to forgive my son, he will consider dropping the case. Young man, please, I'm begging you. Please have pity on this old woman. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood. It turned out that the old lady was sent by Li Haiming. He had been wondering how the old lady knew he lived here. There was someone helping them behind the scenes. It's clear that Li Haiming didn't want to be the bad guy, but he also didn't want to let Zhang Hongda off easily, so he passed this hot potato to himself. Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose in Lin Chen's heart. Li Haiming is indeed a cunning and shrewd old man. He wanted to protect the company's interests and punish Zhang Hongda, but he didn't want to be seen as cold-blooded and heartless, and he also didn't want to be harassed by Zhang Hongda's mother, so he wanted the old lady to find him. If I agree to help plead for leniency, who will bear the losses of the Li Group? If he didn't agree, it would be unreasonable, and the old lady would then pester him. What a brilliant move to use someone else to do the dirty work. Lin Chen's face turned cold, and his voice was devoid of warmth. You've misunderstood. He is in control of this matter, not me. If you want to plead for him, you should go to him, not me. I don't know your son, and I have no obligation to plead for him for what he did. The old lady wouldn't give up and wanted to say something more, but Mr. Li said. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Chen interrupted her. Do you really believe what Mr. Li says? Don't you think about it? I'm not even a member of the Li Group, so why would he send you to find me? I can't help you with this. You should talk to General Manager Li, not me. Looking into Lin Chen's determined eyes, the old lady knew that he would never back down. Her tears flowed more and more, but she didn't know what to say. She also knew that this was her son's fault. But as a mother, she simply couldn't accept her son going to jail. Chapter 83 Deliberately. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen turned to Su Wanqing and said, I'm going to the Li Group for a bit, I'll be right back. Su Wanqing nodded and gave a word of advice. Okay, then go and come back soon. He definitely won't let this go so easily, so be careful. Lin Chen responded and turned to leave home. On his way to the Li Group, he had already planned everything out in his mind. This was a perfect opportunity to make Li Haiming completely lose faith in him and take the initiative to cancel the cooperation. Upon arriving at the destination, Lin Chen went directly to Li Haiming's office. In the office, besides Li Haiming, there was another young man who looked to be in his 20s, wearing an expensive suit and exuding arrogance. Li Haiming pointed to the young man and offered to introduce him. Lin Chen, let me introduce you. His name is Xin Shichao. He is a top student from the computer science department of a top university in China. He just returned from abroad and is a technical consultant that I specially hired. Then he looked at Xin Shichao. This is Lin Chen, a partner of our company. He's quite technically skilled and a great programmer. Xin Shichao looked Lin Chen up and down a few times, curling his lip with disdain. You're Lin Chen? I've heard President Li mention you before. But since President Li has hired me, there's really nothing for you to do. After all, a college student like you only knows the basics, which are practically useless. When it comes to crucial moments, you still need technical skills. All the things you learned by rote memorization are useless. His tone was full of sarcasm, and he made no attempt to hide it. Lin Chen understood. It seems that Xin Shichao is the person Li Haiming found to replace him. Li Haiming probably thinks that Xin Shichao is a returnee from overseas and more capable, so he doesn't need him anymore. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let him make such sarcastic remarks without saying a word. Lin Chen ignored him and looked at Li Haiming instead. Mr. Li, did you call me over because of some technical problem? Li Haiming pointed to the computer on his desk and explained. Here's the thing, our company plans to upgrade the system and make some innovations. The technology department has been researching for a long time, but we haven't been able to solve this problem. Xin Shichao just arrived and isn't very familiar with these things, so I wanted to ask you to come and see if you could resolve this? Lin Chen walked straight to the computer and glanced at the technical solution on the screen. It is indeed somewhat difficult, but that's for others. For him, it's nothing at all. If you want to resolve it, it will only take half an hour. But his current goal is to make Li Haiming lose trust in him, to make him think that he is incompetent, and how could he possibly help solve the problem? After staring at it for a while, Lin Chen pretended to start thinking and studying it. He scratched his head, his brows furrowed, looking worried. This problem is quite complex. It's not just difficult, it's extremely difficult. Li Haiming's eyes were full of anticipation as he waited for Lin Chen to provide the optimal solution. He had witnessed Lin Chen's abilities before, so there was definitely no problem for him. Xin Shichao stood to the side with his arms crossed, his eyes full of disdain. He could tell from Lin Chen's expression that he was definitely helpless. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen raised his head, looking somewhat helpless, and sighed. Mr. Li, this problem is indeed beyond my capabilities. In the past, when I did system optimization, I mainly focused on stability and efficiency. I really don't have much experience with this kind of upgrade that adds new features, and I'm not very good at it. Li Hyaming frowned, his face full of disappointment. You can't solve it? Aren't you supposed to be pretty good? This shouldn't be a problem for you, so why can't you do it now? Seeing him say that, Lin Chen looked guilty and explained. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I really have tried my best, but this technical problem involves many new algorithms and some new programming ideas. As Mr. Xin said, I learned a lot in school, but I don't have any practical experience. Right now, I really don't have any good ideas. Maybe I should have some more time and see if I can come up with something. Xin Shichao chuckled and stepped forward. He glanced at Lin Chen, his eyes full of mockery. Mr. Li, let me give it a try. I've encountered similar technology before when I was abroad, so solving it shouldn't be too difficult. After hearing what he said, Li Hyaming's expression softened a bit, and he nodded. Okay, you try it first. Xin Shichao sat down in front of the computer, but instead of starting to operate it, he stared at the screen and studied it for a while. Soon, he began typing on the keyboard. He moved quickly, and it was clear that he had some real skill. Lin Chen stood to the side, observing quietly. It's clear that Xin Shichao, having studied abroad, is indeed quite capable. The solution approach was correct, but there was a deviation in the key algorithm. Continuing with this procedure will not only fail to solve the problem, but may also lead to new vulnerabilities in the system. After discovering this, Lin Chen deliberately mentioned it. Mr. Xin, I think there seems to be a problem with your algorithm. A different approach might be better. For example, we could substitute the first part into the second part and then apply it to the third part. Lin Chen said this on purpose, because his method, though seemingly feasible, would actually complicate the problem further. Xin Shichao gave a disdainful sneer and mocked. Don't be ridiculous, your method won't work at all, it will only cause the system to crash. My algorithm is the most advanced, so there's definitely no problem. After saying that, he ignored Lin Chen and continued to operate according to his own ideas. Lin Chen didn't say anything, but just stood quietly to the side with a meaningful smile on his face. About an hour later, Xin Shichao shouted excitedly. Nailed it! Li Hyaming immediately went over to take a look and saw on the computer screen that the technical problem had been solved and the new function had been successfully implanted into the system. He nodded in satisfaction, praising Xin Shichao highly. You're amazing! You solved this problem in just 1 hour. That's incredible! After saying that, she turned to look at Lin Chen and shook her head in disappointment. I always thought you were very capable, but I didn't expect you couldn't even solve this problem. It seems your skills aren't that great, especially in front of someone as capable as you. Your skills are simply not up to par. Lin Chen found it amusing, but on the surface he still put on a wronged look. Mr. Li, I'm so sorry, it's my fault for not being able to help the company. Chapter 84 Discarding the donkey after it has served its purpose. Li Hyaming waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Forget it, since Xin Shichao has already solved the problem, you're no longer of any use. Let's end our cooperation here. I've finally heard that. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be shocked. He looked at Li Hyaming in disbelief, shaking his head. What do you mean by that? Our cooperation has only just begun, and there's still a lot of work for me to follow up on. How can you just cancel it like that? We didn't sign a contract before, but you're talking about a gentleman's agreement. Isn't this going a bit too far? Li Hyaming looked at him expressionlessly and said with dissatisfaction. Xin Shichao will handle the rest of the work, you don't need to worry about it. If you can't even solve such a simple technical problem, I really have no reason to continue cooperating with you. But you can rest assured that I will give you every penny of the previous cooperation payment. However, from now on, the cooperation between our Li group and you is officially cancelled, and you should not try to cause any trouble. After a pause, Li Hyaming, fearing that he might not give up, added another sentence. I advise you to think carefully before you act, and not to drag this out. You've known me for so long, and you know what kind of person I am. I suggest you don't mess with me. Having said all that, Lin Chen knew he didn't need to waste any more time with him. The objective has been achieved, and given Li Hyaming's resolute stance, there's no need to continue the pretense. Lin Chen nodded, pretending to be angry. Fine, since Mr. Li has discarded me after using me, I have nothing more to say. But let me tell you, you will definitely regret this. After saying that, he turned and left. As he left the office, he deliberately slammed the door shut. After leaving the Li group, Lin Chen got into his car and drove home. The anger on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a smug smile. He originally thought it would take a lot of effort, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. When Su Wanqing got home, she was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Upon seeing Lin Chen return, they immediately stood up to greet him. How did it go? Did Li Haiming give you any trouble? Lin Chen hugged her tightly and said excitedly. It went smoothly, so smoothly. He took the initiative to cancel the cooperation with me, and I finally got rid of this troublesome guy. Su Wanqing looked at him with surprise and quickly asked him. How did you do that? How could someone as shrewd as him in the business world let you off so easily? What method did you use? Lin Chen told Su Wanqing what had happened, including how he pretended to be stupid and made Li Haiming disappointed in him. Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh and patted his back lightly. You're so mean. But that Xin Shichao is really something, coming back from abroad. How come he didn't notice? Were you deliberately misleading him? He's so stupid. Lin Chen shook his head and explained with a smile. He wasn't fooled by me, he was just too arrogant. He thought that because he graduated from a prestigious university and had overseas study experience, he looked down on people, which is why he easily fell into the trap I set. After hearing what he said, Su Wanqing nodded thoughtfully and roughly understood. However, I'm still a little worried. Won't he realize something's wrong soon? Lin Chen shook his head and said confidently. Don't worry, it won't be that fast. I deliberately left a hidden vulnerability in the system. This vulnerability will not be visible under normal circumstances, but it will be exposed within 3 days once they start using the upgraded system in batches. At that time, the entire system will be paralyzed, which will be even more serious than the last virus. Su Wanqing laughed and replied. When the time comes, Li Haiming will definitely come begging to you for mercy, pleading with you to let him go back and help. Let's see how much he regrets it then. Lin Chen gently pinched her cheek and shook his head dismissively. Even if I regret it, it's too late. I won't help him anymore. Besides, I've already contacted a new partner who is more powerful than the Li Group. Once Li Haiming runs into trouble, our new cooperation should start. Su Wanqing felt safe and secure nestled in Lin Chen's arms. She knew that Lin Chen never fought a battle unprepared. Since he's already prepared to do this, every step he takes is planned. Ding! Mission complete. Top-tier business resource connections and crisis management skills unlocked. A cash reward of 1 million has been credited to your account. Please check. Su Wanqing was curious and pressed for an answer. Who is this even more powerful partner you mentioned? Someone even more powerful than Li Haiming? I really can't think of anyone. Seeing her curiosity, Lin Chen didn't hide anything and spoke directly. It's the Bai family from Beijing. These words shocked Su Wanqing even more, and she pressed for an answer, still puzzled. The Bai family of Beijing? That's a very powerful family, one of the top families in the country. How could they possibly be cooperating with us? Lin Chen laughed and explained. They discovered my smart self-service printer, thought it had great potential, and wanted to cooperate with me in depth. Cooperating with the Bai family is more valuable to us. With the Bai family around, even if Li Haiming wants to do something, it's just wishful thinking. Su Wanqing was initially worried that if Li Haiming went too far, they wouldn't be able to handle it. However, if we can cooperate with the Bai family, this won't be a problem. 3 days later, Lin Chen was awakened by a rapid ringing of his cell phone before he was fully awake. He groggily picked up his phone and glanced at it, only to find it was a call from Li Haiming, which instantly sobered him up a bit. The fact that he suddenly contacted me at this time makes it easy to guess what happened. Lin Chen deliberately didn't answer the phone, and only picked it up slowly when the ringing was about to stop. As soon as the call was answered, Li Haiming's furious roar came from the other end. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Why are you only answering the phone now? Don't you know I need to talk to you urgently? Xin Shichao discovered a problem while upgrading the system yesterday. Now the entire system is paralyzed, and even our production line cannot operate normally. We cannot deliver customer orders. If this continues, we don't know how much we will have to pay in breach of contract penalties. You need to come and solve this for me right away. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes slowly, yawned, and said unhurriedly. Mr. Li, I'm still sleepy and haven't fully woken up yet. I need to sleep a little longer. Hearing him say that made Li Haiming even angrier. Come here right now, I'm ordering you. Chapter 85, wasn't he just shamelessly begging? Lin Chen feigned surprise and asked in confusion. Mr. Li, that's not a very nice thing to say. We've already terminated our cooperation. Besides, you now have Xin Shichao, that top student who returned from abroad. Why are you still coming to me? Besides, I have things to do right now, a lot of things that need my attention, and I don't have time to clean up your mess. Li Haiming was furious. He never expected this kid to dare talk to him like that. However, given the current situation, we cannot afford to delay any longer. Every second of delay is a loss. He took a deep breath, trying his best to control his emotions, and slowly opened his mouth. Lin Chen, what happened before was my fault. Come and help me solve the problem first, and our previous cooperation can be restored. In addition, I will give you 3 times the reward, no, 5 times. Lin Chen pretended to hesitate, but inside he was overjoyed. 5 times? Mr. Li, this isn't about the money. It's about how you so heartlessly cancelled the cooperation before, and now that you're in trouble, you only think of me. Isn't that a bit too much? I may not be a powerful figure, but I can't let people bully me like this, can I? I believe I've done a decent job before and haven't done anything to wrong you, but what you did has broken my heart. Let's just let this go. Seeing that he was still holding a grudge about what had happened before, Li Haiming lowered his stance again and softened his tone. Lin Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you that way, and I shouldn't have cancelled the cooperation. Please be magnanimous and help me this once. From now on, we'll do whatever you say in our cooperation. He suppressed his anger, but inside he was furious. This kid deliberately said those things at this time. He was clearly trying to make things difficult for us. Once this trouble is over, he'll definitely make the kid pay. Lin Chen knew what kind of person Li Haiming was, and he was even more aware that even if he helped him at this time, Li Haiming would not be grateful, but would think that it was something he should do. Knowing all this, Lin Chen refused to agree. Lin Chen deliberately piqued everyone's interest before letting out a soft sigh. Alright then, since Mr. Li is so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree. But I haven't rested well, so I need to sleep a little longer, otherwise it will affect my health. I'll have to go later. Why don't you let Xin Shichao try first and see if he can solve the problem? If not, then come to me. At this point, Li Haiming finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared out in anger. If he could solve it, why would I need to contact you? He's completely panicked now, he can't figure out what the problem is at all. You need to come over quickly. Lin Chen remained unhurried and spoke slowly. What's the rush? A system crash isn't something that can be fixed in a day or two. Even if I go there now, I can't guarantee I can fix it right away. I'll take a nap first, and we'll talk about everything when I wake up. Without waiting for his response, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Then I put my phone on silent and went back to sleep. At that moment, footsteps sounded, and Su Wanqing walked in. Upon seeing her, Lin Chen sat up. Did I wake you up with my phone call just now? It was Li Haiming calling, saying that a system vulnerability has been exploited and his production line has crashed, and he's begging me to fix it. Su Wanqing nodded and pressed for an answer. So what are you planning to do? If you really don't do anything, I'm afraid Li Haiming definitely won't let it go. Lin Chen nodded and shared his thoughts. Let's deliberately leave him hanging for a while. Who told him to be so arrogant before? Now we'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. I'll go over when he is as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. That way, I'll have the initiative in my hands, instead of having to listen to whatever he says. Su Wanqing sat on the bed, leaning against Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen made room for him and patted him on the shoulder. Why don't you lie here? I'll hold you and we can sleep for a while. Su Wanqing nodded shyly and lay down next to Lin Chen. This was the first time they had lain together since they confirmed their relationship. With him around, Su Wanqing always felt at ease and quickly fell asleep. Lin Chen woke up around 10 a.m. After washing up, he sent Su Wanqing the breakfast he had made. Only after she finished eating did he go directly to the Li group. Upon arriving at the Li group, Lin Chen had just stepped inside when he saw Li Haiming rushing out of the elevator, looking anxious. The moment they saw Lin Chen, it was like seeing a lifeline, and they immediately rushed over. Lin Chen, you finally arrived. Come with me to the technical department quickly. The situation is urgent, and I have no choice but to ask you for help. You must resolve this quickly. We can't let this delay any longer. The longer it goes on, the greater my losses will be. Lin Chen followed behind him at a leisurely pace, finding it somewhat amusing. This outcome is entirely his own doing, and he has no one else to blame but himself. They walked into the technical department, which was a complete mess. The technicians all looked worried and had no clue what to do, so they could only bury themselves in their research. Xin Shichao was sweating profusely with anxiety. He sat in front of the computer, typing furiously on the keyboard, but made no progress. This was the first time he had encountered something like this, and he had no idea how to solve it. When the technical staff saw Lin Chen arrive, they instantly saw hope and quickly went to greet him. Lin Chen, you finally arrived. We've run out of ideas, so we have no choice but to ask you for help. When Xin Shichao saw him, he also felt a little embarrassed. She had previously mocked him, but now she was stumped and had no idea what to do. Seeing that Lin Chen was still standing there, Li Haiming urged him on. Quickly take a look at what's going on and fix it as soon as possible. Lin Chen didn't rush to look at the computer. Instead, he found a chair, sat down, and spoke slowly. Mr. Li, don't be anxious. I'm currently free, not your partner. If you want me to solve this problem, shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? You haven't forgotten that you made the decision to cancel our cooperation without my consent, have you? Li Haiming was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized what he meant, nodded, and replied. Okay, Lin Chen, I was wrong before. I apologize to you here. I shouldn't have cancelled the cooperation with you. But the situation is urgent right now, so don't worry about it too much. I can assure you that as long as you can solve this problem, we can resume our cooperation immediately. I'll give you 5 times the reward for this, so you won't have gone to all this trouble for nothing. Chapter 86. You have no chance. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. 5 times the reward? Mr. Li, do you think I'm someone who's short of money? Or do you think that as long as you give me money, I can pretend nothing happened, no matter what kind of humiliation I suffered before? Li Haiming was extremely anxious and didn't want to argue with him anymore, so he directly pressed for an answer. Then tell me, what do you want? As long as it solves the problem, whatever the conditions, name your price, and I'll agree to it. Lin Chen walked to the computer, glanced at the screen, and then slowly said. Mr. Li, it's not that I don't want to help you, but we've already cancelled the cooperation. If I help you solve the problem now, people might think I'm being shameless and clingy, and that I can't live without the Li group. Seeing that he refused to help and said such things, Li Haiming finally couldn't hold back anymore. His face was ashen as he glared at Lin Chen. Don't go too far. I, Li Haiming, have never begged anyone like this before. I'm giving you a chance by asking for your help now. Don't be ungrateful. If you really offend me, you'll be in big trouble. Lin Chen nodded, having anticipated that he would pull this stunt. I know that Mr. Li has connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles, and that makes it impossible for me to stay in this city. He paused for a moment, then continued. However, I am completely unyielding to both soft and hard approaches, and I am not afraid of any method you use. As he spoke, he took out his phone from his pocket, opened a video, and handed it to Li Haiming to watch. Mr. Li, I think you should take a look at this. The video shows a video call between Lin Chen and a middle-aged man. The two were discussing a collaboration, and the middle-aged man clearly stated that he was willing to cooperate with Lin Chen's studio and invest 200 million yuan to jointly develop a new project. The moment Li Haiming saw the man, his eyes widened in shock. He recognized him at a glance. It was Bai Jinying, the head of the Bai family in Beijing. He never imagined that Lin Chen would be able to establish a connection with the Bai family in Beijing. What kind of entity is the Bai family? They are a top-tier business tycoon in the country, with influence spanning the entire industry. Let alone his small Li group, even the entire business community of the city is not worth mentioning in front of the Bai family. Li Haiming stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. You really cooperated with the Bai family? Lin Che put away his phone, nodded, and spoke calmly. That's right. Actually, the Bai family contacted me before we even started working together, wanting to collaborate. But I had already promised you, and I didn't want to break my promise, so I refused. But things are different now. We no longer have a cooperative relationship, so naturally I have started cooperating with the Bai family again. At this point, Lin Chen smiled and looked at Li Haiming. Mr. Li, I know how powerful you are, and I know even more that you have connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. So you can threaten me all you want, but I can tell you that the Bai family's power is beyond your reach. If you dare to touch me, not only will I make it impossible for you to stay in this city, but your Li group will also be wiped out overnight. Li Hyaming's face turned pale. Only then did he realize how foolish and ridiculous he had been. He truly mistook a fisheye for a pearl, abandoning such a capable person as Lin Chen for Xin Shichao. The Bai family chose Lin Chen because they valued his abilities and the immense wealth he could bring. Thinking about this, Li Hyaming felt even more regretful. At the same time, he was also very clear that with the Bai family as his backer, Lin Chen was someone he couldn't afford to offend. His tone softened completely, and he pleaded. Lin Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cancelled the cooperation, and I shouldn't have threatened you. Please forgive me this once, you're so magnanimous. If we cooperate again, we can redistribute compensation, and I can also transfer some of my company shares to you. Lin Chen saw through his little scheme perfectly and naturally understood what he wanted to do. Unfortunately, he misused his cleverness. Lin Chen's tone was indifferent, and he directly refused. No need, you have no chance. I've already cooperated with the Bai family, and it's impossible for me to continue cooperating with you. Moreover, someone as fickle and selfish as you is not worthy of cooperating with me. The host is being begged by a former business partner, triggering a temporary task. Your Excellency has a lot of help to resolve this issue, and at the same time, dismiss Xin Shichao. Task rewards, increased number of collaborative projects, 1 million in startup funding. As the system voice faded, Lin Chen looked at Li Hyaming. I can help fix this system vulnerability, but I have one condition. Li Hyaming eagerly pressed on, what are the conditions? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen replied. You must publicly apologize to me, admit your mistakes, and compensate me for the losses caused by canceling the cooperation. Furthermore, we must fire Xin Shichao and blacklist him from the industry. He has no real skills. Even if he studied abroad, he's nothing but a fraud without any real talent. Looking at the paralyzed system in front of him, Li Hyaming agreed without any hesitation. No problem at all. As long as you can fix the vulnerability, I'll agree to any conditions. Lin Chen said nothing more, walked directly to the computer, and began typing. Ding! System vulnerability tracking has been initiated. Fixing this vulnerability would be a piece of cake for him. In less than 20 minutes, the system returned to normal and the production line restarted. Seeing that the system was finally fixed, Li Hyaming breathed a sigh of relief. At Lin Chen's request, the company employees were summoned, and a public apology was issued to Lin Chen, along with compensation for his losses. Xin Shichao didn't wait to be fired. Instead, he obediently handed in his resignation and left in a sorry state. After doing all this, Lin Chen left without lingering. As Lin Chen stepped out of the office building, bathed in the warm sunlight, he felt incredibly relaxed. He has finally gotten rid of Li Hyaming, and has also made connections with the Bai family in Beijing. His future path will definitely become wider and wider. When Lin Chen returned, Su Wanqing's anxious heart calmed down a bit, and she hurriedly asked him questions. How did it go? How was the matter resolved? Did he give you any trouble? Lin Chen shook his head and told her the whole story. After hearing this, Su Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought he would deliberately make things difficult for you. Now that he knows you're cooperating with the Bai family, he's worried about provoking them, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. He's probably kicking himself now, he shouldn't have treated you like that. Chapter 87 Infinite Prospects. Lin Chen took Su Wanqing's hand and gently stroked it. That's all Li Hyaming's own fault, who else can he blame? He paused, then sighed softly, looking slightly melancholy. He's about to go to Beijing to discuss cooperation with the Bai family. It will take at least a week. I can't be by Su Wanqing's side, and I'm always worried that something might happen to her. Seeing his reaction, Su Wanqing also understood his thoughts. She rested her head on his shoulder and whispered. You'll be gone for a whole week. It's drier in Beijing than here, so remember to drink plenty of warm water. Lin Chen put his arm around her shoulder, his voice soft and gentle, and turned his head to place a kiss on the top of her head. Okay, I understand. Take good care of yourself at home, eat and sleep on time, don't stay up late, and call me anytime if you need anything, no matter how late it is. Then, he turned his gaze to Su Wanqing's stomach, placed his hand on it, and gently stroked it. Baby, stay with mommy for me and wait patiently for me to come back. Su Wanqing laughed at what he said, her eyes becoming moist and hot. Don't worry about me. You can focus on your business. My mom will come and keep me company. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. The two cuddled together for a while before going to sleep. Tonight, they slept in the same room. Sue's mother arrived early the next morning. She bought a lot of things, she said as soon as she entered the door. Xiaolin, I bought a lot of things. Eat something so you'll have more energy on the way. Lin Chen had just finished making breakfast and brought it out to eat with Su Wanqing. While he was eating, Su's mother sighed. I never expected Xiaolin to be so capable now. I remember when I first found out you two were together, you told me that Xiaolin had nothing. I was worried that you would suffer with him. In just a few months, they've first developed self-service printers, then partnered with many business owners, and now they're even going to collaborate with the Bai family in Beijing. That's the Bai family. They're one of the top companies in the country. Wanqing, you really didn't misjudge them. Su Wanqing smiled proudly and glanced at Lin Chen. Mom, he earned all of this through his own hard work. Besides taking care of me, he also had to handle various work matters. He was so busy that he was constantly on the go. Sometimes, he would stay up late into the night. He deserves all the success he has achieved. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and smiled. Auntie, you flatter me. I was just lucky, that's why I seized the opportunity. Besides, without Wanqing's support, I wouldn't be where I am today. After breakfast, Lin Chen gave Su Wanqing a few more instructions before reluctantly leaving. Su Wanqing stood by the window, watching Lin Chen's figure gradually disappear, and she sighed softly. I hope he has a safe journey. Su's mother came over to support her and gently comforted her. Of course they will. Xiaolin is so capable and reliable, the Bai family will definitely be willing to cooperate with him. Lie down for a while, I'll go make you some chicken soup to nourish your body. 4 or 5 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at Beijing Airport. As soon as I came out, I saw a woman holding a sign that read, "Continue with Lin Chen." The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with fair skin and delicate, beautiful features. When Lin Chen approached, a hint of disdain flashed in the woman's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She stepped forward and spoke calmly. Hello, I'm Bai Ruixin. My dad asked me to pick you up. Lin Chen extended his hand, his tone calm. Hello, Miss Bai, I am Lin Chen. He could sense the superiority in her, but he didn't try to please her instead, he treated her as an equal. Bai Ruixin simply touched the ground with her fingertips as a symbolic gesture, which signified a handshake. Come with me. After arriving at the parking lot, the two got into a Porsche. Bai Ruixin started the car and headed straight for the Bai Group. On the way there, she glanced at Lin Chen sitting in the back through the rearview mirror. I've heard about your smart self-service printer project, but to be honest, I'm not very optimistic about its prospects. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at her, but did not immediately refute her. Bai Ruixin continued speaking. Now everyone uses mobile payment and conducts business online. Self-service printers are just for copying and printing documents and photos, so their function is very limited and their audience is also limited. In addition, there are already many similar devices on the market, making the competition fierce. It will be very difficult to scale up your business. She spoke dismissively, making no attempt to hide her true feelings, genuinely believing that Lin Chen's project had no future. I only came to pick him up because of my father's orders. Ding! Main quest triggered, persuade Bai Ruixin to explain the future market prospects of smart self-service printers and gain her approval. Task reward, hacker defense technology, cash reward of 1 million. Lin Chen looked at Bai Ruixin, his tone calm and without the slightest panic. Ms. Bai, what you said does make some sense, but it also shows that your understanding of smart self-service printers is not deep enough. You say it has limited functionality, which is a common problem with ordinary printers on the market, but my smart self-service printer is something that ordinary devices cannot compare to. After a pause, Lin Chen continued. My smart self-service printer, in addition to basic printing, copying and scanning functions, also has functions such as ID card copying and document transfer. And most importantly, I plan to integrate the latest AI technology into it, which will make the self-service printers more intelligent. Then, they will be easy to operate with just voice commands. Upon hearing his words, Bai Ruixin tightened her grip on the steering wheel. As for your claim that the target audience is limited, it's because you don't understand the market well enough, which is why you made such a wrong judgment. Compared to the outdated and simple printers on the market, my smart self-service printer is far ahead. I think this is also a major reason why Mr. Bai chose to cooperate with me. Lin Chen's words were reasonable and well-founded, without any deliberate exaggeration. There was no deliberate attempt to ingratiate themselves, they simply spoke the truth. Bai Ruixin fell silent. She originally thought that Lin Chen would be like other people who wanted to curry favor with the Bai family, flattering them or desperately praising his project in order to get a cooperation. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen was different from the others. He has a very clear understanding of his project, and also has many insights and ideas about its future development. She didn't try to please or flatter Bai Jinying just because she was his daughter, but treated her with a normal attitude, which made her feel very comfortable. Chapter 88. Let me give it a try. Bai Ruixin's tone softened considerably, and her attitude towards Lin Chen changed. I didn't expect you to have such in-depth research on this project and to have such unique insights. What you said does make some sense. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then continued. I just did a little research. To succeed in any project, you need to have a thorough understanding of the market. The car soon arrived at the headquarters building of the Bai Group. The building has dozens of floors and is decorated in a very luxurious style, which is enough to show the strength of the Bai Group. After parking the car, Bai Ruixin led Lin Chen into the company. Upon entering, the receptionist greeted Bai Ruixin respectfully. The two took a private elevator directly to the top floor. Bai Ruixin first led Lin Chen into a conference room and said, "Wait here for a moment, I'll go get my dad." A few minutes later, the meeting room door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a dark suit, with a refined yet dignified demeanor, walked in. He is Bai Jinying, the person in charge of the Bai family. His eyes were sharp, and he paused for a moment, somewhat surprised, when he saw Lin Chen. He had heard of Lin Chen's technology and projects before. During the previous video call, Lin Chen had been pointing the camera at his computer screen and giving a detailed introduction. He never expected that Lin Chen would be so young. She looked a few years younger than her own daughter. Bai Jinying stepped forward and nodded. You're so young and promising. I didn't expect you to be so young. Lin Chen stood up, extended his hand to shake hands with him, and smiled politely. Mr. Bai, you flatter me. Compared to your achievements in the business world, my accomplishments are nothing. After the two sat down, Bai Jinying had his assistant pour tea and then got straight to the point. We've already discussed the collaboration on smart self-service printers extensively. Ruixin just mentioned that you're very confident about the market's prospects. Could you elaborate a bit more? Lin Chen nodded and explained what Bai Ruixin had just said, using more specific examples. Mr. Bai, my self-service printers not only have great potential in the domestic market, but also in the international market, and we can also cooperate with e-commerce platforms. Bai Jinying became more and more satisfied as he listened, and he also admired Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, he not only possesses excellent technical skills but also such a keen business sense, and has a very clear plan for future development. Bai Jinying couldn't help but clap his hands and applaud when Lin Chen spoke. Well said. I'm really impressed with you. Your idea is excellent, forward-thinking, and the project has great potential. I am increasingly confident in our cooperation. As the two were having a pleasant conversation, the meeting room door was suddenly pushed open. The assistant rushed in and said hurriedly, Mr. Bai, something terrible has happened. The company's system has been attacked by hackers and is now completely paralyzed. The technical department is at a loss and doesn't know what to do. Bai Jinying's face instantly darkened. The paralysis of the core business system meant that all aspects of the company would come to a standstill. Every minute of pause will result in enormous losses. He stood up abruptly and questioned them sharply. What are the people in the tech department doing? How could they let hackers exploit this loophole? After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Lin Chen. There's been a slight emergency at the company. Please wait here for a moment while I go and take care of it. After saying that, he hurriedly left the conference room with his assistant. Lin Chen sat in the conference room, silently pondering. As a top-tier corporation, Bai Group should have very robust security and protection technologies, making it unlikely that its core systems could be easily breached by hackers. Either this hacker is incredibly skilled, or there's a mole within the company that gave the other side the opportunity to take advantage. Time passed by, and an hour and a half had gone by in the blink of an eye, but Bai Jinying still hadn't returned. Lin Chen looked at Bai Ruixin, who was sitting restlessly beside him, and spoke. Miss Bai, why don't we go out and take a look? I know a bit about programming and network security, maybe I can be of some help. Bai Ruixin paused for a moment, then nodded. She didn't take his words to heart. The Bai Group's technical team brings together the nation's top talents. Even they find hacker attacks difficult to handle. How could Lin Chen, a young student, possibly solve it? However, it's already quite remarkable that they have such good intentions. The two walked out of the conference room and saw that the technical department was in a mess. Dozens of technicians surrounded the computer, their fingers flying across the keyboard, their eyes glued to the screen, but they still couldn't find a solution. Bai Jinying stood to the side with a cold face, equally anxious. Lin Chen stepped forward, glanced at the garbled code on the screen and the constantly changing attack commands, and instantly understood. The attacker used a new type of attack method, which included implanting a virus, blocking the server, and disrupting the transmission of core data. The method was very sophisticated. This shows that the opponent is quite powerful. Ding! Emergency mission triggered. Help the Bai group resolve the hacker attack, repair the core business system, and gain the trust of the Bai family. Task reward, Super Firewall, exclusive cooperation rights with Bai Jia. Lin Chen's lips curled up, and he took a few steps forward to look at Bai Jinying. Mr. Bai, let me try. Perhaps I have a way. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire technical department, and everyone's eyes fell on him. A middle-aged man with a large belly, wearing a navy blue suit, stepped forward. He is Gao Feng, the technical director of the technology department. He looked Lin Chen up and down, then gave a disdainful sneer. The Bai Group's technical team consists of industry elites. If we can't solve this problem, do you have a solution? Bai Jinying also frowned slightly, looking at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. I know you mean well, but this hacking attack is no small matter. The attackers are very skilled, and even our technical department is helpless. I'm afraid you can't be of much help. The meaning of the words is already quite clear. If you're not capable, don't make things worse. Lin Chen did not back down and insisted. President Bai, we have to try to know if it will work or not. Every minute the system is down, the more losses the company will suffer. Why not let me give it a try? Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Seeing his insistence, Bai Jinying hesitated. At this moment, Bai Ruixin suddenly spoke up. Dad, let him give it a try. The situation is so urgent now. Every extra person means a greater chance of success. Since no one has come up with a solution, we're just wasting time. Since Lin Chen has stepped forward and said these words, he must be confident. Chapter 89 Effortlessly. When Bai Ruixin listened to Lin Chen's analysis of the self-service printer market, she realized that he wasn't just someone who talked big. Since the company's technical staff were also at a loss, they might as well let him give it a try, even if it seemed hopeless. For some reason, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. Gao Feng tried to stop him, but Bai Jinying raised his hand to stop him. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Lin Chen and finally nodded. All right, give it a try and see if it works. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it doesn't work and you can't solve it, I won't blame you. He didn't have high hopes, but he felt that Lin Chen meant well and he couldn't refuse, plus he really didn't have any other choice at the moment. The surrounding technicians were talking amongst themselves. Who is this kid? He's young, but he's got quite the nerve. If we can't solve this, how could he? I heard they're from the printer business and they're here to discuss a collaboration. It's hilarious that someone who doesn't need technical skills to print a printer would understand cybersecurity. He probably wants to impress President Bai, but it would be interesting if he embarrassed himself later. Lin Chen ignored these words, walked straight to the computer, asked the technicians to make way, sat down, and placed his hands on the keyboard. Super Firewall is now activated. In an instant, a clear path of the hacker attack, as well as the core code and vulnerabilities of the virus, appeared in Lin Chen's mind. The next second, his fingers suddenly started moving rapidly. The speed was astonishing. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was just randomly typing, but the technicians staring at the screen could see very clearly that he was modifying the program in a very peculiar way. As the characters on the screen continued to jump around, the messy code gradually became orderly. The technicians, who were originally waiting to see a good show, were dumbfounded, never expecting that this kid was so amazing. So many of them had been researching for so long without any clue, but he just glanced at it, started operating it, and even found a solution. Bai Jinying was astonished, never expecting that this seemingly young and unremarkable man would possess such superb skills. Bai Ruixin, enduring Lin Chen's serious profile, couldn't help but laugh. This Lin Chen was really getting more and more interesting. It seems I underestimated him. He's even more interesting than I imagined. About half an hour later, the previously paralyzed system returned to normal, and all functions resumed operation. Lin Chen stood up, his face calm, and turned to look at Bai Jinying. Mr. Bai, the system has been fixed. His tone was relaxed, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. The technical department was silent, no one spoke, everyone was stunned by him. Bai Jinying stepped forward, grasped Lin Chen's hand, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely intervention, our losses would have been immeasurable. Lin Chen smiled modestly and shook his head. Mr. Bai, you flatter me. I was just lucky. I happen to know a little about this kind of technology, and I also happen to find a vulnerability in the hacker's system. It's nothing. He was not arrogant about his achievements, but rather very humble, which made Bai Jinying appreciate him even more. Not only is he capable and technically proficient, but he is also incredibly humble and composed. Young people like this have unlimited potential for the future. Bai Ruixin saw his performance and began to appreciate it more. Lin Chen was different from all the boys she had met before. He not only had a business mind but also such amazing skills. Most importantly, he is humble and low-key, completely different from those who are sycophantic and opportunistic. Bai Ruixin stepped forward and praised. You're amazing. I underestimated you before. Lin Chen stood up and turned to look at her. Miss Bai, you flatter me. This was just a coincidence, and I didn't do anything. Seeing this scene, Bai Jinying had already made up his mind. He originally only intended to collaborate with Lin Chen on a printer project, but now it seems that Lin Chen's value goes far beyond that. We must make the most of such outstanding talent. Nighttime, Bai Family Villa. Bai Ruixin picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks but didn't touch it. Instead, she said excitedly. Dad, Lin Chen was so cool when he was operating the repair system. Everyone else was sweating profusely but couldn't find the problem, but he sat down and fixed it in less than half an hour. I really didn't expect that he was so young and so amazing. Bai Jinying took a small sip of her juice and glanced at her daughter out of the corner of her eye. She usually keeps her distance from everyone and has an air of arrogance few people can catch her eye. Among so many people in the company, it's rare for her to say a single word of praise. Today, however, she was praising someone she had only known for a day. She had been talking about Lin Chen from the beginning of the meal and hadn't finished yet. Bai Ruixin was unaware of her father's gaze and continued talking to herself, her tone full of admiration. Also, when he analyzed the market with me, his logic was exceptionally clear. He even considered overseas markets, which is much better than what our marketing department people do. Most importantly, he's not arrogant at all. He solved such a big problem, but he said it was just good luck. This humility is so much better than any of the men I've met before, it's a huge difference. Bai Ruixin's mother, Zhao Shuan, chimed in with a smile. What's wrong with this child today? Has this young man named Lin Chen bewitched him? Bai Ruixin's ears turned red instantly. She picked up her chopsticks and shoveled rice into her mouth, feeling inexplicably guilty. However, she didn't admit it, and just mumbled incoherently. No, I just think he's really amazing, unlike anyone I've met before. Bai Jinying looked at her and pressed for an answer. What's the difference? Is it their abilities, or their character? Bai Ruixin raised her head and answered immediately. They're all different. The people I've met before were either arrogant and looked down on everyone else because they had some family background, or they wanted to climb the social ladder by relying on the Bai family. Their words and actions were all calculated. But Lin Chen is different. Whether he's facing me or Dad, he's neither humble nor arrogant. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Bai Jinying understood. He put down his chopsticks and leaned forward slightly. Ruixin, tell Dad honestly, have you fallen for Lin Chen? Bai Ruixin's face flushed red instantly, and she quickly shook her head in denial. Dad, don't talk nonsense. I didn't. I just think he's a good person and very capable. Don't overthink it. Chapter 90 An Opportunity to Rise to the Top. Bai Ruixin herself didn't realize that she seemed to have unknowingly fallen in love with Lin Chen. Even though they had only known each other for a day, her heart was already uncontrollably drawn to him. This affection came too suddenly. She hadn't even figured it out herself before her father exposed it, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed and flustered. When Bai Jinying saw his daughter looking so helpless for the first time, he couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, if you like someone, just like them. What's there to be shy about? Dad also thinks Lin Chen is a pretty good guy. He's capable, humble, and seems to have an upright character. He paused, then added. You know, Dad has never wanted you to get married, and even less so to marry someone you don't like through an arranged marriage. Our Bai family is large and wealthy. I've always wanted to find a reliable and capable son-in-law who can help you manage the business and take care of you. I think Lin Chen is a good fit and meets my requirements. Bai Ruixin's face turned even redder, and she said shyly and coquettishly, "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about?" As she spoke, she stood up. "I'm full, I'm going back to my room now." She hurried upstairs, and behind her came Zhao Shujuan's helpless laughter. This child still can't keep his composure at all. Bai Jinying smiled. How could he not see through his daughter's thoughts? Since she liked him, and Lin Chen was such a rare talent, this matter needed to be carefully planned. After washing up at the hotel, Lin Chen couldn't wait to pick up his phone and make a video call to Su Wanqing. The moment the call connected, Su Wanqing's gentle smile appeared on the screen. She was wearing loose loungewear, her hair casually draped over her shoulders. "How was your day? Are you tired?" Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, speaking softly. "I'm not tired, I just miss you and the baby. Everything is going smoothly in Beijing. I had a good chat with President Bai and Miss Bai today. We'll be discussing cooperation in the next few days, so I'll try to get back as soon as possible." Su Wanqing smiled and nodded, gently stroking her protruding belly. "That's good. My baby and I miss you too." The two chatted for a long time until Su Wanqing yawned, at which point Lin Chen reluctantly said goodbye. "It's getting late, you should get some rest." The next morning, Lin Chen arrived at the Bai Group. Today, Bai Jinying did not take him to the conference room, but instead took him directly to his office. Once inside, he didn't discuss cooperation with Lin Chen. Instead, they chatted idly. "Lin Chen, it's truly remarkable that you're so talented at such a young age. What's even more surprising is that you're still just a college student, yet you're so intelligent. Your future is limitless. My Ruixin is 3 years older than you, but she is nowhere near as good as you. I've spoiled her rotten. She is clumsy and careless." Lin Chen responded with a smile. "Miss Bai is very outstanding. In our brief interaction yesterday, I found her to be very capable and has her own unique insights into the market. I believe it won't be long before she's able to help President Bai with his work." Bai Jinying sighed and said helplessly, "She's been too well protected and hasn't experienced any setbacks. She still needs to be tempered and refined over time." Then, he changed the subject. "By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen paused for a moment, not understanding what he meant, but still nodded. "I have a girlfriend." Bai Jinying had already considered this matter, so it wasn't surprising that he had this speculation. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. "Lin Chen, I admire your ability and character. I only have one daughter. You have always wanted to find a capable and reliable son-in-law to manage the Bai family and take good care of Ruixin. I think you two get along quite well. If you're willing, you'll have an opportunity. Once you really become my son-in-law, all the resources of the Bai family will be at your disposal. If you want your project to grow bigger and stronger, it will be a piece of cake. As for your current girlfriend, I can give her a generous compensation that I guarantee she won't be able to refuse." Lin Chen's smile faded slightly. Of course, he understood what becoming the Bai family's son-in-law meant. That was an opportunity to rise to the top in one step, a shortcut that countless people dreamed of. Wealth, status, and resources are all readily available. But for Lin Chen, this was simply too absurd. Ding! Host facing a tough choice detected. Emergency mission triggered, refused by Jinying's offer so he can accept it gracefully. Mission reward, deep cooperation rights with the Bai family, cash reward of 2 million. Lin Chen stood up and looked at Bai Jinying. "Mr. Bai, I am very grateful for your high regard for me, but I cannot agree to your request. I already have a girlfriend, and she is now pregnant with my child. I will absolutely not abandon her at this time." Bai Jinying's smile vanished, and he frowned as he looked at him, offering a reminder. "Lin Chen, you need to think this through. While feelings are important, future prospects and opportunities are even more precious. Becoming the Bai family's son-in-law can save you decades of struggle, or even a lifetime. Your current project has potential, but to scale it up, you'll need a lot of funding and resources, which the Bai family can provide." Seeing him say this, Lin Chen nodded in agreement, but his resolve remained unwavering. "Mr. Bai, I understand what you're saying, but what I want is to earn it through my own efforts, not by sacrificing feelings in exchange. You may value my character and abilities, which is why you want me to be your son-in-law. But if I were to abandon my pregnant girlfriend for my future and personal gain, would you still feel comfortable entrusting your daughter and the Bai family to me? Someone like me is not worthy of the outstanding Miss Bai. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinying was completely stunned. I never expected Lin Chen to refuse so decisively, and I never expected him to say such a thing. He looked at Lin Chen, his feelings complicated. I was angry at his ungratefulness for not appreciating such a good opportunity, yet I also found his character admirable. Faced with such tempting conditions, how many people could resist? Silence fell over the office. Outside the half-open door, Bai Ruixin stood there, her expression somewhat complicated. She was summoned by Bai Jinying and never expected to hear such words. She was filled with anticipation, and even hoped that Lin Chen would agree. But when she heard his unwavering rejection, and even his mention of having a girlfriend who was pregnant, her heart sank instantly and began to ache. She never imagined that her first time falling for someone would lead her to miss out on all possibilities. Chapter 91 Giving Up Everything for You. Seeing Lin Chen's open and honest demeanor, Bai Jinying's anger gradually dissipated. He had seen too many people who would stop at nothing for profit, and there were very few young people like Lin Chen who could stick to their principles in the face of great temptation. With a soft sigh, Bai Jinying's tone softened somewhat. Okay, I was presumptuous. I respect your choice. You're right. Your character is the most precious thing, so I won't force you to do anything. Bai Jinying stood up and extended his hand. Although the son-in-law arrangement didn't work out, your project does have great potential. Our cooperation can continue. I believe that with your abilities, even without the Bai family support, you will definitely be able to achieve great things. Lin Chen stood up, grasped Bai Jinying's hand, and smiled sincerely. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Bai, and for your recognition. Our cooperation will definitely achieve a win-win situation. Hearing these words, Bai Ruixin, who was outside the door, quietly retreated. She was filled with disappointment, but even more so with relief. She wasn't the type to force people to do things against their will, and she admired Lin Chen's persistence even more. It also made her realize that forced relationships are never sweet, and that relationships obtained through coercion are meaningless. Meeting the right person at the wrong time is something you can't help. The subsequent cooperation negotiations went very smoothly, and Bai Jinying highly recognized Lin Chen's character and abilities. Bai Jinying not only provided ample financial support, but also opened up the Bai family's nationwide distribution channels to help Lin Chen's smart self-service printers quickly expand into the market. He could tell that Lin Chen had unlimited potential. Since that's the case, why not give him a hand? When he achieves something in the future, the Bai family will also benefit greatly. After the cooperation was finalized, Lin Chen prepared to leave. When Lin Chen was leaving, it was Bai Ruixin who came to see him off. She dressed up specially today, with a faint smile on her face, much gentler than when we first met. But deep down, I still couldn't hide my disappointment. On the way to the airport, the car was quiet, and no one spoke. After a long while, Bai Ruixin slowly spoke. Lin Chen, there's something I want to tell you. Lin Chen turned his head to look at her, waiting for her to continue. Bai Ruixin took a deep breath and slowly opened her mouth. We've only known each other for a few days, but I still want to tell you that I had a good impression of you and fell for you on the very first day. I know you have a girlfriend and a child. I never intended to bother you. I just felt that if you like someone, you should let them know. It would also make up for my regret. She paused for a moment, then turned her head to look at Lin Chen sitting in the passenger seat. You don't need to feel any burden. I won't force you to do anything. Actually, I was outside the door when you rejected my dad. I admire and appreciate your persistence, and I sincerely wish you both happiness. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised he hadn't expected her to say that. More than anything, it was a feeling of being moved. He knew that being rejected was unpleasant, but Bai Ruixin's ability to express her feelings so frankly and let go gracefully was truly remarkable. Lin Chen looked at Bai Ruixin and said sincerely, "Thank you, Ms. Bai. You are excellent and deserve someone better. I believe you will definitely find someone who truly likes and cherishes you." A smile appeared on Bai Ruixin's face. She didn't say anything more, but just stared straight ahead. Upon arriving at the airport, Lin Chen got out of the car carrying his luggage. "Miss Bai, thank you for coming to see me off in person." Bai Ruixin smiled and shook her head, somewhat reluctant to part. "Have a safe journey, and I wish you and your girlfriend happiness, as well as success in your career." Lin Chen waved to her, then turned and walked into the airport. Watching Lin Chen's disappearing figure, Bai Ruixin sighed softly. I still feel a little disappointed, but more than that, I feel at peace. A few hours later, the plane landed, and Lin Chen rushed home without stopping. Su Wanqing was pleasantly surprised by his sudden return. Didn't you say it would take a week? Why are you back so soon? Lin Chen changed into slippers and went over to give her a hug. It's progressing quickly, so I came back early. I miss you and the baby. Just as he was about to kiss Su Wanqing, he noticed Su's mother sitting on the sofa and felt a little embarrassed. Auntie, thank you for taking such good care of Wanqing. Mother Su shook her head and smiled. Wanqing is my daughter, this is what I should do. She paused for a moment, then continued. Now that you're back, I'll head back first. I have some things I need to take care of back there. After she left, Lin Chen and Su Wanqing snuggled together on the sofa. Lin Chen thoughtfully brought a thin blanket and covered her legs with it. Su Wanqing rested her head on Lin Chen's chest, one hand gently resting on her lower abdomen, feeling the slight fetal movement inside her. Did you encounter anything interesting during your trip to Beijing? Lin Chen originally didn't want to mention what Bai Jinying had said, fearing that Su Wanqing would worry about such trivial matters. But then I thought again that there shouldn't be any secrets between them. If she learns something from other places later, misunderstandings are bound to arise, which could negatively impact their relationship. Lin Chen looked down at her and said frankly. Something interesting has indeed happened. Bai Jinying wants me to become a live-in son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's eyes widened in shock, and she sat up abruptly. She knew the Bai family's strength. They were one of the top families in Beijing. Whether it's their status or their wealth, they are beings that ordinary people can only dream of. She knew very well what becoming the Bai family's son-in-law meant. That was an opportunity that so many people dreamed of, and a shortcut that was completely unobstructed. So how did you reply? Su Wanqing was a little nervous, and looked at Lin Chen with her lips pursed. She was willing to believe Lin Chen and knew he was a responsible person. But faced with such a huge temptation, she still felt somewhat uneasy. Lin Chen looked at her and reached out to gently stroke her face. I refused, Wanqing. The fact that I can tell you this means I have a clear conscience and I will not give up on you and the baby for anything else. When I had nothing, you were always by my side, willing to believe in me and support me. I would never do anything like abandoning someone after starting them. I want to earn everything I want through my own efforts, not by sacrificing our relationship. He paused, then said nothing more. The reason I'm telling you all this is because I don't want to hide anything from you. There shouldn't be any secrets between us. Su Wanqing stared blankly at Lin Chen, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Chapter 92 Short-sighted. She hadn't expected that Lin Chen would reject such a tempting opportunity for her sake. I felt a surge of warmth and happiness welling up inside me. She threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, hugging his neck tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Thank you for caring about me so much, and thank you for giving up so much for me. Lin Chen hugged her tightly, feeling her shoulders were a little damp, and his heart softened. For me, you and the baby are the most important things, 100 times more important than any wealth or status. Su Wanqing snuggled against him, sniffed, and wiped away her tears. I am so happy. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed her forehead, whispering. Meeting you is my greatest fortune. After Su Wanqing fell asleep, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message. He opened it and saw that it was from his childhood friend, Wang Shang. Lin Chen, it's been a long time. I'm here on business with my girlfriend. Let's have dinner together tomorrow night and catch up. It's been years since we last saw each other. Lin Chen looked at the message and replied immediately. Okay, send me the address. He originally wanted to take Su Wanqing with him, but her belly was getting bigger and bigger, making it difficult for her to move around. In addition, it's not safe to go out, and restaurants are usually crowded. If you were to run into someone, it would be a huge loss. Also, he and Wang Shang hadn't been in contact for several years, and their relationship had faded, so there was no need for her to make the trip. The next day at noon, Wang Shang sent a message. Let's go to this restaurant. I heard the food is pretty good. I'll introduce you to my girlfriend. At 7:30 p.m., Lin Chen arrived at the restaurant that Wang Shang had mentioned. The restaurant has a nice ambience and moderate prices. It's clear that Wang Shang deliberately chose a somewhat upscale place. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he saw Wang Shang sitting by the window waving at him. Wang Shang was wearing an extravagant luxury brand shirt, a thick gold necklace, a gold watch on his wrist, and 2 gold rings on his fingers, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. A woman sat next to him, dressed extravagantly and heavily made up. She was wearing a very revealing halter dress, with a designer bag beside her, and she looked Lin Chen up and down with disdain. Lin Chen was dressed casually, without any deliberate attempt to dress up. It's just a simple white short-sleeved shirt, paired with jeans and sneakers. Lin Chen walked over and took the initiative to greet him. "Long time no see." Wang Shang nodded and said in an exaggerated tone. "We haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 years, and you're still the same as ever, dressed so simply. Unlike me, you're doing well now, so you should enjoy yourself." As he spoke, he tugged at his collar, as if afraid Lin Chen wouldn't see his current arrogance. His girlfriend, Zhao Na, chimed in, pouting. "So this is the childhood friend you were talking about? He doesn't look like much at all." Lin Chen didn't speak, but just looked at Wang Shang with a calm expression. Wang Shang laughed smugly and said deliberately, "My childhood friend used to be quite impressive. He had excellent grades in school and is still in school, not yet graduated. Unlike me, although I stopped going to school after graduating from junior high, I've still made some money in the past 2 years, and my life is much better now." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Chen. "If you ask me, all your studying won't do you any good. After graduation, you'll still end up working for someone else. Let me tell you, I run my own business and am my own boss now. I can earn hundreds of thousands a year, and if business is good, I can even make 1 or 2 million. Zhao Na immediately showed an expression of admiration and echoed her words. "Of course. My brother Wang is awesome and amazing. Unlike some people, he can't earn this much money in his whole life." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Lin Chen seemingly unintentionally, her eyes full of contempt. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He wasn't one to show off, and he felt there was no need to do so. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't speak, Wang Shang pretended to be indifferent and asked, "Lin Chen, what are you doing now? You're dressed so plainly, are you not doing too well? If you're ever in trouble, just tell me. I have money now, so helping you out is no problem." Zhao Na joined in the teasing, deliberately saying something. "Yeah, Brother Wang is really powerful now. If you follow Brother Wang, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury from now on." Lin Chen ignored these words and spoke slowly and deliberately. "Although I am still in school, I have done some small business and I can support myself." Wang Shang couldn't help but laugh and pressed for an answer. "Small business? What kind of business? It's not like setting up a street stall, is it? How much money can you make from that?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Na's mockery deepened. "My God, Brother Wang, your childhood friend is such a loser. Doing that kind of small business, how much money can you make by working yourself to death?" At this moment, Lin Chen was already getting a little impatient. However, he still maintained basic politeness. "We're making smart self-service printers." Wang Shang and Zhao Na burst into laughter as if they had heard a joke. "You're really joking. You can't possibly make that kind of high-tech stuff. I heard about it the other day. It seems to be a pretty hot project with a huge investment. Where did you get the money to do this?" These words made Zhao Na even more contemptuous of Lin Chen. She crossed her arms and sneered. "I bet he just heard it from someone else and is deliberately bragging about it. Judging from your attire, you don't look like someone who works on big projects." Looking at the two men's ugly, mocking faces, Lin Chen felt no emotion whatsoever. With their limited perspective and limited understanding, they judge people by their appearance and naturally cannot comprehend what he is doing now. Ding! Detected that the host has been mocked and belittled by his childhood friend and his girlfriend, triggering a temporary mission. Use your strength to slap these villains in the face and uphold your dignity. Mission reward, 1 portable skill card. Lin Chen calmly looked at them, took out his phone, and opened an electronic contract. "This is the cooperation agreement I signed with Kunming Technology. You should have heard of this company, right? Kunming Technology is a well-known technology company in the local area. Although it cannot compare with the Bai family, it is still considered one of the top companies in the area." Wang Shang and Zhao Na's smiles froze as they looked at the electronic contract on his phone. It did indeed have Lin Chen's name written on it, and it also had the official seal of Kunming Technology. Is this true? After it was confirmed, Wang Shang was somewhat incredulous. He never expected that Lin Chen would actually complete such a big project and even cooperate with Kunming Technology. Chapter 93 Active Temptation. Wang Sheng instantly changed his attitude, his arrogant and smug demeanor vanished, replaced by a fawning smile. Lin Chen, I never expected you to be so amazing. You're truly a hidden talent. We're brothers, I'm counting on you to lend me a hand in the future. Zhao Na smiled obsequiously, adopting a fawning expression. I was just joking with you. You shouldn't mind, right? Your brother Wang's brother, how could I say something so nasty? I just like to joke around. Looking at their ugly faces, Lin Chen felt utterly disgusted. He produced the contract simply to shut them up, not to gain their flattery. Lin Chen glanced at them indifferently, without saying a word, but couldn't help but feel a sense of gankai, a complex emotion encompassing feelings, thoughts, and reflections. The bonds forged in childhood can ultimately succumb to the allure of time, money, and status. It's truly lamentable that Wang Sheng, once a mischievous yet loyal friend, has now become such an opportunist. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't speak, Wang Sheng thought he was angry and started to fawn over him again. You're so capable now, you should mentor your brothers more often. I'm making some money doing small business now, but compared to you, it's just a drop in the ocean. If you ever come across any good money-making projects, don't forget your brother. After saying that, he winked to Zhao Na, who was standing next to him. She immediately understood and quickly agreed. Yes, you're so capable now, you'll definitely make a lot of money in the future. Keep Wang Sheng with you, we'll never forget your kindness. Lin Chen didn't really pay attention to them, just nodding perfunctorily. He regretted it a little. He shouldn't have agreed to have this meal together. They hadn't been in contact for several years, and their feelings for each other had long since faded. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat awkward. Wang Sheng and Zhao Na kept trying to find topics to talk about and flatter Lin Chen, but Lin Chen remained indifferent. Lin Chen felt someone kick his foot under the table, but he didn't pay attention at first. But then someone touched him again, clearly on purpose. He frowned slightly, raised his head, and looked at Zhao Na, who was looking down, pretending to eat, but there was a smile on her lips. After raising her head, she would glance at Lin Chen every now and then, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness. In an instant, he realized that this woman was clearly doing it on purpose. He felt no liking for this woman, rather, he felt disgust. He didn't give her any face and spoke directly. Please watch your movements. There's plenty of space under the table, but why are your legs stretched out so far? You keep kicking me. Zhao Na's face stiffened, her expression became somewhat unnatural, and she offered an awkward explanation. I didn't do it on purpose, it was an accident. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said teasingly. That was really quite careless. At this moment, Wang Sheng also realized that something was amiss. He glanced at Zhao Na, then looked at Lin Chen, and began to smooth things over. Maybe the table is too small. It's all a misunderstanding. Come on, let's have a drink. As he got up to pour the wine, Lin Chen raised his hand to stop him. I won't drink. I need to take care of work when I get back, so I can't drink. He had lost all interest in eating and just wanted to end this uncomfortable meal as soon as possible. He was still thinking about when he should leave. At this moment, Wang Sheng stood up and looked at Lin Chen. I'm going to the restroom first, you eat first. After waiting for him for a week, Zhao Na completely changed. She leaned forward slightly, looked at Lin Chen, and whispered in a low voice. Actually, the first time I saw you, I thought you were very special. Unlike Wang Sheng, who made a little money and then acted all high and mighty, he's just a nouveau riche. He's nowhere near as good as you. Lin Chen leaned back with a calm expression. Please have some self-respect. Zhao Na was unwilling to give up, looking at Lin Chen with a dazed expression. I know you're very successful now, with money and ability. Wang Sheng is not good enough for me at all. I was with him out of necessity. Actually, what I truly like is a talented and charismatic man like you. What do you think of me? After saying that, she reached out to touch Lin Chen. Lin Chen seemed to have seen something dirty. He picked up his chopsticks and tapped her outstretched hand with them, his tone serious. Please show some respect. I already have a girlfriend, and she's pregnant. Even though he said that, Zhao Na didn't care. So what if she's pregnant? A successful man like you wouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, would you? If you're willing, I can be your secret lover. Your girlfriend won't know. Don't worry, I know what I'm capable of, and I absolutely won't put you in a difficult position. She even leaned forward deliberately, trying to show off her assets. Looking at her shameless behavior, Lin Chen felt disgusted. Just as he was about to reprimand Wang Sheng, he saw him return. When he walked over, he saw Zhao Na looking at Lin Chen with a coquettish and affected manner, her eyes filled with an extremely seductive gaze. He immediately got angry, strode over, grabbed her arm, and questioned her sternly. "What are you doing?" Zhao Na was startled, not expecting him to return at this moment. Feeling guilty, she knew that he must have seen what she had just done. In a moment of quick thinking, she turned the tables and accused the villain first. "This has nothing to do with me. It was your good brother who deliberately tempted me, saying that he was rich and wanted me to break up with you and be with him. He even said he would buy me designer bags and luxury cars, but I refused, and then he started threatening me." Upon hearing this, Wang Shang glared angrily at Lin Chen. "You've gone too far. I know you're rich now, but no matter what, we're brothers who grew up together. How could you do something like this?" Ding. Detected that the host is being framed. Mission triggered, explain yourself to clear your name and expose Zhao Na's hypocrisy. Task reward, 1 million yuan startup fund. Lin Chen found Zhao Na's distortion of the truth utterly ridiculous. He glanced at Wang Shang with a calm expression and asked in return, "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" As he was speaking, he pointed to the surveillance camera above his head. "There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the restaurant. If you don't believe me, you can check the footage to see what really happened, who is lying, and who is actively tempting whom." Zhao Na's expression changed instantly. She lowered her head in a panic, her eyes darting around as she frantically tried to think of a solution. However, given the current situation, she had no idea what to do. Wang Shang was taken aback at first, but when his gaze fell on Zhao Na, he instantly understood what was going on. Chapter 94 Good Deeds. Wang Shang clenched his fists, glaring angrily at Zhao Na. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Lin Chen, I didn't expect to run into you here." Lin Chen turned his head and saw that Li Haiming was there. Compared to his previous arrogance, he was now extremely respectful. Before Lin Chen could speak, he continued. "Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding, and I was wrong. I hope you can give me another chance, and let's continue to work together. I promise, this time I will definitely satisfy you, and nothing like that will happen again." Wang Shang and Zhao Na were astonished by what they saw. He had considered collaborating with Li Haiming before, but the latter looked down on him and ignored him completely. Unexpectedly, Li Hailong was so respectful and ingratiating towards Lin Chen, eagerly seeking cooperation. Looking at the impatient Li Haiming, Lin Chen remained calm and spoke softly. "Mr. Li, no need. I've already made it very clear that there's no possibility of us cooperating anymore." Li Haiming was not giving up and wanted to continue persuading him. "Think it over again. I promise, nothing like this will ever happen again. This time, I'll definitely cooperate with you properly." No matter how much he pleaded, Lin Chen's attitude remained unchanged. "Mr. Li, I've already said, there's absolutely no possibility." Seeing his impatience, Li Haiming's expression froze for a moment before he immediately put on a smile. "Okay, then I won't disturb your meal any longer. If you need anything later, just let me know, and I'll definitely do my best to help you." Wang Shang was a little dumbfounded by his respectful attitude. He never imagined that Lin Chen would be so powerful. Li Haiming humbly begged him to cooperate, but he had no chance. After everyone left, Lin Chen turned to look at Wang Shang. "I have a girlfriend, I love her very much, and I would never do anything to betray her. As for your girlfriend, I think you should check the surveillance footage." After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Wang Shang hadn't recovered from the shock of what had just happened. Seeing Lin Chen about to leave, he hurriedly asked, "Aren't you going to sit a little longer? We brothers haven't seen each other for years, I want to." Lin Chen left quickly before he could finish speaking. As Lin Chen left the restaurant, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think too much about it, treating it as just an unpleasant little incident that had happened that day. On his way back, Lin Chen passed by a fruit shop and went in, intending to buy some fresh fruit to take home. The fruit shop is small and simply decorated, but the fruit is very fresh. The shop was deserted, with no other customers. The fruit shop owners were an elderly couple, probably in their 60s, who were sitting in chairs sighing and looking worried. Lin Chen went inside to pick out fruit. Hearing the two sighing, he couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa and Grandma, what's wrong? Has something happened?" The couple exchanged a glance, and the old man spoke. "Our store isn't doing well, and we're almost at our breaking point. We've been open for 13 or 14 years, and it's a real shame that we have to close down all of a sudden. Our fruit shop used to be very successful. People from the neighborhood would come here to buy fruit. Our fruit was fresh and the price was reasonable. But recently, 2 boutique fruit shops opened nearby. Their decor is better than ours, and they're running all sorts of promotions. We've lost all our business. We barely have any customers each day. If this continues, our fruit will rot and we won't be able to pay the rent. The woman sighed deeply and said helplessly, "My wife and I are getting old and don't know anything about marketing. We can only watch helplessly as the business gets worse and worse. We've run this store for over 10 years, and we really can't bear to close it down. We also opened the fruit shop because of our son. He is currently seriously ill in the hospital and needs treatment. We thought that if we could earn some money, it would also help him." As they spoke, the two looked worried and had no idea what to do. Hearing these words, Lin Chen felt a pang of sympathy. He could tell that the fruit shop was indeed very affordable, and the elderly couple was very honest. Ding! A fruit shop couple facing difficulties has been detected, triggering a temporary mission: revitalize the fruit shop and help the couple improve their business. Task reward: unlock business marketing techniques. After a moment's thought, Lin Chen slowly spoke. "Grandpa and Grandma, I have a way to revive your fruit shop. He always needs to find a suitable reason to suddenly offer help. Your son is sick and you need money. I happen to have a way to make your fruit shop back to what it used to be." Seeing their concerns, he directly expressed his own thoughts. "There's no need to engage in a price war with those specialty fruit stores. You're at a disadvantage in this regard. Instead, you can start a neighborhood promotion where nearby residents can enjoy a 20% discount and receive a small box of strawberries as a free sample. Also, I can help you open up online channels, take better pictures of the fruit, and label them as freshly picked and pesticide-free to attract younger customers. For customers who want to give gifts during holidays, more exquisite packaging at an affordable price will definitely find a market." After Lin Chen finished speaking, the elderly couple nodded repeatedly, both thinking his idea was quite good. Lin Chen taught them how to operate the online platform software, how to take good photos of fruit, and how to communicate more effectively with customers. After doing all this, Lin Chen accompanied them to the hospital to visit their seriously ill son. Upon learning that he had congenital heart disease and that subsequent treatment would cost a lot of money, he immediately took out 500,000 yuan. Seeing his actions, the elderly couple were stunned. They had never expected this young man to be so generous. For a moment, they didn't know what to say or how to face him. Seeing that they didn't intend to accept it, Lin Chen said with a smile, "You don't need to feel any burden. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Besides, your son will need further treatment, and there will be many expenses, so please don't postpone it." Seeing his kindness, the couple did not refuse any further. Seeing the transfer notification on her phone, the woman burst into tears. She pulled the old man and made him kneel down on the ground. "You are our family's savior. We, your husband and I, will never forget your great kindness." Lin Chen was startled and quickly reached out to help them. "Get up. I only did what I could. I can't accept this." Chapter 95 Family Search Program. Lin Chen struggled to help the two of them up, and they kept thanking him, their eyes red with tears. After they stood up, the two kept repeating that good people are rewarded. Seeing their excited expressions, Lin Chen simply smiled and didn't say anything more. He didn't stay any longer and left quickly. The next day, news of Lin Chen's donation spread everywhere. His act of donating money to save lives at the hospital yesterday was filmed and posted online, quickly becoming a trending topic. Local reporters also rushed over to interview Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked a little embarrassed in front of the camera. He scratched his head and explained, "I just helped someone in any way I could. It's nothing. Everyone encounters difficulties sometimes. When someone needs help, I hope everyone will lend a helping hand to the best of their ability, even if it's just a small thing. It can bring warmth to those in need." Ding! The host's kind actions have attracted social attention, triggering a temporary mission: use media platforms to call on more people to help others and spread positive energy. Mission reward: earn the title of Charity Ambassador. Lin Chen faced the camera and continued speaking. "There are many people in this world who need help. They may be suffering from illness or hardship in life. I urge everyone to pay more attention to the vulnerable groups around them if they are able to do so. Helping others is helping ourselves. When we spread warmth, we also feel that warmth being passed on to us. His words were sincere, without any pretense. He was simply expressing his own thoughts. The program touched many viewers after it aired. Many people praise Lin Chen, calling him a charity ambassador and the most wonderful person. Many parents said that after watching Lin Chen's program, their children said they wanted to learn from him and become someone who could help others in the future. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a great sense of accomplishment. He put his arm around Su Wanqing, his smile radiant. Su Wanqing smiled as she lay in his arms, praising him. "You are amazing. Our children will learn from you and become kind people in the future." During their conversation, Lin Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. When he saw the call, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but still chose to answer it. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chen?" Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Lin Chen asked curiously. "Yes, that's me. And who are you?" The other party was very excited and quickly said, "Hello Mr. Lin Chen, I am a staff member of the Finding Relatives program. We received a request for help from a gentleman who said he is your relative and wants to meet you. Due to privacy concerns, we cannot disclose the specifics at this time. Would you be willing to come to our program?" Lin Chen was stunned when he heard this. Relatives? His parents had long since passed away, and the only remaining relative he had was his uncle, Lin Haiyang, who avoided him like the plague. Could this person be Lin Haiyang? But what Lin Chen couldn't understand was why he would want to contact him through the program team. They haven't been in contact for so many years. What on earth is this guy up to? His impression of Lin Haiyang is still from when he was a child. His parents had just passed away when he was taken to his uncle's house, thinking he would have someone to rely on. However, he was met with endless beatings and verbal abuse. Lin Haiyang always said that he was a jinx, that he had brought death to his parents and was now bringing misfortune to him. He would beat and scold him at the drop of a hat and often starve him. In the end, he even kicked him out of the house and left him to fend for himself. He has never fulfilled his responsibilities as an uncle, and his sudden desire to see me can't be anything good. After thinking it through, Lin Chen refused outright. "I think you've made a mistake. I don't have any relatives I want to see. You've got the wrong person." Seeing his refusal so decisively, the staff member quickly said something. "Mr. Lin Chen, please reconsider. That gentleman has been looking for you for a long time. He was very emotional and said that he missed you very much and wanted to make up for the years he owed you. Our program has been making family reunion shows for so many years and has witnessed many touching moments of family reunions. Perhaps it can also help you resolve your previous issues and take your relationship to the next level." Lin Chen remained silent. He was also filled with curiosity and wanted to know why Lin Haiyang had suddenly contacted him. "I feel genuinely guilty and think I owe them something. Or do you know he's doing well now and want to benefit from his success? More likely, he has ulterior motives. I need to think about it some more." After giving a brief explanation, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Seeing that his expression wasn't very good, Su Wanqing asked with concern. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" When asked, Lin Chen didn't hide anything and simply gave her a brief explanation. After hearing this, Su Wanqing pondered for a moment before speaking. "I know you must have some resentment towards your uncle, but after all these years, his sudden contact with you might mean he really regrets it and wants to make it up to you. In addition, he has now appeared on a family reunion program. No matter what, it will definitely have an impact on you. If you don't go, the impact may be even greater, and it may even have a negative impact on your future business. Meeting him would be good, at least I'd know what his purpose is, and that would give me some closure." Under her constant persuasion, Lin Chen's resolve began to waver. Actually, he also wanted to ask Lin Haiyang face to face whether he felt any guilt over the years. Moreover, he wanted to show Lin Haiyang that the jinx he once despised had now achieved a happy life through his own efforts. Lin Chen nodded and responded. "You're right, I also want to see what tricks he's up to, and I'm even more interested in seeing what his purpose is in seeking out me, whom he considers a jinx, more than a decade later." In his view, Lin Haiyang could never admit his mistake. This matter was definitely not that simple, and there was definitely something wrong with it. That evening, the Finding Relatives program team sent Lin Chen the recording time and location. The program was broadcast live from the television station's studio. After receiving the message, Lin Chen pondered, and Lin Haiyang's face appeared in his mind. "I haven't seen him for so many years, I wonder what he looks like now." Regardless, he was very clear that this matter was definitely not that simple, and there was definitely something wrong with it. Chapter 96 Deliberate Show. On the day of the recording, Lin Chen was dressed casually as usual, without making any special effort to dress up. Su Wanqing was pregnant and had difficulty moving around, so Zhang Qi did not ask her to accompany him. Before he left, he didn't forget to tell him, no matter what happens, don't get too agitated. I'll be waiting for you to come home. Lin Chen patted Su Wanqing's head and kissed her forehead. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As soon as he arrived at the TV station, the program crew, who had been waiting for him, quickly came to greet him. Mr. Lin Chen, you finally arrived. Come with me quickly, let's go backstage and get ready, the live broadcast is about to start. Not knowing what he would face next, Lin Chen was still a little nervous. They had no idea what Lin Haiyang would say or how to respond. Lin Chen sat on the backstage rest area, his gaze fixed on the direction of the studio. He couldn't see what was happening over there, but he could hear the host's voice and the applause from the audience. He was lost in memories, thinking about things from the past. Just then, the host's voice pulled him back to reality. Let's give a warm round of applause to our family member today, Lin Haiyang. Although Lin Chen had long suspected it might be him, his feelings became even more complicated when it was finally confirmed. Immediately afterwards, Lin Haiyang's voice rang out, choked with emotion. Hello, host, hello everyone. My name is Lin Haiyang. I'm here to find my nephew, Lin Chen. I've been looking for him for 20 years, but I just can't find him. I can only ask the Finding Relatives program team for help. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He actually had the nerve to say he had been looking for him for 20 years. What a joke. At this moment, Lin Haiyang is standing on the stage, speaking with tears streaming down his face. My older brother and sister-in-law passed away early, leaving behind Lin Chen as their only child. At that time, my family was not well off. Although we took him in, we were not able to take good care of him. I never expected that he would get lost later. He looked remorseful as he said this. Over the years, I have lived in self-blame and regret, and I think about him all the time. I have searched many places, trying to find him on behalf of my older brother and sister-in-law, but I have never been able to find him. I hope that the Finding Relatives program can make my dream come true today. That's absolutely shameless. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, his anger uncontrollable. He didn't get lost, he was clearly driven away by Lin Haiyang. This hypocrite never took care of him for a single day, instead, he constantly beat and verbally abused him. He's now portraying himself as so noble, as if he's some kind of good person. It's utterly despicable. Lin Chen could even imagine that the audience at the scene, and even the viewers in the live broadcast room, would be moved by his words. In that case, I would be morally blackmailed and have no choice but to forgive him. This is quite a scheme. He wants to turn everyone else who doesn't know the truth into a weapon in his hand. Unfortunately, Lin Chen is no longer the child who could be bullied at will. Today, he is determined to expose Lin Haiyang's hypocrisy and make him pay the price for what he did back then. Ding! The host is being morally blackmailed by relatives. A temporary mission has been triggered. Expose the true colors of your relatives and let everyone see their ugly faces. Reward for the mission, a handwritten letter from Lin Haiyang severing ties from back then. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Back then, Lin Haiyang had indeed written a letter severing all ties in order to get rid of him, but he had lost it later. Surprisingly, the system was able to retrieve it successfully. Looks like the real show is about to begin. He'd let Lin Haiyang continue to be smug for a while, and then he'd slap him in the face. A staff member came over and reminded them. It's almost your turn to go on stage, are you ready? Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressed all the surging emotions in his heart, and nodded. Ready. He followed the staff forward, and as the backstage door opened, Lin Chen walked straight in. After walking through a short, dimly lit corridor, the light suddenly became blinding. The next second, a spotlight shone on him, the blinding light making Lin Chen unable to open his eyes. He squinted slightly and walked step by step toward the center of the stage. Lin Haiyang stood there, tears still wet on his face. The moment he saw Lin Chen, he showed an extremely excited expression, quickly ran towards Lin Chen, and opened his arms to hug him. Xiao Chen, I've finally found you, my dear nephew. Lin Chen dodged to the side, avoiding his touch. He stared coldly at Lin Haiyang, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Lin Haiyang missed his target and stood there awkwardly, his expression frozen. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to react this way. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and put on a wronged expression. Xiao Chen, are you still blaming your uncle? I didn't lose you on purpose back then. I'd been looking for you all these years. The host quickly stepped in to smooth things over and explained. It seems that the two of them haven't seen each other for too long, so they're a bit estranged. After all, it's been more than 20 years. It's inevitable that there will be excitement and a sense of being at a loss when we meet suddenly. Lin Chen, you must have a lot of feelings when you see your uncle now, right? The audience members at the scene were also discussing it. Yes, it's been so many years since we last met, we'll definitely feel like strangers. I feel so sorry for this uncle. He's been searching for so many years, and his life has been wasted. Why does Lin Chen seem so cold? No matter what, he's still my uncle. Regardless of what happened back then, people have been looking for him for so many years, and his reaction is too indifferent. Upon hearing the audience's comments, Lin Haiyang looked smug. This was the effect he wanted, to have everyone on his side and accuse Lin Chen of being cold-blooded and heartless. Lin Chen sneered, not answering the host's question, but staring at Lin Haiyang expressionlessly. It's not that we're estranged, it's that I simply don't want to see you. Do you think that just because you found me through the show's production team, I'll accept you due to public pressure? You're absolutely ridiculous. Everyone present looked shocked, not expecting Lin Chen to say such a thing. The host was also stunned, not expecting him to be so direct, and quickly said, "Do you have some misunderstanding about your uncle? Perhaps he was wrong back then and shouldn't have lost you, but Mr. Lin Haiyang has been looking for you all these years and has gone through a lot of trouble. He sincerely wants to make it up to you. Can't you give him a chance?" Chapter 97. Each holds their own account. Lin Chen's eyes grew even colder, devoid of any warmth. There is no misunderstanding between Lin Haiyang and me. The reason he is standing here today is not because he misses me, nor because he feels guilty, but because he knows clearly that if he tries to find me in private, I will absolutely not see him. So he wanted to make a big fuss about it this way, to let everyone know that he is an uncle who has been searching for his nephew for more than 20 years, and that I am a cold-blooded nephew. He wanted to use moral blackmail to force me to accept him. At this point, the mockery in Lin Chen's eyes intensified. Lin Haiyang, after all these years, you're still just as despicable and shameless as ever. You haven't changed at all. These words made Lin Haiyang's expression gradually turn ugly, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so direct and show no mercy whatsoever. Lin Haiyang's eyes reddened, and his voice choked with emotion. "Xiao Chun, how can you say that about your uncle? What happened back then was indeed my fault, and I'm sorry to you, but my family isn't well off, and there was really nothing I could do. Over the years, your uncle has been living with self-blame, thinking about you every day. Now that I found you, I just want to take good care of you and make up for all the suffering and grievances you've endured over the years." Seeing that he was getting more and more into the role, Lin Chen stopped being polite and told the truth about what happened back then. "Back then, you treated me like a jinx, saying I brought death to my parents. You beat and verbally abused me, and even kicked me out of the house, leaving me to fend for myself. For so many years, you've ignored me completely. Lin Haiyang, how can you be so shameless as to say such things? You're utterly shameless." These words caused a stir among everyone in the studio. The audience was stunned and somewhat incredulous. What exactly happened? Wasn't it said that my nephew got lost by accident back then? Now it seems there's more to the story. No way, how could someone who looks so pitiful do such a thing? Both sides have conflicting accounts, so someone must be lying. Lin Haiyang knew very well what the consequences would be if he let Lin Chen continue talking like that. In a panic, he hurriedly offered an explanation. "Xiao Chun, how could you slander your uncle like that? You know very well how your uncle has treated you since you were little. I wish I could treat you like my own child. You were the one who ran away back then. I searched for you for a long time but couldn't find you. I've been looking for you all these years. How can you turn around and slander me?" Seeing that he was still putting on an act, Lin Chen was furious. He clenched his fists tightly, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. "You still dare to argue? I remember exactly how you treated me back then. Do you think that because so much time has passed, I've forgotten everything?" As he spoke, Lin Chen rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a scar on his arm. It's clear that the scar has been there for a long time. Although it has faded quite a bit, it's still visible. You can still see the marks from when you hit me with a stick back then. The audience was quite surprised when they saw it. The host standing next to him was also shocked and turned to look at Lin Haiyang, waiting for him to explain. Lin Haiyang's eyes sharpened, a hint of panic flashing in them, but he quickly regained his composure. I don't remember exactly how this scar came about, but I didn't hit you. You must have done it yourself, so how can you blame it on me? I admit that I didn't take good care of you back then, but you can't make up such lies to slander me. I'm your own uncle, blood is thicker than water, how could you treat me like this? As he said this, Lin Haiyang looked as if he had suffered a great injustice, silently wiping away his tears. His actions garnered sympathy from many viewers. Could it really be a misunderstanding? After all, so many years have passed, and he was quite young back then, so it's possible he might have misremembered. It's possible. This uncle doesn't seem like a bad person. They're family. If he said that, the uncle must be sad. I also think Lin Chen is a bit too cold-blooded. Even if uncle was wrong back then, so many years have passed, what can't be forgiven? He should be forgiven. Hearing these voices speaking up for him, Lin Haiyang felt extremely smug. He felt that as long as he insisted on not admitting it and pretended to be pitiful, no matter how Lin Chen explained, it would be of no use. Anyway, he has no evidence, so whatever he says is the truth. Looking at Lin Haiyang's hypocritical face, Lin Chen felt his anger about to erupt. He hadn't expected Lin Haiyang to be so hypocritical, still trying to justify himself. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "You know better than anyone what really happened back then. Do you think that as long as you keep pretending, no one will know what kind of person you are? You said you've been looking for me, but for all these years, I've been in the same place as you. If you wanted to find me, you could easily find me, but you've never looked for me." When he talked about this, his eyes were filled with anger, which he could not contain. My classmates and teachers can testify to many things. They all know that my uncle never cared whether I lived or died. Lin Haiyang felt a moment of guilt, but he forced himself to remain calm. I don't know what you're talking about. How could your teachers and classmates possibly know about these things? It's all your one-sided story, a deliberate attempt to slander me. Xiao Chun, you have really disappointed me. I never thought you would go to such lengths to deny me as your uncle. You even want to find someone to give false testimony for you. Seeing him say that, Lin Chen questioned him with a cold face. Since you have such a clear conscience, do you dare to come with me to find my classmates and teachers, and confront them face to face to see what really happened? Upon hearing this, Lin Haiyang immediately felt a little guilty. How could he dare to confront them? If he did, everything would be exposed. All his long-term planning and scheming will be in vain, and his reputation will be damaged. Seeing that he hadn't said anything, the audience noticed something unusual. This uncle seems a bit off. If he's truly innocent, as he claims, why doesn't he dare confront me directly? That's right. If he hadn't done those things, why wouldn't he dare to confront them? After all, he's been looking for his nephew. Chapter 98 Evidence from that year. The host noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Gentlemen, please calm down. We're here to find our relatives, not to argue. We also invited Lin Chen's teachers and classmates to the scene. Everyone will soon understand what happened. Two people walked out of the studio, a middle-aged woman and a young man. Upon seeing them, Lin Chen shouted excitedly, "Teacher Wang, Zhang Jian, you've arrived." The people who came were Lin Chen's junior high school teacher, Teacher Wang, and his junior high school classmate, Zhang Jian. Teacher Wang walked to the center of the stage, said a few words to Lin Chen, and then looked at Lin Haiyang. Stop making excuses. What Xiao Chen said is true. I know the specifics very well. I knew about Xiao Chen's family situation back then. He was a poor child. His parents passed away early, and his uncle didn't care about him. He could only work to earn money to pay for his tuition. His life improved thanks to the help of kind-hearted people, otherwise, he would have been unable to continue his education normally. Zhang Jian nodded and continued. That's right. Lin Chen was in a very bad situation at the time. He often went hungry. We all knew about his family's situation and understood his circumstances even better. A classmate who was staying at Uncle Lin Chen's house told us that his uncle would beat and scold him at the drop of a hat and didn't care about him at all. Lin Haiyang shook his head and argued. You're talking nonsense. I think you've all taken bribes from Lin Chen, that's why you're saying these things, right? You must have been paid to lie and give false testimony for him. Ding! Lin Haiyang's handwritten letter of severance has been activated. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at Lin Haiyang. It seems you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. In that case, I'll show you clearly what's really going on. After he finished speaking, he took a piece of paper out of his pocket. The edges of the paper are yellowed and curled, indicating that it is quite old. Lin Chen held it in his hand and looked at Lin Haiyang. Do you know what it is? Seeing his puzzled look, Lin Chen's smile grew even wider. I'm telling you, this is the proof you wrote to me back then to sever our relationship. Back then, my uncle forced me to sign this certificate in order to get rid of me completely. Lin Haiyang stood frozen in place, staring in astonishment at the object in Lin Chen's hand. How come he still has these things after so much time has passed? That's impossible, he definitely fabricated it on purpose. Thinking of this, he regained his confidence and said it deliberately. Stop trying to scare me. Do you think I don't know what's going on? You're not going to fool me. I won't believe you. Don't try to fool me. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and said slowly. It's okay, you don't have to admit it. It has your signature and your fingerprint on it. Everything else can be faked, but fingerprints can't be faked. Everyone's fingerprints are unique. One sentence made Lin Haiyang's face turn ashen. The audience wasn't stupid upon seeing this, they immediately realized what was going on. It's clear that this person deliberately fabricated the story to frame Lin Chen. They even went on family reunion programs to portray themselves as a pitiful person. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. This person was so despicable and shameless that he had completely fooled them. The crowd immediately erupted in protests, expressing anger and discontent. This person is absolutely despicable. How can they be so shameless? They were the ones who cruelly drove the person away, and now they're pretending to be pitiful. They probably did this because they saw Lin Chen was rich. Fortunately, Lin Chen has evidence to prove everything otherwise, who knows how he would have been slandered. Amidst the whispers and mockery of the crowd, Lin Guodong, too ashamed to stay any longer, slunk away. But since he's caused this mess and wants to leave like this, Lin Chen will absolutely not tolerate it. He faced the camera and spoke with a serious expression. Lin Haiyang deliberately framed me and caused this mess. I will not let this go. I will call the police. He gave a brief explanation and then left. When Lin Chen got home, Su Wanqing came over and gave him a warm hug as soon as he entered the door. I never imagined you had gone through all this. I've never heard you mention it before. My heart aches for you. Lin Chen hugged her back and chuckled softly. It's all in the past. For me, all the hardships I've endured won't defeat me, they only make me stronger. So I won't complain about anything, and I don't feel like I've suffered. After he finished speaking, he helped Su Wanqing sit on the sofa. Don't think too much about it. We're free tomorrow, let's go out for a walk together. The next day, Lin Chen and Su Wanqing went out together. The two arrived at the maternity and baby store in which Lin Chen had invested. After all, he had personally invested in and sourced the goods, so he was definitely more at ease with it. As soon as the two went inside and asked a question, the shop assistant said apologetically. Mr. Lin, Miss Su, I'm so sorry, we're out of stock of maternity kits. They were all sold out online a few days ago, and we're waiting for the manufacturer to restock, which will take more than half a month. Lin Chen didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Su Wanqing's belly is getting bigger and bigger, and a maternity bag is a must-have. If she suddenly goes into premature labor, there won't be enough time. Left with no other option, they had to switch to another company. They went to a relatively large maternity and baby store nearby, intending to take a look. Once inside, upon learning that the couple wanted to buy a maternity bag, the shop assistant warmly led them inside. We recently received a batch of high-end maternity kits, which are exclusively for our VIP customers. They are all imported directly from overseas and are absolutely the best for both the baby and the pregnant woman. Many celebrity moms have specifically requested this one. The shelves were filled with beautifully packaged maternity kits with English labels, which looked very high-end. The shop assistant came forward and began to patiently introduce the products. The milk powder here is imported directly from overseas and contains many nutrients, which are very beneficial to the baby's brain and body. The wipes are medical grade, additive-free, and very safe. Pregnant women can use them with peace of mind. And this postpartum care pad is made of pure cotton, so you don't have to worry about allergies. It's very absorbent and comfortable to use. The shop assistant was very knowledgeable and gave a very professional introduction. This set originally cost 12,000 yuan, but it's on sale now for 8,800 yuan. It's definitely great value for money. Chapter 99 Authentication and Rights Protection. Su Wanqing hesitated. Although her family was not short of money, a maternity package costing 8,800 yuan was not cheap. For Lin Chen, as long as it's good for Su Wanqing and the baby, he'd be willing to spend even more than 8,000 yuan, let alone 8,800. Ding! Host detected facing a consumer trap. Temporary task triggered. Identify the authenticity of maternity packages to avoid being scammed. Task rewards: proficiency in authenticating counterfeit maternity and baby products, a 30,000 renminbi subsidy for your maternity package, and the right to reserve a VIP delivery room in the city center. Seeing that Lin Chen hadn't said anything, the shop assistant continued to push the product. Sir, rest assured, our products are absolutely genuine. We'll compensate you tenfold if they're fake. The price is absolutely the most affordable. Other maternity and baby stores definitely wouldn't offer this price. Lin Chen sneered and looked at the shop assistant. Genuine? I doubt it. Under the clerk's surprised gaze, Lin Chen held up the milk powder can to her and pointed to the words on the can. You say this is imported milk powder, so why isn't there a traceability code in Chinese? According to my country's food safety law, imported food must have Chinese labels and traceability codes to show the place of origin and importer information. But this can of milk powder of yours has nothing but foreign language labels. It is clearly a counterfeit product. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant's expression changed instantly, and he quickly offered an explanation. Sir, this may be a batch issue. Some imported products do not have traceability codes. Please don't misunderstand, our products will absolutely not have any problems. Seeing that she was still being stubborn, Lin Chen picked up the baby wipes next to him and took out a UV light to shine on them. The originally white wet wipes began to fluoresce under the ultraviolet light. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen raised his voice. Everyone, come and see. Regular baby wipes do not contain fluorescent agents, but these wipes showed a fluorescent reaction when illuminated by the testing pen, which means that a large amount of fluorescent agents have been added to them. Fluorescent agents are very irritating to the skin of pregnant women and babies. Prolonged exposure may also affect their health. Is this what you mean by the best thing for pregnant women and babies? Upon hearing this, the mothers and pregnant women around immediately gathered around, craning their necks to look, and sure enough, they discovered a fluorescent reaction. This is terrifying. There's even a fluorescent reaction. I had heard before that many imported baby products were counterfeit, but I never imagined it was true. 8,000 for a set of counterfeit goods? Isn't that a ripoff? Especially since it's a baby product. How can anyone be so despicable? The salesperson even claimed that these were baby and maternity products exclusively for high-end customers, and that celebrities were using them. It's blatant lying. They've lost all sense of shame just to make money. The mothers grew increasingly angry as they spoke, and began to criticize, glaring angrily at the shop assistant. At this moment, the shop assistants were surrounded, their faces pale and their hands trembling with fear. She waved her hands frantically and hurriedly explained. It's not like that, I don't know what happened either. Her words angered the mothers even more, and one of the women questioned her. As a professional maternity and baby store, you can't even tell the difference between genuine and fake products. I think you're deliberately selling counterfeit goods to scam us mothers. The scene immediately descended into chaos, becoming extremely disorderly. The store manager hurriedly came out from the back, saw the situation, and rushed forward. Dear mothers, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. Our store has been in business for 7 or 8 years, and we have always operated with integrity. We would never sell counterfeit goods. Lin Chen coldly watched her make excuses and placed the milk powder can and wet wipes directly on the counter. Look, there's no Chinese traceability code, and the wipes contain fluorescent agents. Is that a misunderstanding? Do you think we consumers are easy to fool? The store manager examined the milk powder can closely, then shone Lin Chen's UV light on the wet wipe, and his expression immediately turned grim. She knew perfectly well that this set was leftover stock recommended by the supplier, and it was much cheaper than regular imported products. I originally wanted to make a profit from the price difference, but I didn't expect it to be a fake. The store manager understood the consequences of continuing to argue, so he quickly bowed and apologized. I am truly sorry. This happened because we didn't do a good job of sourcing the goods, which caused a bad consumer experience for everyone. I apologize, and please rest assured that I will deal with this matter seriously. After saying that, she turned and scolded the shop assistant. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to the customer. The shop assistant quickly bowed and apologized to everyone. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have recommended this product to you without understanding it. I'm really sorry. Lin Chen crossed his arms, his attitude firm. An apology alone is not enough. According to the Consumer Rights Protection Law, if a business operator engages in fraudulent practices in providing goods or services, they must compensate the consumer for the losses suffered. The compensation amount is 3 times the price the consumer paid for the goods or the cost of the services received. What you're doing constitutes fraud. You not only have to refund the full amount, but you also have to pay 3 times the price in compensation. Without any hesitation, the store manager immediately nodded in agreement. This is the right thing to do, and we are willing to compensate you. This product costs 8,800 yuan, the triple compensation is 23,400 yuan, plus the full refund of 8,800 yuan, the total is 35,200 yuan, I will transfer it to you now. After saying that, the store manager immediately transferred the money using his mobile phone. After the transfer was successful, she gave the shop assistant some instructions. Quickly go and get one of our best genuine maternity bags and give it to this lady as a small token of our appreciation. The shop assistant didn't dare to delay and quickly ran to the warehouse, bringing over a fully packaged, genuine maternity kit with proper Chinese labels and traceability codes. Lin Chen checked it and nodded in satisfaction after confirming that it was genuine. After leaving the maternity and baby store, Su Wanqing linked arms with Lin Che, smiling with relief. Thank goodness you were here, otherwise we would definitely have been scammed today and wasted our money. Not only did I waste 8,800 yuan on counterfeit goods, but I almost harmed my baby. Lin Chen took Su Wanqing's hand, opened his phone, and handed it to her. I've already booked a VIP delivery room at the hospital. It will be more comfortable for you when you give birth. There will be a private room, a dedicated nurse, and postpartum recovery services. It's much more convenient than a regular ward. Su Wanqing leaned closer and looked at the delivery room environment on her phone screen. It was indeed quite nice, comfortable, and cozy. She rested her head on Lin Chen's shoulder, feeling a warm glow in her heart. You're so good to me. Chapter 100 Let Strength Speak. After returning home, Lin Chen organized the authentic maternity bag given to her by the maternity and baby store. After confirming that there were no problems with the contents, he walked over to Su Wanqing's side. Are you tired? Do you want to go back to your room and rest for a while? Su Wanqing shook her head and took his hand. Just sit for a while. We were so grateful to you at the baby store. Otherwise, we would have wasted money on fake products, which might have even harmed the baby. Thinking of the wet wipes containing fluorescent agents and the milk powder without traceability codes, she felt a chill of fear. Lin Chen sat down beside her, gently placed his hand on her lower abdomen, and smiled. From now on, I'll go with you when we buy these things. We must make sure that everything our baby uses is absolutely safe and sound, and we absolutely cannot let this happen again. As the two were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Chen was a little confused, so he opened the door and saw 3 people standing there. At this moment, Su Wanqing recognized the woman leading the group as Zhang Guilan, her mother's distant cousin. We rarely keep in touch, only exchanging messages during holidays. How could she suddenly show up at our door, and how did she know we lived here? Upon seeing Su Wanqing, Zhang Guilan smiled. Wanqing, I heard you're about to give birth, so I brought your Aunt Li and Aunt Wang to come and see you. She walked in with her entourage, her gaze falling on Su Wanqing's stomach. Seeing that they were people he knew, Lin Chen gave them a brief greeting and began pouring them water. Zhang Guilan ignored Lin Chen and walked straight to Su Wanqing's side, reaching out to touch her stomach. Su Wanqing subconsciously took a step back, her expression somewhat unnatural. Aunt Zhang, the doctor said that during the late stages of pregnancy, you should touch your belly less often, so as not to disturb the baby. Zhang Guilan's hand froze in mid-air, and the smile on her face faded slightly. She didn't say much, withdrew her hand, sat down, and casually picked up the apple next to her and started eating it. Anyway, you young people are very particular these days, but let me tell you the truth, Wanqing, you absolutely have to have a son with your first child. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's expression changed instantly. For her, it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl, as long as the baby is healthy. Zhang Guilan continued speaking as if she hadn't noticed her expression. Think about it, Lin Chen's business seems glamorous now, but in business, there's no such thing as a sure thing. Whether it can last is still uncertain. But if you have a son, things might change. The Lin family will have an heir, and Lin Chen will pay more attention to you in the future. If you have a daughter, he will definitely make you have a second child, and you will suffer more then, and the burden on the family will be even heavier." As she spoke, her eyes darted around. "Anyway, you should know your own limits. You need to save some money and be careful with your finances. Otherwise, if Lin Chen loses money, you won't even be able to afford baby formula." Aunt Li and Aunt Wang, who were standing nearby, echoed their agreement. "That's right. The rich kid in our neighborhood, when his wife gave birth, she stayed in a private hospital, and there was even a nutritionist and a caregiver around her. Look at this house you're renting, isn't it? The kids won't even have a proper place to play. It'll be so unfair to them." The three of them chatted amongst themselves, their words filled with criticism of Lin Chen and advice for Su Wanqing. These words left Su Wanqing feeling very uncomfortable. She knew very well how hard Lin Chen had worked to start his business, and only she knew how much better he treated her. These relatives have no idea what's going on, yet they're making wild guesses and accusations. It's really going too far. Thinking about all this, she became a little angry and wanted to speak, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen stepped forward, took her hand, and comforted her. At this moment, his expression turned cold. He could see clearly that these people hadn't come to visit at all, but were deliberately there to cause trouble. Ding! Unreasonable ridicule and pressure to have children have been detected against the host and their family. Mission triggered: retaliate against the pressure to have children and prove the family's strength. Task rewards: custom-made solid wood baby crib free delivery, right to book a top-tier postpartum caregiver, and a family financial planning report automatically generated. Lin Chen released Su Wanqing's hand, took out his phone, opened the financial report, walked over to Zhang Guilan and the other two, and showed it to them. "Aunties, since you are so concerned about my family's situation, I'll tell you all about it so you won't have to worry about it." Zhang Guilan was stunned. She hadn't expected him to suddenly say something like that. However, he still had a disdainful expression on his face, as if he was just putting on an act and deliberately making a show of it. Lin Chen ignored her gaze and directly opened the baby's health insurance page. "At this time, I bought a lifetime health insurance policy for my baby, which covers all illnesses from birth to adulthood, as well as accidental medical expenses. The annual premium is 12,000 yuan, so my baby won't have to spend a penny on medical treatment in the future." After he finished speaking, he swiped the screen again and continued. "This is the baby's 100,000 yuan early education fund, which has been deposited into a special account. The baby can use it after turning 3. It will be enough for both early education classes and interest classes." But that wasn't all. He then produced a profit-sharing agreement with Wang Kuan's company. "This is my cooperation agreement with one of the companies. The guaranteed monthly share is 80,000 yuan, with no upper limit. This month's share has already been received, totaling 100,000 yuan, which is enough for our family's expenses. Also, I have my own studio. All things combined, I make at least 1 million a month." The three men, who had initially been unimpressed, instantly changed their expressions upon hearing this, never expecting that he would be so wealthy. They leaned closer, staring at the phone screen to make sure that what was written on it was the same as what Lin Chen had said. Without waiting for their reaction, Lin Chen continued. "The house is indeed rented, but I have already renovated the rooms. I turned the second bedroom into a nursery, and added a custom wardrobe and play area. I plan to buy a house in this community next year." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Also, when Wanqing gave birth, I booked a VIP private delivery room in the city center, with a dedicated nurse to take care of her 24 hours a day, as well as postpartum recovery services. It's just as good as the private hospitals you've mentioned. As for whether it's a boy or a girl, we've never cared. As long as Wanqing and the baby are safe and sound, that's more important than anything else." "But Aunt Zhang, what era are we living in? Still holding on to the idea of favoring boys over girls, isn't that a bit too outdated? What's wrong with having a boy?" Chapter 101: She's going to give birth. Zhang Guilan's face was extremely pale. She was about to explain when the doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Chen went to open the door and found that the delivery man had brought the baby's custom-made solid wood crib. 2 delivery men carefully carried the fully packaged crib into the living room and assembled it. This crib is made of solid wood with exquisite carvings and a beautiful design. It also has guardrails and storage functions, making it look high-end and classy, and it looks very valuable. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Guilan and the other two and said with a smile. Look, we've prepared everything for the baby, from insurance to early education, from the delivery room to the crib, everything is ready. Although we're renting a place, we're comfortable, and I'm taking good care of Wanqing, so you don't need to worry about her." At this moment, the three of them were rendered speechless by the rebuttal. They never expected Lin Chen to be so capable. At this moment, Su Wanqing also took the initiative to speak. "Auntie, I know you care about me, but Lin Chen cares about me and the baby more than anyone else. He also takes care of everything at home, so you don't need to worry about it. If you have time, you should pay more attention to your own family matters. Our family is doing fine." Zhang Guilan's face turned extremely pale, and she felt even more embarrassed. She stood up and forced a smile. "Since Wanqing is alright, we won't bother her any longer. We have some things to attend to, so we'll be leaving now." Aunt Li and Aunt Wang also quickly got up and echoed each other. "Yes, we won't bother you any longer, we'll be going now." After saying that, the three of them hurriedly left. Lin Chen escorted them to the door, and the moment he closed it, his expression darkened. After Lin Chen returned, Su Wanqing gently comforted him. "Don't take it to heart. That's just how they are. Our family doesn't usually have much contact with them. I'm not really sure why they suddenly came over this time." Lin Chen nodded without saying anything more. "I didn't take it to heart. I could tell they weren't genuinely looking out for us, otherwise they wouldn't have reacted like that. So why would I care?" In the middle of the night, Lin Chen suddenly woke up. He suddenly opened his eyes, turned on the light, and saw that Su Wanqing was pale, with beads of sweat on her forehead, her hands tightly gripping the blanket, and calling his name. Seeing this, Lin Chen was startled and hurriedly asked for clarification. "Wanqing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Her expression was pained, and her voice was trembling with sobs. "My stomach hurts so much, I can't take it anymore, it feels like contractions." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. "I'm still 10 days away from my due date, why am I suddenly having contractions? Could it be that I'm going to give birth early?" Realizing all this, he wiped Su Wanqing's sweat and asked her questions. "Is the pain severe? Is it continuous, or does it come in waves?" Su Wanqing replied with a pained expression. "The pain comes in waves. It was much better just now, but now it's back, and I feel like I can't take it anymore." Seeing her condition, Lin Chen knew that he absolutely could not wait any longer, otherwise something bad would definitely happen to her. After figuring it out, he immediately took out his phone and dialed the hospital. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly took out his maternity bag, Su Wanqing's postpartum clothes, and a warm coat from the closet. "Wanqing, don't be afraid, we'll go to the hospital now." He helped Su Wanqing into the car and drove towards the hospital. Along the way, he would occasionally look back and offer a soft word of comfort. "Wanqing, don't be afraid. We're at the hospital soon. The doctor said that contractions are normal, which means the baby is coming out. Don't worry, I'll stay by your side the whole time." With Lin Chen's constant reassurance, Su Wanqing's fear dissipated considerably. Just thinking that Lin Chen could be by her side, accompanying the baby's birth, made her feel inexplicably at ease. The car arrived at the entrance of the city's central hospital very quickly. After parking the car, Lin Chen quickly got out and helped Su Wanqing down. The doctors and nurses had been waiting at the door for a long time, and they pushed the wheelchair over. "Is this Miss Su Wanqing? Please have a seat, we're all ready." Lin Chen helped Su Wanqing into a wheelchair, and the nurse quickly pushed the wheelchair to the side. He followed behind, holding the maternity bag in his hand, feeling uneasy. The doctor and nurses examined Su Wanqing and then turned to look at Lin Chen. "Miss Su is indeed experiencing contractions, and the baby may be due early. Please wait outside for a moment, and we will do our best to take care of Miss Su." Lin Chen nodded and hurriedly asked, "Can I go in with her?" The doctor agreed without any hesitation. "Of course, family members can accompany you in the VIP delivery room, but you will need to change into a sterile gown before you can go in." Lin Chen took the sterile gown handed to him by the nurse, quickly changed into it, and walked into the delivery room. Su Wanqing, who was lying on the hospital bed, was pale. When she saw Lin Chen come in, tears welled up in her eyes. "Lin Chen." Lin Chen quickly walked to her side, took her hand, and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, Wanqing. I'll always be with you." The nurse put in 4 drip on Su Wanqing, whose contractions became more and more frequent and the pain became more and more intense. She endured the pain, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen felt extremely distressed. Wan Qing, hang in there a little longer, it will be over soon, the baby will be out soon, and we will be able to see him soon. He knew that nothing he said would make a difference. The only thing he could do was stay with Su Wanqing and make her feel accompanied and at ease. Time passed second by second, and only Su Wanqing's painful breathing could be heard in the delivery room. Lin Chen stayed by the bedside, never leaving for a moment. Suddenly a commotion broke out outside the delivery room, and then the door was kicked open forcefully. 3 men stormed in aggressively. The man in the lead was Zhao Kai's father, Zhao Weidong, followed by 2 burly men. His gaze swept around the room before finally settling on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you caused my son to be detained. Today, I'll make sure you can't have a child. I'll also make you taste what it feels like to lose the most important person in your life, and I'll make you pay the price. Ding. Detection indicates the host and family are facing a life-threatening situation, triggering an emergency mission. Protect Su Wanqing's production safety and subdue the troublemakers. Task rewards: Security and Emergency Response Proficient, Infant Health Insurance Lifetime Free, Postpartum Recovery Package. Chapter 102: Protecting his wife in the delivery room. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened as he looked at Zhao Weidong and the 2 burly men rushing towards him, showing no fear whatsoever. Zhao Weidong's fist was aimed straight at Lin Chen's face, but he swayed slightly and easily dodged it. When his punch missed, Zhao Weidong lost his balance and staggered forward, almost falling. He forced himself to steady himself, turned to look at Lin Chen, and his eyes became even more fierce. Kid, where are you going to hide now? As he spoke, he threw another punch at Lin Chen. This time, Lin Chen did not dodge, but instead reached out and easily grabbed Zhao Weidong's wrist. The pressure on his hand increased, causing Zhao Weidong to grimace in pain, his face turning red. It hurts. Let go of me. Lin Chen didn't let go, but just stared at him coldly. Zhao Weidong, this is a hospital, not a place for you to run wild. Seeing this, the 2 burly men pounced on Lin Chen. The 2 attacked him from both sides, trying to leave him nowhere to hide. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had anticipated their movements. He easily dodged as he bent down, then suddenly jumped up and kicked the 2 men from the left and right, knocking them down instantly. Zhao Weidong felt a little apprehensive as he watched Lin Chen easily subdue the men he had brought. But when she thought about what her son had gone through, she couldn't swallow her anger. Lin Chen, let go of me, or I'll fight you to the death. Lin Chen tightened his grip again, causing Zhao Weidong to break out in a cold sweat and dare not move again. He had lost his previous arrogance and could only beg for mercy. I can't move anymore, it hurts so much, I can't hold on any longer, please let go of me. Lin Chen still didn't let go of him. Instead, he walked to the side, picked up the medical tape next to him, and used it to bind Zhao Weidong's arm behind his back. After the 2 men got up from the ground, they still wanted to attack Lin Chen. This time, Lin Chen didn't hold back and went straight for the kill, breaking both of their arms. After doing all this, he threw the person out of the delivery room. The delivery room fell silent instantly. Lin Chen walked to the bedside and looked at Su Wanqing with concern. Are you all right? Did I scare you just now? Su Wanqing shook her head and replied. It's all right, thank goodness you were here. At this moment, her expression had softened somewhat. Everything that just happened was sudden, urgent, and dangerous. However, seeing Lin Chen protecting her like that filled her with a sense of security. The nurses quickly dialed the police and notified security personnel. Soon, the police and hospital security personnel arrived and took Zhao Weidong and the other 2 away. For the rest of the time, Lin Chen stayed by Su Wanqing's side, never leaving her side. Su Wanqing's contractions became more and more frequent, and the pain became more and more intense. She gritted her teeth and persevered, but her body still trembled uncontrollably due to the pain. Even so, she did not give up. Lin Chen kept encouraging her from the side, handing her water and wiping her sweat. More than an hour later, the cervix finally fully dilated. The doctors and nurses were all prepared to deliver the baby and encouraged Su Wanqing to keep pushing. Lin Chen held Su Wanqing's hand tightly and encouraged her. Wanqing, push harder, the baby's coming out soon. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and used all her strength to push harder, following the doctor's instructions. Sweat soaked her hair and clothes, and her face flushed red from the exertion. Ah! After waiting for more than 2 hours, the baby was born with a cry. The doctor held a chubby, fair-skinned baby and said with a smile, "Mother and child are both safe, it's a boy." Lin Chen looked at the tiny baby being held in the doctor's arms. The baby was so small, with its eyes closed, and its cries were loud. His heart was instantly filled with emotion. His and Su Wanqing's child was finally born. Su Wanqing leaned against the bed, feeling weak and exhausted, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lin Chen walked to the doctor's side, carefully picked up the child. His movements were a little clumsy, but he was exceptionally gentle. He looked down at the child and walked to Su Wanqing's side. "Wanqing, look, this is our child." Su Wanqing reached out and gently stroked his little face, her face full of happiness. "Yes, they are so cute." Lin Chen lowered his head and placed a kiss on Su Wanqing's forehead. "Wanqing, you've really gone through a lot. Thank you for bringing me such a wonderful gift." The doctors and nurses offered their blessings and began examining and caring for the baby. Soon, Su Wanqing entered the VIP room. When Su's mother received the news and rushed over, it was already the next morning. Seeing her daughter's slightly haggard appearance, she felt a pang of heartache. He quickly stepped forward and hugged her. Seeing her adorable grandson, her face was filled with smiles. Such a tiny child, she looks so cute. Her eyes are like Xiao Chen's, and her nose and mouth are like Wanqing's. Now that the baby is born, a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. If you're ever busy, I can help take care of the baby. With the birth of the child, Su's mother no longer had any thoughts or opinions about Lin Chen and had completely accepted him. Suddenly, she thought of something else and looked at Lin Chen seriously. "You two haven't gotten your marriage certificate yet, and now Wanqing has given birth to your child. What are your plans?" She asked very directly, without any hesitation. "This matter concerns my daughter's happiness for the rest of her life, so I can't be careless." When asked, Lin Chen answered truthfully. "Auntie, I've thought it through. Once Wanqing recovers, we'll get our marriage certificate and have a wedding. I will never let Wanqing suffer with me. I'll make her the happiest bride in the world." Su's mother, who had initially been hesitant, nodded in satisfaction after hearing these words. "All right, that's enough. From now on, we're family. If you need any help, just ask. Don't be shy or hesitant. I never helped you before because I wanted to test your abilities and see if you were a capable and responsible person. Now that I've seen it, there's nothing to worry about." After saying that, she stood up and picked up the thermos on the table. "I'll go get some hot water." After she left, Su Wanqing took Lin Chen's hand. "My mom has completely accepted you, which is why she spoke so frankly to you." Lin Chen nodded. He could tell that Su's mother was a very assertive person. To put it this way, just as Su Wanqing said, is to truly accept oneself as part of the family. Otherwise, he would never have said such a thing. After figuring it out, he was very happy. Especially now that his and Su Wanqing's child has been born, he feels that his life is complete and happy. Chapter 103. How dare you show your face here? Since the baby was born, our home has been filled with laughter every day. As the doorbell rang, Lin Chen paused, walked straight to the door, and looked out through the peephole. He saw a somewhat disheveled man standing outside, his distant cousin Lin Chang. The two had almost no contact, so Lin Chen guessed that his sudden contact with him was probably because he had been on TV and that had caught Lin Chang's attention. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the door anyway. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Lin Chang didn't say anything. The moment he entered the room, his eyes swept around and he saw that there were many exquisite baby products on display. He then had an idea. He sighed and plopped down on the sofa. "Cousin, I've finally found you. I've had the worst luck imaginable. I tried to start a small business, but I lost it all. I don't even have money for food. You have to help me." Lin Chen wasn't surprised the moment he saw him, he knew what he was there for. However, he did not budge on this matter and is still insisting on it. Businesses sometimes make money and sometimes lose money, that's normal. If things really don't work out, just find a job and work your way up. Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's expression instantly changed. "Who do you think I, Lin Chang, am? How could I possibly work for someone else? Besides, the little money I earn isn't even enough to pay off my debts." Then, he changed the subject and stared at Lin Chen. "Cousin, I know you've made a lot of money now, and your wife even gave birth in a VIP delivery room. Since we're relatives, can you lend me 2 million to tide me over? I'll pay you back as soon as my business improves." Lin Chen was stunned, never expecting that he would make such an outrageous demand. His tone turned cold, and he politely declined. "This is no small amount. Even if I had money, I wouldn't lend it out so easily. Plus, my studio needs working capital, and I have a baby to raise at home. I don't have any extra money to lend you. Seeing his refusal, Lin Chang's face turned cold. We're relatives, even brothers. I know you're capable now, can't you help me? Seeing that Lin Chen showed no sign of backing down, he resorted to moral blackmail. Lin Chen, let me tell you, you have to lend me these 2 million. If you don't, you're heartless and cold-blooded. Anyway, I have plenty of time to deal with your fuss. At worst, I'll go to the hospital and make a scene with your wife, making her miserable, or I'll go to your company and make a scene, preventing you from doing business. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Lin Chang had dared to use Su Wanqing to threaten him, which had crossed his bottom line, and he would definitely not let it go so easily. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered an unreasonable request for money and emotional blackmail from family members. Mission triggered, reject the unreasonable request and expose your cousin's lies. Task rewards, family conflict resolution proficient skill, home security monitoring system, customized wine for baby's full moon celebration. Lin Chen took out his phone and opened the photos on his WeChat moments. You don't even have money for food, how can you afford a BMW? Lin Chang's expression turned somewhat grim upon seeing the photo. He deliberately posted the photo on his WeChat moments to show off, not expecting Lin Chen to find it. After a brief silence, he added a comment. That was someone else's car. I thought it looked nice, so I took a few pictures. Is that not allowed? Seeing that he was still pretending, Lin Chen didn't stand on ceremony. Stop making excuses. Do you think I know nothing and that you can fool me like this? Don't dream. Let me tell you, if you dare to cause trouble at the hospital, I will call the police and expose what you've done. You can try me if you don't believe me. Having said that much, Lin Chang knew he definitely wouldn't lend him money. But Lin Chang refused to give up, especially knowing that Lin Chen was doing well now and that he hadn't gotten anything from him, so he felt like he had lost out. Seeing that he showed no sign of leaving, Lin Chen pointed towards the door. Get out of my house right now, and never come looking for me again. Don't contact anyone I have anything to do with anymore. From now on, we have absolutely no relationship. Lin Chang wanted to say something more, but when he met Lin Chen's cold gaze, he knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. He snorted coldly and said with dissatisfaction. Things are really different now. They've become more powerful and have more strength, so naturally they won't take a poor relative like me seriously. You're so capable, we'll see. Things change, who knows what will happen in the future. After saying that, Lin Chang quickly left. He also knew that staying any longer would not be a good thing. After glaring at Lin Chen, she left. After everyone left, the staff responsible for installing the home surveillance system came over. Lin Chen watched the installation process the whole time. He originally planned to come back to pack some of Su Wanqing's clothes and daily necessities, but he didn't expect to run into Lin Chang. It was really too hateful. The staff were very efficient and installed it quickly. After packing his things, Lin Chen went to the hospital. He saw Su Wanqing lying in bed with the baby in her arms and smiled as he spoke. We haven't named our child yet. What kind of name do you think would be more suitable for him? When asked, Su Wanqing shook her head, not having any good ideas in mind. You're the father, so you should get up. After a moment's thought, Lin Chen had an idea in mind. Then let's call her Lin Yan. Upon hearing the name, Su Wanqing murmured it to herself, looking at him with some curiosity. Why is it called this name? Is there any meaning behind it? A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he replied. Of course it has a meaning. I want you to know that in my heart, you are always on my mind. No matter what you think or when, you will always have a place in my heart that no one else can take. This sudden confession made Su Wanqing a little embarrassed. She turned her head to look at Lin Yan, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. This is the happy life she wanted, and now that it has come true, she is naturally very happy. During the following period, Lin Chen was busy with work, taking care of Su Wanqing at the hospital, and also preparing for the baby's 1-month celebration. This matter is of utmost importance. Su Wanqing is now much better and is carefully selecting the clothes for her baby's 1-month celebration. Lin Chen specially selected the best star-rated hotel and put a lot of thought into the decoration. Chapter 104 Full Moon Banquet. Since Su Wanqing gave birth, Su's mother has stayed behind and has been busy taking care of everything. The three of them worked together to make Lin Nian's full moon celebration even better. Su Wanqing picked up a light purple dress and held it up against her body. Isn't the color a bit too strange? Does it suit me? Lin Chen put down his phone and looked at Su Wanqing. No, you look great in it. You look good in anything. As he spoke, he stood up, walked to Su Wanqing's side, and hugged her from behind. No matter what you look like, you are the most beautiful. Su Wanqing blushed, but couldn't help but smile. You're just all talk. She knew how busy Lin Chen had been lately, and felt a little sorry for him, so she gave him some words of advice. Don't overwork yourself lately. You can put work aside for now. Mom and I will take care of the full moon celebration. Don't overexert yourself, or your body will definitely not be able to handle it. Lin Chen shook his head and took her hand. The baby's full moon celebration is very important. I want to give you a perfect ceremony. Besides, several projects are progressing smoothly. With people from the studio keeping an eye on things, there won't be any problems. For some reason, Lin Chen had a bad feeling about it. As for what happened, he wasn't quite sure either. After noticing Lin Chen's absent-mindedness, Su Wanqing became curious and pressed for an answer. What's wrong? Have you not been resting well lately? You seem to be preoccupied. Seeing that she had already asked, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. Lin Chen pulled her to sit on the sofa, his expression becoming serious. Wanqing, I want to tell you something. When the home security camera was installed, the installer told me that some people in the neighborhood were asking about our family. I suspect that it might be someone who has had conflicts with us before, or someone who is interested in my company, who is secretly watching us. He voiced his guess, it might be Li Hailong, or perhaps Zhao Weidong. He didn't say anything at the time because he was afraid Su Wanqing would worry. However, I still think it's important to let her know, so she'll be more alert and not be too careless. Upon hearing these words, Su Wanqing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. What should we do? Should we postpone the baby's 1-month celebration? Or change the venue, or maybe we should just cancel it for now? Lin Chen shook his head and replied. No need. All the invitations have already been sent out, and many people already know about them. If we cancel them now, it will definitely affect many people. And most importantly, if we are afraid at this time, the other party will definitely become more aggressive and demanding, which will not be a good thing for us. My baby's 1-month celebration can proceed as planned. I've already arranged security, so there won't be any problems. Seeing Su Wanqing's nervous expression, he gently comforted her. Don't worry, I will protect you and the baby. No matter who it is, I won't let them ruin our happy life. With Lin Chen's constant comforting words, Su Wanqing's mood improved considerably. She breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I trust you, so let's make some preparations, just in case. In the following days, Lin Chen became even busier. Not only do I need to confirm all the details of the full moon celebration, but I also need to handle work-related matters and coordinate with the security company to develop a more reliable security plan. The day before the full moon celebration, Lin Chen had everything prepared perfectly. Just in case, he contacted the security personnel again and asked them to send 30 more security personnel to focus on protecting the safety of Su Wanqing, the baby, and the guests at the scene. After doing all this, Lin Chen shut down the computer and returned to his room. Seeing that he returned to his room so late, Su Wanqing asked, Is there still work to be done? Lin Chen smiled and nodded, afraid that she would feel too much pressure, so he didn't tell the truth, but answered as follows. Yes, as you know, I've been quite busy lately, but don't worry, it's all taken care of now, and we can celebrate the baby's 1-month celebration in peace tomorrow. That's what she said, but Su Wanqing still noticed something was off. She didn't expose him, but leaned against Lin Chen's chest and said with a smile. Okay, no matter what happens, we'll face it together. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Hearing her say that, Lin Chen paused, instantly realizing that she must have sensed something, which was why she said that. When I finally understood this, I was still very moved. Okay, don't worry, I will protect you and the baby. No matter what happens, I will not let you be in danger. After turning off the lights, Lin Chen didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he stared at the dark ceiling, constantly planning what he would do next. He knew that a tough battle was ahead, but he was fearless. This concerns the people he loves, and he will absolutely not pretend that nothing happened. He will also make those with ulterior motives pay the price for their actions. The next day, in the morning, the entrance to the star-rated hotel was bustling with activity as Lin Chen and Su Wanqing's baby, Lin Yan, held her 1-month celebration. The banquet hall had already been decorated with many colorful decorations and photos of Lin Yan. Many guests arrived one after another, their faces beaming with smiles, and thanked Lin Chen and Su Wanqing. Congratulations! The baby is so cute. This child is so handsome, he's sure to amount to something. Su Wanqing held Lin Yan, who was dressed in a little dress. He had big, round eyes and was very well behaved, neither crying nor making a fuss, which drew praise from many people. Su's mother was also busy greeting friends, and the entire banquet hall was bustling with noise, laughter, and joy. While entertaining everyone, Lin Chen was also observing the surrounding situation. Security personnel were scattered throughout the banquet hall, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Just as the full moon celebration was halfway through, the banquet hall door was suddenly opened, and a man walked in. It was Li Haiming. When he saw him, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that the person who inquired about me before was him? But they had already cancelled their cooperation, so what did his sudden appearance mean? After he walked in, he went straight to Lin Chen, handed him a document, and looked down at him with an air of superiority. I'm taking over your printer project. I'll offer 10 million to acquire it. Sign the agreement now, and I'll transfer the money to your account immediately. Chapter 105 The Grand Finale. Lin Chen looked at Li Haiming in front of him and felt a little confused. He humbly begged me to cooperate again back then, and now he's suddenly pulled this stunt. I have no idea what he's trying to do. Lin Chen looked at him coldly, without the slightest politeness. You know I'm cooperating with the Bai family now, why would I cooperate with you? Li Haiming stared intently at Lin Chen with a grim face. So what? This isn't Beijing. If you want to develop, the best way is to cooperate with me. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. I advise you to be sensible and not fight with me. You can't beat me. If you don't cooperate with me, I have ways to make it impossible for you to stay. Not only you, but your family will also be affected. I think you don't want things to turn out that way, right? If so, I advise you to be sensible and not be so ungrateful. At this moment, Lin Chen's expression gradually turned ugly. He hadn't expected this person to be so arrogant. Since that's the case, then there's no need for me to be polite. Ding! Host detected a monopoly threat, triggering main quest, counter Li Hailong's monopoly threat and protect project and family resources. Task rewards, business competition strategy mastery skill, cross-industry alliance resources 3 leading companies, and a 500,000 renminbi baby growth protection fund. Lin Chen smiled and held the phone up to Li Haiming. You say I can't beat you? Then take a look at this. On the screen is a letter of intent for cooperation between Lin Chen and 3 well-known leading domestic companies. Upon seeing this, Li Haiming's expression gradually turned grim, and he shook his head repeatedly. How is that possible? You're just a student with no special skills. How could you possibly attract investment from so many large companies? You must have faked it. You absolutely cannot have that ability. Lin Chen sneered and mocked. Do I need to fabricate anything? All 3 companies have already posted about this on their official Weibo accounts. If you don't believe me, you can go to Weibo now and see for yourself. At this moment, Li Haiming fell silent and did not speak. If what Lin Chen said is true, then I am definitely no match for him, and I dare not continue to be arrogant with him. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin Chen continued. You think this is the end of it? I have another document here. As she spoke, she held the phone up to him to look at it. This is evidence of your malicious acquisition of small and medium-sized enterprises, and even your involvement in commercial bribery. I have compiled it and sent it all to the Market Supervision Department and the Discipline Inspection Commission. I believe it will not be long before you receive an investigation notice. Li Haiming staggered back a few steps, somewhat incredulous, but mostly furious. He glared fiercely at Lin Chen and questioned him. You brat, you dared to trick me. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled dismissively. I acted in self-defense. Who told you to provoke me? Were you just supposed to sit here and wait to die, letting you do whatever you want to me, pretending nothing happened? That would be too stupid of me. After a pause, Lin Chen continued. You have dozens of security personnel in this banquet hall. If you want to cause trouble, you can try and see if you can get away with anything. Li Hailong looked at the security personnel who were suddenly approaching him and knew very well that if he did anything, he would have no way to leave here safely. Left with no other choice, they could only leave dejectedly. You little brat, you just wait and see, I won't let this go so easily. You just wait. Seeing Li Haiming flee in such a disheveled state, everyone praised him. Lin Chen is really amazing. Yeah, that guy is too arrogant. He actually came here to cause trouble. He's really blind. Lin Chen is young and promising, and he also has such backbone. He's truly admirable. Lin Chen turned around and hugged Su Wanqing and the baby tightly. Wanqing, don't worry, the matter has been resolved. Su Wanqing leaned against Lin Chen's chest, looking at his calm and confident appearance, and a smile appeared on her face. With you here, I have nothing to fear. You are my greatest support. Lin Chen kissed Su Wanqing's forehead and then gently cleaned the baby's face. The full moon celebration was not affected by the minor incident earlier. In fact, the atmosphere became even more lively. Lin Chen went up on stage and delivered a thank you speech. His tone was very sincere. He thanked everyone for coming and expressed his gratitude to Su Wanqing and his love for the baby. The guests toasted Lin Chen, praising him for his youth and talent. Su Wanqing stood in the crowd holding her baby, looking at Lin Chen surrounded by people, her heart filled with happiness. She knew she hadn't chosen the wrong person. This man not only gave her a happy life, but also used his strength to protect her and their baby, and safeguard their family. Finally, the full moon celebration came to a successful conclusion amidst laughter and joy. Lin Chen drove Su Wanqing and the baby home. Thinking about everything from the beginning to now, it all felt like a dream. He encountered so many challenges, but fortunately he overcame them all. Now he's getting better and better at his movements. With Su Wanqing by his side and the baby growing up healthily, this family is almost exactly as he imagined it to be. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He knew very well that this was just the beginning, and many more challenges awaited him in the future. No matter what he encounters, he has the confidence and strength to face it, and he will continue to work hard to make the company better, provide a better life for his family, and cherish this hard-won happiness. Sitting in the back, Su Wanqing held her sleeping baby and watched the man driving attentively in front. She knew she hadn't chosen the wrong person, even if everything back then stemmed from a misunderstanding. However, Lin Chen is a good man, which proves that she didn't misjudge him back then. After arriving home, Su Wanqing placed the baby in the cradle. Lin Chen walked over, took her hand, sat her on the sofa, and said gently, Wanqing, thank you for always being by my side, silently supporting and encouraging me. I'm not good at sweet talk, but you can rest assured that from now on, I will treat you and the baby even better. After hearing his words, Su Wanqing smiled and nodded in reply. Okay, I know. I know what kind of person you are, better than anyone else, and I won't doubt you in the slightest. I'm so happy to have met you, you're so wonderful. As she spoke, she leaned on Lin Chen's shoulder, her face beaming with happiness. Lin Chen put his arm around her shoulder, his eyes full of hope. Their family's happy life had just begun.